Chapter 1. It turns out that Qin Shi Huang had coronary heart disease. Fang Mu gradually awoke, feeling refreshed and invigorated. At that moment, he found himself surrounded by ancient architecture. To his astonishment, some areas were even adorned with gold, exuding an air of opulence reminiscent of ancient palaces. What on earth is this place? Fang Mu was momentarily bewildered. He had just finished an acupuncture treatment for a patient and had taken a brief rest, only to awaken in such a bewildering scenario. Surely, this must be a dream, he reassured himself, pinching his arm hard. The pain confirmed its reality. Creak. The grand doors of the palace swung open. "Welcome, Your Majesty, the King of Qin, to ascend the throne." A sharp male voice echoed through the hall. "King Qin? Li Shimin? Or is it Qin Shi Huang Ying Zheng ascending the throne? Is this some kind of performance?" Fang Mu's mind raced as he stood at the palace entrance, observing those who entered. A man, adorned with a grand crown and clad in an extravagant black robe, with a slightly plump physique, entered the palace and locked eyes with Fang Mu. The man immediately staggered, clutching his chest, his face turning ashen. "Assassin! Quickly, protect the King of Qin." Fortunately, a figure resembling a eunuch rushed to support the king, shouting about an assassin. In an instant, a group of armed guards stormed into the palace, seizing Fang Mu, their gleaming blades poised against his neck. "Your Majesty, I am Fang Mu. Due to the deficiency of wood among the 5 elements, I have chosen the name Mu as my singular designation. My ancestors specialized in the art of divine acupuncture. Recently, I have heard of Your Majesty's unification of the 6 kingdoms and have come to offer my services in alleviating ailments and prolonging life." Fang Mu began to exercise his persuasive talents. "As for how I arrived here, I simply awoke to find myself in this place. Perhaps it is fate that has guided me. I hope Your Majesty will place your trust in me." Fang Mu understood that Qin Shi Huang was quite credulous and would likely believe in the concept of immortality. Fang Mu dared not reveal that he hailed from the future. No one would believe such a claim. And even if Qin Shi Huang did, he would surely inquire about the future of the Qin Dynasty, which would only bring endless troubles upon Fang Mu. Thus, he opted for an air of mystery. "Utter nonsense. Your Majesty, do not place your trust in this charlatan." Zhao Gao, seemingly oblivious to the silver needles still embedded in his chest, shouted vehemently. Fang Mu picked up a silver needle and directed his gaze toward Zhao Gao, causing him to shudder in fear. The other ministers looked on with disdain. It was evident that Zhao Gao had not learned his lesson. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Shi Huang declared, "I shall tentatively place my faith in you. I appoint you as the imperial physician of the Qin Dynasty. Once you have fully healed Princess Liang's leg, you shall be handsomely rewarded." "Very well. Do you believe 3 months will suffice?" Though Qin Shi Huang appeared to be inquiring of Fang Mu, he was in fact issuing a command. Establishing a deadline for Fang Mu could not allow him to indefinitely delay under the pretext of requiring time. Indeed, this was Qin Shi Huang. How could I possibly refuse? Fang Mu quickly replied, "Thank you, Your Majesty. In 3 months, I shall have the princess walking to meet you." Half an hour passed. "Your Majesty, it is time to remove the needles. This treatment must be maintained for 7 more days, and the ailment will surely be cured," Fang Mu stated. Qin Shi Huang responded, "Excellent. The hour is drawing near. I still have the coronation ceremony to conduct today." Everything proceeded smoothly as Qin Shi Huang straightened his posture. "Your Majesty, may I remove the silver needles now?" Zhao Gao lamented, clearly distressed, while Fang Mu appeared intent on ignoring him. Qin Shi Huang cast a glance at Zhao Gao, then at Fang Mu, choosing to disregard the former as he focused on his coronation ceremony, where Li Si had already begun to make proclamations. Fang Mu approached Zhao Gao and whispered, "Lord Zhao, you may extract them yourself. Do not make a sound, lest you disrupt the order of the coronation and be found guilty." Zhao Gao gritted his teeth, enduring the pain as he painstakingly removed the silver needles one by one, refraining from uttering a single sound, while Fang Mu had deliberately inserted them deeply. Chapter 2. The origin of Emperor Qin's title. His Majesty the King of Qin has unified the six kingdoms, and today marks the grand ceremony of his ascension. LIC extols the remarkable achievements of Emperor Qin. It is a magnificent and historic moment, as Fang Mu becomes a part of the Qin Dynasty, witnessing this monumental event in history. After enduring countless wars and subduing the six kingdoms, how can such a monumental feat be encapsulated by the mere title of King of Qin? How can it reflect my illustrious accomplishments and signify my superiority over other monarchs? Emperor Qin, dissatisfied with merely being called King of Qin, begins to contemplate a title of unparalleled grandeur for himself, prompting the ministers to deliberate amongst themselves. Your Majesty, no other monarch can be compared to you. Now that the six kingdoms are unified under your reign, you undoubtedly deserve a title of supreme authority. Zhao Gao begins his insidious flattery. What he has said amounts to nothing. Why not conceive a more formidable title? Fang Mu scoffs inwardly. Emperor Qin's countenance darkens. Among so many ministers, not a single one can propose a title worthy of his stature. Fang Mu, can you think of something? Emperor Qin suddenly inquires. Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor? Is there a rationale to support this? Emperor Qin recites a couplet, chuckling with satisfaction. Your Majesty is indeed an emperor for the ages. In antiquity, there were the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, yet you are the first to unify the central plains, thus being rightfully called the first emperor. Fang Mu articulates with historical precision that a splendid title indeed. Qin Shi Huang, Fang Mu, from henceforth you shall reside in the palace as my minister, serving alongside the esteemed officials. Emperor Qin's mood brightens considerably. The expressions of the court officials vary. The majority regard Fang Mu with goodwill, as this peculiar individual with his eloquence has evidently caught the favor of Emperor Qin, whereas Zhao Gao's demeanor fluctuates ominously. Fang Mu is assigned to a residence within the palace, the plaque now bearing the characters Fang Fu. He alters his attire. Fully prepared in the fashion of the Qin Dynasty, though his hairstyle remains unchanged for the time being. My lord, Master Zhao Gao seeks an audience. Decline him. Tell him I am resting. Fang Mu responds with slight irritation. Understood, Jiang Meng replies, turning to dismiss Zhao Gao, but pauses mid-step. Wait, let Zhao Gao in. Fang Mu abruptly changes his mind. Master Zhao, I apologize for the lack of proper reception. Pray, what brings you here? Is there an ailment that troubles you, which requires my acupuncture expertise? Fang Mu deliberately provokes Zhao Gao. Humph, Fang Mu, the emperor requests your presence at Pingyang Palace. Do not forget that the princess's affliction awaits your treatment. Zhao Gao replies with a sardonic tone, suggesting that should Fang Mu fail, dire consequences await him. Fang Mu, well aware of Zhao Gao's intentions, retorts coldly, Does Master Zhao wish to test my silver needles on the princess? Zhao Gao's expression darkens. Yet he quickly regains his composure. I would not dare. Master Fang's medical prowess is evident to all. Please, proceed. Fang Mu understands Zhao Gao's capacity for restraint, given his knowledge of the historical trajectory of the Qin Dynasty. He knows he must devise a strategy to eliminate Zhao Gao. Otherwise, it may very well be his own life at stake. As they journeyed together, Fang Mu followed Zhao Gao to the Pingyang Palace. Upon entering, a maid led them to the door of a chamber, where Zhao Gao was barred entry, allowed only to let Fang Mu enter alone. Inside, a bed draped with pink silk curtains revealed a figure whose face remained obscured. Shrouded by the fabric, that moment, Emperor Qin Shi Huang sat on a chair beside the bed. Your Majesty, Princess. Fang Mu dared not be remiss, for this was the Qin Dynasty, where hierarchy was strictly observed. Now, let us examine the condition of Princess Liang, the emperor urged with a hint of urgency. Fang Mu approached the princess's bedside, hesitating as he glanced at the emperor, who seemed indifferent to his presence. Gathering courage, Fang Mu declared, Your Highness, I beg your pardon. He then raised the princess's leg through the silk curtain to assess her condition, causing her body to tense instantly. Since childhood, she had been deemed suddenly disabled in her legs by the imperial physicians, who were powerless to help. In a fit of rage, the emperor had nearly executed them, yet it was the princess who interceded. Now, at an age blossoming with emotions, the touch of a man, even if merely to examine her legs, was overwhelming for her. After a moment, Fang Mu lowered her leg, troubled in heart. The princess's condition stemmed from neuromuscular degeneration. Due to delayed treatment, recovery would require a considerable duration. Most critically, the Qin Dynasty lacked electricity, which could have facilitated quicker healing through electroacupuncture. How long do you estimate? The emperor inquired, his anticipation palpable in modern medical practice. 3 months would suffice, Fang Mu replied without hesitation, but here in the Qin Dynasty, that time frame is far too brief. Seeing the emperor's wrath about to surface, Fang Mu quickly added, in 3 months, I can assure your majesty that the princess will be able to stand, and in 5 months, she shall be fully healed. The emperor's expression softened significantly. Fang Mu, you previously promised me 3 months. Now you extend it to 5. Fang Mu realized that the emperor would no longer press him unduly. At the very least, he was the sole individual daring to claim the ability to restore the princess's legs. Father, came the princess's voice, tinged with mild discontent. Haha, very well then. I shall return in 3 months to see the results. At that moment, the emperor's demeanor shifted dramatically. Thank you, your majesty. Thank you, your highness. Fang Mu was fully aware that the princess had interceded on his behalf. Your majesty, your highness, I will require a substantial quantity of moxa sticks to facilitate the princess's treatment. In 3 months, I expect to see results. During this time, whatever you require, I shall ensure you have my full support, the emperor stated as he turned to leave. Thank you, your majesty. Subsequently, Fang Mu did not immediately commence treatment for Princess Liang. Instead, he gathered dried mugwort leaves and paper, spending a day or two to craft a large quantity of rudimentary modern medicinal moxa sticks. Only then did he begin the treatment, preparing the silver needles and sterilizing them. Yet hesitating to proceed, Fang Xin-yi, is there a problem? The princess's voice drifted from behind the curtain. Your highness, it is inappropriate to administer the needles through her garments. I merely fear offending you. For you are of noble lineage. That moment, a pair of pristine legs, devoid of any blemish, emerged as the princess herself lifted the hem of her trousers. The rudimentary moxa sticks crafted at this moment proved invaluable, as several crucial acupuncture points were being treated with the smoke of the moxa. After approximately an hour, Fang Mu concluded his daily treatment. Thank you, esteemed physician Fang. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform this princess. Princess Liang remarked softly as she noticed Fang Mu preparing to depart. Indeed, regardless of the circumstances, I shall advocate on your behalf. Princess Liang expressed her sincerity. Those who truly understand me, like Princess Liang, I must firmly cling to this benefactor. No, this beautiful benefactor. Fang Mu responded. Thank you, your highness. There was little further conversation between Princess Liang and Fang Mu, and according to history, it is known that Princess Liang eventually fell in love with Gao Jianli, leading to a rather unfortunate conclusion. Adapting to circumstances, Fang Mu began his life in the Qin Dynasty, constantly surrounded by peril. The saying to accompany a sovereign is akin to accompanying a tiger held true. Alongside the ever-scheming Zhao Gao. Chapter 3. The young Xiang Yu Fang Mu had been treating Emperor Qin Shi Huang for 7 days, effectively curtailing the onset of his coronary heart disease. Each day was approached with utmost caution. After all, this was no ordinary patient, but the emperor himself. Another day of the morning court commenced. Although I have unified the 6 states and established a system of governance through commanderies and counties, I remain unaware of the common people's lives. Therefore, I wish to observe their conditions firsthand, declared Emperor Qin Shi Huang. This marked Fang Mu's 7th day attending the morning court, where he yearned for tranquility, silently witnessing the history of the Qin Dynasty. Yet, the emperor frequently sought his counsel. During the last morning court, to Fang Mu's astonishment, several ministers proposed adopting a feudal system. The emperor's countenance darkened, while those ministers were solely concerned with their own divisions, ensuring their descendants would inherit their titles. Ultimately, the emperor turned to Fang Mu, who possessed a unique insight into the trajectory of history and the emperor's thoughts. Fang Mu cleverly deferred this opportunity to Li Si, thereby fostering goodwill with Li Si while providing the emperor with a satisfactory response. Consequently, Emperor Qin Shi Huang transitioned from the feudal system to a commandery system with centralization, firmly consolidating power within his grasp. Now, the emperor inquired about the inspection of the populace, and Fang Mu felt a wave of trepidation, anticipating he would soon be questioned. Your Majesty, it is imperative that you reconsider. There are still nefarious individuals with ill intentions. Should you venture out to inspect, danger may ensue. Zhao Gao feigned concern for the emperor's safety. Emperor Qin Shi Huang smiled knowingly. Ah, Zhao Gao, this presents an opportunity to capture those rebellious individuals in one fell swoop. Does it not? I shall risk my life to ensure your safety, your majesty, proclaimed the passionate General Wang Bin of Qin. Emperor Qin Shi Huang nodded with satisfaction. Very well, Fang Aiqing, what are your thoughts? Might it be possible to refrain from continually seeking my opinion? Li Si is your prime minister, your most beloved subject. Fang Mu replied, Your Majesty's contributions are immeasurable, and you demonstrate genuine concern for the people's welfare. Seize this chance to proclaim your Majesty's authority and protect your subjects. It is most commendable. Fang Mu could hardly bear his own predicament, having become a part of the time-traveling cohort in the Qin Dynasty. He found himself desperately seeking support from influential figures, namely the leg of Emperor Ying Zheng and the beautiful leg of Princess Liang. Emperor Qin Shi Huang beamed with delight. Well said. It is settled then. Tomorrow, I shall inspect Kuaiji, accompanied by Zhao Gao, Li Si, Fang Mu, and Wang Bin. The inspection of Kuaiji would likely lead to an encounter with the young Xiang, the future overlord of Western Shu. Fang Mu found himself unexpectedly filled with anticipation and resolved to meet Xiang the following day, deeming this journey to the Qin Dynasty worthwhile. The next morning, Fang Mu completed the treatment for Princess Liang early. And fortunately, he had grown increasingly familiar with her, leading to more engaging conversations. My father intends to travel to Kuaiji for an inspection, and he requires your company. As for my treatment, I fear I might have to manage on my own. The princess expressed her concern. Unaccustomed to being referred to as a divine physician, Fang Mu preferred to be addressed by his name. Fang Mu, perhaps I should speak to my father, and you need not accompany us. The princess's voice trailed off towards the end. No, I too wish to venture out and meet the Western Shu overlord, Xiang. Fang Mu replied. Rest assured, princess, I promise not to impede your recovery. Simply follow my instructions. You may dismiss me now. The princess seemed somewhat displeased. The fickleness of women can be quite astounding. Fang Mu hastily took his leave, exclaiming, As you wish, I take my leave. After bidding farewell to the princess, Fang Mu arrived outside the palace, where the grand entourage of Qin Shi Huang was already prepared. The spectacle was indeed magnificent. Was such extravagance truly necessary for a mere excursion? Fang Mu deeply appreciated the grandeur associated with an emperor's travels. What a sight to behold! Fang Aiqing, this journey shall not hinder the princess's recovery, I trust? Qin Shi Huang inquired. Then why am I still summoned to accompany you? Fang Mu chuckled. No, my liege, I have made all necessary arrangements. Let us depart. Zhao Gao's shrill voice echoed. Seated within his chariot, Qin Shi Huang's imposing procession began its journey to Kuaiji, with Fang Mu trailing among the crowd, engaged in lively conversation with Li Si. Finding rapport with Li Si, Fang Mu disclosed the eventual fate awaiting Zhao Gao. Chancellor, Zhao Gao is a man who cannot be allowed to remain. Otherwise, you may find yourself perishing at his hands, Fang Mu cautioned with utmost care. Alarmed, Li Si glanced around before whispering. Fang Yui, you must not speak so recklessly. Zhao Gao has long served the emperor, and our relationship is relatively amicable. This matter must not be broached again. Fang Mu felt helpless. Li Si was clearly skeptical of his intentions, suspecting him of harboring a grudge against Zhao Gao and seeking to eliminate him through Li Si's influence. Reluctantly, Fang Mu acquiesced. Not far beyond the palace, many commoners were still engaged in forced labor, pausing to respectfully regard the procession of Qin Shi Huang. Fang Mu surveyed his surroundings, not for any particular reason, but because history informed him that Liu Bang was presently laboring in this very location. A true man ought to be like this. A voice filled with praise and ambition resonated, prompting Fang Mu to turn towards its source. That a rather ordinary man in his 30s gazed enviously at the chariot. Fang Mu's words struck Liu Bang like a powerful revelation, stirring his already restless heart into a tumult. Thank you, my lord, for your esteemed words. I, Liu Ji, am most grateful. Liu Bang respectfully clasped his fists in salute to Fang Mu. At the southern banks of Kuaiji, a sea of humanity gathered as Qin Shi Huang disembarked from his chariot, reveling in the display of his power and solidifying his reign. The crowd remained silent, gazing reverently as the emperor's entourage passed. Meanwhile, Fang Mu was on the lookout for the youthful Xiang, the legendary overlord of Western Shu, a hero renowned throughout the ages. He can be replaced. Proclaimed a tall and imposing youth with an air of authority. That a hand swiftly covered the youth's mouth, and Xiang Liang was taken aback, his expression fraught with alarm. Do not speak indiscreetly, lest you invite calamity upon our clan. Indeed, heroes emerge in youth, displaying remarkable courage and spirit. Fang Mu appeared behind Xiang Yu and Xiang Liang before anyone realized. Who are you? Xiang Liang inquired, his face betraying wariness. While those around him exhibited a palpable intent to silence, only Xiang Yu retained a calm demeanor, unperturbed by the heavens. I come to befriend Xiang Yu. Is it necessary for you to adopt such a murderous stance? Fang Mu hastily clarified. Brave warriors, please do not panic or act rashly. I am Fang Mu, with no ill intentions. I merely noticed this young man's extraordinary appearance and exceptional bravery, which inspired my admiration and desire for camaraderie. Fang Mu, fearing that if he did not elucidate his purpose, Xiang Liang's group might resort to extreme measures, thought to himself that he would be unjustly doomed. Xiang Yu responded, Thank you for your kind words. Brother Fang, I am Xiang Yu. Fang Mu replied, Brother Yu, I must take my leave. I hope to see you again in the future. Without waiting for Xiang Yu to inquire further, Fang Mu hurried away. For the longer he lingered, the more questions would arise from Qin Shi, and Zhao Gao would certainly seek to implicate him. This left Xiang Yu and his companions in a state of perplexity, pondering the peculiarity of the man, yet relieved that he bore no ill will. Your Majesty, that Fang Mu is utterly unruly, always straying from the ranks. Zhao Gao seized the opportunity. Qin Shi replied, not even glancing at Zhao Gao, merely acknowledging with a faint sound. Qin Shi continued, Minister Fang, what is it in the realm of the common folk that captivates you so? Zhao Gao observed with a demeanor of anticipation. Is this a plot against me? Fang Mu replied nonchalantly, Indeed, there is, and that is the Emperor's quest for immortality. Qin Shi interest piqued. Do elaborate. Fang Mu, adopting a serious tone, stated, as the Emperor's physician and servant, I am constantly in pursuit of wondrous elixirs that prolong life, which may well be found among the populace. I cannot afford to overlook such opportunities. Qin Shi commented, Minister Fang, your dedication is commendable. Have you found anything? Fang Mu replied, such miraculous potions are not easily discovered. Yet rest assured, Your Majesty, I shall persistently search every nook and cranny to it is rare to see such diligence from you. Minister Fang, Qin Shi suddenly erupted in laughter, no longer broaching the subject, and resumed his leisure activities. How perilous! To be in the company of a sovereign is akin to dancing with a tiger. Qin Shi was granting him an opportunity to settle matters in due time, and next time, he must have something to report or face dire consequences. Fang Mu shot a fierce glare at Zhao Gao, who remained unfazed, following the footsteps of Ying Zheng. Chapter 4. For the public performance of modern music, while others entering the Pingyang Palace needed to be announced to Princess Liang, and only upon her permission could they enter. Fang Mu enjoyed the privilege of free passage, a special allowance granted by the princess. Your Highness, no need for formalities. Please, sit down and have some tea. Princess Liang interrupted Fang Mu, inviting him to take a seat and rest. Is this a reunion sweeter than a newlywed's embrace? This warmth is somewhat unfamiliar to me. Fang Mu quickly expressed, Thank you, Your Highness. Yet, let us first attend to your health. The princess replied, Very well, let us first assess my condition. And then you may keep me company, primarily discussing matters beyond the palace walls. That it is hardly surprising that being unable to walk is an unfortunate plight for a blossoming maiden, Fang Mu remarked. Indeed. Meanwhile, in another part of the palace, within the opulent confines of a grand hall, Emperor Qin Shi reclined in a casual pose, exuding an air that was neither regal nor aristocratic. Below him, Li Si and Zhao Gao occupied the left side, while Meng Tian and Wang Bin sat to the right. The emperor was engaged in light-hearted conversation and libations with his ministers, discussing matters of state. As he gazed at the wine cup in his hand, he inquired nonchalantly, Esteemed ministers, what are your thoughts on Fang Mu? At that moment, Fang Mu was seated with the princess, discussing the details of their upcoming journey. Blissfully unaware that he had become a topic of conversation among the emperor and his 4 high-ranking officials. Your Majesty, this individual exhibits an eccentric style of conduct, deviating from established norms, and his intentions remain shrouded in mystery. We must be wary, for he may be a remnant of the 6 fallen states, and should not be underestimated. Zhao Gao seized the opportunity to disparage Fang Mu. Fang Mu sneezed unexpectedly, exclaiming, Who is speaking ill of me behind my back? The princess, amused by his outburst, inquired, "Ah, Dr. Fang, you are truly amusing. Is there such a saying?" Having grown accustomed to the moment, he inadvertently let slip his thoughts. With a hint of melancholy, Fang Mu replied, "Oh, my parents used to say that if you sneeze, someone is speaking ill of you. If it happens twice, someone is thinking of you." The mention of his parents stirred a deep sorrow within him. As he pondered the pain they must have endured with his unexpected crossing into this new realm, the princess, noticing his sudden change in demeanor, chose not to interrupt his reverie, instead observing him quietly with curiosity. Returning to Emperor Qin Shi, upon hearing Zhao Gao's remarks, the emperor set down his wine cup and turned to Li Si. While Zhao Gao's words contain some truth, they are laced with his personal disdain for Fang Mu. "Li Si, what is your opinion?" Li Si promptly placed his cup down and responded with utmost respect, "Your Majesty, while Zhao Gao's assertions hold merit, they should not be taken at face value. However, Fang Mu is indeed a remarkable individual. Take, for instance, the medicinal strips he has devised. He is undoubtedly a talent worth nurturing." Cunningly diplomatic, Li Si deftly avoided offending Zhao Gao while refraining from fully aligning himself with him. Fortunately, Fang Mu was aware of Li Si's character and understood that in the end, they were collaborating with Zhao Gao in creating turmoil within the court. "Indeed, what you say holds weight, Li Ai Qing. Meng Tian, Wang Bin. What are your thoughts?" The emperor appeared genuinely intrigued by Fang Mu. Seeking the opinions of his four esteemed ministers one by one, Meng Tian, maintaining an air of calm dignity, clasped his hands and stated, "Your Majesty, I perceive that Fang Mu possesses a countenance of integrity, unlike that of a treacherous rogue. Rather, he appears to be a man of honor, and considering he has successfully treated your chronic ailment, if he were indeed an assassin, what purpose would be served by such actions?" Wang Bin concurred, "Your Majesty, I share the same sentiment as General Meng. Fang Mu's peculiar demeanor is merely a facade, and there is nothing inherently sinister about him. He lacks any aura of malevolence." "Ha ha. Very well. Let us keep Fang Mu for now. Once he has healed the princess's leg, he shall be richly rewarded," proclaimed Emperor Qin Shi with a decreed in Fang Mu's view. He found himself more aligned with the martial generals, sharing their heroic spirit, rather than with the eunuchs and civil officials, whose energies felt discordant. The princess, slightly dissatisfied, interjected, "What crime has he committed, Dr. Fang? Do not mistake me for a person devoid of compassion." "Understood, Fang Mu." In the presence of Princess Liang, has finally relaxed, shedding his previous reticence. The princess remarked, "Dr. Fang, may I inquire if you have an affinity for music? Due to my leg condition, I am unable to venture outside. Hence my love for melodies, which I often play myself." Fang Mu replied, "As for music, I possess a modicum of understanding and, indeed, I have a fondness for it." Apart from his studies in traditional Chinese medicine and acupuncture, Fang Mu devoted his time to learning various musical instruments. Although he can no longer hear contemporary music, he does appreciate ancient compositions and enjoys listening to them. "Then allow me to perform a piece for you, Dr. Fang." Princess Liang's voice was melodious and warm. "This that I am truly honored, Your Highness." Fang Mu initially hesitated, but, considering the princess's character, he graciously accepted the invitation. As the palace maid presented the Qin, Princess Liang commenced her performance, and an exquisite melody filled the room that a profound sense of nostalgia resonated within the music, and Fang Mu was suddenly struck by how enchanting ancient melodies could be, inducing a tranquil rapture. "Dr. Fang, I noticed your spirits were low when you spoke of your family, undoubtedly missing your homeland and loved ones. Thus, I dedicate this piece, Nostalgia, to you." Fang Mu expressed his heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you for the beautiful piece. Your Highness, your musical skills are truly remarkable." The princess, intrigued, inquired, "Dr. Fang, could you play something as well?" "Alas, I am not familiar with that particular piece. However, I could sing a song from my homeland instead, if you would permit." Inspired by the ambience, Fang Mu felt compelled to express his own emotions. "Music?" the princess prompted. "Indeed, I refer to it as music from my homeland." "Very well, I shall listen intently." She responded with anticipation that I will require a metal basin and some chopsticks. "The instruments from my hometown are rather unique." "Certainly." Princess Liang's excitement grew that I fear I may not have the chance to bid you farewell, for I might not see you again. Tomorrow, I must depart from this familiar place and from you. I cannot promise whether I shall return, as I shall move forward without looking back." Accepting his circumstances, Fang Mu resolved to live fully and create a life of brilliance, regardless of where he may be. Princess Liang, having never encountered modern music, soon found herself immersed in Fang Mu's soulful performance, resonating with the deep-seated longing within him. Chapter 5. Prince Fusu. What a captivating melody, filled with both joy and sorrow. I have never heard such a piece before. A male voice resonated from outside Princess Liang's chamber. Brother, when did you arrive? Do come in. The princess exclaimed with delight that a man clad in an ornate black robe entered. His youthful features still bearing traces of boyish charm. That I pay my respects to His Highness, the Crown Prince. Fang Mu quickly bowed, realizing that this was none other than Prince Fusu, the elder brother of Princess Liang. Dr. Fang, there is no need for such formalities, Fusu replied, casting a scrutinizing gaze upon Fang Mu, which made him feel somewhat awkward and hesitant to speak. Your Highness, Princess Liang called out, visibly displeased. It seems my little sister has developed affections. Fusu teased playfully. Your Highness, what are you saying? The defense of Princess Liang appears to be fraught with insecurity. What utter nonsense, Fang Mu pondered. Little sister, how is your leg now? I have heard about the esteemed Dr. Fang and have come specifically to see you. Fusu regained his composure. Princess, your Highness is most considerate. It has not yet been a month, and Dr. Fang mentioned that it would take 3 months before I could stand. Indeed, I hope that after 3 months, Dr. Fang will not be accused of treason, for that would be a great pity, Fusu remarked with a half-smile. Princess Liang, here you go again. Your Highness, I dare not. Fang Mu found himself perplexed by Fusu's stance. Historically, Fusu was known as a man of reason and education. Fusu, there is no need for such formality. I am well aware of your affairs, including your connection with Zhao Gao. I am truly grateful for your treatment of our father's ailment. And I believe you can also heal my sister's leg. It seems that Fusu has long had confidence within the court, Fang Mu stated. It is my duty. Zhao Gao is a man of dubious character, adept at concealing his true intentions, yet he knows how to curry favor with our father. I have long wished to expose him. Fusu expressed his dissatisfaction with Zhao Gao. Fusu is indeed a favored individual of Emperor Qin. Accurately discerning Zhao Gao's nature, Fang Mu quickly interjected. Your Highness, your wisdom is unparalleled. If you do not eliminate Zhao Gao, your fate will be sealed by him. Fang Mu privately mused, setting aside the matter of Zhao Gao. What was that tune you just played? Fusu glanced at the basin on the ground and the chopsticks. That was music. It is unique to the homeland of Dr. Fang. Princess Liang immediately interjected on Fang Mu's behalf. Fusu, music? May I inquire as to the location of Dr. Fang's homeland? Fusu contemplated. Dr. Fang is indeed an extraordinary individual. Only someone from such a mysterious place could possess the skill of divine acupuncture to cure our father's affliction. Fusu, the music of Dr. Fang is exceptional, rivaling that of the greatest musician in the land, Gao Jianli. Your Highness overestimates my abilities. Fang Mu refrained from discussing Gao Jianli lightly, as he was still a wanted man in the Qin Dynasty. Might I request another rendition? I wish to learn. Fusu's statement was astonishing to he suggesting that I should propagate modern music in the Qin Dynasty. Fang Mu replied. Of course. Fang Mu and Fusu engaged in delightful conversation. And eventually, Princess Liang summoned the palace maidens to bring forth exquisite wine and delicacies, and the 3 of them drank joyously. The Crown Prince Fusu and Princess Liang shared a close bond since childhood. Even after Princess Liang's leg was paralyzed, Fusu frequently visited her, while none of the other princes or princesses, including Hu Hai, showed any concern. Born into the imperial family, unity of purpose is rare. The camaraderie shared by Fusu and Princess Liang is indeed precious. Though their fates are tragically intertwined, Brother Fang, you rest assured, I shall ensure Zhao Gao meets his end. Fusu had indulged a bit too much in drink, yet remained lucid. Fang Mu contemplated, wondering if Fusu would indeed confront Zhao Gao, leading to Zhao Gao harboring resentment and ultimately seeking vengeance against him. Would that not mean Fang Mu had inadvertently endangered Fusu? Fang Mu, moved by Fusu's regard for him, began to entertain thoughts of rescuing Fusu and aiding him in ascending to the throne. Fang Mu, Your Highness, I stand with you. We must rid ourselves of Zhao Gao. Moreover, I have one more matter to discuss. Fusu suddenly smiled and said, My little sister is truly a rare beauty. Yet she lacks a suitable prince that I believe Brother Fang would be perfect. The Crown Prince, you. Princess Liang felt a wave of embarrassment and indignation, regrettably unnoticed by Fang Mu. This meant to force me to seize love? Gao Jianli should be making his appearance soon. Fang Mu remarked, matters of the heart require mutual affection. I do not endorse the notion of betrothal by mere arrangement. Indeed, I share your sentiment. Father intends to betroth my sister to Li Si's son, Li Yu, which I cannot accept, for my sister harbors no affection for him. Am I right, little sister? Fu Su, as if having found a kindred spirit, embraced Fang Mu. I haven't agreed. Princess Li Yang expressed her discontent. Fu Su countered, what if Brother Fang were to agree? Princess Li Yang retorted, I can't be bothered with you. Ha ha ha. Brother Fang, look, the prince consort must be you. I have great faith in you. Fu Su was quite pleased. Your Highness, you've had too much to drink. Fang Mu thought to himself, realizing that the Fu Su of the Qin Dynasty differed greatly from his expectations. The trio lingered until late, with Fu Su declaring his intention to discuss Princess Li Yang's marriage with Qin Shi Huang. Leaving both Fang Mu and the princess in a rather awkward position, Fang Mu held a favorable impression of Princess Li Yang, though he had yet to behold her beauty. Being a son-in-law to Qin Shi Huang would indeed be an honor. Historically, Princess Li Yang was known for her unwavering loyalty and love, and her beauty was unparalleled. Fang Mu began to indulge in daydreams. Chapter 6. Zhao Gao is demoted on this day. Qin Shi Huang summoned Zhao Gao and Li Si to Pingyang Palace, where Prince Fu Su awaited, eager to witness whether Princess Li Yang could stand. Fang Mu remained unfazed, for just days prior, Princess Li Yang had already managed to rise, under the watchful eyes of Qin Shi Huang and his entourage. Princess Li Yang gradually stood, parting the silk curtains. A face as white as snow, with features as exquisite as a painting, and an air of gracefulness appeared before Fang Mu. Indeed, she was a breathtaking beauty, the kind that could captivate an entire nation. Fang Mu was entranced. At that moment, Princess Li Yang also observed Fang Mu's reaction, a hint of shyness gracing her countenance. Heaven has indeed smiled upon us by sending a remarkable healer like Fang to aid our mighty Qin. Did you see that? The princess is healed, Qin Shi Huang exclaimed, a hint of excitement in his voice. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations, Princess. This is a great fortune for the Qin. Zhao Gao and Li Si hurried to offer their congratulations. Ha ha ha. Fang Mu, I promised you great rewards. What do you desire? Qin Shi Huang began to inquire about Fang Mu's wishes. In truth, Fang Mu had yet to consider his desires. His primary aim was merely to survive. Father, Fang Mu is a lucky star for our Qin. Several times, he nearly fell victim to Zhao Gao's schemes. I believe he should be punished. Fu Su, true to his nature, boldly called for Zhao Gao's reprimand. Zhao Gao, terrified, immediately knelt, his voice trembling. Your Majesty, spare me. I recognize my wrongs. My loyalty is unwavering, always considering your safety. At this moment, Fang Mu saw an opportunity to align with Fu Su, speculating that perhaps Zhao Gao might be condemned, thus altering the course of history. Fang Mu quickly added, Your Majesty, the Crown Prince speaks wisely. Zhao Gao has repeatedly sought to harm me, yet I harbor no ill will towards you, Your Majesty. Qin Shi Huang glanced at Fu Su, then at Fang Mu, while Zhao Gao remained prostrate on the ground. Considering Zhao Gao's loyalty, he decreed a mere demotion in rank, and the matter was thus settled. Qin Shi Huang spoke with a measured tone. Zhao Gao, overjoyed, exclaimed, Thank you, Your Majesty, for your mercy. Fu Su is anxious. Father, enough. Let this matter rest. Qin Shi Huang was unwilling to broach the subject any further. Fang Mu dared not speak again. Even the words of Crown Prince Fu Su held no sway, indicating that Zhao Gao's skill in currying favor was indeed formidable. Fang Mu received no rewards, and at this moment, he certainly did not dare to ask for any. Fu Su remarked, Brother Fang, I have done my utmost. Father has been deceived by Zhao Gao. Fang Mu resolved to assist Fu Su, determined to save him from the clutches of Zhao Gao, lest he be ultimately harmed. By the way, Your Highness, it is imperative to remain vigilant regarding the inhabitants of Xianyang City. For Gao Jianli will make an appearance, particularly focusing on Zhao Gao. We must prevent Zhao Gao from capturing Gao Jianli. Fang Mu suddenly recalled that, according to the course of history, Zhao Gao was soon to apprehend Gao Jianli and present him to Qin Shi Huang, thereby solidifying his own position before the emperor. Fu Su inquired, Brother Fang, from whence comes this information? Unable to articulate clearly, Fang Mu implored the crown prince to trust his sincerity. Very well. Since Brother Fang finds it inconvenient to elaborate, I shall refrain from inquiring further. I will send someone to keep watch. Princess Liang interjected, Your Highness, I am not well versed in these matters of state. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to say. Dear sister, focus on your recovery. Once you are well, you can resume a normal life and seek a suitable husband, perhaps someone like Brother Fang. Fusu began to play matchmaker between Fang Mu and Princess Liang. Fang Mu, Princess. The three engaged in conversation for a while longer before departing from Pingyang Palace. Fang Mu perceived that the Qin Dynasty was becoming increasingly treacherous, with deeper waters and more entanglements. The reason behind Qin Shi Huang's reluctance to punish Zhao Gao remained shrouded in mystery. Demoting him a rank was hardly a punishment, but rather a mere fade. Zhao Gao was undoubtedly harboring resentment towards both himself and Crown Prince Fusu. And in due time, he would seek to eliminate them both. Fang Mu wished to cast aside such troubling thoughts, and instead found himself reflecting on Princess Liang. Having seen her true beauty today, he was unexpectedly moved. After such prolonged interactions, he had already developed a favorable impression of her, and her appearance today had left him utterly astonished. The beauty of ancient times was strikingly different from that of the modern era. Contemplating the current historical trajectory, he began to devise his next steps, still aiming toward the ambition of becoming a prince consort. Chapter 7. Capturing Gao Jinli. Fang Mu, I am now nearly recovered. Come with me to meet father tomorrow, Princess Liang exclaimed excitedly. Over the past few days, she had been walking daily, relishing the sensation of independence, insisting that Fang Mu accompany her. Fang Mu sighed with relief. He had finally preserved his own life. Most importantly, his relationship with the princess was growing ever more intimate, a mutual affection blossoming. Fang Mu, would you dare to propose to father to become my prince consort? Princess Liang suddenly blurted out, her cheeks flushed. What would Qin Shi Huang think of me? I merely treated a leg, and now I have his daughter in tow, but I must admit, I like it. Fang Mu replied with candor, what is there to fear? Besides, there is also Liu. As a monarch, father cannot be trifled with. What will you do? The mention of Liu cast a shadow over Princess Liang's countenance. Sister, brother Fang, there you are, hiding away to indulge in sweet nothings. At last, I have found you. Fusu appeared out of nowhere, and immediately began to tease Fang Mu and Princess Liang. Fang Mu and Princess Liang, weary of his jests, had grown accustomed to Fusu's playful banter, yet they were indeed engrossed in their romantic exchange. Fang Mu remarked, Brother Fusu, you seem to have encountered joyous news, your face aglow with delight. Fusu replied, Indeed, Brother Fang, you possess an uncanny foresight. Has Gao Jinli made an appearance? Fang Mu's first thought was of this matter. Not only has he appeared, but he was nearly seized by Zhao Gao. I snatched Gao Jinli from the clutches of Zhao Gao, Fusu proclaimed proudly. Excellent. Now, where is Gao Jinli? We must present him to the emperor at once. Fang Mu breathed a sigh of relief. Having thwarted yet another of Zhao Gao's schemes, Fusu frowned. No, Master Gao Jinli is the foremost musician in the realm. I must treat him with the utmost respect and present him to my father. Does he even stand a chance of survival? Goodness, are you intending to oppose your father, Ying Zheng? Fang Mu advised. Your Highness, I understand your love for talent, but Gao Jinli is a traitor, and many eyes are watching, including those of Zhao Gao. What of it? Fusu's resolve was unwavering. Alas, I should have thought twice before sending you to capture Gao Jinli, Fang Mu lamented. Your Highness, I concur with Fang Mu. You may admire talent, but releasing Gao Jinli could lead to accusations of harboring a traitor. Princess Liang suggested. It seems the princess understands me, sharing my sentiments. Fang Mu felt a surge of gratitude. My mind is made up. I would appreciate it if you ceased your counsel. This matter is mine to bear alone. Fusu was resolute. Fang Mu and Princess Liang exchanged glances, both exuding a sense of resignation. If Fusu were to inherit the throne smoothly, perhaps the Qin Dynasty would not meet such an untimely demise. Fang Mu pondered on the following day. During the morning court assembly, Fang Mu was not alone but accompanied by Princess Liang and Prince Fusu. Long live the Emperor, Your Majesty, we thank you. Jiang heir, your leg is healed. How splendid. The sight of Princess Liang, Ying Zheng, attending the morning assembly filled Qin Shi Huang with overwhelming excitement. Father, all credit goes to Physician Fang. Princess Liang attributed all accolades to Fang Mu. Qin Shi Huang exclaimed, Excellent. Minister Fang, you are indeed a miraculous healer for the Qin. I shall bestow upon you a grand reward. Name your desires. Fang Mu glanced at Princess Liang, steeling himself. Your Majesty, I dare to request that you bestow Princess Liang's hand in marriage to me. The entire palace fell into an extraordinary silence. The ministers were taken aback, wondering if they had misheard this ambitious young man aspiring to become a prince consort. Princess Liang turned sharply to Fang Mu, utterly astonished that he would propose such a request to Qin Shi Huang at this moment. Though it was precisely what she longed for. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she gazed at Fang Mu with unwavering determination. Indeed, I have not erred in my judgment. This is the man I cherish. Princess Liang thought to herself. Qin Shi Huang's expression darkened. He fixed Fang Mu with a piercing gaze. At that moment, Fang Mu felt an acute sense of unease, yet he did not falter. Meeting the emperor's gaze with unwavering resolve, Emperor Qin Shi Huang gazed into the steadfast eyes of the man before him, then turned to the affectionate gaze of Princess Liang, furrowing his brow in contemplation. "Are you aware that I have already betrothed the princess to Liu?" He declared to Fang Mu. "I am aware, Your Majesty, but I believe that the matter of the princess's marriage should foremost reflect her own desires." Fang Mu retorted with conviction. "Father, may I not have the autonomy to decide for myself?" Princess Liang interjected, standing shoulder to shoulder with Fang Mu. "Do you presume my words to be mere trifles?" Emperor Qin's anger surged. He could not relinquish his dignity. Lic's countenance darkened, for Fang Mu had audaciously sought to usurp his son's position as the prince consort in front of the entire realm. Zhao Gao, seemingly at a loss, remained silent, observing the contest between Fang Mu and Li Si without uttering a word. The other ministers wore varied expressions, each watching the unfolding drama, none daring to take a side. It was evident that Fang Mu and the princess were allies, their affections for one another palpable, while Emperor Qin, a sovereign of great stature, was unwilling to compromise his pride. Both Li Si and Li Yu were intent on preserving their honor. Just as the deadlock persisted, Crown Prince Fusa stepped forward, perhaps the only one bold enough to do so at this juncture. "Father, I propose a plan." "Speak." Emperor Qin Shi Huang, troubled by the absence of supporters, was intrigued. Both Physician Fang and Lord Li Yu are distinguished individuals of the Qin, and it is only fitting that they engage in a contest, with the victor being chosen as the prince consort. Fuso articulated his strategy. Emperor Qin remained silent, and so did Li Si, yet both Fang Mu and Princess Liang opposed the notion in unison. "No. Why not?" Fuso was perplexed. "What do you two truly mean?" "I am trying to assist you. The princess is the one I cherish. My desire to marry her is not driven by ambitions of becoming the prince consort, nor will I treat her as a wager." Fang Mu expressed his disdain for antiquated notions. "Indeed, I shall marry no one but Fang Mu. These contests are devoid of significance." Princess Liang showed no regard for the dignity of Li Si and his son. "This is hopeless. I can no longer aid you." Fusa sighed in exasperation and stepped aside. "Your Majesty, I consent to the contest." Li Yu proclaimed, "The prince consort of the Qin cannot be an individual of mediocrity." "Fang Mu, do you not dare to compete with me?" Li Yu, possessing keen intellect, realized that if he did not assert himself now, he would leave Emperor Qin, the princess, and even himself and his father without a means of retreat. Fang Mu furrowed his brow, about to speak. "Very well, it shall be thus. Fang Mu and Li Yu shall compete, with the content of the contest determined by Fusu, encompassing all aspects." Emperor Qin decisively settled the matter. "Denying Fang Mu and the princess any opportunity to voice their objections. We shall obey your command." Fang Mu, Li Yu, and Fusu acquiesced, understanding that any further remarks would surely provoke Emperor Qin's wrath. Chapter 8. The visit of Ming Tian. Princess Liang cast a worried glance at Fang Mu. "Rest assured, I shall honorably assume the role of your prince consort." Fang Mu reassured her with a comforting gaze. "After all, I possess over 2,000 years' worth of cultural knowledge compared to Li Yu. If I cannot surpass him, then what was the purpose of my journey through time?" Emperor Qin Shi Huang spoke. "Fusu, please articulate the parameters of the contest, so that all my esteemed ministers may ascertain its fairness." "Certainly. The contest shall be divided into 3 categories: literary, martial, and artistic. For the literary portion, I shall present the questions on the day of the contest, and both shall respond. In the realm of martial prowess, a contest is to be held, wherein Fang Mu and Li Yu shall each command 100 elite soldiers, and they shall engage in a duel. The nature of their contest is rather straightforward, a competition of musical talents. The victor, determined by the best of 3 rounds, shall be appointed as the imperial son-in-law. I wonder if any among you harbor objections to the proposed nature of this contest?" Fusu inquired, addressing the assembly. The ministers engaged in hushed discussions, while Qin Shi Huang cast a satisfied glance towards Fu Su. "No objections from us." Li Yu was the first to express his agreement. Qin Shi Huang then asked, "And what of the rest?" The ministers, in unison, declared there were no dissenting voices, with Li Yu himself in accord. What objections could they possibly raise? Thus, the matter was settled. The contest would take place in a month's time to determine the imperial son-in-law of the Qin Dynasty, as decreed by Qin Shi Huang. Fang Mu felt a sense of helplessness, while Fusu was aware of his proficiency in contemporary music, ensuring his victory in the musical contest. He was utterly unversed in the art of warfare, whereas Li Yu was a seasoned veteran. "Whose side are you truly on?" "I have no experience in leading troops." Fang Mu questioned upon exiting the palace. Fusu retorted, "Nonsense. I am undoubtedly on your side, as well as my little sisters. However, The one she favors must certainly possess military acumen. How else could he safeguard her? Fang Mu countered. What if I lose? What will happen to Zhang Heir? After a moment's contemplation, Fu Su replied, that would merely indicate you lack the qualifications to be Zhang Heir's husband. Fear not, you shall not falter. In terms of culture and artistry, victory is assured. Best 2 out of 3. Ah, so you never intended for me to triumph in martial affairs. Fang Mu finally grasped Fu Su's intent. She could not allow Li Yu to suffer an embarrassing defeat. Seeing that Fang Mu understood, Fu Su jested. The martial contest will indeed be a true battle. Be wary lest you meet your demise. Fang Mu's expression turned grim. Upon returning to his quarters, Fang Mu had scarcely settled when his steward, Jiang Meng, hurried towards him. Master Fang, General Meng Tian seeks an audience. General Meng, please, allow him entry. No, I shall go greet him personally. Fang Mu quickly rose to his feet, as he spotted Meng Tian from a distance. He strode forth with great eagerness. General Meng, forgive my inadequate welcome. It is an honor to see you. Meng Tian smiled, finding great comfort in Fang Mu's demeanor. Dr. Fang, you were too kind. The two engaged in light-hearted conversation as they made their way into the inner chamber. Whereupon Jiang Meng served tea. Only then did Fang Mu inquire, General Meng, may I ask the purpose of your visit? Meng Tian replied, I come regarding the contest, under the Emperor's orders, to deliver 100 elite soldiers to you. My gratitude to His Majesty, and to you. General Meng, Fang Mu expressed, taken aback by the unexpected arrival of Meng Tian bearing soldiers. Dr. Fang, are you skilled in military command? Meng Tian questioned. I have never led troops before. Fang Mu admitted. Meng Tian furrowed his brow and remarked, then allow me to offer a humble suggestion. Li Yu's soldiers are fierce and valiant. It would be unwise to confront them directly. Victory can only be achieved through enduring attrition. This essentially meant Fang Mu would be engaging in guerrilla warfare. Fang Mu quickly expressed his appreciation. Thank you, General Meng, for your insightful counsel. I shall keep it firmly in mind. Meng Tian waved his hand dismissively, then stood to take his leave. I must take my leave now. The 100 elite soldiers will soon arrive under Commander Wang Zhao to receive your orders. Fang Mu rose to see Meng Tian off. Meng Tian hesitated for a moment, his words lingering on the tip of his tongue before he finally nodded and prepared to take his leave. Fang Mu, possessing a keen ability to read the room, sensed that Meng Tian had something unsaid weighing on his mind. Fang Mu addressed him, General Meng, I feel a deep affinity with you and have always been forthright in my dealings. I hope you can extend the same courtesy and not regard me as an outsider. Taken aback momentarily, Meng Tian sighed and replied, very well. I shall speak plainly that I wish for Fang Shini to treat my stubborn ailment. Ah, so he seeks my medical expertise, yet he hesitated so. Fang Mu chuckled. I was curious what it might be. Please, do not be shy about your ailment. If it is within my power to heal, I shall gladly oblige. Pray tell, General Meng, what affliction troubles you? My wrist pains me. Years ago, during my martial arts training, I inadvertently injured the time. I did not pay it much mind, but now it often aches. Particularly in damp weather, Meng Tian slowly divulged his persistent malady. This ailment certainly falls under the realm of traditional Chinese medicine, and I know just the remedy. Fang Mu promptly declared, that can indeed be treated. With my divine acupuncture technique, you shall find relief within half a month. Then I am in your debt. Fang Shini, I shall remember this kindness. Meng Tian exclaimed joyfully, please, spare me the title of Shini. If you do not mind, simply call me Fang Xiang. Then I shall rely on you, Fang Xiang. With this, Fang Mu had officially forged a closer bond with Meng Tian, with the esteemed general of the Qin Dynasty speaking on his behalf. Fang Mu's standing would surely rise. However, he was aware that Meng Tian would soon be dispatched to the northern front to confront the Xiongnu and oversee the construction of the Great Wall. After attending to Meng Tian's treatment, Fang Mu instructed, remember to come to my residence daily for the next half-month for your treatment. Meng Tian clasped his fists in gratitude. Thank you, Fang Xiang. The two continued their pleasant conversation when Jiang Meng entered, reporting to Lord Fang, 100 elite soldiers have arrived outside, led by one who claims to be Wang Zhao. Perfect timing. Go out and welcome them. It is also time to commence their training. Chapter 9. Modern Methods of Military Training. Fang Mu and Meng Tian stepped outside to find 100 armored elite soldiers arrayed in perfect formation. General Meng, Lord Fang, greetings. Their voices rang out, robust and harmonious, a clear indication of their rigorous training. This ignited a surge of excitement within Fang Mu. In his youth, he had aspired to command legions. And perhaps this dream might be realized in the Qin Dynasty. General Meng, Lord Fang, I am Wang Zhao, leading this 100-strong elite force, here to report for duty. A tall and imposing man stepped forward. From now on, you shall follow Lord Fang. He is your commander. Meng Tian had directly assigned this 100 elite soldiers to Fang Mu. This is a military decree. You are now under Lord Fang's command. Do you dare defy a military order? Meng Tian spoke sternly. I would not dare, Wang Zhao retorted, though his expression betrayed discontent. Fang Mu recognized that Wang Zhao and his elite soldiers harbored doubts about him, regarding him as an unworthy leader. Wang Zhao, is that correct? I understand you look down upon me and are reluctant to serve under my command. Let me ask you this. Do you believe you can defeat Li Yu's 100 elite soldiers? Wang Zhao pondered momentarily. No, but it would not be easy for Li Yu's elite to overpower us either. Indeed, your courage is commendable. Allow me to inform you that after a month of training, I am confident we shall have an 80% chance of vanquishing Li Yu and his 100 elite soldiers, Fang Mu declared with unwavering conviction. Wang Zhao glanced at Fang Mu and replied, if my lord can truly achieve this, I, Wang Zhao, am willing to serve you faithfully. The 100 elite soldiers echoed in unison. If my lord can accomplish this, we too shall serve you devotedly. At this moment, Fang Mu assumed a serious demeanor. Very well, it is settled. From now on, you shall heed my commands as I train you. Wang Zhao, he called, lead the soldiers to the back mountain and prepare 200 sandbags. Each person shall carry one. Wang Zhao hesitated, uncertain of Fang Mu's reasoning, yet he understood the gravity of military orders. As you command, Jiang Meng, Fang Mu summoned, prepare a set of armor for me, along with ample amounts of chicken and beef. Understood. In the back mountain, Wang Zhao had assembled the 100 elite soldiers, and Fang Mu donned an impressive suit of armor, exuding the presence of a general. Now, everyone follow my lead and begin to run. No one is to stop until I say so. Thus, Fang Mu led Wang Zhao and the elite soldiers in a continuous run around the back mountain. Even Fang Mu struggled to maintain the pace, ultimately stopping when he could no longer continue, allowing Wang Zhao and the others to press on. Confused and utterly exhausted, they dared not halt, bound by military discipline and the wager with Fang Mu. Meng Tian observed the proceedings thoughtfully, remarking, it seems Brother Fang has devised a strategy. I wonder if a month will suffice. Your soldiers are not lacking. A month will be sufficient, Fang Mu asserted confidently. Once the running concluded, Fang Mu forbade anyone from collapsing onto the ground, insisting they stand and move about to recover before drinking water. The soldiers' faces were ashen. They had run for 2 hours straight. Next, Fang Mu led them in push-ups and frog jumps. After the training session, Fang Mu treated everyone to generous portions of chicken and beef. He noted that despite the lack of seasoning in ancient chicken and beef, their flavor was nonetheless delightful. A thought struck him. Perhaps he could create some seasonings to enhance the taste of the food. Over the course of the following month, Fang Mu relentlessly had Wang Zhao and the elite soldiers engage in running, push-ups, and other training exercises, their pallor gradually shifting from defeat to adaptation. However, Fang Mu harbored concerns. Gao Jinli remained by Fu Su's side, a constant source of anxiety, and there was no movement from Zhao Gao, which intensified his unease. Fortunately, Fu Su had relayed some news to Fang Mu. Li Yu continued his training in the usual manner, which somewhat eased Fang Mu's mind. For the Qin Dynasty's military drills were comprised of established formations and techniques, and a month's practice would yield minimal difference. Meng Tian visited daily. His chronic ailment had been cured by Fang Mu, and their camaraderie grew increasingly comfortable and familiar. Meng Tian had presented Fang Mu with Wang Zhao's elite soldiers, a significant gesture of goodwill. Princess Liang frequently visited, spending time with Fang Mu. One day, while sharing a meal of beef, she could not help but inquire, Fang Mu, why do you always have the soldiers train and then feast on beef and chicken? In order to supplement protein and enhance muscle growth. Protein, muscles, it is all about nourishing the body, augmenting physical strength. She grew increasingly curious about Fang Mu, who consistently presented a plethora of intriguing novelties and often uttered peculiar terms, exuding an air of mystery. Chapter 10. The contest of the son-in-law tomorrow marks the day of the competition. Do you wish to triumph? Fang Mu inquired loudly of Wang Zhao and the 100 elite soldiers. Splendid. Tomorrow, your victory will not only be for my sake, but for yours as well. proving that you are superior to Li Yu's elite troops. Fang Mu's enthusiasm was palpable, observing the soldiers' reactions. He felt a sense of satisfaction and then assumed a serious demeanor. Soldiers, heed my command. Remove the sandbags from your legs. At your command. The 100 elite soldiers swiftly discarded their sandbags. How light they feel. My entire being is infused with vigor, as light as a swallow. After removing the sandbags, the soldiers began to murmur amongst themselves. Fang Mu. Indeed, the training this month has borne fruit, enhancing both your agility and strength. Wang Zhao. I am here. Fang Mu. Can you enlighten me on how to defeat Li Yu's elite troops? Wang Zhao. Victory is to be attained through speed and strength. Fang Mu nodded. Yes. But that is not sufficiently comprehensive. You must strive to win this battle with minimal casualties, exhausting them with speed and stamina, and then swiftly launch a counterattack, overpowering them with sheer force. We await your orders. Fang Mu then conveyed his strategies to Wang Zhao, confident that he would manage everything adeptly. Long live our emperor. All ministers, rise. Thank you, your majesty. After completing the customary courtesies of the morning audience, Qin Shi Huang turned to Fang Mu and Li Yu. Gentlemen, today marks the selection contest for the son-in-law. I trust you are both adequately prepared. I am ready. Fang Mu and Li Yu spoke in unison, exchanging a knowing glance, laden with unspoken tension. Qin Shi Huang. Excellent. Let us proceed to the martial arena. The assembly followed Qin Shi Huang to the arena, where Princess Liang and Crown Prince Fusu awaited their arrival. Fang Mu's 100 elite soldiers, led by Wang Zhao, were already present, as were Li Yu's troops. Fusu, commence. Qin Shi Huang settled into his seat, speaking with a calm demeanor. Fusu. Yes, the contest for the son-in-law now officially commences. The first challenge, a literary one. Li Yu stepped forward, positioning himself opposite Fusu, while Fang Mu offered words of encouragement to Princess Liang. Was this not a deliberate affront to Li Yu and his son? Even before the contest had begun, their overt familiarity was evident. Yet Qin Shi Huang chose to feign ignorance. As Fang Mu and Li Yu stood side by side. Fusu smiled. Let us begin with a question for practice, not part of the competition. Please listen. A and B have a total of 260 elite soldiers, with A having 3 times as many as B. How many soldiers does A possess, and how many does B have? This is merely a primary school-level system of linear equations. It is far too simple, Fang Mu declared. A has 195 elite soldiers, while B has 65. Absolutely correct. The ministers calculated based on Fang Mu's answer. And all concurred. Fang Mu, I certainly did not disclose the answer to you in advance. Isn't your speed astonishing? Fu Su exclaimed. Am I fast? You are the one who is swift, Fang Mu replied. But this is not the content of the competition. Fu Su continued. Well then, the practice has concluded. We shall now commence the formal questioning. Please listen carefully. Suppose General Meng Tian's army is engaged in battle with the northern Xiongnu, and urgent reports arrive at the frontier. For soldiers have been dispatched to travel overnight, bearing the news of peace to General Meng. As for their speed, one can cross the bridge in the time of a single incense stick, another in 2 sticks, while the remaining 2 take 5 and 8 sticks respectively. Thus, I pose the question, what solution would allow these 4 men to traverse the bridge at the utmost speed? Everyone pondered, and at that moment, Li Yu voiced his answer. Fang Mu, what is your response? Fu Su inquired. Wait, Your Majesty, Crown Prince, I wish to present a superior answer for my son. Li Yu. Li Si suddenly stepped forward, beseeching both Qin Shi Huang and Fu Su. Chancellor, this seems somewhat against the rules, Fu Su remarked. Ignoring Fu Su, Li Si continued to bow, imploring Qin Shi Huang. I consent, Qin Shi Huang declared after a moment's contemplation. Father. Fu Su began, but was abruptly interrupted by Qin Shi Huang's impatience. Enough? I have granted my consent. Observing this exchange, Fang Mu deduced the situation. Indeed, Li Si was a cunning old fox. He was well aware that Qin Shi Huang, feeling indebted to the Li family, would not refuse. Originally, Qin Shi Huang had pledged to betroth his daughter to Li Yu, a promise of unwavering commitment, thus it could not be mere jest. Now, with Fang Mu's unexpected appearance, Qin Shi Huang had already tacitly broken his word once. However, the cleverness of Li Si and his son provided Qin Shi Huang and the princess with an avenue for retreat, as well as for themselves. What kind of person was Qin Shi Huang that he would fail to comprehend this? Therefore, he could not possibly refuse Li Si's request again. The Fu Su had no choice but to relent. Chancellor, please proceed. Very well. Indeed, the Chancellor's solution requires less time. The ministers unanimously concurred. Da Fu Su, resigned, remarked, the Chancellor is indeed astute. You speak truthfully. Fang Mu, do you have anything to say? If not, you shall forfeit this first contest. Princess Liang furrowed her brow deeper, while Qin Shi maintained a stoic expression, lost in thought. The ministers remained silent, convinced that Fang Mu would surely lose this competition. Wait. There exists another method to cross the bridge more swiftly. The statement caused an uproar among the crowd. Princess Liang relaxed her brow, placing her faith in Fang Mu, while Qin Shi gazed at him with keen interest. Then do share, Fu Su urged. Fang Mu replied, the reason the suspension bridge cannot be crossed is that one of the supporting pillars on this side is broken. The simplest solution is to sever the other pillar. But how will we cross the bridge then? Liu questioned. Fang Mu explained, before cutting the pillar, all four must grasp the bridge's ropes. Once the bridge collapses, suspend it at the cliff's edge on the opposite side. The four can then climb up, requiring only the time of 8 incense sticks. That a profound silence ensued. Qin Shi was the first to break it with laughter. Ha, how amusing. Li Si maintained a calm demeanor. Recognizing that Fang Mu's answer was indeed unexpected. Your method of reasoning is distinct from others. I admire it. I concede this contest. Liu, displaying remarkable composure, accepted his defeat gracefully. This depiction of Liu aligns with historical accounts, portraying him as a person of sincerity and integrity, in stark contrast to the cunning nature of Li Si. Fang Mu is indeed curious to investigate whether Liu is truly Li Si's biological offspring. Fu Su proclaimed, I declare the first contest. Fang Mu emerges victorious. Fang Mu exchanged a knowing smile with Princess Liang. Chapter 11. The distinction between a commander and a talented general. The second contest is about to commence. War? Fang Mu and Liu shall each lead 100 elite soldiers into battle. The two factions are positioned 6 miles apart, each bearing a standard. The faction that captures the opposing standard shall claim victory. This contest, being a martial one, carries the risk of casualties, hence all participants face the possibility of demise. Fu Su has clarified the rules of this perilous contest. Emperor Qin Shi and his esteemed ministers observe from a high platform as Fang Mu confronts Liu below. Clad in armor, Fang Mu leads his 100 elite warriors to a point 3 miles from the opposing standard, effectively placing himself in the center. To Fang Mu's surprise, Liu rallies his entire army to this very spot. Ready to confront Fang Mu's forces. Liu taunted, Fang Mu, with all your elite soldiers deployed, are you not concerned that I might send troops to flank you and seize your standard? Fang Mu retorted dismissively. Liu, would disdain such a tactic. Besides, the vast, towering walls surrounding us, coupled with the formidable distance, render flanking maneuvers impractical. Flattered by Fang Mu's praise, Liu chuckled. I did not expect Fang Yu to possess some knowledge of military strategy. Fang Mu replied, you honor me, Lord Li, but what is the meaning of hiding behind your soldiers? Are you afraid of death? This surely must dishearten your troops. Liu mocked Fang Mu. Laughter erupted among Liu's 100 elite soldiers. While the expressions of Wang Zhao and his contingent grew grave at this moment, Liu, donned in armor, stood ready to lead his 100 elite into the fray, while Fang Mu, conversely, remained behind Wang Zhao and his men. Unperturbed by the mockery, Fang Mu boldly declared, Liu, you shall forever be but a general, a mere talent in warfare, unfit to command the entire army. You know why. Silence enveloped Liu and his soldiers as they awaited Fang Mu's next words. Fang Mu smiled and continued, because you are but a brash warrior, skilled only in the art of charge, yet lacking the acumen to command the battlefield. Have you ever seen a true commander lead his troops in a battle? Liu's countenance darkened, for Fang Mu's words rang true, yet pride prevented him from conceding. Humph, Fang Mu, anyone can talk of strategy. Zhao Kuo was the same, yet he ultimately fell to General Bai Qi of our Qin Dynasty. Liu retorted with a scoff. Indeed, Zhao Kuo was a theorist, but Bai Qi commanded an army of 600,000 against an adversary of 300,000, a victory not easily dismissed. However, Fang Mu kept this thought to himself, for Bai Qi is a legendary figure of the Qin, and to speak ill of him now would be folly, especially with scribes present. Liu, I know you are unconvinced. Soon, you shall be made to submit. Fang Mu laughed heartily. Fang Mu, such arrogance. We shall see how you intend to defeat me. Should you succeed, I, Li Yu, will submit to your will, Li Yu proclaimed with unwavering confidence. Meanwhile, Emperor Qin Shi Huang and his ministers observed the standoff between Fang Mu and Li Yu from their vantage point. What are they doing? Why have they yet to take action? Inquired Emperor Qin Shi Huang. Your Majesty, they must be engaged in dialogue, and soon a messenger will arrive to report, Zhao Gao replied, ever vigilant of the emperor's demeanor. Just then, Li Yu led 100 elite soldiers into the fray. Form ranks, attack, and achieve a swift victory. With a commanding voice, Li Yu directed his troops to swiftly assemble into a triangular formation and advance. Why has the army of Fang Mu retreated entirely? Pondered Qin Shi Huang, perplexed by the unfolding battle. Zhao Gao asserted, it must be due to the valor of Li Yu's forces. The army of Fang Mu is simply outmatched, yet it seems implausible that they would collapse and withdraw without a fight. That rascal Fang Mu surely has some trickery up his sleeve. He is quite the sly one. The emperor remained skeptical of Zhao Gao's words. Unflinching, Zhao Gao remarked, Your Majesty, your wisdom is unmatched. It is but the folly of this humble servant. Meanwhile, Li Si, listening intently, was filled with trepidation, fearing that his son Li Si had fallen into a trap. This was dire news indeed. Ah, what a remarkable figure Fang Mu is. He continues to surprise me. Li Si, have you uncovered any information about him? Inquired Qin Shi Huang with keen interest. I am at fault, Your Majesty. Fang Mu's appearance is indeed peculiar, and there are no traces to be found. Li Si trembled, genuinely unable to gather any intelligence on Fang Mu. The emperor fell silent, refraining from condemning Li Si, lost in thought before continuing. Very well, as long as he serves the Grand Qin. That is sufficient. Perhaps he is truly a divine envoy sent to assist me. It was no surprise that Fang Mu anticipated this inquiry. It was only natural for Qin Shi Huang to investigate him. Fortunately, Fang Mu had shrouded everything in mystery, and given his otherworldly origins, no one could uncover any information about him. What a distinction there is between a general and a commander. My Qin lacks not in generals, but in the caliber of commanders. Qin Shi Huang expressed his delight. Congratulations, Your Majesty. The ministers immediately showered their praises. Chapter 12. Subduing Li Yu. Meanwhile, as Fang Mu faced Li Yu, the latter's elite soldiers pursued Fang Mu's forces. After a mile, Li Yu's troops were panting and pale, while Fang Mu's men appeared unfazed, deliberately slowing their pace. Fang Mu, you coward. Besides fleeing, what else can you do? Do you dare to confront us head-on? Li Yu bellowed in an attempt to provoke Fang Mu. Yet, Fang Mu was not one to be easily riled. He possessed a thick skin and was unperturbed by Li Yu's taunts. Brothers, Li Yu dares to call us cowards. Shall we endure this insult? Charge and strike them. Fang Mu commanded, denying Li Yu's elite soldiers a moment's respite. Wang Zhao led the charge, gallantly advancing towards the weary troops of Li Yu. Immediately, Li Yu rallied his men to resist, preparing for a direct confrontation. All forces retreat. Wang Zhao, obey the command without question. Fang Mu shamelessly issued a retreat order once more to retreat. Wang Zhao shouted, hastily leading his soldiers away. If Li Yu had known modern curses, he would surely have exclaimed in disbelief. The chase resumed as Li Yu's army pursued, while Fang Mu's forces feigned retreat, exhausting Li Yu's troops. Once Li Yu's men paused for a second rest, Fang Mu again commanded Wang Zhao to attack. Just as Li Yu prepared to retaliate, Fang Mu shouted for a retreat once more. Your Majesty, it is rather inappropriate for Fang Mu to continue to toy with General Li Yu's troops. Such an act lacks valor. Li Si could no longer bear to witness this. Li Si, the true battlefield does not concern itself with such trivialities. Victory alone reigns supreme. Wang Ben, you shall follow closely and command Fang Mu to spare Li Yu's life. Qin Shi Huang has provided Li Si with a comforting assurance. Thank you, Your Majesty. Li Si hastily expressed his gratitude. At last, Li Yu came to a halt for the third time, ceasing pursuit altogether. The entire army was utterly exhausted. Now is the moment. All soldiers, heed my command. Counterattack, do not retreat. Strike directly at the enemy camp. Seize their banner, and those who defy military orders shall face execution. At this moment, Fang Mu appeared transformed, embodying a grave demeanor. Wang Zhao immediately rallied the troops for a fierce counteroffensive. Li Yu's army had already lost the will to resist and lacked the strength to do so. Before long, Li Yu's elite soldiers were vanquished by Wang Zhao's forces, once weakened, then exhausted, and finally, in one final surge of energy, Meng Tian marveled, seemingly elucidating the current battlefield situation to Qin Shi Huang. I am no longer surprised. Qin Shi Huang remarked coolly. Liu still yearned to resist, but was hindered by fatigue. Wang Zhao, however, was unconcerned with such matters. The battlefield demands the elimination of foes. Wang Zhao leapt valiantly, his great blade descending from above. This strike was aimed directly at Li Yu, and given Li Yu's present state, such a blow would surely cleave him in two. Halt! Wang Zhao. Fang Mu was alarmed and shouted urgently. Li Yu must not perish, and if he must, it cannot be at Fang Mu's hands. Li Si is not to be trifled with, and maintaining this balance is paramount. You, Li Si exclaimed in shock, rising to his feet. Upon hearing Fang Mu's imperative, Wang Zhao swiftly altered the trajectory of his blade. Clang! The great sword grazed Li Yu's armor and struck the ground beside him, leaving a deep gash in the earth. Li Yu's armor was damaged, and he collapsed to the ground. That was close. Thank goodness for the timely warning. Fang Mu silently exhaled in relief. Fang Mu, the emperor has decreed that Li Yu must not be harmed. At that moment, Wang Bin rushed over, calling out as he ran. Fang Mu and Wang Zhao observed Wang Bin approaching, while Li Yu sat despondently on the ground, managing a self-deprecating smile. Only then did Li Si breathe a sigh of relief. Slumping down onto the ground, there was no doubt that Fang Mu had triumphed, achieving a resounding victory with scarcely any casualties. The remaining elite soldiers directly advanced to seize the banner from Li Yu's camp, while Fang Mu and Wang Zhao remained behind. Fang Mu extended a hand toward Li Yu. Rise, Li Yu. We harbor no deep-seated enmity. You merely seek to preserve your face, and I hope for your understanding. The princess and I share a mutual affection, a genuine love. Li Yu hesitated for a moment before grasping Fang Mu's hand and rising. Lord Fang, there are few whom I, Li Yu, truly admire. And you are one of them. You have saved my life, and from this day forward, my life shall be yours. You are too courteous, Lord Li. I shall not be overly sentimental. Should I find occasion to call upon you in the future, I shall not forget the kindness you have shown today. Fang Mu, aware of Li Yu's historical character and demeanor, understood the value of having Li Yu indebted to him, knowing it would be beneficial in the future. Very well, I shall never forget this. I, Li Yu, vow that should I betray this oath, I shall suffer the direst of fates. Li Yu was remarkably candid at your command. Wang Zhao's demeanor transformed at this moment, displaying a newfound respect towards Fang Mu. Lic. Do you see this? Fang Mu possesses a magnanimous heart, seemingly willing to overlook past grievances with your son, Li Yu. Qin Shi Huang expressed his satisfaction with Fang Mu's actions from a distance. Both Fu Su and the Princess of Liang wore smiles, particularly the princess, as Fang Mu's victory now legitimized his claim to become the royal consort. At this moment, Zhao Gao's expression fluctuated between joy and despair. The higher Fang Mu's status rose, the more precarious Zhao Gao's situation became. Regret washed over Zhao Gao, realizing he should have fostered a good relationship with Fang Mu from the outset, though he would never comprehend that Fang Mu would never befriend him, as Fang Mu was well aware of Zhao Gao's true nature. Chapter 13. A matter of necessity as Fang Mu and Li Yu approached Qin Shi Huang and the Assembly of Ministers. The Princess of Liang, disregarding the presence of numerous officials, rose to greet Fang Mu, her concern for him unmasked. Now I declare, in this martial contest, Fang Mu is the victor, Fu Su announced, according to the rules. Having won 2 rounds, Fang Mu need not compete further. Your Majesty, I have something to say. Li Yu suddenly bowed before Qin Shi Huang. At this declaration, Li Si quickly glanced at Li Yu, signaling him with a clear message. At such a moment, you should not cause further disturbance. Zhao Gao wore a sinister smile, eager for the unfolding drama. Other ministers were perplexed by Li Yu's intentions at this moment. Was he not supposed to remain quietly in the background? Allowing Qin Shi Huang to consider the reputation and feelings of the Li family, Li Yu paid no heed to Li Si, his head bowed as he awaited the emperor's command. Fang Mu was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, even offering some words of comfort to the princess of Liang beside him. Qin Shi Huang furrowed his brow, a terse and dissatisfied command escaping his lips. Speak. Your Majesty, I believe that Dr. Fang and the princess are a match made in heaven, truly a pair of lovebirds. I earnestly request your majesty to allow me to serve as the wedding officiant for Dr. Fang and the princess. Li Si exhaled in relief, for his son had never been fond of political machinations, always at odds with his father's ideals. Zhao Gao, on the other hand, felt disheartened, as the anticipated spectacle had dissipated. Qin Shi Huang's previously rigid expression gradually softened, revealing a hint of a smile. Very well, Minister Li, your concern is noted. In that case, I grant my approval. Thank you, Your Majesty, Li Yu replied. Congratulations to Your Majesty on acquiring this son-in-law. The ministers chorused in unison. Thank you, Father, the Princess of Liang said, her cheeks slightly flushed, unable to suppress her inner joy. I am to become a royal consort, the son-in-law of Qin Shi Huang. Fang Mu quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Your Majesty. Qin Shi Huang turned to Fang Mu. Fang Mu, the third contest of talent has yet to commence. Your Majesty, is it not the best of three? Fang Mu inquired, puzzled. Indeed, Qin Shi Huang countered. Yes, Your Majesty, the third round must proceed. The princess loves music dearly. Thus, it is only fitting that I perform a piece for her. Fang Mu responded hastily, as Qin Shi Huang's good mood encouraged him to hear some music. Seeing this, Fu Su promptly declared, though the outcome of the royal consort contest is already decided, the third round is a performance for the princess, allowing all present to witness the affection between Fang Mu and Li Yu for her. All the ministers concurred. Listening to a musical piece at this moment would indeed be a delightful diversion. Li Yoshin felt disheartened, but steeled himself to approach. Your Majesty, His Royal Highness, I am but a mere warrior, lacking in the talents of music and artistry. In truth, the princess had no desire to hear your melodies. Fang Mu thought to himself. Qin Shi Huang remarked, how can you be such a wet blanket? Li Aiqing, Fang Mu, you wouldn't dare to dampen my spirits as well, would you? Fang Mu replied, Your Majesty, I am unworthy, yet I am willing to offer a piece for the princess. Excellent. I shall eagerly await your performance. Qin Shi Huang cast another glance at Fang Mu, seemingly impressed by his multifaceted talents, including medicine and now music, which continued to astonish those around him. Zhang, I require a lute. Fang Mu requested an instrument from Princess Liang. So this time, no iron basin and chopsticks? Princess Liang nodded, instructing a maid to fetch the lute, playfully teasing Fang Mu that no need for that this time. Fang Mu was momentarily taken aback, then gently tapped the princess's nose. In ancient times, there were many types of lutes. Fang Mu chose a yuan, akin to the modern guitar, which evolved from various ancient string instruments, merely adopting a new name. With all preparations complete, Fang Mu cradled the Qin Dynasty lute, feeling a surge of inspiration. Fortunately, during his modern life, he had not only studied medicine but also various musical compositions. In essence, acquiring knowledge is always beneficial, for one never knows when they might become part of a time-traveling expedition. And survival without electricity would be a challenge. As the strings began to resonate, Fang Mu commenced his performance. I cannot forget the first time I beheld you, your captivating eyes lingering in my mind. Holding your hands and feeling your tenderness is almost overwhelming. Your innocence, I wish to cherish, and seeing you in distress brings me sorrow. Fang Mu passionately sang the modern piece Qing Fei de Yi. His gaze fixed upon Princess Liang, whose face had turned crimson with embarrassment, as she lowered her head to listen intently. The officials were astounded. What kind of song was this? Its content was far too sensitive, lacking any semblance of decorum. For the feudal mindset of the Qin Dynasty, accepting such modern love songs was a daunting task. What is this melody? Why have I never encountered it before? Qin Shi Huang inquired. Puzzled, Father, this is called music, created by Fang Mu. Fu Su quickly explained to the emperor. Music? An original composition? Once Fang Mu concluded his performance, only Fu Su dared to applaud enthusiastically. Princess Liang transitioned from embarrassment to courage. Meeting Fang Mu's gaze directly, Qin Shi Huang remained silent, and the other officials dared not voice their opinions. That moment, one official stood forth. Your Majesty, the content of Dr. Fang's song exceeds the bounds of societal ethics. In this present Qin, we ought to uphold propriety and self-respect as our moral standard. Fang Mu recognized this official as Chun Yu, a staunchly Confucian individual, akin to a quintessential bookworm in modern terms. Your Majesty, I merely sang for the one I admire. There is no breach of societal ethics here. Love between a man and a woman is a natural order. If Lord Chunyu finds it displeasing, he is free to disregard it. Fang Mu retorted, his meaning clear. This was not meant for him. You. Qin Yu pointed at Fang Mu, yet found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. Qin Shi Huang, growing impatient, declared, enough? Qin Yu is correct, yet Fang Mu has committed no wrongdoing. This matter is hereby concluded. The words of Qin Shi Huang were unmistakably clear. Fang Mu could sing solely for Princess Liang. Yet such a performance was ill-suited for the grand representation of the Qin Dynasty. The Emperor's wisdom is unparalleled. We shall abide by your decree. Qin Shi Huang then cast a glance at Princess Liang and Fang Mu, stating, today, Fang Mu shall be appointed as the esteemed son-in-law of the great Qin. You shall serve as the witness. Select an auspicious date to finalize the joyous union between the princess and her betrothed. Liu hastily acknowledged the command. I shall obey. Princess Liang expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Father Emperor. Fang Mu echoed. Thank you, Your Majesty. Qin Shi Huang then declared, the competition shall conclude here for today. Just now, I was deeply moved by the melodies sung by you, dear Fang, yet it has stirred a profound concern within my heart. The courtiers held their breath, listening intently, anticipating the Emperor's revelation. If they could fulfill his desires, their fortunes would surely soar. I have unified the 6 kingdoms and established the great Qin Dynasty. Yet alas, I lack a magnificent composition to honor me and to celebrate the Qin. I had hoped that you, dear Fang, possessed such talent, but your music seems somewhat inadequate. Qin Shi Huang's disappointment was palpable. The courtiers exchanged glances, uncertain of how to proceed. Unease settled in, and Fang Mu's heart brimmed with trepidation that I expected. At this moment, Zhao Gao stepped forth. Chapter 14. Zhao Gao's accusation of Gao Jianli. Zhao Gao proclaimed, Your Majesty, I am aware of an individual who can present a composition worthy of you and of the great Qin. This cunning Zhao Gao had bided his time, and now found the opportune moment to strike. Pray, enlighten us. Qin Shi Huang responded with keen interest. Zhao Gao continued, this individual is none other than the remnant of Yin, the rebel against the great Qin, Gao Jianli. Upon hearing this, Fusu was taken aback, while Princess Liang clutched Fang Mu's hand tightly. Gao Jianli, renowned as the foremost master of the Guqin, was still a fugitive. Where could one find him? Even if located, would he consent to perform for me? Qin Shi Huang's displeasure mounted. Zhao Gao, are you deliberately provoking me? Your Majesty, I possess a matter of uncertainty that I wish to disclose. Zhao Gao feigned hesitation. Qin Shi Huang's piercing gaze bore into him, prompting Zhao Gao to kneel in submission. Your Majesty, I am aware of Gao Jianli's whereabouts. Where is he? Qin Shi Huang inquired brusquely. Zhao Gao replied, in the East Palace, within the residence of the Crown Prince. Indeed, this treacherous man spoke cunningly, omitting any mention of the Crown Prince harboring Gao Jianli and treating him with utmost respect. He merely implied knowledge of Gao Jianli's location, compelling Qin Shi Huang to investigate why Gao Jianli would be found in the Crown Prince's abode before the assembled courtiers. Is this true? Qin Shi Huang fixed a stern gaze upon Fusu, simultaneously questioning Zhao Gao and seeking confirmation from the Crown Prince. Zhao Gao's words were artfully crafted, elevating his loyalty while casting aspersions upon his noble counterpart. Leaving Qin Shi Huang to discern the truth, Fang Mu held a deep disdain for this. Fusu, where is Gao Jianli? Wang Bin, fetch Gao Jianli at once. Qin Shi Huang's fury was unmistakable. Fusu's expression and demeanor spoke volumes. Wang Bin replied affirmatively. As you command. Without providing the courtiers with an explanation, how could Qin Shi Huang assert his authority? Anyone could seize a traitor without reporting it, revealing their true intentions. Soon, Wang Bin returned with several armored guards, escorting Gao Jianli, who appeared resplendent and utterly unruffled, clearly enjoying a life of luxury within the Crown Prince's residence. Even more despicable was the fact that after Gao Jianli was captured, he not only showed a complete lack of respect for Qin Shi Huang, but also mocked him, exhibiting a blatant indifference. Gao Jianli exclaimed, Zhao Zheng, oh no, Ying Zheng, we meet again, and this time, I cannot escape. He lamented, Fusu, I had long warned you that Gao Jianli cannot remain by your side. You should have dealt with him ruthlessly instead of allowing him to linger in comfort. How can you justify this? Is it not apparent that you are harboring a rebel? Fang Mu was seething with anger. Fusu, what are your true intentions? Why have you taken it upon yourself to harbor a traitor? The fury of Qin Shi Huang was palpable as he beheld Gao Jianli's insolence. Inciting his wrath further, at this moment, Fusu could offer no defense. He prepared to take a bold stance, and spoke candidly. Father, your son, your majesty, the crown prince undertakes all of this for you, for the glory of the Qin Dynasty. Fang Mu decisively interrupted Fusu, determined to prevent him from digging his own grave. Fusu turned to Fang Mu, falling silent, aware that Fang Mu was astute and must have devised a strategy. How noble it is to act for my sake, for the Qin Dynasty. Fang Mu continued, if you cannot provide a satisfactory explanation, both you and the crown prince shall be condemned. The authority of Qin Shi Huang was undeniable. Fusu, once more you have dragged yourself into this predicament. Fang Mu began to elucidate. The reason His Highness the Crown Prince retained Gao Jinli within the palace was to learn the art of music from him, so that he might present a composition to your majesty, a tribute to the great Qin. Pray tell, your majesty, how could that rogue Gao Jinli willingly compose for you? Fang Mu's rhetoric was imbued with righteousness, asserting that all of Fusu's actions were in pursuit of fulfilling Qin Shi Huang's desires. He then proceeded to confront Gao Jinli directly, asking, Gao Jinli, if you were truly willing to compose for the emperor, why would the crown prince have to go to such lengths, only to be misunderstood and accused of harboring a traitor? Fang Mu was gambling on Gao Jinli's character. History tells us that he was a man of great loyalty and righteousness, unafraid of death, as evidenced by his bond with Jing Ku. You wish for me to compose for that scoundrel Ying Zheng? Not a chance. Fusu, it seems I have fallen into your trap. To think I would teach, I am weary. My esteemed ministers, you may all withdraw, but I wish for Fang Mu and Zhang Er to remain and accompany me for a stroll. The first emperor of Qin revealed a sense of exhaustion. The ministers bowed and took their leave. Chapter 15. A discourse on immortality with the first emperor of Qin. After the ministers had exited, only the first emperor of Qin, Fang Mu, Princess Liang, and a small contingent of Xuanjia guards remained, though they stood at a respectful distance. Let us proceed. Recent matters have been rather overwhelming. Accompany me for a walk to ease my mind. As the first emperor spoke, he began to stride forward. You must take care of your health. Should you falter, Zhao Gao will surely rise alongside Li Si, and the demise of Great Qin would not be far off. Fang Mu cautioned, Your Majesty is indeed concerned for the nation and its people. However, do not overexert yourself. Preserving your esteemed health is of utmost importance. Fang Mu, I still recall our previous discourse on extending life. I merely wish to know if true immortality exists in this world, or if there is such a thing as an elixir of life. The first emperor unexpectedly inquired about immortality. Are you not being a tad hasty? According to history, it is only when your health declines that Su Fu appears, and that moment has yet to arrive. Fang Mu felt a deep sense of frustration but dared not show it. Your Majesty, I cannot say whether immortality exists. Perhaps there are alchemists who possess such knowledge. Oh, if indeed there are alchemists who understand these matters, how might one seek them out? The first emperor displayed a genuine enthusiasm for the topic. Your Majesty could issue a decree to recruit alchemists from across the realm, particularly those who study the essence of life and possess knowledge of alchemical practices. Fang Mu offered his suggestion. After all, Su Fu will inevitably make his appearance, yet I must not disclose this in advance. I cannot allow the first emperor to know of my foresight regarding future events and the course of history, lest I bring ruin upon myself. Fang Mu pondered. The first emperor took a few steps and then halted. That is indeed a commendable idea. I shall instruct Li Si to attend to this matter on the morrow. Fang Mu, your Majesty is truly wise. At that moment, the first emperor resumed his stride, chuckling. Fang Mu, do you truly believe it is my wisdom, or is it merely your eloquence at play? Fang Mu nearly lost his composure at this query and quickly offered his apologies. Of course, it is your Majesty's wisdom. How could I ever presume to compare myself to you? Enough, I shall not hold this against you. You handled the matter of Gao Jinli quite admirably. Your performance was quite convincing. The first emperor spoke candidly. I acknowledge my transgression. I knew I could not deceive your Majesty. Fang Mu felt a cold sweat trickle down his brow. Realizing that his minor subterfuge had been seen through entirely by the first emperor, the first emperor shook his head. I am quite displeased with Fusu's conduct. However, he is my eldest son and the future second emperor of Qin. How can I impose severe punishment? Yet, with so many ministers observing, if I remain indifferent, who would then respect my authority? The emperor is indeed far-sighted and astute. I am in profound admiration. Fang Mu could only flatter. Having learned little from the Qin Dynasty but the art of flattery, and flattering the father of Ying Zheng was certainly not a loss. Fusu must perform a commendable piece on the designated day. Otherwise, you too shall face repercussions, for an explanation must be provided to the ministers. While one may delay for a moment, one cannot postpone indefinitely, the first emperor reminded Fang Mu. This matter has long been on my mind. I had thought you, the first emperor, had seen through all my intentions. Fang Mu quickly replied, I understand. Is that so? Do you have anything else to say to me? Emperor Qin Shi Huang stood motionless, gazing into the distance. Your Majesty, I have a query that perplexes me. Fang Mu wished to inquire about the doubts harbored within his heart. Qin Shi Huang responded, What is it? Zhao Gao deliberately brought up the matter of Gao Jinli, questioning why the emperor did not hold him accountable, yet permitted him to instruct the crown prince, Hu Hai. Fang Mu sought to discern whether Qin Shi Huang could perceive Zhao Gao's ambitions. If Zhao Gao were to remain silent on this matter, how long do you intend to keep it from me? Zhao Gao is the one who provided information about the traitor's whereabouts. Why should he be blamed for it? If so, who among the other ministers would dare act in a similar fashion in the future? Qin Shi Huang's series of retorts left Fang Mu at a loss for words. The emperor continued, Moreover, Zhao Gao is fiercely loyal to me, harboring no ulterior motives. He is also well-versed in calligraphy and the ways of conduct, making him most suited to mentor Hu Hai. This will ensure that the ministers remain ever more loyal to me. One cannot find a perfect person. Even you, Ying Zheng, despite your unparalleled acumen, ultimately failed to see through Zhao Gao and Li Si. As long as you live, you may be able to keep them in check. But once you are gone, no one will be able to restrain them. The great Qin shall surely perish. Fang Mu fell silent, for he knew that no matter what he said, Qin Shi Huang would not believe him. Should he suggest that Zhao Gao be removed, it would only lead to chaos in the realm after the emperor's death. Very well. You may go and accompany Zheng. Look at her anxious demeanor. A lady should not linger too long. With that, Qin Shi Huang departed alone, at that moment resembling not a timeless emperor, but merely a father. Princess Liang's cheeks flushed as Qin Shi Huang accurately discerned her thoughts. At this moment, she yearned to spend time alone with Fang Mu, to revel in the beauty of the scenery and companionship. Zheng. Fang Mu tenderly took Princess Liang's hand, and the two strolled amidst the palace's picturesque surroundings, sharing their dreams. Ying Zheng remarked, Do you think the outside world is vastly different? I truly wish to venture beyond these walls. Life in the palace feels too confining. Indeed, in the future, we shall step outside, leaving this palace behind, seeking a tranquil place free from disturbances, to live together. Yes, Liang nestled against Fang Mu's shoulder, filled with longing for the life he described. Chapter 16. Meng Tian is dispatched to the north to resist the Xiang. Long live our emperor. Long live. Long live. All loyal ministers, rise. Thank you, your majesty. Fang Mu truly did not comprehend why ancient emperors always indulged in such flattery before morning court sessions. Qin Shi Huang addressed the gathered ministers. My esteemed ministers, today, I have 3 significant matters to discuss with you all. The ministers remained silent, attentively listening to Liu. Have the auspicious dates been determined? Qin Shi Huang inquired of Liu. Your majesty, the date has been selected. It shall be 1 month hence. The princess and physician Fang may then hold their wedding. Liu promptly replied. Qin Shi Huang turned to Fusu, saying, Very well. Fusu, should you fail to perform an appropriate piece on that day, I shall hold you accountable. Fusu's spirits were still dampened by the events of the previous day concerning Gao Jinli, and he replied softly, I shall comply with your command. Noticing Fusu's demeanor, Qin Shi Huang furrowed his brow and then turned his gaze to Li Si. Li Si, today you shall draft a recruitment decree to widely solicit alchemists from across the realm, especially those knowledgeable in the arts of life and elixir refinement. Li Si, showing no curiosity, did not even lift his head as he responded. I shall obey your command, your majesty. I find myself perplexed by the meaning of this. Those wandering sorcerers of the realm are merely common folk, and the art of alchemy is not but a farcical notion. Chen Yue stepped forth and declared, This Chen Yue is indeed a mere bookworm. It is no wonder he ultimately fell victim to your book-burning and scholar-burying scheme. How could the likes of Li Si and Zhao Gao fail to comprehend such truths? Why do they remain silent and merely comply? Truly foolish. Fang Mu felt a bead of sweat form for Chen Yue. Indeed, the expression on Qin Shi Huang's face shifted noticeably. Was Chen Yue not indirectly suggesting that immortality was unattainable? Preposterous. Chen Yue, in this vast world, there exists an abundance of wonders. To claim that all practitioners are but commoners is, I fear, a reflection of your own ignorance. Qin Shi Huang's anger flared. Chen Yue, wishing to retort, was discreetly tugged at the hem of his garment by a companion behind him, prompting him to fall silent. Still maintaining his scholarly demeanor. One might have thought such obstinate rigidity existed solely in modern times, yet it appears that even in the feudal monarchies of antiquity, such individuals thrived. It is indeed miraculous that he has survived to this day. Fang Mu felt a mixture of admiration and sympathy for Qin Ying. It was already a display of great mercy that Qin Shi Huang had not directly executed him. His patience had been commendable thus far. Your Majesty, please temper your wrath. We shall certainly fulfill this task, seeking out a true sorcerer of genuine skill, allowing Lord Chen Yue to broaden his horizons. Li Si quickly interjected. Indeed, Your Majesty, beyond the heavens, there are heavens. Beyond men, there are men that we shall undoubtedly uncover such exceptional talents. Zhao Gao added his voice to the fray, observing Qin Yue's silence and the attempts of Li Si and Zhao Gao to smooth over the situation. Qin Shi Huang's ire began to dissipate somewhat. Let the second matter proceed as such. Li Si, you shall attend to it diligently, with Zhao Gao's assistance. I shall not fail in my mission. Zhao Gao and Li Si promptly affirmed. As for the third matter, it vexes me greatly. The northern Xiongnu persistently harass and invade our great Qin territory. We require a valiant general skilled in warfare to drive them away. Upon concluding his statement, Qin Shi Huang surveyed the assembly of ministers. This was a call to arms for Meng Tian to confront the Xiongnu and subsequently build the Great Wall. Fang Mu contemplated the unfolding of history. I am willing to march forth and expel those Xiongnu, thereby upholding the honor of our great Qin. Meng Tian boldly declared that I too shall take part. It is high time we taught those Xiongnu a lesson. Wang Bin asserted, unwilling to be overshadowed, I am willing to go. Liu joined the ranks. Both of you are fierce generals. Is there anyone else who wishes to volunteer? Qin Shi Huang regarded these two commanders with satisfaction. A lengthy silence ensued until Zhao Gao spoke up. Your Majesty, I have a candidate to recommend. Qin Shi Huang inquired. Who is it? Zhao Gao replied. Lord Fang Mu. Inwardly cursing Zhao Gao, Fang Mu thought. You wretched eunuch, you scheming fool, huh? Qin Shi Huang erupted in laughter. Zhao Gao, it appears we are of one mind. Fang Mu, do you wish to proceed? To bring glory to the Qin and repel foreign foes is a duty I would not shy away from. Yet I cannot go. I am merely a court physician. Fang Mu emphasized the title of court physician. He continued, moreover, I am soon to be wed to the princess. I must spend time with her and cannot neglect her. Most importantly, I am wholly unversed in the art of warfare. Yesterday, a mere 100 elite soldiers managed to outmaneuver Lord Liu. How could I possibly command an army of hundreds of thousands? Such a notion is utterly untenable. Fang Mu articulated his reasoning with clarity, every point made in consideration of the great Qin. Indeed, what you say is quite right, remarked Qin Shi Huang after a moment's contemplation. Zhao Gao cast a sidelong glance at Fang Mu, choosing to remain silent. How dare this wretched eunuch attempt to outmaneuver me? Fang Mu shot a disdainful look at Zhao Gao. So, esteemed ministers, who among General Meng Tian, General Wang Bin, and General Liu do you deem most suitable? Qin Shi Huang sought the counsel of his courtiers. Your Majesty, my son Liu lacks the requisite experience. Such a critical task of expelling the Xiongnu may be beyond his capabilities. Li Si interjected, eager to prevent Liu's appointment. Who says I am incapable? Liu retorted, discontent with Li Si's remarks. Enough. Liu, you are to serve as the matchmaker for Fang Mu and the princess. So you shall not be going. Qin Shi Huang interrupted, offering a convenient excuse. Understood. Liu conceded, left with no choice. Thank you, Your Majesty. Li Si hastily expressed his gratitude. Your Majesty, I believe General Wang Bin is the most fitting choice. His family has served as great generals for the Qin Dynasty, rendering numerous contributions, particularly the esteemed General Wang Jian. As the saying goes, a tiger's son does not produce a dog. Zhao Gao began to advocate for Wang Bin. I concur with the sentiments expressed by Master Zhao. Li Si stood in agreement with Zhao Gao. Subsequently, a multitude of ministers echoed their support for Zhao Gao and Li Si, all endorsing Wang Bin. Could it be that Zhao Gao and Li Si were colluding at this moment? Fang Mu was startled by the thought that crossed his mind. Qin Shi Huang, however, did not immediately acquiesce, instead turning to Fang Mu and inquiring. Fang Mu, what is your opinion? At this juncture, with such circumstances, Qin Shi Huang still sought my counsel, and historically, it was Meng Tian who was dispatched. Fang Mu pondered and replied, I believe it would be most appropriate to send General Meng Tian. He is unparalleled in bravery and possesses unwavering loyalty. He will undoubtedly rise to this formidable challenge. Ha ha ha, splendid. Then it shall be Meng Tian who goes, Qin Shi Huang decisively proclaimed after hearing Fang Mu's words. Thank you, Your Majesty. Meng Tian expressed his gratitude. Your wisdom is unparalleled. The ministers chorused in admiration. Zhao Gao and Li Si maintained their impassive demeanor, while Wang Bin's countenance darkened, casting a furtive glance at Fang Mu. Fang Mu remained uncertain about Qin Shi Huang's motives. He was merely familiar with the history of the Qin Dynasty. We shall adjourn, proclaimed Qin Shi Huang as he rose. We take our leave. Your Majesty, Fang Mu, along with Fu Su and Meng Tian, exited the court. Before they had gone far, a Xuanjia guard approached. Master Fang, the Emperor requests your presence. After a moment's reflection, Fang Mu surmised the Emperor's intentions. Lead the way. Chapter 17. The solitude of Ying Zheng. Fang Mu arrived at Qin Shi Huang's study, where the Xuanjia guard greeted him. Lord Fang, please enter. The Emperor awaits within. Fang Mu felt a mix of surprise and honor. The Emperor had arranged this private audience in advance. I pay my respects to Your Majesty. Upon entering, he found Qin Shi Huang engrossed in reading bamboo slips, and quickly bowed. Rise, take a seat. Qin Shi Huang, noticing Fang Mu's arrival, set aside the slips and gestured for him to sit. As Fang Mu settled, preparing to inquire, Qin Shi Huang raised a hand to signal him to pause. Resuming his perusal of the bamboo slips, fortunately, Fang Mu possessed patience and simply awaited the Emperor's words. Finally, Qin Shi Huang lowered the slips once more, fixing his gaze upon Fang Mu. It appears you harbored many questions during today's court session. Indeed, forgive my ignorance, but I do not comprehend why Your Majesty has chosen General Meng Tian, as General Meng is indeed, as you have stated, unwaveringly loyal and invincible. Fang Mu furrowed his brow, still perplexed. Could it be that Wang Bin is neither valiant nor loyal? Yet history does not portray Wang Bin in such a light. I am truly dull. Please enlighten me, Your Majesty. Fang Mu found himself at a loss. Knowing that Emperor Qin Shi Huang would provide him with clarity, for Meng Tian has never aligned himself with factions, preferring to walk his own path, unless it is for those who have shown him kindness. Emperor Qin Shi Huang remarked, in an instant. Fang Mu understood and added, General Wang Bin maintains a close rapport with Chancellor Li Si and enjoys harmonious relations with the many ministers in the court. Your Majesty is indeed wise. Fang Mu sincerely praised Qin Shi Huang, rather than offering mere flattery. In truth, history has proven that Qin Shi Huang did not err in his judgment of Meng Tian, who remained steadfastly loyal until the end. Even when Zhao Gao deceitfully issued an imperial edict leading to Meng Tian's demise, he uttered not a word, despite commanding a formidable army at that time. Your Majesty, might it be that Li Si and Zhao Gao are in collusion? Fang Mu deliberately cautioned Qin Shi Huang, indicating that Zhao Gao and Li Si are untrustworthy. They would not dare. Qin Shi Huang asserted with a commanding presence, his tone imbued with authority and confidence. Indeed, as long as you, Ying Zheng, are alive, they would certainly not dare. Yet after your death, they would certainly have the audacity. Fang Mu pondered internally, feeling quite disheartened. Qin Shi Huang's confidence was indeed formidable, albeit somewhat overbearing. Fang Mu refrained from speaking too freely, aware that it might arouse suspicion in Qin Shi Huang. Do you understand why Li Si does not permit you to lead an assault against the Xiongnu? Would that not present him with tremendous advantages, with his son commanding troops while he remains second only to the Emperor in court? Qin Shi Huang continued to inquire, after a moment of contemplation. Fang Mu suddenly grasped the situation. Li Si was excessively cautious, akin to a cunning old fox. He would not dare. Fang Mu replied decisively. Ha ha ha, Fang Mu, it seems I have not misjudged you. You have indeed come to understand. Qin Shi Huang laughed heartily. Li Si fears to elevate his family to the pinnacle of power all at once, for he dreads my potential suppression. He feels compelled to demonstrate loyalty. Yet he has acted wisely. If Li Si had not refrained from such actions, you, Ying Zheng, would have to take measures against him. Fang Mu felt a chill in his heart. Serving the Emperor is akin to accompanying a tiger. One misstep could lead to ruin. Your Majesty is indeed sagacious. I am curious as to why Your Majesty shares these matters with me. Fang Mu expressed his confusion regarding Qin Shi Huang's intentions. Because I require your assistance in supporting the Crown Prince Fu Su, it is fortuitous that you and Fu Su share a bond, and you harbor no interest in the throne. Qin Shi Huang revealed a significant piece of information. Who says I am uninterested in the throne? I too wish to play the role of emperor, but I cannot rival Liu Bang. Fang Mu quickly responded, the crown prince is my friend, and now more than ever, a brother. I shall undoubtedly lend my full support. Fusu possesses a kind nature. His heart lacks the necessary ruthlessness. I am quite concerned. Qin Shi Huang expressed his worries that it appears you wish for Fusu to become tyrannical like you in later years. Or for me, Fang Mu, to assume the role of the tyrant to stabilize the crown prince's position. Fang Mu proposed. In truth, your majesty could also remove all obstacles for the crown prince. No, I cannot casually move against the prominent ministers of the Qin. It would dishearten them all, resulting in counterproductive outcomes. To be a true emperor, one must command respect through one's own strength. In time, the crown prince will comprehend my good intentions and will undoubtedly change, living up to my expectations. Fang Mu offered words of comfort. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Shi Huang spoke. Fang Mu, my intuition suggests that you possess a wealth of knowledge, much of which remains unknown to both myself and others. Yet, the specifics elude me. Could it be that Qin Shi Huang is aware of my status as a time traveler? This is inconceivable. Fang Mu's heart raced in astonishment, yet he maintained his composure. Your Majesty, your discernment is unparalleled. I harbor no secrets. I know that killing you would yield no answers, yet I sense no malicious intent from you. And your genuine affection for Jiang Heir is evident that I shall not compel you. At last, Qin Shi Huang's words allowed Fang Mu to exhale in relief. I shall not disappoint the princess. It was only at this moment that Fang Mu realized the illustrious Qin Shi Huang had long harbored suspicions about him. Albeit lacking solid evidence. Though I have unified the 6 states, many descendants of the nobility from those realms remain discontented, constantly plotting to overthrow my reign. Few dare to speak the truth in court. All are fearful of me. At this juncture, Qin Shi Huang exhibited none of the majesty typically associated with an emperor. Rather, he was engulfed in profound desolation and solitude, a stark contrast to his lofty status. Fang Mu fell silent. The reality was indeed as grim as he had perceived. Even he, at times, had to tread delicately when discussing the emperor's thoughts, for no one dared to probe or speculate. Your emergence represents a variable for the Qin. I was initially apprehensive about Fusu, fearing that Meng Tian alone would not suffice. Now, with your presence, I feel reassured. Qin Shi Huang expressed his trust in Fang Mu. I am grateful for your confidence, your majesty. Fang Mu himself was uncertain whether he could alter the course of history. Even if he could, how much could he truly change? Thus far, aside from the incident involving Gao Jianli, everything had unfolded in accordance with historical progression. Nevertheless, Fusu, Meng Tian, and the princess herself must ultimately be saved, and plans must commence immediately. You may leave now. It has been ages since I conversed so extensively with anyone. Qin Shi Huang issued a dismissal that I take my leave. Your Majesty, please do take care of your health. Fang Mu departed, his heart a tumultuous sea of conflicting emotions towards the formidable Ying Zheng, at times tyrannical and suspicious. At others, a ruler deeply devoted to his children and the enduring legacy of the Qin Dynasty, pouring his heart and soul into it. Chapter 18. The honeymoon plans with the princess after bidding farewell to Qin Shi Huang. Fang Mu made his way to Pingyang Palace, where he found the crown prince Fusu already awaiting him. Once I wed Jiang Heir, I shall move to reside in Pingyang Palace. After all, I will be the son-in-law. Fang Mu mused. Where is brother Fang? Could it be that he spoke out of turn and incurred father's displeasure, leading to his execution? This cannot stand. I must check on him. Fusu's anxious voice echoed from within Pingyang Palace. Brother, could you not utter words of good fortune? Remain quiet. Fang Mu conducts himself with decorum. Princess Liang interjected, blocking Fusu's path. That I say, Fusu, do you truly wish for your brother-in-law to meet such a fate? Even before entering, Fang Mu overheard the exchange between Fusu and Ying Zheng, filling his heart with warmth. The princess approached, concern etched upon her features, as Fang Mu took Zhang's hand reassuringly. Fear not. My conversation with the emperor went rather well. Hey. Brother Fang, could you exercise a bit more restraint? Must you be so affectionate with my sister in my presence? Consider my feelings, Fusu teased. Fang Mu and Ying Zheng exchanged a knowing smile. With Fang Mu replying, Brother Fusu, are you genuinely worried for my well-being? Or is it that you fear I'll be executed by the emperor, thus leaving your musical composition incomplete? Certainly, it is the melodies that captivate the soul. I have come to seek your counsel and assistance, not to wait idly until I perfect this composition. Alas, my sister, having finally found a suitor of her dreams, has now lost him. Fu Su has grown increasingly unrestrained in his demeanor with Fang Mu. Dear elder brother, could you not be more serious? Ying Zheng remarked with discontent. Point one is influenced by their company. Is it not merely a result of spending too much time with brother Fang? Fu Su hastily shifted the blame onto Fang Mu. Fang Mu, wearing an expression of exasperation, thought that Fu Su is so reckless in deflecting responsibility, casting accusations with ease. Fang Mu sighed, I am weary. Zhang, let us take our leave. He feigned an intention to depart with Ying Zheng, but Fu Su quickly intervened. All right. Brother Fang, my esteemed brother-in-law, lend me a hand, for I truly cannot complete the peace our father desires. Upon witnessing Fu Su's newfound seriousness, Fang Mu replied, I have already conceived the composition. Zhang, please prepare the zither, and I shall teach this piece to brother Fu Su. Ying Zheng gently nodded in agreement. Brother Fang, I take great pride in having you as my brother-in-law. Fu Su exclaimed, patting Fang Mu on the back. Fang Mu shook his head in resignation, never having anticipated that Fu Su possessed such a personality. Of course, Fu Su only displayed this side of himself before Fang Mu and Ying Zheng. In the presence of outsiders, he was undoubtedly the firstborn of Ying Zheng, the crown prince of the Qin Dynasty. Comporting himself with utmost seriousness, Fang Mu rendered a performance of the melody Qin song. With a few personal modifications, some of which he had even forgotten. Fu Su and Ying Zheng listened intently until Fang Mu concluded his performance. Grand, tragic, majestic, and solitary. Fu Su commented succinctly, employing only these few descriptors. Indeed, this piece encapsulates the solemnity of the emperor's unification of the six states, as well as the grandeur and majesty of the Qin Dynasty. Fang Mu elucidated. Does this composition have a name? Qin Song, Qin Song, Qin Song, an ode to the great Qin. Splendid. Father will undoubtedly cherish it. Brother Fang, you are truly a genius. Fu Su praised enthusiastically. Fang Mu personally felt that this style of music did not particularly resonate with him. He preferred modern pop melodies. However, this was all for the sake of appealing to Emperor Qin Shi Huang's tastes and those of the Qin people. Brother Fu Su, I will teach you several times. And once you grasp it, you must practice diligently. Very well, I shall heed Brother Fang's wishes. Fu Su indeed possessed a remarkable musical talent and swiftly mastered the piece Qin song. Ying Zheng had long since grown accustomed to Fu Su's teasing and no longer blushed as she had at the outset. Brother Fu Su, General Meng Tian will soon depart for the borders to confront the Xiongnu. I wish to bid him farewell. Fang Mu recalled matters concerning Meng Tian. Fu Su, I shall accompany you in a few days. As Fu Su departed, Fang Mu remained lost in thought, reflecting on Emperor Qin Shi Huang's directive for him to assist Fu Su. What occupies your mind so deeply? Ying Zheng inquired, gently touching Fang Mu's cheek. Oh, I was contemplating the task entrusted to me by your father. What task? Ying Zheng's curiosity was piqued. To provide him with a multitude of nephews. Fang Mu jested, deliberately teasing Ying Zheng. She paused, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Did my father truly say that? Observing Ying Zheng's innocent visage, Fang Mu could not bear to tease her further and embraced her gently, declaring, The emperor has instructed me to support brother Fu Su until he successfully ascends to the throne, thereby securing the stability of the great Qin Dynasty. Isn't that rather perilous? Ying Zheng sensed a hint of crisis from Fang Mu's solemn expression. Indeed, with your father in place, everything is secure. The fear lies in the possibility of an unforeseen incident befalling him, which could lead to a cascade of events. Fang Mu did not express it so directly. Your father has navigated through numerous life and death crises to reach this point, establishing the Grand Qin Dynasty. Everything is stable under his reign. I believe my royal brother will be just fine, especially with your assistance. Ying Zheng, having had little exposure to court affairs, held a deep-seated confidence in Fu Su and Fang Mu. Well, once we complete these matters, we shall leave the palace and retreat to the places we yearn for. Fang Mu, still reluctant to remain in the palace, felt the undercurrents of danger here. Yes, after the wedding. Let us venture outside for some leisure. This palace is far too stifling. Ying Zheng teased that a honeymoon trip, indeed. Fang Mu, of course, would not refuse. Very well, we shall report to His Majesty then. A plan for a honeymoon in the Qin Dynasty had already taken shape in Fang Mu's mind. Chapter 19. Sending off Meng Tian. Brother Fang, I have arrived. Fu Su hurriedly made his way to Pingyang Palace, where Fang Mu and Princess Liang had been waiting for quite some time. Fang Mu observed Fusu carrying a small jar of wine and inquired, "Brother Fusu, did you come solely for this jar of wine?" "Precisely. I intend to indulge in a grand revelry with General Meng." "Is this small jar sufficient?" Fang Mu questioned, perplexed, as the jar appeared rather diminutive. "Akin to a modern beverage container, you find it lacking. This is a cherished vintage I have preserved for many years, never daring to consume it. It took considerable resolve to part with it." Fusu cradled the small jar with affection. Fang Mu inwardly scoffed, for such exquisite wine was plentiful in the modern era. Come, come. General Meng is set to depart at dawn," Fang Mu urged promptly. "Your Highness the Crown Prince." "Dr. Fang." "No, Your Grace." Meng Tian was taken aback to see Fang Mu and Fusu arrive, and immediately came out to greet them upon the servant's announcement. "General Meng, you are too courteous. Please, call me Brother Fang." Fang Mu preferred the familiarity over Meng Tian's formality. "Tomorrow, you embark on a campaign to the borders to battle the Xiongnu. My brother and I have come specifically to bid you farewell." Fusu raised the jar of wine to clarify their intent. Hearing this, Meng Tian was visibly moved, deeply touched. He was a solitary man, wholly devoted to the Qin, loyal to Ying Zheng, and thus had few friends. Consequently, as he was dispatched to confront the Xiongnu, no one had come to see him off. The only send-off would be a symbolic gesture from the emperor alongside court officials, starkly contrasting the genuine camaraderie shown by Fang Mu and Fusu. "Thank you, Your Highness, Brother Fang, for your presence. I will cherish it." Meng Tian, not particularly eloquent, spoke with a slight tremor in his voice. "General Meng, might you refrain from such sentimentality? Let us indulge in merriment. When you return victorious, we shall celebrate your triumph." Fang Mu could hardly bear the sight of the valiant Qin general in such a state. Fusu interjected, "Indeed, General Meng, you are a hero of the Qin. I hold great admiration for you. So please, do not be so formal. Simply call me Fusu, as Brother Fang does." Though Meng Tian possesses a somewhat solitary disposition, he is by no means obstinate. "Indeed, it is a profound honor for me, Meng Tian, to have brothers like Fusu and Fang among my companions. Come, let us drink until we are inebriated. Bring forth the finest wine and delicacies." With that, the three began to indulge in hearty libations and feasting. The modest amount of alcohol Fusu had consumed served merely as an appetizer, and it was soon depleted, leaving him distressed. "Brother Fusu, the Emperor has previously instructed me that it will not be an easy task for you to stabilize the vast Qin Empire in the days to come. I am here to assist you, and I can scarcely conceive of anyone who could thwart your endeavors. However, I trust the Emperor's discerning eye, and I shall devote myself to your cause," Meng Tian declared. It seems that the first emperor of Qin had long discussed this matter with Meng Tian, yet his unwavering loyalty blinded him to the treachery of Zhao Gao and Li Si. "General Meng, your intentions are commendable, that I have always believed that governance should be rooted in benevolence and righteousness, eschewing tyranny and injustice." Fusu spoke with a heart imbued with compassion, perhaps to a fault. Remarkably, Fusu began to expound on the principles of statecraft, while Fang Mu, lacking interest, quietly reveled in the pleasures of the present moment, all the while contemplating the impending turmoil and how to devise a means for Fusu and Meng Tian to evade their fated demise. "Brother Fang, might you grace us with a melody in this moment to bid farewell to General Meng?" Fusu proposed, emboldened by the effects of the wine. "Very well, let us proceed with the tune." Fang Mu readily acquiesced. Outside the long pavilion, beside the ancient path, fragrant grasses stretch endlessly to the sky, the ends of the earth, where friends are few and far between, that a pot of turbid wine exhausts our remaining joys. Tonight, parting dreams grow cold, 1,000 threads of sentiment, a cup of wine. The sound of the departing flute urges us on. I ask you, when shall you return? Do not linger on your way back. Gatherings in life are rare, yet partings are all too common. Fang Mu passionately played his instrument and sang the poignant farewell song. "How terribly sad. Fang Mu, could you perhaps choose something more cheerful? This melancholy tune is truly distressing." Fusu, not merely inebriated but genuinely moved by the sorrowful melody, felt tears welling in his eyes. Fang Mu, too, was touched by the song, stirring a profound sense of longing for his homeland. "What beautiful music! I am fond of this piece. As we venture to the frontier to confront the Xiongnu, I wonder when we shall return for good. Come, Brother Fang, Brother Fusu, let us drink." Meng Tian seemed to harbor a premonition. Aware that he may never return, the trio raised their cups once more and drank deeply. Brother Fang, I regret to inform you that I shall not be able to attend your wedding with the princess. I have a modest gift I wish to present to you and the princess. Meng Tian paused momentarily before continuing. I shall bestow upon you 900 soldiers, wishing for your enduring happiness with the princess. Fang Mu was taken aback. This was no mere token, but an immense offering that he quickly declined. General Meng, this is too generous. I cannot accept such a grand gift. Brother Fang, these 900 soldiers will realize their utmost potential under your command. Let Wang Zhao lead them. My campaign against the Xiongnu does not hinge on these few soldiers, but your circumstances differ that I firmly believe that these 900 soldiers will prove invaluable in your hands. And I trust you will treat them well. Meng Tian was resolute. Brother Fang, General Meng's heartfelt intention is a gift for you and my sister, Dio, not refuse. Allowing them to safeguard the princess's safety is also a worthy cause. Fu Su interjected, urging Fang Mu not to reject the offer. Brother Fang, I regard you as a kindred spirit, and I implore you to accept this. The 900 soldiers are a secret, known only to us. And even the emperor has tacitly approved. Meng Tian raised his cup once more and drained it in one go. Excellent. Fang Mu, not one to be overly sentimental, also downed his drink in a single gulp. Since Qin Shi has given his implicit consent, it is evident that Meng Tian has long intended to bestow these 900 soldiers upon Fang Mu as a grand gift. Having already reported this to the emperor, this further solidified Fang Mu's belief that Meng Tian is a man of genuine character, worthy of friendship and trust, consistent with historical accounts. The three of them erupted into hearty laughter, truly indulging until they could not return home, and inebriation only deepened their revelry. Chapter 20. 1,000 elite soldiers. Fang Mu awoke with a throbbing headache, slowly opening his eyes and rising from the bed. You're awake? Came the gentle voice of the princess, who sat by the bedside gazing at him. Jiang, Fang Mu exclaimed. Suddenly, he was struck by realization. He was in the Pingyang Palace, in the princess's chamber. And even the bed was hers. This Jiang, how did I end up in your bed? Panic set in as he recalled that General Meng was to depart for battle that very morning, and he needed to see him off. Fang Mu hastily began to get out of bed and put on his shoes. It's already midday. General Meng has long since left and specifically asked me to convey some messages to you. Ying Zheng interrupted him. Fang Mu halted his movements, letting out a sigh. This wine truly complicates matters. Although the wine of the Qin Dynasty was not particularly potent, it could certainly not withstand the volume consumed by the three of them. Ying Zheng added, last night, General Meng was the most sober. He personally brought you here. Then why not to my home? Fang Mu questioned, puzzled. Ying Zheng's cheeks flushed. How can you say that? You've embarrassed me thoroughly. It was you who insisted on coming here, and General Meng had no choice but to comply. Fang Mu laughed awkwardly. So, I didn't do anything inappropriate last night, did I? What were you hoping to do? You merely grinned foolishly upon seeing me. It was I who ended up putting you to bed, and then you fell into a deep slumber. Ying Zheng shot him a glance. Alas, what a pity. Fang Mu exclaimed, slapping his thigh. What do you mean by what a pity? Ying Zheng replied, confused. Nothing at all. By the way, where did you sleep last night? Fang Mu grinned mischievously. Ying Zheng, observing the expression on Fang Mu's face and the nature of his question, quickly understood the implication of his earlier remark. You wishful thinker, I slept in a different room last night. Ying Zheng retorted playfully. Unexpectedly, Fang Mu swept Ying Zheng up into his arms and onto the bed. Of course, I squandered such a splendid opportunity and ended up inebriated. Fang Mu teased her intentionally. Caught off guard, Ying Zheng spoke softly. Could we perhaps wait until our wedding day? Time is fleeting. Fang Mu paused. If he continued, she would undoubtedly not refuse, but he could not bear to shatter Ying Zheng's dreams of their wedding night, where every moment was deemed invaluable. The ideologies of the Qin Dynasty placed great emphasis on a woman's chastity, reserving such intimacies for the wedding night that I was merely jesting. Fang Mu released Ying Zheng, playfully brushing her nose. Leaning against Fang Mu's chest, they exchanged sweet nothings. Your antics nearly made me forget. General Meng has sent 900 soldiers here, and they are currently awaiting in the courtyard. Ying Zheng suddenly sat upright, recalling this pressing matter. Hasten, we must not delay these valiant warriors. Fang Mu quickly donned his attire. Upon arriving at the courtyard, Fang Mu and Ying Zheng were struck with awe by the scene before them. Wang Zhao led 100 elite soldiers who had seamlessly integrated with the subsequent 900. forming a formidable assembly of 1,000 troops, all standing in perfect formation, heads held high. Presenting myself to Lord Fang and Her Highness the Princess, resonated a powerful and harmonious chorus, brimming with fervor. Brave soldiers, from this moment forth, I, Fang Mu, shall be your brother. I have but one request, to pledge your lives to safeguard the princess's safety. Can you commit to this? Yes, yes, yes. The resounding affirmation echoed thrice, laden with unwavering confidence. Excellent. You shall remain in Pingyang Palace, adhering to Wang Zhao's directives, biding your time in obscurity. When the moment arises, you shall emerge to charge forth into battle. You and your kin shall be bestowed with glory. I, Fang Mu, along with the princess, vow this to you. With an impassioned speech, Fang Mu sought to nurture this 1,000-strong battalion, hoping to reserve their strength for the most pivotal moment, catching all adversaries off guard. Ying Zheng watched Fang Mu intently, her heart swelling with gratitude. Aware that this elite force was a gift from Meng Tian to Fang Mu. To serve Lord and the princess unto death. Wang Zhao bellowed, raising his arm high. To serve Lord and the princess unto death. To serve Lord and the princess unto death. To serve Lord and the princess unto death. The 1,000 soldiers echoed in unison, raising their arms in fervor, sensing the moment had reached its zenith. Fang Mu swiftly gestured for silence, lest the commotion attract unwanted attention. Although Qin Shi had tacitly approved, discovery by the discerning could spell trouble. Wang Zhao, you are tasked with training and settling the brethren. Should you require anything, seek me or the princess. Above all, maintain a low profile and avoid trouble, Fang Mu emphasized, delegating the responsibility to Wang Zhao. This subordinate shall obey the command and shall not disappoint the gracious favor of the Lord and the princess. Wang Zhao, now thoroughly impressed by Fang Mu, epitomized the type of soldier whose loyalty is earned through respect. This 1,000-strong battalion was indeed a generous gift from Meng Tian, who, aside from Fu Su, was Fang Mu's only trusted ally since arriving in the Qin Dynasty. Brother Fang, I went to your residence only to find you absent, knowing you would be here. I drank too much last night, and it caused quite the inconvenience. Fu Su arrived at that moment. Brother Fang, you weren't here overnight, were you? Fu Su seemed to have struck upon a thought. Indeed, what of it? Fang Mu replied nonchalantly. Fu Su wore an expression of understanding. Ah, I see. Regardless, it was bound to come to light eventually. Royal brother, what nonsense are you spouting? Ying Zheng, unable to maintain her composure, turned and departed. Ha! Fu Su erupted in laughter. Fang Mu was left speechless. Fu Su displayed an utter lack of decorum in his presence. Chapter 21. A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold in the days that followed. Fang Mu spent his time in the company of the princess, although Fu Su frequently intruded upon their intimate moments without shame. Occasionally, Fang Mu would visit the 1,000 soldiers, observing Wang Zhao as he trained them and offering words of encouragement. Wang Zhao had adopted Fang Mu's training methods as well. This day, the royal palace is bustling with liveliness, particularly in the Pingyang Palace, adorned with festive decorations, exuding an air of jubilation. Emperor Qin Shi occupies the elevated dais, while Princess Liang's mother, Lady Li Jiang, has also graced the occasion with her presence. This marks Fang Mu's first encounter with his mother-in-law. Lady Li Jiang, dignified and elegant, also possesses an approachable demeanor, and she regards Fang Mu with keen curiosity, as her daughter has always held high standards, making it essential to scrutinize the man who has won her approval. As the guests gather, the princess makes her entrance, resplendent in a vibrant red bridal gown, her face concealed beneath a ceremonial veil. Fang Mu had once contemplated dressing Ying Zheng in a modern wedding gown, yet such a notion is impractical in the Qin Dynasty, where no one has yet conceived such a design. And time is of the essence. Liu commences the proceedings. Today marks the grand wedding of Fang Mu and Princess Lianji. Liu's sincerity toward Fang Mu is palpable, his countenance radiating joy. For he has no affection for the princess. Unlike Li Si, whose smile is laced with the need for decorum, Liu's enthusiasm is genuine. Bow to heaven and earth. Bow to the high hall. The couple boast to each other. As Fang Mu and the princess complete their vows, he is filled with an array of emotions. An unexpected journey has led him to wed the woman he cherishes. Although he assumes the role of a son-in-law, he remains hopeful for the future. Let the bride and groom partake in the ceremonial wine. Liu exclaims with delight. Wang Zhao presents the cup of mingled wine. and the expressions of the attending ministers vary upon his arrival. They are aware that Wang Zhao is a subordinate of Meng Tian, who is currently engaged in combat against the Xiongnu at the frontier. Yet he has chosen to accompany Fang Mu instead. However, no one dares to voice their thoughts, for Wang Zhao, in their eyes, does not possess the significance to warrant such attention. Unbeknownst to them, Meng Tian has dispatched 1,000 elite soldiers to support Fang Mu. Once the wedding ritual concludes, everyone awaits Emperor Qin Shi Huang's pronouncement, for a significant event remains on the agenda. Today, I am filled with joy. The princess and the prince consort have united in matrimony. Now, I wish to address a matter close to my heart. Fusu, are you prepared? The emperor would not overlook this occasion that I humbly report to Father Emperor. I am ready and can now present a melody for you. Great Qin. Upon uttering these words, Fusu has a servant bring forward a Qin. Let us begin, the emperor responds calmly. Fusu then performs Qin's song, a poignant and majestic melody that resonates through the hall. Excellent, a splendid composition. The emperor, lost in thought, reflects. Does this piece have a name? Qin's song, a tribute to great Qin. Fusu replies, eliciting laughter from the emperor. Splendid, Fusu, you have not disappointed me. Qin Shi Huang beams. Casting a glance at Fang Mu, well aware of his involvement in this moment. Your Majesty, this piece is both grand and moving. It encapsulates the majesty of your Majesty and the great Qin. Such a melody is rare in this world. Chuan Yu, typically obstinate, surprisingly voices a sentiment that resonates with all. The style of Qin's song perfectly aligns with the tastes of the Qin populace. Were it to be presented in modern times, its appeal would likely dwindle. I have decided to issue a decree across the land, proclaiming that this piece, Qin's song, shall be celebrated as the national anthem of Great Qin. Fusu, Chuan Yu, you are tasked with its propagation. Your Majesty's wisdom is unparalleled. We shall obey your command. As night falls, Emperor Qin Shi Huang and the ministers depart, leaving Fang Mu and the princess in the intimacy of their chamber. Fang Mu gently removed the skull cap from Ying Zheng, revealing her shy yet breathtakingly beautiful face. Before him, Zhang, you are truly exquisite. Ying Zheng lowered her head in bashfulness as Fang Mu grasped her hand. Zhang, let us go and join the soldiers, sharing a drink or two with them. Ying Zheng replied tenderly, for women of ancient times adhered to their husbands, and princesses were no exception. The soldiers, eager for respite, quickly organized themselves upon hearing of Fang Mu and the princess's arrival. We humbly welcome the prince consort and the princess. Fang Mu addressed his comrades with enthusiasm. Brothers, today marks the joyous occasion of my union with the princess. How could we possibly forego a drink with you all? Tonight, let us revel until we are thoroughly intoxicated. The soldiers, moved by Fang Mu's unwavering camaraderie, cheered. Prince consort, you are formidable. Brothers, a moment of springtime revelry is worth 1,000 gold pieces. Should we not escort the prince consort and the princess to their bridal chamber? Wang Zhao suddenly proposed. Indeed, to the bridal chamber. The soldiers began to cheer. What are we waiting for? With Wang Zhao's words, 1,000 soldiers surged forward, playfully pushing Fang Mu and the princess toward her chamber. Wang Zhao, have you lost your senses? Brothers, do not heed his reckless command. Fang Mu felt deeply moved by the genuine nature of these soldiers. Tonight, we shall decide our fates. After this night, we will heed your counsel, and should punishment be warranted, let it wait until the morrow. Wang Zhao continued to incite. Yes, tonight we are masters of our own destiny. The soldiers erupted in joy, and despite their efforts, Fang Mu and the princess were ushered into the room, with Wang Zhao deliberately closing the door. Prince consort, princess, do not squander this moment. Fang Mu shook his head, glancing at Ying Zheng, who was already flushed with embarrassment. Chapter 22. The construction of the Great Wall. Fang Mu delighted in his leisurely days, strolling with the princess, admiring the scenery, and engaging in playful banter with Fusu. Yet, he pondered how long such tranquility could endure, for Xiang Yu and his compatriots still awaited their chance. Zhang Liang had yet to make his assassination attempt on Qin Shi Huang, and Su Fu had not yet made his appearance. On this day, as dawn approached, a typical morning court session commenced. Fang Mu, now a prince consort of the Qin Dynasty, found his status increasingly elevated, garnering favor with many in the court, save for his sworn enemy. Zhao Gao, long live the emperor. All rise. Thank you, your majesty. Esteemed ministers, news from the borders has arrived. General Meng, after more than 2 years of fierce battles, has successfully expelled the Xiongnu from the territory of our great Qin. Qin Shi Huang proclaimed the good tidings. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Hail to the glory of our great Qin. The ministers hurriedly expressed their felicitations that it was uncertain how many were sincere, though figures like Li Yu, Fu Su, and Chun Yu genuinely wished for General Meng's triumph. In contrast, Zhao Gao and Li Si concealed their true emotions behind inscrutable facades. Fang Mu, however, was untroubled, for he was confident of Meng Tian's resounding victory. And discussions regarding the construction of the Great Wall were soon to follow. Indeed, Qin Shi Huang was a formidable leader, a commendable emperor devoted to his nation, had he not resorted to excessive taxation and tyranny in later years. The ensuing narrative would have been even more riveting as anticipated. The plans for the Great Wall's construction were set in motion, and Fang Mu thought to himself, no need to inquire further in the Grand Court. Not a single soul dared to speak, and the countenance of Qin Shi Huang began to darken. Lic. Do you have any prudent suggestions? Inquired the emperor. Fortunately, he did not direct the question towards me, and Fang Mu silently exhaled in relief. Lic replied, I beg your pardon for my ignorance, my lord. I possess no everlasting solution. However, I propose that General Meng be stationed at the frontier, for the sight of him would deter the Xiongnu from recklessly invading. Qin Shi Huang was not satisfied with this answer and turned to Fang Mu. Fang Mu, what is your opinion? Alas, there is no escape. Fang Mu responded, Your Majesty, I believe we could construct a simple defense along the borders. A fortification that is easy to defend, yet difficult to assault. Fang Mu could only foresee the creation of one of the 8 wonders of the world. This aligns with my thoughts. Proclaimed the emperor, but I desire more than a mere simple defense. I wish to encircle the entirety of my grand Qin Empire with this fortification, Qin Shi Huang declared with grand ambition. Fang Mu furrowed his brow. Indeed, from this moment onward, Qin Shi Huang would labor the populace excessively to construct the Great Wall, inciting public discontent. Yet he could not dissuade him. Qin Shi Huang would not heed his counsel. And Fang Mu also did not wish for China to be devoid of the Great Wall. Your Majesty is wise. The ministers naturally concurred. Father, this is utterly inadvisable. Such a monumental undertaking requires an immense expenditure of manpower, resources, and finances, jeopardizing the very foundation of the Qin Dynasty. Fu Su stepped forward in opposition. Just as he had proclaimed the emperor's wisdom, Fu Su had now risen to contest it. Alas, Fang Mu felt utterly helpless. Indeed, Qin Shi Huang glared fiercely at Fu Su. This is the only way to ensure the eternal glory of my Qin Dynasty, so that no foreign foe would dare to invade again. Fu Su countered, Father, the true peril lies within. Your actions will lead to the suffering of the people. Impudence, roared Qin Shi Huang in fury. Someone, take Fu Su away. Your Majesty, please temper your anger. Your Majesty, please temper your anger. 2 voices pleaded for mercy, one from Fang Mu and the other from Chun Yu, causing Fang Mu to glance at Chun Yu with curiosity. The other ministers dared not speak, while Zhao Gao and Li Si watched the unfolding drama with keen interest. Only Chun Yu had the audacity to stand forth and plead. Qin Shi Huang regarded Fang Mu and Chun Yu, his anger slightly abated. Take Fu Su away, confine him in the Eastern Palace for 3 days of reflection. The matter of defense shall be entrusted to Meng Tian, and Li Si will be responsible for coordinating the transport of supplies. Qin Shi Huang asserted firmly, I shall obey your command. Li Si replied. Dismissed. Qin Shi Huang waved his sleeve. His mood evidently soured. We take our leave. The turmoil concluded with Fu Su being confined, and afterward, Fang Mu arrived at the Eastern Palace. Others dared not approach, yet Fang Mu did. And the guards did not dare to impede him. After all, one was the crown prince and the other a son-in-law. Better to turn a blind eye. Brother Fu Su, I apologize for your predicament. Fang Mu consoled. Who am I doing this for, if not for father and the grandeur of the Qin Dynasty? Fu Su retorted angrily. Fang Mu patted Fu Su's shoulder. I understand, but some matters, like time, must be embraced as they flow forward, not resisted in reverse. Fang Mu could only gently convey to Fu Su that this was the course of historical development, difficult to alter by one's own volition. Then shall we simply watch the Qin Dynasty descend into oblivion? Fu Su exclaimed loudly that if you wish for me to join you in despair, do not hesitate to raise your voice further. Fang Mu, visibly irritated, exclaimed, Do you think I am unaware? However, you alone cannot effect any change. To alter the course of events, you must wait until you officially ascend the throne. Fu Su gazed at Fang Mu and declared, Initially, I held little interest in this imperial position, as I believed my father was doing remarkably well. Now, I have resolved to inherit my father's throne and govern with benevolence and the people's hearts. Fang Mu looked at Fu Su earnestly and replied, I will assist you. Their hands clasped tightly together. As Fang Mu understood that without his intervention, Fu Su would inevitably meet a tragic fate, becoming yet another lamentable figure in history. By the way, is Chun Yu one of your people? Fang Mu inquired, both puzzled and certain. Fu Su nodded. Indeed, in the court, only General Meng and Chun Yu were trustworthy, and now, I can add you to that list. It dawned on Fang Mu why Fu Su had not seen him on his first day after traversing through time. Yet Fu Su was aware of all his affairs. It was Chun Yu who had informed him. However, Chun Yu is excessively obstinate at times, which may lead to significant issues, Fang Mu cautioned. He recalled the subsequent events that led to the book-burning and scholar-burying incident due to Chun Yu's actions, where Fu Su sought to plead for leniency, only to be exiled to the borders to work alongside Meng Tian on the construction of the Great Wall. Such a person is indeed reliable, yet his stubbornness is beyond my control. Nevertheless, he remains unwavering in his loyalty. Alas, it is what it is. Fang Mu sighed that he felt helpless, recognizing that he could not change the course of events. It would be unwise to inform Fu Su about the impending book-burning and scholar-burying incident just yet. After parting ways with Fu Su, Fang Mu proceeded to Pingyang Palace, where being with Ying Zheng was the most relaxing and joyous time. The turmoil of the Qin Dynasty was gradually approaching, and Fang Mu was preparing to face these upheavals, ensuring the safety of himself, the princess, and Fu Su, among others. Chapter 23. The burning of books and burying of scholars. Much time had passed. The atmosphere had remained relatively tranquil, albeit the construction of the Great Wall had stirred considerable public discontent, still brewing and not yet fully erupted. Fang Mu had long anticipated that Chun Yu would attract troublesome complications. And indeed, the trouble had arrived. Long live our emperor. Long live. Long live. All ministers rise. Thank you, your majesty. The once serene morning court session, where ministers had no matters to report, was expected to proceed in the same manner today. Ministers, if you have matters to present, speak. If not, you may depart, Qin Shi Huang stated calmly. Your majesty, I have a matter to address. Chun Yu stepped forward. Speak. Qin Shi Huang, already discontent with Chun Yu, listened. Your majesty, I believe that the Qin still requires the implementation of a feudal system. Let us, the meritorious subjects of Qin, enjoy the rewards of nobility and territories, safeguarding our descendants for generations to come. Chun Yu asserted confidently that it was over. The book-burning and scholar-burying incident was about to commence. Fang Mu lamented for Chun Yu and the innocent scholars from various factions in his heart. Qin Shi Huang remained silent for an extended period, calmly observing Chun Yu, while Li Si, Zhao Gao, and others dared not utter a sound, all sensing that the emperor was on the brink of eruption. Ha! Little did you know, I have tolerated you arrogant Confucian scholars for far too long. Qin Shi Huang laughed. Lic. There are far too many schools of thought and types of currency in Qin. What do you propose we do about it? Indeed. Well said, Chun Yu. Did you hear that? Qin Shi Huang suppressed his rage. Humph, what a grand jest. Every philosophical school exists for its own reason. It is not simply a matter of achieving unity by decree. Chun Yu, that obstinate individual, remains blissfully unaware that death is drawing near and continues to provoke recklessly. Now I decree unification. Li Si, you are given 7 days to consolidate all schools of thought and unify all currencies. Qin Shi Huang erupted in a fit of rage, his fury palpable. I obey your command. Li Si, fearing the wrath of his sovereign, hastily accepted the edict. Your majesty, you cannot proceed thus. It will invite retribution, and the heavens shall not permit it. Chun Yu continued to shout defiantly, I shall see who dares to punish me. Summon the guards. Qin Shi Huang, in a state of exasperation, commanded that a squad of armored guards entered and escorted Chun Yu away, who continued to curse the emperor. Lic. Your handling of this matter has not met my satisfaction. I shall hold you accountable. With a sweeping gesture, Qin Shi Huang dismissed the court, seething as he took his seat upon the dragon throne. I obey your command. We take our leave. Li Si replied, bowing. As the officials departed, Fang Mu hastened to the East Palace to prevent Crown Prince Fu Su from acting impulsively. Lord Fang, your highness. Wait. Li Si quickened his pace to catch up with Fang Mu. Why do you seek me at this moment? Fang Mu inquired, puzzled. Your Highness, I wish to consult you regarding the Emperor's recent outburst. Li Si spoke with utmost courtesy. You proposed the unification of philosophies and currencies. What counsel do you seek? Fang Mu replied that I am but a physician, wholly unversed in matters of statecraft. Having said this, Fang Mu was eager to depart, anxious to reach the East Palace. Your Highness, even should unification occur, we must select a singular school of thought and currency to represent the culture of Qin. That I beseech you for your insight. Li Si posed a lingering question without impeding Fang Mu's haste. Fang Mu frowned. Li Si was being exceedingly cunning, attempting to place him in a position that would offend all philosophical factions. He was well aware that ultimately, Confucianism, led by Confucius, would prevail in the Qin Dynasty. But he could not voice this. Doing so would invite the scorn of scholars from rival schools. Dismissing Li Si, Fang Mu hurried toward the East Palace. Not far from the palace, he spotted Fusu rushing out, making his way toward the Emperor's quarters. Too late, he thought. Who could have informed Fusu so swiftly? Fang Mu quickly approached to halt Fusu. Why the haste? He asked, grasping Fusu's arm. That I am going to confront father. Fusu replied, exasperated. Confront? You would merely stoke the flames. Do you not understand? Chunyu has brought this upon himself. Fang Mu retorted, frustrated by Fusu's lack of composure in a crisis. But Chunyu is also one of my own. My subordinate. Can I stand by and watch him meet his death? Fusu responded stubbornly, revealing their shared obstinacy. Currently, Zhao Gao and Li Si would relish your visit to the Emperor. They are merely spectators to this drama. Fang Mu warned. Then I must save Chunyu. Fusu declared with unwavering resolve. That I tell you, no one can save Chunyu this time. Believe it or not. Fang Mu was genuinely incensed if he could dissuade Fusu. Perhaps the course of history itself could be altered, yet he had grossly underestimated Fusu's determination and stubbornness. Fusu. Fang Mu, if today it were not Chunyu, but you, would you not wish for me to refrain from rescuing you? Do you believe I would abandon my intentions out of fear of inciting the wrath of our father, the Emperor? Fang Mu was momentarily at a loss for words in response to Fusu's inquiry. Fusu was undeniably correct. Had he not possessed such genuine character, Fang Mu would not have forged such a profound friendship with him. But it appeared that Fusu's historical trajectory was one that could not be altered. His disposition destined him to take this path. Fang Mu contemplated. With unwavering resolve, Fusu proceeded to seek out Qin Shi Huang, prompting Fang Mu to let out a resigned sigh before following suit. That I shall accompany you. It seems you are destined for exile, Fang Mu jested, having suddenly come to a realization. Exile? To where, pray tell? Do you presume I shall be sent? Fusu inquired, touched by Fang Mu's willingness to join him. But I surmise it shall be to the borders, alongside General Meng, to oversee the construction of the Great Wall. Fang Mu replied. How fortuitous. If our father truly intends to punish Chunyu, I would have no face to remain here. Joining General Meng would be most agreeable. Moreover, I shall witness firsthand the hardships faced by the common people in their toil to erect these defenses. The discontent among the citizens of Qin is already beginning to fester. Fang Mu chose not to elaborate further, intentionally adopting a light-hearted tone to allude to the course of history, hoping to facilitate the eventual rescue of Fusu and Meng Tian, lest they be deceived by Zhao Gao's counterfeit decree. Chapter 24. Fusu's exile. Fang Mu and Fusu arrived at the royal palace of Qin Shi Huang, where Zhao Gao awaited at the entrance. Your Highness, esteemed son-in-law, the Emperor has decreed that no one is to be received, Zhao Gao declared, obstructing the determined Fusu. I implore you to inform our father, Lord Zhao. Fusu insisted, unwavering. Zhao Gao, ever astute, had no intention of relaying such a message. That would be tantamount to inviting disaster upon himself. I beseech you, Your Highness, do not place this old minister in a difficult position. The Emperor has instructed that no one is to be admitted, Zhao Gao asserted, his tone resolute. Fang Mu could not help but admire Qin Shi Huang, who had likely anticipated Fusu's arrival and instructed Zhao Gao to deny entry to all. Yet, he had underestimated Fusu's determination. Humph, Fusu scoffed, preparing to force the door open. Your Highness, I implore you, do not make it difficult for me. Zhao Gao raised his voice deliberately, hoping to ensure that Qin Shi Huang within would take notice of his efforts. Fusu shoved Zhao Gao aside, pushing the door open, only for a contingent of armored guards to surge forward. Weapons drawn, aimed at Fusu. Inside, Qin Shi Huang observed the unfolding scene, as Zhao Gao scrambled to his feet and approached the Emperor. Your Majesty, I was unable to deter His Highness, Zhao Gao expressed, feeling aggrieved. Qin Shi Huang paid Zhao Gao no heed, fixing his icy gaze upon Fusu and Fang Mu. Do you two intend to revolt? Fang Mu, why did you not intervene? Are you implying that I am devoid of compassion and loyalty? The emperor's tone remained calm, yet Fang Mu sensed the simmering anger beneath. I would not dare. Fang Mu quickly replied. What is it that you dare not? Have you grown wings now, daring to question me alongside this rebellious son? I had thought you would have restrained Fusu. You were the only one capable of doing so. You have greatly disappointed me. Qin Shi Huang's fury erupted at last. Father, Fang Mu did attempt to dissuade me. It was my own insistence that brought me here. Chunyu, you merely misspoke. The punishment does not warrant death. How could you be so cruel? Father, Fusu, while speaking, advanced forward, causing the Xuanjia guards to retreat in trepidation. They dared not harm him, for the Emperor Qin had not issued such orders, and he was, after all, the crown prince. Impudence. Emperor Qin slammed the table, his body trembling with rage. I am cruel? Very well, I am cruel. Your Majesty, please quell your anger. Your well-being is of utmost importance. Zhao Gao immediately interjected. Zhao Gao, inform Li Si to unify the schools of thought and currency within 3 days, or he shall face the consequences. Emperor Qin would not tolerate any challenge to his authority, not even from the crown prince. As you command. Zhao Gao promptly accepted the order and departed. Father, if Qin continues down this path, it will surely lead to ruin. Fusu implored that as long as I am here, the great Qin shall not perish. Anyone can claim I am cruel, but you must not. Emperor Qin retorted. Father, spare Chunyu. Fusu pleaded once more. I have already shown him mercy on numerous occasions. I know he is your ally, yet he is arrogant and only concerned with his own accolades. Such a person cannot assist you. Father, Fang Mu, take Fusu away. Exile him to the borders and let Meng Tian oversee him. Emperor Qin commanded. Unwilling to hear further from Fusu, Fang Mu quickly ushered Fusu away, aware that if they lingered, the emperor might resort to force. Fusu felt desolate as he was pulled along by Fang Mu. Realizing that any words would be futile, let us depart swiftly from this place, lest we witness those cruel scenes. You have done your best. Seek out General Meng to ease your mind. Do not concern yourself with state affairs. Fang Mu consoled Fusu. Brother Fang, I too wish to leave this place. I can no longer bear to watch the great Qin march towards its own destruction. I shall seek out General Meng. Fusu replied, filled with disappointment towards the palace. Brother Fusu, I shall accompany you for a while. With your departure, there will be no one left to confide in within the palace, save for Xiang. Fang Mu decided to see Fusu off. Wishing to avoid the cruel realities of book burning and scholar burying, after bidding farewell to Ying Zheng, Fang Mu and Fusu set off, arriving at Jueqian as dusk fell. Brother Fang, let us find an inn to rest for the night. Tomorrow we shall part ways, so do not accompany me too far. My sister awaits your return, Fusu suggested. Very well. Fang Mu agreed. They, along with a retinue, sought out an inn at Jueqian, securing 2 chambers for their stay. While the guards kept watch outside, the rooms occupied by Fang Mu and Fusu were adjacent to one another, and beside them stood another chamber where an elderly man, nearing 60, lingered at the doorway. Seemingly absorbed in thought, when Fang Mu's gaze met that of the old man, he felt as though the elder possessed eyes that could pierce into the depths of one's soul, leaving Fang Mu momentarily unsettled. The old man smiled at both Fang Mu and Fusu before turning to enter his room. This old man is no ordinary individual, Fusu remarked. Indeed, I share your sentiment. He likely has an inkling of our origins. Fang Mu responded. An elderly man residing alone in an inn is rather intriguing. Fang Mu pondered, feeling a slight unease from the old man's earlier gaze. However, neither Fang Mu nor Fusu dwelled on it for long. As they were merely travelers, from that day forth, the entire realm of Qin was engulfed in unrest, with soldiers scouring the land to apprehend scholars and literati, declaring that all must be captured within 3 days. Li Si ultimately resolved to preserve the Confucian school passed down by Confucius, while apprehending all other factions, including Han Fizi's legalists. The currency retained was that of the Qin state from the Warring States period. A massive pit had already been excavated outside the palace, where Li Si had declared his intention to burn and bury all the books and scholars of these other schools. The realm was in turmoil. Li Si's actions were utterly ruthless and tyrannical, and Qin Shi Huang did not intervene, tacitly approving of Li Si's conduct. Chapter 25. Rescuing Fanzing. Fang Mu was in his room, preparing to rest. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks echoed from the door. Who is it? Fang Mu asked, becoming alert. Young man, I am an old man from next door. Might you allow me to enter and discuss the pressing matters of the world? The voice of the elder was tinged with urgency as Fang Mu pondered whether to admit the elder. Commotion and disputes erupted outside the inn. What are you doing here? His Highness the Crown Prince and the Prince Consort are in this inn. You are not permitted to intrude. We come at the behest of the Chancellor to apprehend the notorious Fan Zhang. Do not obstruct the Chancellor in his duties. How could the Crown Prince and the Prince Consort possibly be in such a place? It turned out that the elder outside was indeed Fan Zhang, which explained his unusual demeanor. Fang Mu decided to open the door. Without hesitation, Fan Zhang entered and clasped his fists in respect towards Fang Mu. Just as the agents sent by Li Si were about to storm in, Fang Mu and the Crown Prince's guards were determined not to let them pass. Tension rose as both sides drew their weapons, poised for conflict. Stop, allow them to enter for an inspection. Fang Mu interjected, preventing the skirmish, for should news reach Qin Huang, it would be difficult to explain. Lic's men rushed in, searching every room until only Fang Mu's and the Crown Prince's chambers remained. Fan Zhang was still concealed within Fang Mu's room. At that moment, the Crown Prince also emerged, and Li Si's men approached them. Esteemed lords, we come at the Chancellor's command. What is this? Li Si has grown so audacious that he dares to search the Crown Prince and the Prince Consort's chambers as well. Or have you acted on your own accord? I shall confront Li Si alongside the Crown Prince, Fang Mu stated authoritatively, embodying the aura of the Prince Consort. The agents of Li Si hesitated. Intimidated, they could not afford to offend the Crown Prince and the Prince Consort. Should they forcibly search and discover that the two before them were indeed the Crown Prince and the Prince Consort? Li Si would certainly turn them in rather than risk offending them. At this juncture, the Crown Prince presented his command token to Li Si's men. Your humble servant salutes His Highness the Crown Prince and the esteemed Prince Consort. The agents collectively knelt in reverence. Do you still wish to conduct your search? Fang Mu inquired pointedly, stepping aside to let them pass. In no more searching. I apologize for my oversight. Please forgive me, esteemed Prince Consort and His Highness. Very well. In light of your intentions to apprehend the fugitive for the sake of Qin, I shall not hold this against you. Now, depart, and do not disturb the Crown Prince and me. Fang Mu concluded, eager to dismiss them. Thank you, Your Highness, and thank you, Prince Consort. Li Si's men exited the inn, and the Crown Prince entered Fang Mu's room, closing the door behind him. Fan Zhang looked at Fang Mu and the Crown Prince with a smile. I am deeply grateful to His Highness and the esteemed Prince Consort for your timely rescue. Fan Zhang, do you truly believe that you can use me and the Crown Prince as a shield without fear of us seizing you? You are, after all, a marked criminal of the great Qin. Fang Mu threatened. Your Highness, there is still time, replied Fan Zhang confidently. However, I am well aware that you will not take that path. Fang Mu smiled, having already resolved to save the elder upon recognizing him as Fan Zhang. Old sir, why such words? Fu Su maintained a degree of courtesy towards Fan Zhang, valuing his talents, for Fan Zhang held a notable reputation. The presence of the Crown Prince and the son-in-law here does not escape my notice. I can surmise a few things. It is said that the Crown Prince is compassionate and has an affinity for literati and scholars. Surely, you have been implicated while attempting to dissuade the Emperor. Moreover, I have observed you for quite some time. You are the quintessential traveler, and after the recent events, Fan Zhang articulated his thoughts with clarity. Indeed, your astuteness is commendable, and your observations are remarkably detailed. Fu Su expressed his admiration. Fan Zhang continued, Your Highness, the unification of the Great Qin is undoubtedly a positive development, devoid of chaos. Yet, the Emperor's current actions have incited public resentment, which will inevitably lead to uprisings across various factions, steering the Great Qin towards its demise. Old sir, would you be willing to assist His Highness the Crown Prince, once he ascends the throne? He will undoubtedly alter this precarious situation. Fang Mu unexpectedly sought to enlist Fan Zhang's service for Fu Su, surprising even himself. Of course, His Highness just saved my life. Fan Zhang replied, though hesitantly. Rest assured. Old sir, the Crown Prince is heading to the borders this time. You are more than welcome to accompany him and remain by his side in the future. Fang Mu had already devised a plan for Fan Zhang's placement. Then I shall humbly comply. Fan Zhang, with nowhere else to turn and aware of the dangers outside, recognized that staying close to Fu Su would ensure his safety, should Fu Su successfully ascend the throne. He could even attain the position of Chancellor. Your assistance is greatly appreciated. Old sir, the Crown Prince requires someone like you by his side. Fang Mu's political acumen may still be somewhat lacking. Where do you hail from, my lord? I have never encountered a hero of your caliber, Fan Zheng inquired, probing Fang Mu's background. That I have spent generations in seclusion. It is only in my generation that I venture forth for experience. Best not to dwell on my origins. Fang Mu politely indicated his reluctance to disclose further details. Fan Zheng, being a perceptive individual, chose not to press further, instead offering a knowing smile. The three then retired to rest. The following day, Fang Mu bid farewell to Fu Su and Fan Zheng, who had already disguised himself to blend in with Fu Su's entourage. Take care, brother Fu Su. I shall visit you at the borders when time permits. Remember, do not easily trust the words of others unless you have witnessed them with your own eyes or heard them with your own ears, Fang Mu cautioned. Old Sir Fan, I leave His Highness in your capable hands. Fu Su and Fan Zheng merely nodded in acknowledgement, bidding farewell to Fang Mu before following their party. Whether you understood my meaning or not is uncertain, Fang Mu muttered to himself. The Crown Prince is indeed a mysterious figure. His final words served as a reminder to His Highness. Fan Zheng remarked to Fu Su. I must admit I did not grasp it, but Brother Fang would never lead me astray. He is perpetually enigmatic, and at times seems to possess foresight. Fu Su praised Fang Mu. Indeed, I have encountered countless individuals, yet I cannot fathom the depths of the Crown Prince. There seems to be an abundance of secrets surrounding him. Fan Zheng reflected that the emergence of Fang Mu is indeed a conundrum. Fu Su possesses a fondness for indulging in conversations with Fan Zheng over drinks. Might His Highness the Crown Prince regale me with tales of the esteemed Duke? Fan Zheng's interest in Fang Mu continues to grow. Certainly. Thereupon, Fu Su listened intently as Fan Zheng narrated the saga of Fang Mu. Chapter 26. The Emperor Qin Huang's journey once more. No one dared to broach the subject again, nor did they wish to, for it was far too cruel and unjust, a sight too harrowing to behold. Fang Mu inquired of Wang Zhao regarding this matter. Had it not been for Fang Mu's curiosity, Wang Zhao would have preferred to remain silent. Duke, in order to avert the emperor's wrath, Li Si had the audacity to entrap all the literati and scholars of the realm into a great pit. Burying them alive, Wang Zhao seethed through clenched teeth in the Qin Dynasty, where power was absolute and the hierarchy rigid. The emperor wielded the authority over life and death, far removed from modern sensibilities. Fang Mu had long since acclimatized to the Qin system. Lic's actions, albeit heinous, were a calculated move to appease the emperor, thereby inciting public outrage, igniting the last vestiges of the populace's suppressed fury. Fang Mu remarked with a derisive tone. Wang Zhao, a mere martial figure, could not fathom Fang Mu's insights. Seemingly recalling something, he said, Li Yu once attempted to intervene against Li Si Do, and what transpired thereafter? Upon hearing that Li Yu had tried to impede Li Si, Fang Mu was keen to learn how the situation unfolded. To no avail, for Li Si disregarded Li Yu entirely, directly dispatching guards to seize him. Li Yu's forces nearly clashed with those of Li Si, but it was Li Yu who commanded restraint. It was said that Li Yu remained under confinement even now. Fang Mu understood that Li Yu was also a victim of circumstance. His attempt to intervene stemmed from his character, unable to bear witness to his father Li Si's tyranny. However, one could not truly engage in conflict with one's own father, lest they become the subject of ridicule among the people. Should Emperor Qin Huang erupt in fury, neither father nor son would escape unscathed. Fang Mu chose to set aside thoughts of the book burning and scholar burial incident, for it was a matter of the past. While he and Ying Zheng reveled in the beauty of their surroundings, what occupies your thoughts? Has the recent flurry of events left you in such a state of unrest? Ying Zheng gently inquired. Offering Fang Mu a cup of tea, Fang Mu was pondering what grand event might transpire next. Noticing Ying Zheng's concern, he embraced her tenderly. This is merely the beginning. An increasing number of events will unfold, some even threatening our safety. With you by my side, I fear nothing. Ying Zheng, gentle as water, expressed her unwavering reliance on Fang Mu. Rest assured, I shall not allow you to come to harm. Fang Mu reassured himself silently, tightening his embrace around Ying Zheng. Let us depart this place of strife and discord, seeking solace in a distant land, a place of seclusion, perhaps your homeland. Ying Zheng suggested with innocent enthusiasm. Now is not the time. I promise you, when the moment is right, I shall take you away. Fang Mu could not bring himself to deceiving Jiang. How he longed to escape this turmoil, yet it was not so simple. To leave now would surely draw the ire of Zhao Gao, who would seek them out. Lic remained an uncertain variable, and he still needed to rescue Fu Su and Ming Tian. Very well, I shall await your return. Ying Jiang refrained from probing further, choosing instead to place her unconditional trust in Fang Mu. Long live our emperor. Long, long live. All ministers, please rise. Thank you, your majesty. Yet another day of court assembly dawned. And Fang Mu found the morning court to be akin to a modern-day work shift, albeit fraught with far greater trepidation. Esteemed ministers, proclaimed the Emperor of Qin, the unification of currency and schools of thought has been accomplished. I wish to embark on a tour. I wonder if any of you have suggestions. Qin Shi Huang was evidently eager for an excursion. Inwardly, Fang Mu mused, with the likes of Chunyi silenced. Who now dares to openly oppose you? Qin Shi Huang. Indeed, no one dared to voice an opinion. Qin Shi Huang surveyed his ministers with a sense of satisfaction, yet thundered imperiously, "Are you all merely mute?" The ministers bowed their heads, not daring to meet the emperor's gaze. "Your Majesty, I am willing to accompany you, to ensure your safety." Wang Bin interjected. Seeing the moment ripe, Qin Shi Huang declared, "Excellent. Then Wang Bin, Fang Mu, and Zhao Gao shall accompany me on this tour." Fang Mu inwardly bristled at the notion. It was clear that Qin Shi Huang sought merely to indulge himself. In the presence of Wang Bin and Zhao Gao sufficed. Why must he be dragged along each time? Yet, he kept his grievances to himself. "Ministers, if there is nothing further, you may retire." Qin Shi Huang waved his sleeve dismissively, showing his impatience. "We take our leave." On the following day, Fang Mu accompanied Qin Shi Huang on the excursion. The emperor, a sovereign of the realm, traveled in a carriage drawn by 6 horses, while Fang Mu, as a minister, had 4 horses at his disposal. "Your Majesty, I require no carriage. I merely wish to remain by your side, ever at your service," Zhao Gao proposed, claiming he desired to ride alongside Qin Shi Huang to alleviate his boredom. This display of sycophancy delighted Qin Shi Huang immensely, earning Zhao Gao his favor. "Your Majesty, I must ensure your safety by directing the guards. Hence I too require no carriage." Wang Bin echoed this sentiment. "Ha ha ha. Splendid. How fortunate I am to have such loyal ministers." Qin Shi Huang exclaimed joyfully. Fang Mu, however, felt a deep dissatisfaction, musing, "Thanks to these 2, I have been deprived of my carriage." He hastily added, "Your Majesty, I too shall forego the carriage." "Why is that?" Qin Shi Huang feigned curiosity. Fang Mu articulated his reasoning with righteous fervor, presenting a compelling argument. "Very well. Such is excellent." Qin Shi Huang responded with delight. Yet, Fang Mu remained disheartened, feeling the weight of his position as an unwelcome son-in-law. Thus, Wang Bin led a contingent ahead, while Qin Shi Huang lounged within his carriage, occasionally peering out. The carriage was encircled by guards, a formidable defense. Zhao Gao stayed close to the emperor's carriage, dutifully serving him tea and water. Fang Mu, trailing behind with his own retinue, couldn't help but scorn Zhao Gao's obsequious demeanor. Nevertheless, he took pleasure in his leisurely ride, enjoying the serene landscape. Chapter 27. An attempt on life at Balangsha. Fang Mu and the entourage had been traveling for a day. And as twilight enveloped the sky, they arrived at a relay station. "Your Majesty, it is growing late. Perhaps we should rest for the night and continue our journey on the morrow," Zhao Gao suggested. His humility palpable. "Go and make the arrangements," commanded Qin Shi Huang, lifting the curtain of his carriage to survey the surroundings. Zhao Gao hastened to organize accommodations, inadvertently causing a commotion that drove many patrons from the station. Fang Mu furrowed his brow, realizing that Zhao Gao was truly exploiting his power, driving away the other personnel from the relay station under the guise of Emperor Qin Shi Huang's authority, effectively seizing control of the entire establishment. "Your Majesty, everything has been arranged meticulously. Tonight, this relay station belongs solely to you, and no unwelcome individuals will disturb us." Zhao Gao scurried over, eager to take credit. Qin Shi Huang nodded with a smile, evidently pleased with Zhao Gao's actions. It was no wonder that in the end, Qin Shi Huang placed such immense trust in Zhao Gao. The latter had displayed remarkable restraint in front of the emperor, executing tasks that endeared him to Qin Shi Huang. Upon entering the relay station, Qin Shi Huang, accompanied by Fang Mu, Zhao Gao, and Wang Bin, partook in a meal. The emperor inquired, "Wang Bin, through which location shall we pass tomorrow?" Wang Bin pondered briefly, "Bolangsha." At first, Fang Mu paid little attention, quietly savoring his food, but upon hearing the name Bolangsha, he felt a jolt of alarm within. This was the very place where Zhang Liang would make his move to assassinate Qin Shi Huang. Just as Fang Mu contemplated how to alerting Zheng of this impending danger, he realized that Qin Shi Huang possessed a keen sense of crisis. What sort of place is Bolangsha? And what are its geographical features and surrounding environment? Qin Shi Huang inquired. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, "I suspect that tomorrow's journey to Bolangsha will not be peaceful. What are your thoughts?" "Your Majesty, I shall ensure we are well prepared for defense, safeguarding your safety." Wang Bin promptly replied, "It is not a matter of trust. I still feel uneasy. This time, I intend not only to draw out the assassin, but also to capture him." Delivering a stern warning to the world, ensuring absolute certainty, Qin Shi Huang declared with commanding authority, if there truly is an assassin, they will have an escape route should their attempt fail. There are only two paths leading from Bolangsha. Wang Bin began to elucidate the routes. The path ahead is treacherous, but we have horses, making it easy to pursue the assassin. The rear cannot serve as a point for the assassination, as we would have already surpassed their ambush. To the left lies the coastal area, a dead end, while to the right is a perilous mountain path, navigable only on foot, as horses cannot traverse it. Wang Bin concluded his assessment of the surrounding routes. The assassin will likely flee to the right, making it difficult for my large entourage to pursue them, as they could easily escape. Qin Shi Huang expressed his concerns. Indeed, Your Majesty, your wisdom is unparalleled. I share the same sentiment. Therefore, I shall send men to ambush the right rear tonight, ensuring absolute safety. Wang Bin proposed, agreed. However, assassins are often driven by a resolve to die, akin to Jingku. I still sense something amiss. Qin Shi Huang continued to ponder anxiously. Your esteemed father-in-law, you must not perish just yet. Allow me to devise a strategy. Fang Mu interjected. Your Majesty, I have a plan that will alleviate your concerns. Speak. Qin Shi Huang commanded. Your Majesty, it is widely known that the Emperor travels with 6 carriages while ministers have 4. You could employ 3 identical 6-horse carriages to confuse the assassin's judgment. To ensure absolute safety, let Zhao Gonggong accompany one of the carriages. Your Majesty could disguise yourself as a soldier and blend in with the guards, refraining from riding in that carriage. Upon hearing this, Qin Shi Huang nodded with great satisfaction. A splendid stratagem, a brilliant ploy of intertwining truths and deceptions. We shall proceed as you suggest. At this moment, Fang Mu remained resolute in his intention to eliminate Zhao Gao. Knowing that during the assassination attempt, Zhang Liang would likely choose one of the carriages, and given the time constraints, they would have a high probability of selecting the carriage accompanied by Zhao Gao. Zhao Gao harbored an intense resentment within, lamenting the treachery of Fang Mu's scheme. Had there been no assassins, the situation would have been manageable. However, the presence of assassins provided the perfect opportunity for him to be eliminated by their hand. Your Majesty, I believe for the sake of greater security, it would be prudent to have the esteemed Duke accompany the carriage as well. It would further obfuscate the assassin's intentions. Zhao Gao, in a most audacious manner, dragged Fang Mu into this perilous scenario. How despicable! This duplicitous individual truly is ruthless, pulling me into the depths of danger, forcing us both to face the specter of assassination, with the Duke, a favored eunuch of Emperor Qin Shi Huang, by his side. It seemed evident that the risk of assassination would weigh more heavily upon me. Fang Mu contemplated this predicament with a heavy heart, just as he was about to defend his need to remain at the rear. Emperor Qin Shi Huang interjected on his behalf for the very first time. Let the Duke remain at the rear. The Emperor emphasized the title Duke with intent. I shall not fail in my duty. Fang Mu felt an overwhelming surge of emotion, nearly moved to tears, as if he were about to call out to his father at last. Qin Shi Huang had considered the welfare of his son-in-law, validating the complexity of the scheme he had devised. Zhao Gao, brimming with frustration, could only endure this moment, for Fang Mu was indeed the son-in-law of Ying Zheng. I obey your command. Zhao Gao feigned loyalty, willing to risk his life for the emperor. The following day, everything transpired according to Fang Mu's stratagem. 3 carriages, each drawn by 6 horses, set forth, with Zhao Gao wearing a grim expression, cautiously accompanying the central carriage on horseback. Wang Bin scouted ahead, while Qin Shi Huang mingled among the officials and guards. With Fang Mu guarding the rear. As they ventured further into Bolangsha, an eerie silence enveloped them, a silence rife with latent danger. The path through Bolangsha was indeed treacherous, causing the carriage to progress slowly and jostle violently, rendering horseback travel far more comfortable. What shall we do? Why are there 3 carriages, all with 6 horses? A burly man in a dense thicket beside Bolangsha inquired. No time to deliberate. We cannot afford to miss our chance. Target the central one, as Zhao Gao rides beside it. Act swiftly, urged another astute man. The burly man abruptly rose, brandishing a massive iron chain, which he swung with great force. A colossal iron ball, weighing nearly 120 pounds, soared into the air as he released it. The iron ball plummeted from the heavens, hurtling towards Zhao Gao. A gust of wind swept through, and Fang Mu and his companions beheld the iron ball racing towards Zhao Gao. At that moment, Zhao Gao truly was cautious and reacted swiftly. He spurred his horse into a gallop, barely evading the iron ball as it crashed into the carriage, shattering it into a myriad of splinters with a resounding bang. Assassins! Protect the emperor, others cried out, following the plan to pursue the attackers. Wang Bin shouted, surround the emperor and ensure his safety. In a swift maneuver, a contingent of guards encircled Qin Shi Huang, while another group darted to the right in pursuit of the assassins. Two figures, one burly and one slender, swiftly emerged, fleeing into the distance. Chapter 28. The appearance of Zhang Liang. Fang Mu observed the unfolding chaos with a sense of calm, unperturbed for Qin Shi Huang's safety. As he was confident that the emperor would emerge unscathed this time, instead, his attention remained fixated on Zhao Gao. Fang Mu fervently hoped that this meticulously crafted trap would finally rid him of Zhao Gao once and for all. Regrettably, history once again dashed his hopes. Zhao Gao's vigilance allowed him to narrowly escape yet another peril. If a gaze could kill, Fang Mu would have long since perished at the hands of Zhao Gao countless times. Zhao Gao even harbored suspicions that Fang Mu was aware an assassin would inevitably arrive. This individual must be eliminated. He has audaciously plotted to take my life, Zhao Gao silently resolved within himself. It appeared that Zhao Gao would pose the greatest threat to his survival in the Qin Dynasty. Fang Mu contemplated Zhao Gao's piercing gaze. The two stood on the precipice of a duel. Yet both suppressed their urges to unleash their fury. Fang Mu, choosing to disregard Zhao Gao, shifted his gaze towards the rear. Not far behind him, a figure emerged from behind a large rock, mounted upon a horse. This person observed Fang Mu intently, ultimately directing his gaze towards the center, where the Emperor Qin Shi Huang was encircled by his guards, seemingly aware of the emperor's presence amidst his protectors. Fang Mu, too, scrutinized this individual. He appeared rather ordinary, yet exuded an air of tranquility and a familiarity that resonated with Fang Mu. Pondering the source of this familiarity, Fang Mu surmised that the individual must have noticed his gaze, as he turned his horse and departed. Just like the aura emanating from Fan Zong, it was Zhang Liang. A sudden realization struck Fang Mu. The essence he found familiar stemmed from his encounter with Fan Zong. Without a moment's hesitation, Fang Mu spurred his horse forward. Your Highness, cried one of the nearby guards, eager to pursue. There is a suspicious individual. I will give chase while you remain to ensure the safety of the emperor. Fang Mu commanded as he galloped onward. He was determined not to have anyone tailing him, for he had no intention of capturing Zhang Liang. Doing so would surely seal Zhang Liang's fate. As Fang Mu pursued Zhang Liang, he was fortunate that none of the guards followed, all focused on safeguarding Emperor Qin Shi Huang against any lurking assassins. The distance between Fang Mu and Zhang Liang dwindled. Even as he strayed further from the emperor, Zhang Liang, wait, Fang Mu shouted to the fleeing figure ahead. Upon realizing Fang Mu was alone and in a secure area, Zhang Liang halted his horse and turned to face Fang Mu. How do you know me? He inquired cautiously. Fang Mu replied, that is of little consequence. What matters is that I do not intend to capture you. Zhang Liang contemplated this, recognizing that if Fang Mu intended to apprehend him, he would not have approached alone. Fang Mu smiled, that is my concern, not yours. I have come to seek a promise from you. Zhang Liang responded, a prince consort of the Qin Dynasty seeks a promise from a descendant of a fallen clan? I fear I may not be able to fulfill such a request. Fang Mu countered, no, you, Zhang Liang, are certainly capable. In this era of tyranny under Qin Shi Huang, with ministers harboring their own agendas, chaos will inevitably ensue in the Qin Dynasty. He who possesses Zhang Liang shall claim half the world. Ha! Zhang Liang erupted into laughter. You flatter me, Prince Consort, with someone like you in the court of Ying Zheng. The Qin will not fall easily. It seems you anticipated my arrival today, meticulously orchestrating those strategies for our meeting. Who exactly are you? Zhang Liang has shifted the blame for the failure of this assassination entirely onto Fang Mu. Fang Mu, feeling helpless, replied, the downfall of the Qin is an inevitable trend. It is merely a matter of time. Moreover, your attempt at assassination today is destined to fail. You underestimate the first emperor of Qin. He has long foreseen this crisis. Even without these schemes, he would never take such a risk. The Qin Dynasty's prince consort said to me that the demise of the Qin is a trend. Do you not fear that these words may reach Ying Zheng's ears? Zhang Liang deliberately threatened as a test. Fang Mu, brimming with confidence, responded, even if the first emperor is suspicious, he is unlikely to believe the words of an assassin such as yourself. Noticing that his threat had no effect on Fang Mu, Zhang Liang remarked, it is said that the prince consort is a mysterious figure. Having met you today, it is indeed a reputation well-deserved. May I inquire what promise you require me to fulfill? Zhang Liang gazed at Fang Mu, pondering something, while Fang Mu chose not to disturb him. Even if Zhang Liang did not agree, Fang Mu would still depart without further ado. You have already spared my life, Zhang Liang. Though I harbor a deep-seated hatred for Ying Zheng and the Qin Dynasty, a favor is a favor, and that promise must be exceedingly arduous, yet I, Zhang Liang, shall acquiesce. After a considerable pause, Zhang Liang spoke. Thank you, sir. This time, you must hide quickly. The first emperor will soon uncover your identity, and those 2 valiant men you dispatched to assassinate him will undoubtedly be captured. Fang Mu informed Zhang Liang of this news. I am aware of this, but I find it hard to believe they would betray me. However, I am prepared. What about the other crisis? Zhang Liang inquired. No wonder you ultimately fell prey to Liu Bang. Used and then discarded. You place too much trust in others, Fang Mu remarked. You are a great strategist. In the future, you will assist a sovereign in conquering the world. But remember to guard against that sovereign, for otherwise, you may meet a tragic end. Fang Mu understood that Zhang Liang would not trust him at present, but should his predictions come true, Zhang Liang would surely remember his kindness. I, Zhang Liang, have always been indifferent to fame and fortune, and I shall not easily serve another. The assassination of Ying Zheng is merely a vendetta of my family. Yet, I shall wait to see if your words hold truth. Zhang Liang expressed his skepticism. Very well, let us make this agreement. If what I say is untrue, then you need not honor your promise. No, if it is true, the promise shall be doubled. If false, the original promise shall still stand. Zhang Liang declared. Then I thank you, sir. I must take my leave. Noticing that time was of the essence, Fang Mu anticipated that the first emperor would soon send someone. Young brother Fang Mu, until we meet again. Zhang Liang clasped his fists. Take care, sir. Farewell. Fang Mu concluded, turning his horse to leave. Who is this person, indeed so mysterious, claiming that I, Zhang Liang, will serve under another and ultimately be harmed by that very individual? Ha ha ha. Who in this world could possibly make me Zhang Liang render service? Zhang Liang was filled with curiosity about Fang Mu, while simultaneously doubting that he would serve anyone. Chapter 29. The Tyrannical Ying Zheng. Fang Mu winced in pain, feeling as though his body might fall apart. After a moment, he managed to rise and mount his horse, continuing to ride forward. It was not long before he heard the sound of hooves approaching. Looking ahead, he saw Zhao Gao and several dozen guards riding towards him. The prince consort is ahead. With a loud shout, a guard cried out, and one by one they halted their steeds. Your Highness, are you unharmed? The guard inquired. Fang Mu, now covered in dust and bearing a few bruises on his face, indeed appeared quite disheveled. I am fine, thank you, Your Majesty. Fang Mu was aware that it was Qin Shi Huang who had dispatched Zhao Gao and his men. He cast a glance at Zhao Gao. The assassin has fled. In my relentless pursuit, I accidentally fell from my horse, and now I am injured. The assassin has escaped, and you allowed him to slip away after all the risks the emperor took to draw him out. What punishment do you deserve? Zhao Gao suddenly interrogated. Go to hell, you wretched eunuch. How dare you question me? Fang Mu replied calmly. Zhao Gao, are you accusing me? Since when has the prince been subject to your judgment? Shall we next see you passing judgment on me directly, or even on the princess? Fang Mu was genuinely enraged. Zhao Gao's audacity was insufferable, emboldened by a modicum of authority granted by Qin Shi Huang. He dared to ride roughshod over Fang Mu. If Qin Shi Huang were to perish, it was certain that Zhao Gao would be the first to feign imperial decree for Fang Mu's execution. I wouldn't dare. I am merely following the emperor's orders to apprehend the assassin. It was you who allowed him to escape, Zhao Gao retorted. That judgment lies with the emperor, not with you. Zhao Gao, you are utterly unqualified. Fang Mu was truly incensed, exuding the commanding presence befitting a prince. The guards exchanged furtive glances, hesitant to speak. Neither Zhao Gao nor Fang Mu was someone they could afford to offend. Fang Mu, disinterested in Zhao Gao's provocations, accepted that they were now irreconcilable enemies. That a burly man was brought to his knees by 2 guards, while beside him lay the lifeless body of a gone assassin. Fang Mu immediately recognized them as the 2 assassins who had attempted to slay Qin Shi Huang with an iron ball. They had indeed been captured, observing Fang Mu and his companions returning empty-handed. Qin Shi Huang frowned, his expression betraying mild displeasure. Your Majesty, Lord Fang did not apprehend the assassin. He allowed him to escape. Zhao Gao promptly reported to Qin Shi Huang, omitting any mention of Fang Mu's fall from his horse or his injuries. Fang Mu could not be bothered to defend himself. It was far better to let Qin Shi Huang draw his own conclusions. If the emperor chose to believe, then so be it. Disputing would yield no benefit. Fang Mu, are your injuries severe? Qin Shi Huang surprisingly expressed concern for Fang Mu. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty, I failed in my duties and could not capture the assassin. I beseech you to lessen my punishment. Fang Mu refrained from mentioning the severity of his injuries, focusing solely on his whether to speak or remain silent is entirely up to you. I am prepared to proclaim your likeness to the world, offering rewards of gold and silver to those who know you, and lavish bounties for any information regarding your wife, children, parents, and friends. To my astonishment, Ying Zheng is personally interrogating the assassin. It seems that when Fang Mu pursued Zhang Liang, Ying Zheng had already conducted an inquiry once before. That lean assassin has been subjected to interrogation and ultimately met his demise. Fang Mu could not help but feel that Ying Zheng's cruelty was indeed excessive, first using the assassin's life and body as a means of intimidation, and then resorting to threats against his family. Moreover, the first emperor of Qin was unequivocally a man of his word. After a moment's pause, Ying Zheng, seeing that the burly man remained unresponsive, chuckled. Bring him forth. Zhang Liang, the Prime Minister of Han. I repeat, do not harm my family. At that moment, the sturdy man shouted with all his might, pounding the ground in desperation. Bring forth this man, execute him, and display his remains at the gates of Xianyang to serve as a warning to all. Ying Zheng proclaimed with an air of nonchalance. Cursed be you, Ying Zheng. You are a man of broken promises. May you meet a wretched end. The burly assassin, in a frenzy, struggled and cursed the first emperor of Qin, yet was swiftly dragged away by the guards. Your Majesty, he has revealed that it is Zhang Liang. Fang Mu exclaimed, rushing to intervene. Ying Zheng's eyes gleamed with intensity as he regarded Fang Mu. When did I ever promise that upon revealing the name, I would spare his family? What? Do you wish to champion his cause? After a moment's reflection, Fang Mu realized that Ying Zheng had indeed made no such promise. The threat had merely been a means of coercion. Yet he could not condone Ying Zheng's brutality. Your Majesty, I dare not, Fang Mu replied, resigned. Humph, I know you yearn to intervene, that if Fusu were here, he would certainly counsel against me. But you must understand, they seek to take my life. My repeated forbearance will only invite more audacious assassins to strike. Thus, I must issue a warning to the world. Ying Zheng shouted in exasperation at Fang Mu. Fang Mu refrained from speaking further. This was the reality of the Qin Dynasty, where a rigid hierarchy prevailed, an order he could neither alter nor influence. Zhao Gao. Ying Zheng called out impatiently. At your service, my lord, Zhao Gao replied. Both Zhao Gao and Wang Bin dared not provoke the already enraged first emperor of Qin further. Chapter 30. Slaying the Assassin, a warning to the world. Upon returning to the palace, Fang Mu made his way to Pingyang Palace. Aside from the daily morning court, he had no desire to venture out. For now, only he and the princess inhabited that space within the palace. In the current state of the Qin, the populace was rife with trepidation, and numerous corpses hung from the walls of Xianyang, accompanied by decrees proclaiming that any assassin would face the annihilation of their entire clan. The identity of the burly assassin had been uncovered. He was named Songhai, and his end was a gruesome one, largely due to the repercussions faced by his family, with even distant relatives falling victim to execution. Zhang Liang's family had already fallen into decline, leaving him with few kin, yet he had remarkably evaded capture. In a remote place called Xiapai, Zhang Liang lived in a state of semi-seclusion, adopting various disguises and concealing his identity. Songhai has betrayed me, and regrettably, his entire family has been ensnared in this tragedy. Zhang Liang lamented internally. But who exactly is Fang Mu? Such a figure did not exist prior to the Qin Dynasty, and he has accurately foreseen all that has transpired. Thankfully, I heeded his counsel and prepared in advance, narrowly escaping disaster. At that moment, Zhang Liang recalled Fang Mu, realizing that everything had unfolded as Fang Mu had predicted. Achu. Fang Mu sneezed. Jianger, were you thinking of me just now? He suddenly inquired of Princess Luoyang. Ying Jiang, puzzled, replied, you were right beside me just moments ago. There was no need to think of you. What prompted this question? In my hometown, it is said that a sneeze signifies that someone dear to you is thinking of you, whereas 2 sneezes indicate that someone is speaking ill of you. Fang Mu earnestly shared this modern tidbit of knowledge with Ying Jiang. Is that so? No wonder I often sneezed during those days you were away. It must have been you who was thinking of me, Ying Jiang exclaimed, her expression revealing her realization. Fang Mu noted a slight change in her tone, as her nose appeared slightly congested. He mused to himself that, of course, he would not disclose the truth. With a composed demeanor, he proclaimed, indeed, during my time away, you were constantly on my mind. Women, regardless of their station, be they ordinary ladies or princesses, have an affinity for such romantic declarations. And Fang Mu was always aware of this. Upon hearing Fang Mu's words, Ying Zheng felt a swell of joy within her, her demeanor becoming more affectionate. After a moment of tender exchange, Fang Mu suddenly expressed a desire to check on Wang Zhao and the 1,000 soldiers. "Zhang, how are Wang Zhao and the 1,000 soldiers faring now? We should pay them a visit. I have often neglected to inquire about them during my absence from the palace," Fang Mu suggested. "Yes, it is indeed time for us to visit. Wang Zhao and those soldiers have expressed their longing for you," Ying Zheng responded, her tone turning serious. Fang Mu looked at her and asked, "Have you visited them?" "Of course, since you are seldom in the palace. I took it upon myself to see them, and I invited them to drink and feast. Wang Zhao is an excellent commander, and those soldiers are valiant men, training tirelessly each day, combining your methods with their own." Fang Mu felt a surge of gratitude in his heart. Princess Ying Zheng's actions were commendable, and it was imperative not to overlook the needs of these soldiers. Upon arriving at the rear of Pingyang Palace, they found the 1,000 soldiers, led by Wang Zhao, training vigorously, sweat glistening on their brows. Fang Mu and Ying Zheng observed quietly, reluctant to interrupt their training. "General, the Duke and Princess have arrived," one soldier suddenly shouted to Wang Zhao, who was currently turned away from them. "Brothers, I, Fang Mu, admit my shortcomings towards you all. Tonight, I shall treat you to drinks until we are thoroughly intoxicated," Fang Mu declared, seeking to convey his appreciation to the soldiers through this gesture. "Long live the Duke! Long live the Duke!" came a chorus of enthusiastic cheers. "Duke, when shall we join the battlefield and fight for you?" This idle existence of feasting and drinking is both tiresome and guilt-inducing, Wang Zhao suddenly called out. "Yes, Duke, when can we take the field and battle for you?" The 1,000 soldiers echoed in unison. As if rehearsed, Fang Mu felt a pang of discomfort. These soldiers were constantly yearning for the opportunity to fight. Yet, he understood that he maintained this 1,000-strong force precisely for critical moments, hoping that such a day would never arrive, where they would have to confront life and death. After nurturing an army for 1,000 days, the time to deploy them arrives in but a moment. Brothers, that day shall come, and it will not be long. Yet, I must forewarn you that when it does arrive, it will be a day drenched in blood and chaos, and many of you may perish in battle. Are you afraid?" Fang Mu resolved to speak the truth to them. Wang Zhao chuckled, turned, and bellowed, "Brothers, tell the esteemed prince consort, are you afraid? Not afraid, not afraid, not afraid." The response was deafening. For a long moment, no one moved. They stood resolutely, unwavering. Wang Zhao smiled with satisfaction, raising his arm in a fervent call. "We vow to protect the prince consort and the princess with our lives. We vow to protect the prince consort and the princess. We vow to protect the prince consort and the princess." 1,000 soldiers raised their arms in unison. "Bring forth the wine, for I wish to drink deeply with my brothers." Fang Mu was filled with heroic spirit. Chapter 31. Love for the country. More for the beauty. Subsequently, Fang Mu and the 1,000 soldiers indulged in hearty drinks and feasting, sharing tales from far and wide. Forging a bond with them, with Princess Liang and Wang Zhao at his side, they drank merrily until nightfall, at which point the soldiers ignited torches, their spirits lifted by the wine. "Esteemed Prince Consort, we have heard from General Wang Zhao that you are quite the talented one, skilled in music, and it is said to be delightful. Pray, entertain us." One soldier, his face flushed, stood up and proposed to Fang Mu. It was evident that he had indulged a bit too much, his words slurring from intoxication. Fang Mu recognized him as Wang Eru. "Oh, you have had enough to drink. Sit down at once," exclaimed another soldier, hastily pulling Eru back to his seat and offering an explanation. At that moment, Wang Zhao furrowed his brow but remained silent. Eru, suddenly jolted awake, realized his error. "I beg your pardon, esteemed prince consort. I have overstepped my bounds." Eru quickly offered his apologies to Fang Mu in the Qin Dynasty. The hierarchy was strictly observed. Fang Mu was the prince consort and their commander, and it was only the emperor and those of high status who could request such performances from him. Fang Mu's face darkened, his expression grim, leaving Wang Zhao and the soldiers feeling uneasy, their emotions a tangled mix of confusion. Even Ying Zheng was at a loss, contemplating whether to intervene with Fang Mu. Fang Mu rose, lifted his cup, and without a word, downed its contents in one go. He set the cup down, seized another from a soldier's hand, and drank it in one breath, followed by a third. "I consider you all my brothers, yet you treat me as an outsider. What is wrong with Eru calling for a song? Why do you all seek to stop him?" Fang Mu was truly incensed. Ying Zheng and Wang Zhao soon understood that Fang Mu's anger stemmed from the soldiers' delineation of rank. deliberately creating a distance between themselves and him. Fang Mu continued, "Indeed, it is my fault for not integrating with you. You do not acknowledge me as a brother. I have just punished myself with 3 cups as a penance, and now I declare, I am your commander, and moreover, I am your brother." Wang Zhao was the first to rise, lifting his cup and downing it in one swig, followed by Eru, and then all the soldiers stood, lifting their cups to drink deeply. Fang Mu's music truly was enchanting. You must urge him to perform for you. At this moment, Ying Zheng jested with the assembled warriors. "Brother Fang, let's have a song." Wang Zhao took the lead in calling out, "One song, one song, one song." The entire assembly of soldiers echoed in unison, fully unburdening their hearts. "Excellent. Now that's what I call a true brother. Allow me to serenade my comrades with love for the kingdom, yet more for the beauty. Jiang Air, strike the drums, and bring forth the basin." Fang Mu chuckled, for this was precisely what he desired. These soldiers would undoubtedly spill their blood for him in the battles to come, and he vowed to treat these brothers with utmost care. He began to sing passionately, the song resonating deeply with his current sentiments. Life is fleeting, and one must live with fervor and conviction, regardless of their surroundings. For these warriors, the lyrics articulated their innermost feelings. Indeed, which soldier does not echo the words of the song? I love the kingdom, yet cherish the beauty more. Which hero would choose solitude? A brave man, filled with courage, aspires to greatness and seeks fame across the seas. Life is but a few autumns. Let us not cease until we are intoxicated. It was unclear who initiated it, but soon 1,000 soldiers joined Fang Mu in song, and eventually, even Ying Zheng lent his voice to the chorus. One could only commend Fang Mu's choice of song. In this moment, amidst these 1,000 soldiers, it was the most relatable and resonant anthem for the passionate hearts of men. Ultimately, the revelry escalated, leading to the playful urging of Princess Liang to dance. Though Ying Zheng felt a tinge of shyness, he graciously performed for the soldiers. Fang Mu had truly fused into this collective of warriors, earning their respect and camaraderie. They now regarded him as a true brother. Observing this band of earnest and spirited men, Fang Mu was filled with profound emotions. Chapter 32. The Heartache of Ying Zheng. Long live our emperor, for eternity. Your Majesty, please rise. Thank you, Your Majesty. Another day of morning court commenced, and Fang Mu still felt drowsy, having indulged in drink with the soldiers until late the previous night. Zhao Gao, do we have any news regarding Zhang Liang? The countenance of Qin Shi Huang was far from amiable. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. It is as though Zhang Liang has vanished into thin air. However, rest assured, I have dispatched individuals to pursue any leads regarding his whereabouts. It is likely that he has adopted a false identity and dares not show himself, Zhao Gao explained, trembling with trepidation. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Shi Huang replied, "Then continue the pursuit of Zhang Liang." "As you command," Zhao Gao affirmed. "I must also inform you, Your Majesty, that I have failed in my duties. As of now, there are no alchemists present." Li Si spoke with a hint of anxiety. That it has been far too long without a single practitioner appearing to LIC. You must expedite this matter. Qin Shi Huang expressed his disappointment. "As you command." Sweat trickled down Li Si's forehead. "Today, I have yet another matter to discuss. We have received word from the border that the fortifications are nearing completion. General Ming and Prince He request my presence for a grand ceremony," Qin Shi Huang declared, turning his gaze toward the court officials. "I wish to accompany Your Majesty to ensure your safety." Wang Bin had become accustomed to safeguarding Qin Shi Huang during every journey. "I too wish to accompany Your Majesty." Zhao Gao, ever eager, clung tightly to his sovereign's side. "Granted." Qin Shi Huang acquiesced. Though assassins were currently hesitant to reveal themselves, he dared not let his guard down. As Qin Shi Huang cast his gaze upon Fang Mu, it was Fang Mu who took the initiative this time. He, too, wished to see Fu Su and Ming Tian, as well as the astute Fan Xing. Fang Mu humbly addressed the emperor. "Your Majesty, I am also willing to accompany you. I hope for your gracious approval." "Granted, I have indeed intended this." Qin Shi Huang expressed satisfaction with Fang Mu's demeanor. The standard entourage for the emperor's travels now comprised Fang Mu, Wang Bin, and Zhao Gao. My esteemed ministers, today's South Morning Court session concludes here. You may all retire, he declared. Fang Mu, remain. Qin Shi Huang retained Fang Mu once more. We take our leave. The other ministers departed, leaving Fang Mu to ponder what business the emperor might have with him this time. "Fang Mu, do you know why I inquired about Li Si and the alchemists?" Qin Shi Huang asked wearily. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Mu responded, "Is it possible, Your Majesty, that you are unwell? I can examine you." Observing the emperor's fatigued visage and lackluster spirit, Fang Mu surmised that the inquiry regarding the alchemists was likely related to longevity and well-being. I have been restless of late, plagued by incessant nightmares. Qin Shi Huang lamented. I dream of dying an old man, with the great Qin Empire slipping from my grasp. Please, examine me. Understood. Fang Mu began to cautiously take the emperor's pulse. Indeed, the emperor's dreams were remarkably accurate. The pulse was erratic, indicative of insufficient vitality. Fang Mu discerned that the emperor's affliction was of the heart, a malady he could not remedy. Your Majesty, forgive my candor. But what you suffer is a heart ailment. I can only provide temporary relief with my needle technique. It cannot be wholly eradicated, for a heart ailment requires a heart's remedy. Fang Mu spoke anxiously. Fearing the emperor's ire. A heart ailment. So be it. As long as I do not perish, those nightmares are naught but illusions. Yet, when will that alchemist appear? Qin Shi Huang ultimately concluded that as long as he could attain immortality, all would be resolved. Your Majesty, when the time is right, that person will surely appear. I believe that day is not far off. Fang Mu reassured the emperor. Indeed, by calculations, the mystic Su Fu would soon make his entrance. Very well, you may depart, Qin Shi Huang said wearily, resting his head upon his hand. I take my leave. Fang Mu suddenly felt a wave of sympathy for the emperor, for even a sovereign cannot escape the inevitabilities of aging and mortality. At that moment, Qin Shi Huang sat motionless upon the dragon throne, maintaining the posture of resting his head upon his hand, as if he were asleep. Fang Mu recognized the emperor's profound solitude and his desire to avoid the clutches of old age. Yearning instead to relish his imperial status for eternity, Fang Mu spent the night with Ying Zheng. Knowing they would part on the morrow. He felt as if he had taken a position that required him to travel intermittently. Ying Zheng, with a hint of melancholy, said, Please convey my regards to my royal brother Fu Su. She longed to accompany him, yet in the Qin Dynasty, it was improper for women to freely show themselves, especially as a princess, compounded by the arduous journey that would prove inconvenient for a woman. Nevertheless, Ying Zheng placed unwavering trust in Fang Mu, though she remained uncertain of when that day would finally arrive. On the following day, Qin Shi Huang's procession was even more splendid, setting forth grandly towards the borders to witness the nearing completion of the Great Wall and to hold the grand completion ceremony. Fang Mu was unaware of what might transpire during this visit to the Great Wall, especially with Fan Zheng now in attendance. Yet, given Fan Zheng's intelligence, he would surely keep his presence hidden from both Qin Shi Huang and Zhao Gao. Fang Mu felt a twinge of anticipation. Having not seen Fu Su and Ming Tian for quite some time, he wondered how they fared at the frontier, after a lengthy journey. The majestic and seemingly endless Great Wall had gradually come into view for Fang Mu and his companions. Your Majesty, we have arrived. Zhao Gao bowed to report to the Qin Shi Huang, who was seated in the carriage. As the emperor lifted the curtain, intending to rise, Zhao Gao promptly stepped forward to shield the top of the carriage with his hand, ensuring that Qin Shi Huang would not bump his head upon exiting. There was a reason for Zhao Gao's favor in the presence of the emperor. His keen observation skills and remarkable ability to endure and perform were truly commendable. Winding for miles, majestic and grand, Qin Shi Huang exclaimed with excitement, clearly pleased with this monumental achievement. This formidable project was the result of countless sacrifices, transcending mere architecture to become a symbol of spirit and motivation. Let my command be known. All shall ascend on foot. As you command, Zhao Gao replied, turning to announce, the emperor has decreed that all shall walk up the wall. Leading by example, Qin Shi Huang initiated the ascent, and all followed suit in a unified march up the Great Wall. Fang Mu never anticipated that he would one day walk upon this ancient structure of the Qin Dynasty. Chapter 33, The Origins of the Great Wall. Your Majesty, I apologize for my tardiness. Father, I have come late to greet you. Fu Su and Ming Tian, leading their troops, arrived breathlessly at the foot of the Great Wall to welcome Qin Shi Huang. Let us proceed. Lead the way. I wish to personally ascend this Great Wall. Qin Shi Huang appeared indifferent to Fu Su and Ming Tian's greeting. Ming Tian took the lead, and though Fu Su and Ming Tian had spotted Fang Mu, the presence of Qin Shi Huang made direct recognition imprudent. Fang Mu observed Fu Su, whose youthful innocence had faded after enduring various trials. Fu Su intentionally slowed his pace, soon finding himself beside Fang Mu. Meng De and I were just conversing. Will you be joining us? Fu Su exclaimed with delight that I have traveled a great distance to visit you and Meng De. You must treat me to a drink tonight. Fang Mu responded with equal joy at their reunion. I asked that all. Fear not, there will be ample wine, but there are no women here. What are you implying? I am your brother-in-law. Fang Mu felt exasperated with Fu Su, as he rarely engaged in serious discourse around him. Rest assured, I shall not informing Jiang. Fu Su maintained a brotherly demeanor. Fang Mu, uninterested in further banter, cautiously leaned in and whispered, "Where is Fan Zhang?" At that moment, Fu Su adopted an unusually serious tone, lowering his voice as well. The master is aware of Father S' arrival and has deliberately mingled among those laboring on the Great Wall. Fang Mu nodded in understanding. Fan Zhang was indeed resourceful, and blending in among the laborers was the safest course, as no elders would be among the soldiers, making detection unlikely. Ming Tian finally led Qin Shi Huang to a platform atop the Great Wall, offering a panoramic view of the magnificent lands of the Qin. Such splendid fortifications. Surely they deserve a fitting name. Qin Shi Huang inquired of Ming Tian that I am but a humble servant, unable to conceive a suitable title. Ming Tian lamented, acknowledging his limitations as a mere warrior. Fu Su, what say you? Qin Shi Huang turned to Fu Su. The walls of the Qin shall be called Qin Xiang. What does father think? Why is it called the Qin Wall and not the Qin Opera? Fang Mu remarked dismissively. Indeed, Qin Shi Huang furrowed his brows, expressing his disdain for such literati who prided themselves on their lofty ideals. Fang Mu, do you have any brilliant ideas? Is this the halo of a protagonist? Why must everything fall upon my shoulders? Fang Mu replied, Your Majesty once said, winding for thousands of miles, so why not call it the Great Wall of 10,000 miles? The Great Wall of 10,000 miles, ha ha ha, what a splendid name. Henceforth, it shall be known as the Great Wall of 10,000 miles. Qin Shi Huang was exceedingly pleased. Your Majesty, the Great Wall still requires 6 more miles to be completed. You may enjoy a 2-day respite here before the grand ceremony. Ming Tian reported on the progress of the wall. 2 more days. If that is the case, you all must be weary. Allow the soldiers to rest for a day. And let Zhao Gao and Wang Bin oversee the remaining work, ensuring it is completed within a single day. Qin Shi Huang was impatient to wait. We shall obey your command. The ministers replied. Father, this is unacceptable. 1 day is far too hasty, and the common folk cannot endure such oppression. Fu Su quickly intervened. Qin Shi Huang was on the verge of anger, as his son Fu Su perpetually opposed him. Your Majesty, I shall not fail in my duty. Wang Bin volunteered eagerly. Then let the grand ceremony be held the day after tomorrow, Qin Shi Huang declared, departing without heeding Fu Su's continued protests. Fang Mu and Ming Tian promptly restrained Fu Su, who reluctantly conceded. Fang Mu understood that Qin Shi Huang had grand constructions ahead, such as the Apang Palace and the Terracotta Army, and was indifferent to the plight of the laborers. General Ming, His Highness, you have toiled long enough. The remaining tasks shall be entrusted to Xiao Darren and myself. Wang Bin spoke courteously. We are grateful for your efforts, General Wang and Darren Zhao, Ming Tian quickly responded. Knowing they dared not defy the emperor's orders, having retired for rest, Qin Shi Huang wished for no disturbances. Wang Bin and Zhao Gao commenced overseeing the laborers, who, after a long day, were resting, ignoring their fatigue. Wang Bin and Zhao Gao forcibly compelled them to resume work. Fang Mu, Ming Tian, and Fu Su observed the laborers, noting the mix of young and old among them, including Fan Zhang. Many of these laborers had grown familiar with Ming Tian and Fu Su, who treated them kindly and did not exploit their strength. Now, faced with a new batch of overseers, they were inclined to resist. Fan Zhang quickly assessed the situation and quelled the laborers' rebellion, advising them to endure the toil. For otherwise, they would face severe punishment. He glanced at Fang Mu, Ming Tian, and Fu Su, his expression a mix of surprise and understanding, nodding slightly before resuming his work. Fang Mu admired Fan Zhang's sharp insight and resilience. Enduring such grueling labor despite his age, unable to bear the sight of the laborers' plight, the trio departed, their initial joy at reuniting now overshadowed by the grim circumstances. Well then, Brother Fang, Brother Fu Su. Since the Emperor has issued his decree, there is little we can do. It is but a day and a night. We can only hope to alleviate the burden on the common folk. Ming Tian consoled. Fang Mu recognized that in the era of the Qin, where human rights were non-existent, such was the reality that he raised his cup, stating, Brother Ming is right. We cannot intervene. Once tomorrow passes, we shall make amends to the common folk. Fu Su, having come to terms with the situation, lifted his cup as well, and the three began to drink, sharing tales of merriment to lift their spirits. As the three individuals engaged in lively conversation, they believed that once the night and the following day had passed, the burdens of labor would conclude without incident. Little did they know that a grave matter was unfolding on Fan Zhang's side. Chapter 34. the death of Fan Qiliang. Zhao Gao leisurely observed the laborers toiling under the sun, constructing the Great Wall. Perhaps it was due to his physical affliction that he derived an extreme sense of satisfaction from the scene before him. At that moment, an elderly man collapsed, the bricks he had been carrying tumbling to the ground, some even shattering. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Gao seized a whip from a nearby soldier and lashed it towards the fallen elder. The sharp crack of the whip echoed, instantly tearing into the frail body of the old man, revealing glimpses of white bone beneath his skin. Zhao Gao's psyche twisted with an exhilarating desire for a second strike, when a young man stepped forward and grasped Zhao Gao's raised hand. Fury ignited within Zhao Gao. Who dares to seek death? Step aside, sir, the young man implored. Wang Lao has already exhausted his strength. Must you take his life as well? The young man, handsome yet weary, bore the marks of exhaustion and dirt upon his face. Zhao Gao shrugged off the young man's grip, delivering another lash to the elder. The old man trembled, but seemed devoid of the strength to cry out or move. Cease this. I demand to see General Meng. Fan Zheng could no longer bear the sight and intervened. Zhao Gao, observing Fan Zheng and the young man, responded with a chilling smile. If the deadline is missed, the emperor's wrath shall fall upon Meng Tian, and none shall escape unscathed. Come, compel them to resume their labor. The soldiers promptly brandished their whips, and the laborers, who had momentarily paused, now quaked in fear at the imposing presence of the soldiers and their heavy whips. Resuming their work, only Fan Zheng and the young man remained still, advancing to check on the ailing elder. Without a word, the soldiers unleashed a flurry of lashes upon them. The young man fared better, while Fan Zheng succumbed to the ground after enduring 2 strikes, writhing in agony. Stop. Wang Bin commanded the soldiers, turning to Zhao Gao. Is it your intention to spill blood? General Wang, the emperor has decreed that the work must be completed within a day, culminating in a grand ceremony. Should the ceremony be delayed, are you prepared to bear the consequences? Zhao Gao leveraged the authority of Qin Shi Huang against Wang Bin. Continue the beatings. Do not cease until they labor. Zhao Gao's voice was devoid of compassion. The young man could have resumed work, thus escaping the torment, yet the elder lay motionless, and Fan Zheng was strewn with injuries upon the ground, left with no choice. The young man threw himself over Fan Zheng, absorbing the lashes meant for him. Stop. Zhao Gao commanded the soldiers once more, initially believing he wished to avoid further fatalities. It was evident that the elder had drawn his final breath. And yet, the most loathsome aspect was Zhao Gao's deeply twisted psyche. Bury that old wretch along with him, he cruelly instructed, pointing at the deceased elder and the young man. You will face divine retribution. I demand to see General Meng and His Highness the Crown Prince, the young man shouted, cursing. Zhao Ji Ao. No one paid him any heed. Several soldiers dragged him and the elder away, preparing for burial. Fan Zheng's gaze was piercing, fixated intently on Zhao Gao, who reveled in the knowledge that others despised him yet were powerless to act against him. Drag him over and make him watch as those two are buried. Zhao Gao's heart was twisted with malice. General, Your Highness, something terrible has happened. An anxious soldier rushed into Meng Tian's tent, flustered and breathless. What is it? Why the haste? Speak quickly. Meng Tian frowned, as his soldiers seldom exhibited such distress. Quickly, save them. Zhao Gao intends to kill them. Mr. Fan is inside, along with Fan Qiliang, and the elder Wang has already been slain by Zhao Gao. The soldier finally conveyed the gravity of the situation in one breath. With a sudden urgency, Fang Mu, Fu Su, and Meng Tian sprang to their feet and hastened towards Fan Zheng. Fang Mu was both alarmed and anxious, fearing for Fan Zheng's safety. Such an event could drastically alter history, and he would have unwittingly caused it. He was astonished that Fan Qiliang was involved. Could it be that the tale of Meng Jiangnu weeping over the Great Wall had truly come to life? He had always believed it to be a poignant love story from the Qin Dynasty, but now he found himself entangled in it. Fang Mu, Fu Su, and Meng Tian raced towards the scene, only to find a tranquil stillness upon their arrival. Fang Mu gazed at Fan Zheng, who sat on the ground, his eyes ablaze with fury, and felt a wave of relief wash over him. The piles of bricks made it evident that Fan Qiliang had been buried alive. Zhao Gao, you regard human life as mere straw. May you meet a fitting end. Fu Su erupted in outrage. Your Highness, forgive me. They were not laboring. I merely wished to ensure the timely completion of the Great Wall, so that His Majesty's grand ceremony would not be delayed. To make an example, Zhao Gao feigned utmost respect towards Fu Su, justifying his actions under the guise of Qin Shi Huang's orders, leaving no room for reproach. A fine example indeed. Fu Su seethed as he pointed an accusatory finger at Zhao Gao. Report. The Emperor has decreed that regardless of what transpires here, he only wishes to see the results. After tomorrow, the completion ceremony must proceed. An armored attendant from Qin Shi Huang's court arrived with the edict that we shall obey. Such a mournful wail had surely alerted Qin Shi Huang. Yet he remained indifferent, prioritizing the swift completion of the Great Wall. Fang Mu and Fu Su helped Fan Zheng to his feet, intending to tend to his wounds, for given his age, he could not withstand prolonged suffering. Zhao Gao, with a cold gaze, watched as they rescued Fan Zheng, unwilling to impede them any further. Fan Zheng was fortunate. Had it not been for Fan Qiliang shielding him from the whips, he would have certainly perished. Aided by the timely arrival of Fang Mu and the others, yet, Fan Zheng remained silent, unresponsive to Fang Mu and Fu Su's reassurances, as they understood that he was grappling with the grief of losing Fan Qiliang. Out of respect for his sorrow, Fang Mu and Fu Su refrained from disturbing Fan Zheng, allowing him the space to recuperate. Fang Mu sensed that Fan Zheng wished to leave, to escape from this place. Chapter 35. The arrival of Meng Jiangnu under Zhao Gao's oppressive regime. The Great Wall was hastily completed, and he had gone to Qin Shi Huang to claim his accolades. The site where Fan Qiliang was buried was bleak and desolate. Hardly a place any beauty would choose to linger. Fan Zheng arrived alone at this somber location, and upon witnessing the scene, Fang Mu summoned Fu Su and Ming Tian to bring wine. Joining Fan Zheng at his side, Fan Zheng, unceremonious, poured a portion of the wine onto the ground before drinking deeply himself. Fang Mu, Fu Su, and Ming Tian all sighed deeply, raising their cups to join Fan Zheng in a drink. Gradually, the laborers began to gather around. Ming Tian dispatched his soldiers to distribute some wine and food to the laborers, who expressed their heartfelt gratitude and sought out empty spaces to partake in their meal. At the foot of the Great Wall, a strikingly beautiful woman, burdened with a bundle, displayed an anxious and yearning expression as she attempted to ascend the wall, only to be halted by the soldiers stationed there. In her desperation, she began to sing, recounting her experiences and deeds to the soldiers, earnestly pleading for their release. Two souls in love shall bind for life. On the day of our union, we shall feast with guests. Suddenly, the sound of hooves is heard outside the hall. As the soldiers come seeking us, Qiliang travels northward to repair the walls, gazing longingly at the stone of the husbandess hope. I lament your 3 meals left unsatisfied. I lament the cold nights without warmth. Meng Jiangnu, preparing for the journey, traverses 1,000 miles to seek her husband, leaving her homeland behind. Parting at the Long Pavilion. 2 seasons have passed. The path to find her husband is fraught with hardship. Upon reaching the barrier, she stands firm, for without taxes paid, passage is denied. Alas, her funds have long been exhausted. She sings a lament for others to hear. First, she sings of the bitterness in her search for her husband, then of her longing for her parents. The station soldiers, moved to tears by her song, dispatched a report to Meng Tian. Quickly, allow Meng Jiangnu to ascend the Great Wall. Upon hearing this, Meng Tian immediately commanded his troops. Indeed, Meng Jiangnu arrived, and now the Great Wall was destined to be wept upon, a poignant symbol of fidelity during such an era. Fang Mu felt a pang of sorrow in his heart, wishing fervently that this was merely a legend. When Meng Jiangnu approached Fang Mu and the others, she politely inquired, "Esteemed gentlemen, may I have the honor of meeting my husband, Fan Qiliang?" Fang Mu, Fu Su, and Ming Tian, unable to bear the truth, hesitated to reveal the grim reality, while Fan Zheng's eyes welled with tears. With trembling steps, Fan Zheng stood up. Qiliang has already fallen victim to the cruel Zhao Gao. His remains lie here. He gestured towards the place where Fan Qiliang was buried. The news struck like a thunderbolt, nearly causing Meng Jiangnu to lose her balance and faint, explaining her earlier distress. Steadying herself, Meng Jiangnu immediately began to dig with her bare hands, unearthing brick after brick, her hands bleeding profusely, yet she felt no pain. Brother Meng summoned aid to assist her. Fang Mu did not intervene. Instead, he called upon soldiers to help Meng Jiangnu. Meng Tian nodded, and several soldiers swiftly stepped forward. Before long, the bricks were removed, revealing Fan Qiliang's body. The corpse, long unrecognizable, lay mangled beneath the bricks. Trembling, Meng Jiangnu embraced Fan Qiliang's lifeless form. In his right hand, he clutched a small and exquisite jade gourd, a token of their love. Meng Jiangnu took the gourd with care, her sobs rendering her speechless. The onlookers understood that this gourd was undoubtedly a cherished keepsake between Fan Qiliang and Meng Jiangnu. Next, Meng Jiangnu gingerly retrieved clothing from her bundle, dressing Fan Qiliang's body, then carefully laid him down before beginning to bury him brick by brick. Fan Zheng, despite his frailty, assisted her in this solemn task. Report to the general, the crown prince, and the emperor are approaching. A soldier rushed in with the news. Quickly, Your Highness, escort Qi Liang's wife away from this place. Fan Zheng anxiously sought Fu Su's aid. Fear not, sir, I shall see to it. Fu Su responded, calling for assistance. I will not leave. My husband is dead, and my life holds no meaning. Meng Jiangnu, unwavering in her resolve, interrupted Fu Su and declared, The emperor has arrived. The shrill voice of Zhao Gao echoed through the air. It was already too late to depart. Emperor Qin Shi Huang had come, accompanied by Zhao Gao. We humbly welcome your majesty. The crowd bowed in reverence to the emperor, yet Meng Jiangnu remained defiant. Her furious gaze fixed upon Qin Shi Huang. She believed that had it not been for the emperor, her husband would not have been compelled to toil in the construction of the Great Wall, and thus would not have met his untimely demise. Fang Mu held deep admiration for Meng Jiangnu, a woman who dared to love fiercely and hate passionately, unwavering in her loyalty, unafraid even of death. Fan Zheng, understanding the art of patience, had already blended into the ranks of laborers. As Qin Shi Huang beheld Meng Jiangnu, he was struck with awe. Her beauty was unparalleled, and the profound hardships she had endured to arrive at this place for her husband stirred within him a desire to claim her. Zhao Gao, having served at the emperor's side for many years, swiftly grasped Qin Shi Huang's intentions and obsequiously proposed, Your Majesty, with the grand completion ceremony of the Great Wall tonight, it would be a splendid fortune to have this woman as a concubine in the imperial harem. Fang Mu was already aware of the inevitable fate that awaited Meng Jiangnu, and he knew there was no altering it. The Fu Su's expression shifted dramatically. Father, you must not. Do not heed the treacherous words of Zhao Gao. Fu Su could no longer tolerate Zhao Gao's scheming, yet Qin Shi Huang, fond of Zhao Gao's ability to read his desires, responded sharply, Fu Su, have I ever mentioned this matter to you? Do you presume to govern my affairs now? The emperor was irked by Fu Su's constant opposition to his thoughts and decisions. The young woman expressed her willingness to obey the emperor's commands, but with one request. To everyone's astonishment, Meng Jiangnu acquiesced. Speak, commanded Qin Shi Huang. My husband, Fan Qiliang, has passed away, and I have yet to conduct his funeral rites. I beseech your majesty to allow me to honor my husband with a proper send-off. Meng Jiangnu's true intention was to perform the funeral for Fan Qiliang. Your majesty, with the grand completion ceremony of the Great Wall imminent, holding funeral rites would be inauspicious. I implore you to reconsider. Zhao Gao interjected, Nay, what a devoted and righteous woman. I grant your request. Let it be done now, without delay, so as not to hinder tonight's festivities. Qin Shi Huang could hardly refuse, and he found himself increasingly enamored with Meng Jiangnu's loyalty and affection. His thoughts consumed by the desire to conquer her heart. Fan Zheng and Fu Su remained oblivious to Meng Jiangnu's true intentions. If she genuinely wished to complete her husband's funeral rites before acquiescing to Qin Shi Huang's demands to become a concubine, they fell silent. Meng Jiangnu had consented, having done all she could, for otherwise she could not escape death. Fan Zheng, Fu Su, and the others could only mourn in their hearts for Fan Qiliang. Only Fang Mu understood that Meng Jiangnu's agreement was merely a stalling tactic. She sought to delay Qin Shi Huang, ensuring a proper farewell for her husband before the main event unfolded. Since learning of Fan Qiliang's death, she had no thoughts of living on alone. Chapter 36. Meng Jiangnu weeps for the Great Wall. At Meng Jiangnu's behest, and under the arrangements of Qin Shi Huang, Fan Qiliang's funeral was set at the far end of the Great Wall. Near the banks of the great river, a sacrificial altar was erected, adorned with various offerings, and a spirit tablet bearing Fan Qiliang's name was placed upon it. Meng Jiangnu began to present incense and kneel in reverence. Bowing her head in mourning, the onlookers beheld her solemn ritual, waiting for her to rise. Meng Jiangnu cast her gaze upon Emperor Qin Shi Huang and, gritting her teeth, implored, Your Majesty, I beseech you to allow Zhao Gao to accompany my husband in death, so that his spirit may find solace in the afterlife. In that moment, she seized the opportunity to eliminate Zhao Gao, hoping that Emperor Qin would be incensed enough to execute him. Fang Mu silently relished the thought. Meng Jiangnu was indeed resolute, skillfully wielding her influence. Your Majesty, all that this humble servant has done is for the sake of the Great Wall, for the empire you govern. Zhao Gao, stricken with fear, immediately fell to his knees. This Meng Jiangnu was not easily trifled with. How could she possibly know that he was responsible for her husband's demise? It was undoubtedly Fang Mu and his cohort who had divulged that information to her. In an instant, Zhao Gao comprehended the gravity of his predicament, filled with both loathing and trepidation, fearing that Emperor Qin might be swayed by this woman and take his life instead, a fate he found intolerable. Emperor Qin regarded Meng Jiangnu and then turned his attention to the kneeling Zhao Gao. Death cannot be undone. All that Zhao Gao has done has been in service of the Great Wall. A reflection of my will. I thank your majesty for your compassion, Zhao Gao replied, drenched in cold sweat, having narrowly escaped death. Alas, this treacherous man truly knew how to curry favor with Emperor Qin. Evading yet another calamity, Fang Mu lamented internally. It was evident that Zhao Gao's actions were in accordance with the emperor's directives, and should Zhao Gao be executed, who would remain to serve Emperor Qin with such fervor and obedience? Realizing that her request for Zhao Gao to be interred alongside her husband was unlikely to be granted, Meng Jiangnu opted for a more modest plea. I humbly request, your majesty, that Zhao Gao pay his respects to my husband in kneeling reverence. If it pleases you. Zhao Gao glanced at Emperor Qin, who, with a fierce glare, prompted Zhao Gao to quickly concede. I shall attend to it at once. Zhao Gao approached the spirit tablet of Fan Xiang and performed an exaggerated show of bowing and kneeling, a display of utter insincerity. However, there was no choice. With Emperor Qin observing, Zhao Gao was filled with regret. Should Emperor Qin choose to take Meng Jiangnu as a concubine, his own fate would be uncertain. And he feared that one day, the emperor might succumb to the whispers of temptation and have him slain. Fang Mu, observing Fan Zheng amidst the laborers, noted that Zhao Gao had just completed his farcical display of respect. Stepping forward, Fang Mu addressed the emperor. Your majesty, might it be permitted for those laborers, friends of Fan Xiang, and all who wish to kneel in tribute to him to do so, that the world may witness your magnanimity and benevolence? Granted, came the emperor's simple, yet profound reply. Fan Zheng cast a grateful glance at Fang Mu, and soon, the laborers, along with Fang Mu, Fusu, and Meng Tian, expressed their respect for Fan Xiang. As the formalities concluded, the main event unfolded. Meng Jiangnu suddenly erupted into laughter, followed by vehement denunciations of the Qin Dynasty, Emperor Qin, Zhao Gao, and the Great Wall, her voice a cacophony of weeping and cursing. No one, save for Fang Mu, anticipated this unexpected outburst. All stood still, awaiting the emperor's command. Emperor Qin's countenance darkened to an extreme, yet he refrained from erupting in anger, listening to Meng Jiangnu's increasingly sorrowful and tragic lamentations. Suddenly, a thunderous sound reverberated through the air. The Great Wall had collapsed, an expanse of over 800 li crumbling. This spectacle astonished all present, even Fang Mu, who had braced himself for the unexpected. It was at this moment that Meng Jiangnu began to run, heading toward the riverbank. Seize that wretched woman! Emperor Qin was the first to react, his fury ignited as he beheld Meng Jiangnu, seemingly courting her own demise. In collaboration with you, having accomplished numerous tasks. Not only did I fail to comply with Qin Shi Huang, but I also witnessed the Great Wall collapse in sorrow, and even contemplated ending my own life. Anyone in my position would be incensed, let alone Qin Shi Huang himself. At that moment, the officials and soldiers hastened to apprehend Meng Jiangnu, yet it was already too late. She leapt into the river, vanishing from sight. The Great Wall's unexpected fall, what could it possibly signify? Could it foretell the downfall of my mighty Qin Empire? Qin Shi Huang murmured to himself, a reflection of profound superstition. Meng Tian, the Great Wall must not fall. I shall ensure it stands forever. Qin Shi Huang was in a state of near madness. Your Majesty, this is merely an accident. I shall continue overseeing the construction and fortification of the Great Wall, and we must not rush for results. Meng Tian reassured Qin Shi Huang. Meng Tian, I shall obey your command. Fusu, your son shall comply. Fang Mu, accompany me. Qin Shi Huang rubbed his forehead and turned to depart. Acknowledged, Fang Mu hurried to follow. He understood that Qin Shi Huang, having been momentarily shaken and already burdened by inner turmoil, was likely suffering from another headache. Fortunately, Fang Mu had brought his silver needles with him. Zhao Gao and Wang Bin trailed behind, with Wang Bin ever vigilant to protect Qin Shi Huang's safety, and Zhao Gao following closely wherever the emperor went. Meng Tian and Fusu had already commenced the reconstruction of the Great Wall, which had been brought down by the tears of Meng Jiangnu. The epic love story of Meng Jiangnu weeping for the Great Wall would undoubtedly be passed down through the ages. As long as the Great Wall stands, so too shall this legend endure. Chapter 37. Celestial Omens. Fang Mu followed Qin Shi Huang into the expansive tent, within which lay a large, warm bed. Qin Shi Huang slowly reclined upon the bed, rubbing his forehead. Fang Mu, my headache has recurred, and my spirit is in disarray. Your Majesty, please relax. I shall employ my acupuncture technique to alleviate your suffering. Fang Mu produced his silver needles. Qin Shi Huang closed his eyes, forcing himself to unwind, as Fang Mu sterilized the needles with fire and began the treatment. Half an hour later, Qin Shi Huang gradually opened his eyes. I feel much improved. Your acupuncture truly is remarkable. Your Majesty is too kind. I have merely provided temporary relief. To eradicate the ailment entirely, you must confront your inner turmoil. Fang Mu replied humbly, My inner turmoil cannot be resolved. Only the elixir of immortality could alleviate it. Qin Shi Huang expressed his deep yearning. There is no such elixir. It is merely a ruse of treacherous ministers to manipulate emperors. Fang Mu decided to caution Qin Shi Huang. Your Majesty. Matters unfold as they are destined. When the time is right, it will arrive. Do not become overly fixated, lest you be exploited by those with ulterior motives. Exploited. Who dares to exploit me? Qin Shi Huang was brimming with confidence. Your Majesty, please rest well, take care of your health, and do not overexert yourself. Seeing that he could not dissuade Qin Shi Huang, Fang Mu chose to relent. He dared not directly inform Qin Shi Huang that there was, in fact, no elixir of immortality. Should the emperor become enraged, he might execute his own son-in-law, which would indeed be tragic. Truly, serving a sovereign is akin to accompanying a tiger. You may withdraw. I am indeed somewhat fatigued. Tomorrow, we must continue our journey. Qin Shi Huang issued his dismissal. Fang Mu, I take my leave. Upon exiting the tent, Fang Mu nearly collided with Zhao Gao at the entrance, which left him quite displeased. Good hounds should not obstruct the way. Fang Mu scolded Zhao Gao directly. Zhao Gao's expression darkened with malevolence. Yet in an instant, he transformed into a visage of beaming smiles, shifting his body aside. Your Highness, I trust the Emperor is feeling better. This old servant yearns to attend to the Emperor. The art of concealing daggers behind smiles was a craft Zhao Gao had mastered to perfection, leaving Fang Mu feeling a wave of nausea. Surely, the one who most ardently wished for the demise of Qin Shi Huang was none other than Zhao Gao. Fang Mu mused. The Emperor is resting and wishes to avoid disturbances. If you are not apprehensive about intruding upon His Majesty's repose, you may proceed inside. With that, Fang Mu cast aside his words and departed without further ado. Zhao Gao's countenance fluctuated between shadow and light, yet he ultimately chose to linger at the entrance of the tent. Resembling a loyal watchdog, albeit a wolfhound concealing its fangs, Fang Mu arrived at Fusu's side, where Ming Tian and Fusu had already made all necessary arrangements, poised to commence work on the morrow. I feel somewhat better now. As for the afflictions of the heart, I am powerless to assist. The speaker's intent was casual, yet the listener's heart was attentive. Fanzing silently noted this remark. Indeed. Let us proceed to join the soldiers and the common folk in revelry. Tomorrow, we shall commence the construction of the Great Wall, and General Meng intends to reward everyone handsomely. Fusu exclaimed, pulling Fang Mu and Fan Zeng along. Together, the soldiers will labor alongside the commoners to build the Great Wall? Fang Mu inquired. Indeed, this was proposed by Mr. Fan. It will expedite the construction and ease the burdens of the populace. Fusu expressed profound respect for Fan Zeng. It was about time. Fang Mu chuckled, glancing at Fan Zeng, who nodded in agreement, though his expression remained somber. The quartet of Fang Mu, Fusu, Ming Tian, and Fan Zeng led the charge in toasting with the soldiers and the commoners. In this moment, the barriers between Ming Tian's soldiers and the laborers had dissipated. Each soldier had families, and these laborers felt akin to their own kin. Furthermore, following the incidents involving Fan Qiliang and Ming Jiangnu, Ming Tian had enforced even stricter discipline among his troops. After all, a commander's character reflects in those he leads. Let us have a tune, a song, a melody. The soldiers and laborers below clamored for entertainment. Fang Mu, unpretentious by nature, declared, then allow me to perform a song for everyone. Splendid. The crowd erupted with enthusiasm. Fang Mu sang with deep emotion, rendering the piece loving the country more than the beauty, believing it resonated with the hearts of those living in tumultuous times. Life is fleeting. No matter the circumstances, one must embody passion and attitude. Life is but a few autumns. Let us drink until we can drink no more. Without a doubt, the soldiers and laborers soon joined in song, with many shedding tears in the process. At that moment, a radiant light appeared in the distant sky, shimmering brilliantly against the backdrop of night, despite its far-off origin. As the light gradually faded, the night sky seemed to bear a luminous aperture, as though a hole had been rent in the heavens, leaving the onlookers in a wet fate. This appears to be an opportunity. Fan Zeng, usually reserved, was suddenly swept with emotion. Sir, what do you mean? Fusu inquired humbly of Fan Zeng. The secrets of heaven must not be revealed. Fan Zheng replied enigmatically. Fang Mu was suddenly struck by a thought. According to the course of history, this matter had finally arrived. He turned to Fan Zheng, who met his gaze. Indeed, the prince consort is no ordinary person. It seems he has already foreseen it. What is destined to come will inevitably arrive. This is irreversible. Fang Mu shook his head. Haha, then allow me to lend my assistance in this matter. At that moment, Fan Zheng appeared not as a mere elderly man, but as a sagacious strategist brimming with competence. Brother Fang, sir, what are you discussing? Fu Su inquired with increasing curiosity. Oh, it is nothing. Master Fan is about to take his leave. Fang Mu declared, his words startling yet delivered with unwavering confidence as he gazed at Fan Zheng. Meng Tian. What? Fu Su? What? Both Meng Tian and Fu Su exclaimed in disbelief, looking at Fan Zheng, eager to receive a definitive answer from him. Chapter 38. Fan Zheng's departure. Fan Zheng turned to Fu Su and Meng Tian. His visage a blend of regret and resolve. Crown Prince. No. Fu Su. I must indeed take my leave. And the moment has come. Fan Zheng expressed his deep sorrow towards Fu Su. Sir, have I displeased you in some way? Fu Su assumed he had erred in Fan Zheng's eyes. Fan Zheng shook his head. No, you have done commendably, showing compassion and love for the people. Alas, you were born in the wrong era. My departure is due to a divergence in ideals with your father. Sir, my father indeed. But you could assist me. Fu Su implored in a desperate attempt to retain Fan Zheng. He felt a profound sense of loss, since your intention is resolute. I shall see you off after my father departs tomorrow. Losing you is akin to a fish out of water. Thank you, Your Highness. Your words are overly flattering. Fan Zheng humbly replied, complimenting both Meng Tian and Fang Mu as well. So, in Fan Zheng's eyes, I am considered profound and inscrutable. What a high praise. Fang Mu thought to himself, bittersweetly chuckling inwardly, recognizing that it was not his depth that impressed Fan Zheng, but rather his reticence to speak freely. Master Fan, do you have a destination in mind? Fang Mu inquired. Not at the moment. I must first attend to a task before making further plans. Fan Zheng responded. Jiangdong. Fang Mu simply uttered 2 words. Knowing that someone as astute as Fan Zheng would grasp his meaning. Thank you, Prince Consort. Fan Zheng replied. Fang Mu smiled. Perhaps before long, I may find myself seeking your counsel once more. You are my savior. How could I ever consider it a matter of seeking assistance? Fan Zheng replied dismissively, not believing Fang Mu would ever require his aid. Then the group resumed their revelry, toasting in honor of Fan Zheng's departure. As night deepened, Fang Mu, who had been on the brink of slumber, suddenly opened his eyes to find Fan Zheng gazing at him intently. Upon noticing Fang Mu's awakening, Fan Zheng said nothing and exited the tent. Prompting Fang Mu to follow, Prince Consort, Fan Zheng began. Just call me Fang Mu, Fang Mu interjected. Fan Zheng nodded. Fang Mu, will you inform Emperor Qin Shi Huang in advance? Inform him of what? Fang Mu feigned ignorance. Intending to assuage Fan Zheng's concerns. In truth, Fang Mu could not speak of such matters, regardless of whether Qin Shi Huang would believe him. Even if every prediction came to pass, it would ultimately prove detrimental to Fang Mu. Such knowledge of the historical trajectory must remain concealed from the emperor. Then for what purpose? You are indeed a prince consort. Fan Zheng retorted. I replied, do you truly believe that, like you, I care for the welfare of the common people? Fang Mu said with a sense of helplessness, for he knew he could not alter the will of Qin Shi Huang. Indeed, you and Fu Su share the same sentiment. Ying Zheng's tyranny has brought suffering to the populace. The great Qin must perish. Fan Zheng held faith in Fang Mu and Fu Su, his heart burdened by the plight of the people. You cannot overcome the obstacle posed by Fan Qiliang and Ming Jiangnu. You not only desire the fall of Qin but also seek vengeance for Fan Qiliang by eliminating Zhao Gao. Thus, your urgency to depart, coupled with this fortuitous opportunity, Fang Mu articulated with clarity. Ah, Fang Mu, you see through me entirely. Fan Zheng gazed at Fang Mu with admiration. Zhao Gao is not so easily dispatched. Before he wreaked havoc upon the great Qin, he had already harmed Fu Su and myself. No one could eliminate him. He is remarkably adept at concealing his true nature. The mere thought of Zhao Gao unsettled Fang Mu, akin to a venomous serpent poised to strike. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qin Shi Huang had long awakened, feeling restless, and stepped out of his tent to breathe in the fresh air. Zhao Gao had been vigilantly stationed at the entrance, and upon seeing the emperor emerge, he immediately bowed in reverence. Your Majesty, the air is quite cool outside. Though Qin Shi Huang was a tyrant of historical renown, even he could not be unmoved by Zhao Gao's unwavering loyalty. Zhao Gao's dedication was evident as he remained at the tent's entrance, fearful that should the emperor awaken, he might not find him. However, What Qin Shi Huang could never fathom was Zhao Gao's exceptional capacity for patience. Presently, he clung to Ying Zheng's favor, striving to earn his trust, only to deliver a fatal blow in due time. Zhao Gao, what do you make of that beam of light on the horizon tonight? Though touched by Zhao Gao's loyalty, Qin Shi Huang refrained from expressing it, instead inquiring about the celestial phenomenon. Your Majesty, I have observed it and believe it to be an auspicious omen. Oh, speak on. My loyal subject. Qin Shi Huang was particularly fond of flattery at this moment. This brilliant light amidst the darkness heralds a new dawn for the great Qin. Your Majesty is that very light, illuminating the entire realm. Zhao Gao lavishly praised, and such flattery delighted Qin Shi Huang, who erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha. My dear subject, you truly know how to please me. Every word I speak is sincere and heartfelt. Zhao Gao replied earnestly. How has Hu Hai been instructed? Qin Shi Huang abruptly shifted the topic, inquiring about Hu Hai's progress. Zhao Gao felt a jolt of surprise, uncertain of the emperor's intent, yet he dared not show any negligence. Prince Hu Hai is intelligent and eager to learn. He is indeed a blessing for the great Qin. Then, who do you believe is more suitable to inherit my throne, Fusu or Hu Hai? Qin Shi Huang posed a startling question that sent Zhao Gao into a panic. Naturally, Zhao Gao wished to endorse Hu Hai, yet he was cautious. Matters of the emperor's family were not his to meddle in. To advocate for Hu Hai might arouse suspicion regarding Zhao Gao's ambitions, while endorsing Fusu was something he was reluctant to do. Zhao Gao bowed deeply. Your Majesty, I am but a simpleton. Both Crown Prince Fusu and Prince Hu Hai are blessings for the great Qin, and I dare not presume to comment. Zhao Gao was astute and prudent. Did Qin Shi Huang not know who should ascend the throne? They were both his sons, and no one else could dare to speak freely on such matters. Qin Shi Huang shook his head. Come. Accompany me for a stroll, let us enjoy the fresh air. No one could fathom the thoughts of Qin Shi Huang, not even Zhao Gao, yet the mention of Hu Hai's ascension to the throne filled Zhao Gao's heart with anticipation. Unbeknownst to Fusu and Fang Mu, Zhao Gao's restrained loyalty had nearly led Qin Shi Huang to consider bequeathing the throne to Hu Hai. Chapter 39. Fang Mu's scheme on the following day. Fang Mu awoke early, lacking any semblance of drowsiness. Through his conversation with Fan Zhang the previous night, he realized that the days of tranquility were numbered, and turmoil was on the horizon. Indeed, Brother Fang, let us stay and seek an audience with His Majesty. Ming Tian concurred. Fang Mu shook his head. That is not possible. Jiang is still waiting for me. I cannot let her down. My time with her has been far too brief. Alas, it seems that my sister Ying Zheng possesses quite the charm, having firmly captured Fang Mu's heart. Fusu teased, prompting hearty laughter from Ming Tian. Fang Mu could only offer an awkward smile, refraining from rebuttal. And Fusu and Ming Tian ceased their insistence on him. Qin Shi Huang, accompanied by his loyal entourage, was fully prepared for departure, and Fusu and Ming Tian came to bid farewell. Fang Mu had subtly hinted at Fusu, yet Fusu had never broached such topics with him. Ha ha ha. Indeed, you are worthy of being my heir, Qin Shi Huang remarked with satisfaction. Ultimately, Fusu chose to remain, unsure of the reason but trusting Fang Mu. Besides, he genuinely wished to stay with Ming Tian at the Great Wall. As Qin Shi Huang waved his sleeve in farewell, Zhao Gao, Wang Bin, and Fang Mu swiftly followed suit. Historically, Fusu met his demise in the palace, falsely executed by Zhao Gao's deceitful edict, while Ming Tian suffered a similar fate. Thus, with Fusu and Ming Tian at the Great Wall, and Fang Mu in the palace, they could collaborate to thwart Zhao Gao's schemes. Everything was unfolding according to Fang Mu's envisioned plan. With him overseeing matters concerning the princess, he felt confident. Fang Mu had already begun to alter history for the sake of Fusu, Ming Tian, and the princess, hoping fervently that events would proceed as he had orchestrated. As Fang Mu, Fusu, Ming Tian, and Fan Zhang bid farewell, Fusu and Ming Tian reciprocated the gesture, and Fan Zhang smiled in acknowledgement towards Fang Mu. Yet, all of this was but a part of Fang Mu's intricate design. Plans often falter amidst unforeseen changes, and the trajectory of history remained uncertain. Fang Mu harbored doubts about whether he could truly alter the course of events, especially with Zhao Gao, who was unlikely to remain passive, alongside the inscrutable Li Si and the ambiguous Wang Bin. Furthermore, the Xiang clan had already been plotting an uprising to topple the Qin Dynasty and re-establish the Chu state. Not to mention the favor of heaven bestowed upon Liu Bang, a natural-born sovereign, and the divine military prowess of Han Xin. These individuals remained silent for now, but it was merely a matter of time. As Fang Mu pondered these thoughts, a wave of anxiety washed over him, and he muttered quietly to himself, Fusu, for your imperial throne, I am utterly exhausted. I have gone against the tide of history. It now hinges on whether you possess the destiny of an emperor. Once Fang Mu and Qin Shi Huang had departed, Fan Zheng had already made his preparations. Fuso had even taken the time to prepare some clothing and provisions for Fan Zheng. Fuso not only saved Fan Zheng's life but also treated him with utmost respect, akin to how one would regard a beloved mentor, had it not been for Fan Zheng's discontent with the tyranny of Qin Shi Huang. Coupled with the tragic deaths of Fan Shi Liang and Meng Jiangnu, Fan Zheng would undoubtedly have remained by Fusu's side to offer his counsel. The old gentleman was overly concerned. I wholeheartedly welcome his return at any time. Fusu, sincere to the core, possesses an exceptionally kind and benevolent nature, eagerly seeking out talent. Moved to tears, Fan Zheng almost knelt to pay his respects to Fusu. However, Fusu swiftly grasped Fan Zheng's arm, expressing his discontent. What is the meaning of this, esteemed sir? Would it not be a humiliation for me? Such an act is absolutely unacceptable. Fan Zheng had no choice but to relent. Bidding farewell to Fusu with great reluctance, his figure growing ever smaller and more desolate. It is indeed rare for someone like Fan Zheng to encounter a wise ruler who values him so highly. Yet Fusu is the son of Qin Shi Huang, and Fan Zheng must depart to attend to a significant matter. Chapter 40. First encounter with Su Fu Li Si. Your Majesty, we have awaited your return for quite some time. A practitioner of alchemy has preliminarily passed the tests and has come to concoct elixirs for you. Known as Su Fu, the charlatan Su Fu has finally made his appearance. The Qin Dynasty is now in its latter days, and the demise of Qin Shi Huang looms ever closer, causing Fang Mu's heart to race with anxiety. Qin Shi Huang, weary from travel and in need of rest, was immediately taken aback by Li Si's news. What? Quickly bring that Su Fu to my study. I wish to meet him. At this moment, there was no trace of fatigue in Qin Shi Huang. As you command. Li Si bowed and departed to summon Su Fu. Fang Mu remained, knowing that Qin Shi Huang would wish for him to stay. He was also eager to witness the famed Su Fu of the Qin Dynasty. Fang Mu, Zhao Gao, Wang Bin, accompany me to meet this Su Fu. Qin Shi Huang held great expectations for the sudden arrival of Su Fu. We shall obey your command. In Ying Zheng's study, preparations of fine wines and delicacies had already been made. The fact that Su Fu had passed Li Si's preliminary assessment indicated he possessed some genuine skills. And Qin Shi Huang was determined not to treat Su Fu with indifference, as this pertained to his dream of immortality. Li Si entered the study with Su Fu. I pay my respects to your majesty. I, the humble Su Fu, pay my respects to your majesty. Su Fu bowed respectfully to Qin Shi Huang, neither servile nor overbearing. You may rise. Upon uttering this, Qin Shi Huang scrutinized Su Fu. Fang Mu, along with Zhao Gao and Wang Bin, observed Su Fu with curiosity. Su Fu, a middle-aged man, did not possess the ethereal demeanor one might expect of an alchemist. Rather, he appeared quite ordinary, and anyone who beheld him would scarcely associate him with the craft of elixir making. Aware that Qin Shi Huang and the others were assessing him, Su Fu stood respectfully, awaiting their scrutiny to conclude. Ahem, your majesty, Master Su has brought the elixirs he has concocted. Please take a look. Li Si timely reminded Su Fu. Initially, when Li Si heard of someone claiming to possess the ability to concoct elixirs, he was thoroughly skeptical. However, as Qin Shi Huang pressed him, and with no other alchemists forthcoming, Li Si feared incurring the Emperor's wrath. At this moment, he could hardly afford to dwell on his disbelief. Perhaps, by treating a dead horse as if it were alive, he might indeed find someone capable of alchemy. Upon their initial encounter, Su Fu was nearly dismissed by Li Si, who found him utterly unremarkable, akin to a mere rustic villager. Nevertheless, Li Si restrained himself and addressed the matter directly. I have heard that you possess the art of alchemy. Are you aware that deceiving the sovereign is a crime punishable by death? Li Si questioned Su Fu. Is it because the humble appearance of this lowly individual led the esteemed chancellor to believe I am but a wandering sorcerer? Su Fu astutely articulated Li Si's unspoken thoughts. To Li Si's surprise, instead of feeling embarrassed by Su Fu's insight, he affirmed, Indeed, I am tasked with selecting an alchemist for the emperor. Such matters are not to be trifled with. Might the chancellor allow me some time to personally concoct an elixir for your esteemed review? Su Fu, undeterred by superfluous dialogue, understood that to gain an audience with Qin Shi Huang, he must first satisfy Li Si's conditions by demonstrating his alchemical prowess. Very well, it shall be as you say. Should you successfully produce an elixir before the emperor returns from his expedition, I will personally escort you to meet him, Li Si declared. Thank you, esteemed chancellor. To craft my elixir, I require a tranquil and secluded environment, as well as an alchemical furnace and the necessary ingredients. I would be most grateful if you could arrange these provisions for me. Su Fu laid out his requests. Under ordinary circumstances, Li Si would have disregarded such demands, but now he placed his hopes firmly upon Su Fu. Focus on your alchemy. I shall ensure that all is prepared. And you will not be disturbed, Li Si assured him. Should you fail to produce the elixir, do not blame me for holding you accountable, Li Si thought to himself, once all arrangements were made. Su Fu commenced his alchemical work in a quiet room free from interruptions, while Li Si periodically checked on his progress. After a full week of anticipation, Su Fu finally opened the door. Li Si eagerly approached, and before he could utter a word, Su Fu extended his hand. In Su Fu's palm lay a perfectly formed, uniformly colored brown elixir, exuding vitality. Lic, astonished, accepted the elixir, still warm to the touch. His previous attitude of desperation transformed dramatically. Indeed, the alchemist is a true master. I have yet to inquire about your esteemed name. Forgive my oversight. I am Su Fu, a wanderer who frequently traverses the realms. Receiving the blessings of heaven and earth, Su Fu spoke with an air of mystique. Su the alchemist is undoubtedly a figure of great renown. I must admit my lack of discernment. Please, allow me to extend my hospitality. Li Si now regarded Su Fu as an honored guest, eager to avoid any semblance of negligence, for this was his savior, the one who could avert the emperor's ire upon his return. In the imperial study, Su Fu respectfully presented a delicate box and opened it. Inside lay the evenly formed, vibrant brown elixir. As Qin Shi Huang gazed upon it, his expression oscillated between excitement and calm, before being overtaken by renewed enthusiasm. This could herald the promise of immortality. Meanwhile, Zhao Gao maintained an impassive demeanor, his thoughts inscrutable, as he surely did not wish for the emperor to attain eternal life. Fang Mu was not at all surprised by the elixir. After all, during the spring and autumn and warring states periods, there were a handful of eminent masters capable of concocting such potions. However, over time, the number of those skilled in alchemy dwindled. From a contemporary perspective, alchemical practices can be likened to chemical knowledge, involving the sequential placement of medicinal materials into a cauldron and refining them over varying durations to ultimately crystallize into the form of a pill. In antiquity, the art of alchemy was exceedingly complex. Yet to Fang Mu's era of scientific understanding, it would be quite elementary, merely a matter of specialization. Fang Mu simply lacked knowledge in this field. Nevertheless, he could not help but admire Su Fu, who was adept at employing such chemical principles to transform raw materials into elixirs. Although the efficiency was lamentably low, and the resulting pills merely harnessed the medicinal properties of the ingredients to alleviate symptoms such as headaches and to foster calmness and mental clarity. The notion of achieving immortality was utterly implausible. However, Fang Mu dared not challenge Emperor Qin Shi Huang's fervent quest for eternal life. The emperor's notoriously suspicious and tyrannical nature could easily turn against him. Fang Mu suspected that the emperor might even be tempted to consume the pill whole, as many sovereigns had ultimately succumbed to their obsession with immortality. Fortunately, despite his excitement, Qin Shi Huang maintained the dignity and composure befitting an emperor. Chapter 41. Fang Mu on elixirs. Su Fangshi, could you enlighten us on the effects of this elixir? Emperor Qin Shi Huang inquired, placing the pill upon the table and directing his gaze towards Su Fu. Your Majesty, this elixir is known as the spirit-nourishing pill, primarily designed to alleviate headaches and promote mental tranquility, with potential longevity benefits. Su Fu expounded on the elixir. At that moment, the emperor turned his attention to Fang Mu. Fang Mu, come and take a look at this elixir. What can I discern? I am no expert in alchemy. Fang Mu lamented as he stepped forward. I shall obey your command. The emperor's summons for Fang Mu was understood by Zhao Gao, Li Si, and Wang Bin, who recognized the emperor's intention. After all, Fang Mu was the imperial physician, well-versed in medical knowledge. Yet, Su Fu was oblivious to this, watching Fang Mu approach with curiosity, pondering whether this individual possessed knowledge of alchemical arts. Zhao Gao remained impassive. Ordinarily, his ability to read intentions was unparalleled, and he was acutely aware of the emperor's thoughts at that moment. However, regarding Fang Mu, he refrained from taking the initiative. It was Li Si who stepped forward to clarify for Su Fu. Su Fangshi. This is Lord Fang Mu, the son-in-law of the great Qin, and also the imperial physician, renowned for his extraordinary acupuncture skills. Li Si highlighted Fang Mu's medical expertise, facilitating communication between Su Fu and Fang Mu. Su Fu then realized. Ah, so it is you, Physician Fang. I am honored, Fang Mu replied. Su Fangshi, you are too kind. Your alchemical prowess is indeed rare in the world that I am but a humble scholar with a rudimentary understanding of the principles of alchemy. Oh, Physician Fang even possesses knowledge of alchemy. Su Fu exclaimed in astonishment. Not at all. I do not truly understand alchemy, merely the general process, which requires a cauldron and precious medicinal materials to produce elixirs. I was curious about the specific rare ingredients used in this spirit-nourishing pill, Fang Mu expressed, seeking to discern the components of the elixir to assess its potential efficacy. Upon hearing this, Emperor Qin Shi Huang smiled with satisfaction, recognizing that his son-in-law was indeed erudite and talented, proficient not only in the long-lost art of acupuncture but also familiar with aspects of alchemical processes. Su Fu held Fang Mu in the highest regard. Although Fang Mu lacked knowledge in alchemy, he understood that the essence of a medicinal pill lies in the composition of its ingredients. Akin to a recipe. Knowing the recipe reveals the extraordinary effects of the elixir. Su Fu remarked, Indeed, Physician Fang, your reputation is well-deserved. This pill is concocted from Qianghua, Chuanqiang, Dangui, Ginseng, and Silver Lotus. Fang Mu nodded in acknowledgement. You flatter me, Su Fashi. Qianghua and Chuanqiang alleviate headaches, while Dangui, Ginseng, and Silver Lotus work in harmony to calm the mind and nurture the spirit. By meticulously blending these precious herbs in varying proportions, we distill their essence into a pill, amplifying its efficacy exponentially. This art of pill-making is unparalleled in the world. Su Fu quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your kind words, Physician Fang. Laughter echoed. What an unparalleled art of alchemy. Given such remarkable effects, has Su Fashi ever tried this elixir himself or administered it to others? Though Qin Shi Huang was filled with excitement, he maintained a sense of caution. Your Majesty can certainly have someone test the elixir to demonstrate the loyalty of a commoner. Su Fu was aware of Qin Shi Huang's reservations. Upon hearing this, Fang Mu instinctively glanced at Zhao Gao. While Li Si and Wang Bin exchanged knowing looks, all directing their attention towards Zhao Gao. An unspoken understanding had formed among them, after Fang Mu had previously suggested Zhao Gao as a test subject. It was now evidently his turn to take on this responsibility. Zhao Gao's expression darkened, silently vowing, You all conspire against me. Just wait. One day, when I hold power, I shall remove each of you. However, he found some solace in the fact that this was merely a test of a medicinal pill. Su Fu did not appear to be an assassin, and the pill seemed genuine. Moreover, if Su Fu were to engage in any deceit, Li Si would also face repercussions. Zhao Gao felt reassured, knowing that Li Si would shield him from Su Fu's character. Your Majesty, I am willing to test the elixir. Zhao Gao stepped forward, realizing that rather than allowing Fang Mu and the others to nominate him, it was better to proactively demonstrate his loyalty. The impact of such an action would be entirely different. Then I shall trouble you. Qin Shi Huang was about to grant Zhao Gao permission to test the elixir. In truth, he believed the pill to be authentic. Yet he maintained a cautious disposition, a habit that had saved him numerous times. Furthermore, Qin Shi Huang held a particular fondness for Zhao Gao, considering this precious elixir a reward for him. Wait. At that moment, Fang Mu interrupted Qin Shi Huang, causing the assembly to look at him in confusion, uncertain of his intentions. Slightly displeased by Fang Mu's interruption, Qin Shi Huang inquired, What is it, Your Majesty? I believe it is inappropriate for Gong Zhao to test this elixir. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd varied. Inappropriate? Pray tell, what do you mean? Qin Shi Huang asked. Previously, when testing needles, it was merely a physical matter. However, with a medicinal pill, to validate its efficacy, we must have someone well-versed in medicinal arts conduct the test. Su Fashi, am I not correct? Fang Mu asserted confidently. What Physician Fang says is entirely reasonable. Su Fu concurred. Fang Mu's reasoning was indeed sound. Zhao Gao consuming the elixir would not yield insights into its composition. In truth, Fang Mu was reluctant to allow Zhao Gao to consume such a valuable pill without just cause. He was confident in Su Fu's expertise, knowing the elixir was genuine, and he refused to let Zhao Gao benefit from it. Well, in that case, Fang Mu, why not try this elixir? The words of Qin Shi Huang echoed, granting Fang Mu, the son-in-law, this fortunate opportunity. The emperor is indeed wise. The common folk believe that Fang Shini is most suitable for testing this elixir. Su Fu chimed in. I am willing to serve your Majesty. I shall consume but a small portion, reserving the remainder for your royal enjoyment, Fang Mu declared. Qin Shi Huang was greatly pleased, recognizing Fang Mu's selflessness. Zhao Gao, however, seethed with resentment, harboring a deep-seated animosity towards Fang Mu. Previously, he had been made to test needles, yet now, when it came to this evidently authentic elixir, he was excluded. Anyone in his position would feel wronged. The targeting was too blatant. General Wang, Could you kindly assist me in slicing a small portion of the elixir? Fang Mu requested of Wang Bin. I am at your service, Wang Bin replied, drawing his dagger to cut the elixir. Fang Mu took the small piece, chewed it a few times, and swallowed. A refreshing sensation coursed through his body, bringing immense comfort and tranquility. This ancient elixir was indeed remarkable. Su Fu, though a charlatan, possessed a modicum of genuine skill. Fang Mu praised, "What a marvelous elixir! Its efficacy is undoubtedly exceptional. Your Majesty may consume it with confidence." Only then did Qin Shi Huang naturally take the elixir, place it in his mouth, chew, and swallow. Closing his eyes to fully appreciate its wonders, Fang Mu and the others held their breath, awaiting the emperor's experience, not daring to utter a sound. Nearly 5 minutes elapsed before Qin Shi Huang finally opened his eyes, instantly brimming with vitality. "This elixir is truly extraordinary. I feel a refreshing essence permeating my entire being, bringing me great delight," Qin Shi Huang extolled. "Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations," Zhao Gao quickly echoed in agreement. Su, the alchemist, Qin Shi Huang called. "Su Fu, at your service. No need for such formality. I now appoint you as the Grand Master of the Qin, tasked solely with concocting elixirs for me," Qin Shi Huang proclaimed, his mood elevated and his respect for Su Fu evident. "I obey your command." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Su Fu hurriedly expressed his gratitude. The title of Grand Master of the Qin bestowed immense prestige, though lacking in actual power. "I shall host a grand banquet to honor the Grand Master and summon Li Si, as well as all ministers and the people of the realm. You have rendered great service to me." Qin Shi Huang resolved to hold a magnificent feast. "Thank you, Your Majesty. Your wisdom is unparalleled." Fang Mu discerned Qin Shi Huang's intentions. He, Ying Zheng, had found an adept alchemist capable of concocting elixirs. While immortality may be a stretch, extending one's lifespan was assured, and the Qin would remain firmly in his grasp. Fang Mu felt a tinge of helplessness. It was merely a psychological effect. Some elixirs could only achieve limited results. Maintaining a joyful mind and spirit was the true secret to health and longevity. Qin Shi Huang, burdened by his worries, pursued immortality excessively. "Lic. At your service, Your Majesty. Make all necessary arrangements for Master Su. Ensure he can focus on alchemy without any disruptions." Qin Shi Huang began issuing commands to Li Si, demonstrating his regard for Su Fu, and by extension, the elixirs. Lic dared not be lax. "I obey your command, Master Su. From now on, whenever you complete the elixirs, come with Fang Mu to present them to me," Qin Shi Huang instructed, his authority palpable. "I obey your command." It appeared I had been designated by Qin Shi Huang to specifically taste and verify the elixirs. Fang Mu pondered to himself. It was not that Qin Shi Huang doubted Su Fu, but rather that he had developed a habit of requiring someone to test medicines for him at all times and in all places. Previously, it had always been Zhao Gao in service to him. Now, that responsibility had fallen to Fang Mu. Qin Shi Huang commanded, "Zhao Gao, go and convey my decree, inviting the ministers to a grand banquet in the palace tomorrow night. I shall not attend the morning court. Bring Hu Hai along as well. It has been a long time since I last saw him." "As you command," Zhao Gao rejoiced, for Qin Shi Huang was finally ready to bring Hu Hai into the spotlight. Fang Mu felt a sense of foreboding. Could it be that his decision to leave Fu Su at the Great Wall might alter the course of history, leading Qin Shi Huang to favor Hu Hai? The history of the Qin Dynasty, which Fang Mu knew all too well, was quite explicit. Qin Shi Huang's favored son was Hu Hai, while Fu Su was the one he valued most, and Zhao Gao was his most favored minister. Otherwise, he would not have entrusted Zhao Gao with Hu Hai's education. Hu Hai, a quintessential wastrel, was likely to be taught by Zhao Gao how to feign obedience before Qin Shi Huang. This wouldn't do. Fang Mu resolved to find a way to showcase Hu Hai's debauchery. Fang Mu mused silently. After bidding farewell to Qin Shi Huang, Fang Mu and the others departed, with Zhao Gao leaving alone. Wang Bin also departing solo, and Li Si escorting Su Fu away. As Fang Mu observed everyone emerging from the imperial study and parting ways, he felt an overwhelming sense of solitude, with Meng Tian and Fu Su absent from the palace. He truly had no friends. "Alas, I might as well seek out my Jiang," Fang Mu consoled himself, joyfully making his way to Pingyang Palace. As Fang Mu approached Pingyang Palace, Ying Zheng was already waiting at the entrance. "Jiang Mu." Upon seeing one another, Fang Mu and Ying Zheng could not conceal their joy and longing. Rushing into each other's embrace, it is said that a brief separation enhances the sweetness of reunion. This time apart had indeed felt prolonged. almost like a significant absence. How dare you? Ying Zheng playfully chided. The alchemist, she inquired, puzzled. It appeared that Ying Zheng had remained largely secluded within the palace, and though Su Fu's news was shrouded in secrecy. Fang Mu believed that many ministers must already be aware of Su Fu's affairs. Let us go inside, Fang Mu suggested as he and Ying Zheng entered Pingyang Palace, where he recounted Su Fu's story in detail. How extraordinary! Do you think Su Fu could concoct an elixir of immortality for father? Ying Zheng asked innocently. Is eternal life truly so desirable? Fang Mu countered. Ying Zheng pouted. I do not wish for immortality. I only want to spend my remaining days with you. It is merely that father has always sought eternal life. Then indeed, rather than exhausting one's life in pursuit of such an elusive dream, it is far better to cherish the life we have in the present. Fang Mu sighed. You mustn't speak of this to father. I fear he might hold you accountable. Ying Zheng quickly warned. Your husband is quite clever. You know, even Zhao Gao and Li Si fear me. Fang Mu boasted unabashedly. Ying Zheng shot him a disapproving glance. That is only because father is present. He can manage these people. Fang Mu gazed at Ying Zheng in astonishment. Disbelief etched on his face. What is it? Is there something on my face? Ying Zheng asked, touching her own cheek. No, you are simply too beautiful. I was momentarily captivated. Fang Mu continued to tease her. Stop jesting. Did I say something wrong? Ying Zheng's demeanor turned serious. No, you are entirely correct. I am astonished that you have so astutely articulated the current state of the great Qin court. Fang Mu expressed his surprise, as he had not anticipated that Ying Zheng could comprehend these matters so clearly. Ying Zheng remarked, do you not care about these affairs? You are at odds with Zhao Gao. And your relationship with Li Si is also strained. Both of these individuals are favored by Father Emperor. With General Meng and my elder brother far away at the Great Wall, the entire Great Qin court is aware of this. And my concern for you is what prompts my attention to these matters. Rest assured, your husband possesses a golden finger. There is nothing to fear. Fang Mu reassured her. A golden finger? Ying Zheng inquired. Casting a puzzled glance at Fang Mu's hand. It means I have the ability to foresee crises. Allow me to share a secret. I can predict the future, Fang Mu quickly explained, adopting an air of mystery. Ying Zheng was already accustomed to Fang Mu's peculiar statements. If you can foresee the future, then tell me, what awaits us? She asked. Fang Mu was momentarily taken aback. Indeed. Although he possessed a golden finger and was aware of the entire historical trajectory, he himself was an unpredictable variable, uncertain of what the future held for him and Ying Zheng. However, he could not bear to let Ying Zheng worry. Fang Mu deliberately feigned a calculation with his fingers and, with an air of mystery, declared, our future, is undoubtedly in a secluded paradise, raising 2 children, 1 son and 1 daughter, living in blissful harmony. You certainly have a way with words. Ying Zheng beamed with a smile of pure happiness. Chapter 43. Huhai. The following day, there was no morning court assembly. Qin Shi Huang must have been exceedingly fatigued, as the entire palace was bustling with preparations for tonight's grand feast. Zhao Gao's efficiency in handling matters was indeed commendable. Otherwise, he would not have garnered the emperor's favor and trust. Last night, Zhao Gao had visited each minister in turn to convey the emperor's edicts. In the South Yi Palace, within Huhai's quarters, Zhao Gao was seated across from Huhai, a clear indication of Huhai's respect for Zhao Gao. Teacher, is the feast tonight truly prepared for Su Fu and Li Si? What purpose do I serve in this? I have little fondness for such gatherings, filled as they are with a multitude of ministers, stifling in their formality. Huhai expressed his discontent. What do you mean it is prepared for Su Fu and Li Si? That is merely a fade. The true purpose is for the emperor to announce his intentions to seek the alchemical master Su Fu to the world. Zhao Gao was exasperated by Huhai's lack of insight. As he clearly had not inherited Qin Shi Huang's acumen, then what is the purpose of summoning me? Huhai continued to inquire. Oh dear, Huhai, this is precisely your opportunity. You must not only attend but also make a commendable impression. Currently, you are the only one who can vie for the throne with Fu Su. The emperor intends to thrust you into the limelight. Zhao Gao urged fervently. Are you suggesting that Father Emperor has intentions to pass the throne to me in the future? Huhai began to grasp the implications of Zhao Gao's words. Indeed, that is precisely the case. The emperor is deliberating between you and Fu Su. You must not let this opportunity slip through your fingers. Zhao Gao emphasized gravely. Upon hearing that he could potentially ascend to the throne, Huhai's interest was piqued, a notion he had never entertained before. Very well, what must I do? Thus, Zhao Gao proceeded to outline various plans and precautions for Hu Hai. Fang Mu and Ying Zheng shared a tender night together, and today Fang Mu visited the 1,000 soldiers under Wang Zhao's command. The soldiers no longer harbored any barriers towards Fang Mu and playfully urged him to join them in their training. Naturally, Fang Mu was eager to oblige, for it had been quite some time since he had trained, and he was aware of the effect it would have on his own condition that in the evening. The grand hall of the palace was abuzz with excitement, as a lavish banquet was laid out throughout the entire palace. Many ministers had already taken their designated places in accordance with their ranks, while the principal seat remained unoccupied, awaiting the arrival of Qin Shi. To the left of the main seat was Li Si's position, and to the right was Su Fu's. The remaining seats were not specifically assigned, allowing everyone to sit according to their status. As no one dared to sit out of turn, as Fang Mu approached the palace, he noticed a neatly arranged line of shoes belonging to the ministers at the entrance. This was a customary rule. Apart from Qin Shi, anyone attending the banquet was required to remove their shoes, as they would be seated on the floor, which facilitated comfort and hygiene. Suddenly, Fang Mu recalled a historical anecdote regarding Hu Hai. He took off his shoes and deliberately tossed one of them into a nearby flower bed before contentedly entering. Upon entering, he spotted that Li Si and Su Fu had already arrived and settled into their respective places. "Brother Fang, it has been a long time," Li Yu greeted Fang Mu warmly. "Brother Li Yu." "Indeed, it has been ages. What have you been up to lately?" Fang Mu replied, pleased to see Li Yu again. "Oh, nothing much. Just contemplating how to train the soldiers, preparing for our next battle," Li Yu jested, recalling their previous encounter. "That was merely a trivial skirmish. I merely took advantage of a fleeting opportunity. If it were truly a battle with hundreds of thousands of troops on the field, I would certainly be no match for you." Fang Mu humbly responded, "You are being modest, Brother Fang. In such grand battles, with Generals Wang Bin and Ming Tian present, there would be no room for me." Li Yu understood his own standing. "The esteemed Zhao Gonggong has arrived," Fang Mu exclaimed, spotting Zhao Gao approaching with a young man in tow, and he quickly bid farewell to Li Yu. Fang Mu moved to sit beside Su Fu, taking a position adjacent to him, having chosen not to sit with Li Si. "Dr. Fang," Su Fu greeted him promptly. Fang Mu waved his hand dismissively and began to indulge in the grapes laid out on the table. "Young prince," the ministers greeted Hu Hai with deference, though Fang Mu chose to remain aloof, for by familial ties, he was Hu Hai's brother-in-law, and it was Hu Hai who should have been paying his respects. "Young prince, please take a seat here." Zhao Gao invited Hu Hai to occupy Li Si's former position, which was originally his own. "Master, this seat belongs to you. Please take it," Hu Hai surprisingly insisted, offering Zhao Gao his place. Fang Mu observed the unfolding scene intently. Hu Hai appeared dignified and was displaying a semblance of politeness. Yet Fang Mu was acutely aware that this was merely a fad. Hu Hai's notorious debauchery and hedonism were well known. And even if he was being manipulated by Zhao Gao, it was evident that this was merely a charade for the sake of impressing Qin Shi. Zhao Gao, unperturbed, took his seat and then turned to Hu Hai, inquiring, "And where will you sit, young prince?" "Here with me." A minister below Zhao Gao hastily offered his seat. However, to everyone's astonishment, Hu Hai pointed towards Fang Mu and declared, "I shall sit there." The previously cheerful expressions of the attendees suddenly froze. Their hearts stirred in anticipation. It appeared that an intriguing spectacle was about to unfold. It is well known that Crown Prince Fusu and Hu Hai have always been at odds, with Fang Mu allied with Fusu and Hu Hai in cahoots with Zhao Gao. The stage is set for a clash between Fang Mu and Hu Hai. One is the son of the first emperor of Qin, and the other his son-in-law. None of the ministers dare to offend either. Yet this does not dampen their enthusiasm for the spectacle. Fang Mu was taken aback, as he did not anticipate that Hu Hai would confront him so directly. Nevertheless, he calmly finished the grape in his hand before rising to his feet. "Hu Hai, if you covet your brother-in-law's position, I shall gladly relinquish it to you. Do not consort with that eunuch, lest you find yourself in dire straits." Fang Mu discerned that this was undoubtedly Zhao Gao's scheme to incite discord between him and Hu Hai. Hu Hai wished to laugh, but restrained himself, settling instead for a derisive snort. "My affairs require no input from you." Zhao Gao, infuriated, clenched his fists, yet he dared not unleash his wrath, though a eunuch. He was reluctant to acknowledge his status as one. Fang Mu's refusal to engage in a confrontation with Hu Hai and his immediate offer of abdication left the ministers feeling disheartened. What could have been an entertaining spectacle was abruptly extinguished by Fang Mu's concession, which seemed uncharacteristic of him. Disregarding Hu Hai, Fang Mu approached Li Yu, who promptly offered him his place. Fang Mu graciously expressed his gratitude. He was not intimidated by Hu Hai. Rather, he was acutely aware that this entire scenario was orchestrated by Zhao Gao to sow discord between himself and Hu Hai, hoping that the first emperor would develop an aversion towards him. Fang Mu possessed the wisdom to recognize that, as a mere son-in-law, he could not possibly compete with the emperor's own son, especially the favored one. It was clear that the first emperor would undoubtedly side with Hu Hai, even if he did not voice it outwardly. Furthermore, Fang Mu understood Hu Hai's licentious nature. Engaging in quarrels would only serve to embolden Hu Hai's obstinacy. His true adversary was Zhao Gao, and Fang Mu was already devising strategies to counter Hu Hai. Chapter 44. Mutual Flattery in Business. What was initially anticipated to be a dramatic confrontation between the son-in-law and the prince was effortlessly diffused by Fang Mu's deliberate restraint. Although the ministers were disappointed, they dared not voice their discontent, particularly Zhao Gao, who had arranged with Hu Hai the previous night to trouble Fang Mu, anticipating that Fang Mu's temperament would provoke a confrontation with Hu Hai, thus fulfilling Zhao Gao's agenda. To Zhao Gao's surprise, today Fang Mu exhibited an unexpected demeanor. Could it be that he feared Hu Hai? This seemed unlikely. Zhao Gao sensed that something was amiss, yet he could not pinpoint the source of his unease. Brother Fang, this is not like you at all. Li Yu jested. Of course, a gentleman's vengeance is not delayed for a decade. As for me, I take my revenge from dawn till dusk, never letting it linger overnight. Fang Mu replied with a soft chuckle. Liu paused momentarily before bursting into laughter, realizing that Fang Mu indeed embodied this principle. Since the very start, Zhao Gao had offended him, and Fang Mu had never wavered in his pursuit of retribution, consistently causing Zhao Gao discomfort. Liu felt fortunate to have avoided enmity with Fang Mu, grateful that their temperaments aligned. He owed Fang Mu a debt of life. After much deliberation, it became clear that Fang Mu was intentionally yielding to Hu Hai, biding his time for a grand move, though no one, including Li Yu, was aware of it. Only sensing that Fang Mu would soon take action, the emperor has arrived. The announcement of Qin Shi Huang's entrance prompted Fang Mu and the other ministers to rise in unison to welcome him. Long live the emperor, they chorused in unison. Fang Mu was utterly bewildered by the fact that these courtiers, who had never rehearsed, managed to maintain an astonishing level of unanimity. Emperor Qin Shi Huang, with an air of authority, ascended to the throne and extended his hands, proclaiming, "Esteemed ministers, please be seated." "Thank you, Your Majesty," responded the ministers. Yet, they remained still, awaiting the emperor's own seating before they took their places. While Li Si did not sit at all, as it was his duty to announce the purpose of the grand banquet, casting a glance at Qin Shi Huang and receiving a nod of approval, Li Si cleared his throat and declared, "Today, with the blessings of heaven, our emperor has summoned the extraordinary master Su Fu, whose alchemical prowess is unparalleled across the globe. By the emperor's grace, we invite all officials of the great Qin to raise their cups in celebration. Let it be known throughout the realm. Congratulations to Your Majesty. Long live the emperor. We express our heartfelt gratitude for your magnanimity." The ministers, already well acquainted with Su Fu's significance, were a group of sycophants more concerned with their own indulgence than with any ambitions of their own. Fang Mu could not help but admire Qin Shi Huang's governing prowess. During his reign, none of the ministers dared to entertain disloyal thoughts, not even the likes of Zhao Gao and Li Si, who remained steadfastly loyal. It was only upon the emperor's demise that Zhao Gao dared to reveal his wolfish ambitions, shedding his sheep's clothing, and Li Si would then conspire with him, while the other ministers showed no inclination towards rebellion. "I propose a toast to Master Su," exclaimed Qin Shi Huang, raising his cup and leading the toast in unison to Su Fu. "Thank you for your kindness, Your Majesty." Su Fu stood, visibly taken aback by the honor. The emperor set down his cup and scanned the assembly of ministers. Upon spotting Hu Hai, he paused momentarily before continuing his gaze until it rested upon Fang Mu, who sat beside Li Yu. With a thoughtful expression, Qin Shi Huang addressed the gathering. "Esteemed ministers, let us now indulge in the feast." Fang Mu breathed a sigh of relief. The emperor's prolonged gaze had made him somewhat uneasy. But fortunately, Qin Shi Huang was astute enough not to shatter the awkwardness. A group of enchanting palace maidens approached, performing a graceful dance, while the ministers savored exquisite delicacies, relishing the spectacle of beauty before them in a state of utter leisure. "Father, on such a grand occasion, I wish to take this opportunity to showcase some of my talents to entertain you and the esteemed guests," Hu Hai proclaimed. His performance was convincing enough, undoubtedly orchestrated by Zhao Gao's machinations to maintain appearances. Fang Mu mused silently. Qin Shi Huang, somewhat taken aback, responded, "How thoughtful of you. Let us witness what talents you have acquired. Thank you, father. I would like to present a calligraphy piece for your majesty, Hu Hai announced. Eliciting delight from the emperor. A calligraphy piece. Splendid. Let us see if Zhao Gao has imparted his skills to you. Bring forth the writing implements. The world knew Zhao Gao primarily as a notorious eunuch, infamous for his treachery in the downfall of the Qin Dynasty, yet he was also a renowned calligrapher and well-versed in legal matters. As the palace maids and eunuchs brought forth the essentials for writing, Hu Hai began to inscribe on the paper. Moments later, he held up his completed work, showcasing the striking characters Tian Xia Wu Shuang in a bold and elegant script before the emperor and the assembly. Such exquisite calligraphy, exclaimed one minister, praising the work. Fang Mu glanced at the foreground characters Tian Xia Wu Shuang, indeed beautifully inscribed. It seems that while Hu Hai may be a frivolous young master, he is earnest when it comes to learning. Excellent. Hu Hai, you have not disappointed my sincere efforts. Qin Shi Huang was greatly pleased. His son was not utterly lacking in ability, which brought honor to his own name. Father, this is all thanks to Master Zhao Gao's excellent teaching, who has devoted himself to educating me. Hu Hai promptly extolled Zhao Gao. The young prince was being modest. It is truly Hu Hai's innate brilliance that allows him to grasp knowledge with ease. Zhao Gao quickly rose to express his humility, initiating a mutual flattery with Hu Hai. Fang Mu found this utterly nauseating. Zhao Gao was indeed putting forth considerable effort, allowing Hu Hai to feign competence before Qin Shi Huang, subsequently bringing himself into the conversation for further mutual praise. This delighted Qin Shi Huang, who was not only exceedingly satisfied with Hu Hai's transformation, but also developed an even better impression of Zhao Gao. Ah, Zhao Gao, how commendable it is for you to so diligently instruct the heir Hu Hai. I am truly gratified. Qin Shi Huang publicly praised Zhao Gao. Your Majesty, this is merely my duty. I have also taught the young prince the law, and perhaps your Majesty could have chancellorly test him. Oh, he has been taught the law as well. Very well, let Li Si examine him. I, too, am eager to hear. Qin Shi Huang was even more elated. The events seemed to unfold endlessly, one after another, continuously prompting Hu Hai to perform. Zhao Gao was indeed meticulous in orchestrating this endeavor. Fang Mu could not help but admire Zhao Gao's tenacity and ingenuity. Li Si, I obey your command. He then proceeded to assess Hu Hai's knowledge of the law, to which Hu Hai was able to respond adequately. However, Li Si was cautious not to delve too deeply, as that might lead to Hu Hai's embarrassment if he faltered, which could inadvertently offend him. One could say that Li Si was excessively tactful. Chapter 45. Fang Mu's strategy. Your Majesty, the young prince is well versed in the law. Li Si reported to Qin Shi Huang. Zhao Gao, Hu Hai, you have indeed not let me down. Qin Shi Huang was genuinely pleased. He had only one capable son, Fu Su, who was overly gentle and merciful. Now, Hu Hai's performance began to sway Qin Shi Huang's heart, suggesting that Hu Hai might also be a worthy successor. The collaboration between Zhao Gao and Hu Hai had undeniably achieved their desired effect. While Fang Mu continued to bide his time, my son constantly thinks of alleviating the burdensome affairs of the emperor. Father, you must not overexert yourself, as I deeply care for your well-being, Hu Hai earnestly proclaimed. Good child. Qin Shi Huang was profoundly moved, nearly brought to tears. It was no wonder that Hu Hai garnered Qin Shi Huang's affection. His words were as sweet as honey, charming the emperor far more than Fu Su's blunt and stubborn demeanor. Fang Mu mused internally. What was originally a banquet ostensibly prepared for Su Fu had transformed into an event for Qin Shi Huang to proclaim his aspirations for eternal life. Meanwhile, the main character Su Fu seemed to be in a state of spiritual cultivation. As for Fang Mu, he had little involvement in this grand affair, yet he remained patient, for he had significant matters to attend to that night. He was, after all, the greatest puppeteer orchestrating events behind the scenes. At last, Zhao Gao and Hu Hai garnered the approval of Qin Shi Huang, particularly Hu Hai, who, for the first time, shed his former debauched persona and, with a sense of satisfaction, commenced indulging in copious feasting. Qin Shi Huang had been engaged in discussions with Su Fu regarding elixirs and the pursuit of immortality, while Li Si and Zhao Gao accompanied him. Fang Mu and Li Yu exchanged pleasantries, sipping wine, their gazes frequently drifting toward Hu Hai. Eventually, having satiated his appetite, Hu Hai glanced around and began to rise to depart. It was indeed a challenge for this hedonistic youth, accustomed to a life of pleasure. Today's charade was a considerable strain on him. With his task accomplished and no one to monitor him, he naturally sought to step outside for some fresh air. I'm just going out for a brief respite. Fang Mu announced to Li Yu before following suit. Liu observed Fang Mu, then glanced at the departing Hu Hai, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips as he thought, Fang Mu is making his move. A spectacle is about to unfold. Fang Mu closely trailed Hu Hai, having awaited this opportunity since his arrival. Now that Hu Hai was finally in motion, he knew he must seize the moment. Timing, location, and circumstance must align perfectly. As Hu Hai donned his shoes in preparation for a stroll, Fang Mu deliberately raised his voice. How peculiar. Where are my shoes? They were right here when I came in. Fang Mu feigned confusion. Upon hearing Fang Mu's exclamation, Hu Hai turned. His curiosity piqued at the sight of Fang Mu holding one shoe, while the other was conspicuously absent. Intrigued, Hu Hai was eager to see how Fang Mu would resolve the situation. Noticing he had captured Hu Hai's attention, Fang Mu refrained from further commentary, slipping on the shoe he held and hopping on one foot while scanning for the missing one. Who on earth could have hidden my shoe in the flower bed? Fang Mu exclaimed in mock outrage, directing his gaze toward the shoe he had previously discarded within the flower bed. Ignoring Hu Hai's amused observation, he deliberately made a spectacle of himself, aiming to entice Hu Hai's playful spirit. Reminiscent of the historical anecdote involving Hu Hai and a shoe, which he intended to reenact this very evening, Fang Mu exaggeratedly hopped toward the flower bed, reveling in his own clumsiness. Hu Hai could no longer contain himself, bursting into laughter akin to that of a spectator at a circus. Disregarding Hu Hai's amusement, Fang Mu retrieved the shoe from the flower bed, donned it, and then, flush with indignation, stepped away to relieve himself. Just as he entered, Hu Hai appeared, and without uttering a word, began to wreak havoc, tossing the shoes of the palace ministers about with wild abandon, creating as much chaos as possible, satisfied with his mischief. Hu Hai then sauntered off, eagerly awaiting the conclusion of the banquet to return and observe the aftermath. As the banquet neared its conclusion, Qin Shi seemed to recall something significant and addressed Li Si, saying, Li Si, instruct everyone to be silent. I have an announcement to make. Yes, Li Si replied, then turned to the still lively assembly of ministers. Esteemed lords, kindly quiet down. The emperor has an important matter to announce. The ministers, well disciplined, fell silent at Li Si's call, awaiting the emperor's proclamation with bated breath. I contemplated for a moment, and now the vast expanse of the Great Wall stands as a testament to the might of the Qin Empire. However, within its borders, we lack a monumental architectural symbol. Therefore, I have resolved to construct a magnificent palace, where in the future, I and my esteemed ministers may gather to partake in sumptuous banquets. What are your thoughts? Esteemed ministers? In response, the ministers engaged in hushed whispers amongst themselves, none daring to voice dissent. Were Fu Su, that straightforward and obstinate individual, present, he would undoubtedly have opposed the construction of the Apang Palace, which would entail extensive conscription of the populace for labor, burdening the citizens and igniting resentment that could lead to rebellion. Do any of you have objections? The first emperor of Qin inquired once more. We have no objections, the ministers responded in unison. This moment reflects both the formidable authority of the first emperor and his profound solitude. While he wields absolute power, he has also lost the loyal advisors who would candidly assess the advantages and disadvantages of his decisions. All too fearful of his wrath, the first emperor declared, Very well, let this matter be entrusted to Li Si, and you shall assist him. I have already chosen a name for the palace. It shall be known as the Apang Palace. We shall comply with your command. The construction of the Apang Palace is set to commence, marking a significant undertaking that will hasten the downfall of the Qin Dynasty. Fang Mu increasingly sensed the urgency of time pressing upon him. Chapter 46. The debauched Hu Hai. We bid farewell to your majesty. The first emperor, weary from the proceedings, rose and made his way towards the door, but as soon as he had departed, Zhao Gao and Li Si took the lead, following in the footsteps of the first emperor, while the other ministers hastily prepared to exit. However, Fang Mu remained unperturbed, seated and continuing to indulge in fruit, awaiting the unfolding drama outside. Liu, too, remained still, accompanying Fang Mu in his repose. Liu, why do you not leave? Have you not had your fill of amusement? Fang Mu inquired playfully. Liu chuckled. I know that staying with brother Fang is never a mistake. Ha ha ha. Fang Mu and Liu exchanged knowing smiles, fully aware of the situation. The first emperor, having donned his shoes, exited without a care for the footwear strewn about the entrance. The ministers, however, found themselves in a predicament. as shoes lay scattered haphazardly, making it impossible to locate their own. Who could be so inconsiderate as to perpetrate such chaos? Indeed, this is utterly disrespectful. What shall we do now? The ministers lamented vociferously, venting their frustrations at the one responsible for this shoe debacle, namely Hu Hai. The first emperor, intending to depart, paused at the cacophony of accusations and turned to witness this absurd spectacle. Minister Zhang. Your shoes are over there. Minister Zhou, I see your shoes by that statue. Has anyone spotted my shoes? At that moment, a farcical scene unfolded, with everyone frantically searching for their lost footwear. Let us go. It is time to witness the unfolding drama. Fang Mu, sensing the opportune moment, addressed Liu. Liu nodded in agreement. As the clamor outside had reached a fever pitch, soon, ministers began rushing barefoot to reclaim their shoes. Slipping on one shoe before embarking on the quest for the other, some ministers were reluctant to walk barefoot on the ground. Instead, they opted to don a single shoe and proceeded to hop on one foot to retrieve their other footwear. As one person moved, the subsequent ministers followed suit, and although Qin Shi Huang remained silent, it was clear that no one could stand barefoot indefinitely. The scene rapidly devolved into chaos as the ministers scurried about in search of their shoes. Oh dear, could you please watch where you're going? That hurts. You stepped on me. The chorus of complaints erupted as some ministers were knocked to the ground, while others cried out in pain from being stepped on. Don't tell me this is all you're doing. Liu inquired, unable to contain his laughter as he addressed Fang Mu. Mind your words. Be careful lest I accuse you of slander and defamation. How could I possibly engage in such childish, absurd, and frivolous antics? Fang Mu retorted. This is utterly hilarious, so entertaining. Just then, Hu Hai appeared nearby, doubled over with laughter. In an instant, Liu realized the truth. Qin Shi Huang glanced at Hu Hai and immediately understood that this was all a prank orchestrated by him, which darkened his expression considerably. Preposterous. Qin Shi Huang exclaimed in anger before departing that it became evident to all the ministers that this was indeed Hu Hai's mischief. Absurd, juvenile, and extravagantly foolish, entirely in line with his usual behavior. Zhao Gao observed Hu Hai at that moment, and coupled with Qin Shi Huang's fury, his countenance darkened to an extreme. This Hu Hai truly remained unchanged. All of Zhao Gao's meticulously arranged plans for the night had been utterly ruined by Hu Hai's antics. Li Si shook his head with a smile, while Wang Bin also sighed in resignation. Once all the ministers had finally managed to clumsily put on their shoes, Li Si, Zhao Gao, Wang Bin, Su Fu, and Fang Mu, as well as Liu, stood there. How could these dignified individuals stoop to the absurdity of searching for shoes? Of course, some ministers did assist Li Si, Su Fu, and Wang Bin in locating their footwear, while Zhao Gao, having had enough of Hu Hai's antics, personally retrieved Zhao Gao's shoes for him. Liu also had someone fetch his shoes, while many ministers attempted to assist Fang Mu, as he was the prince consort, and many sought to curry favor with him. However, none could locate Fang Mu's shoes. My lord, I'm terribly sorry. I simply cannot find your shoes. Indeed, my lord, I cannot find them either. Fang Mu was well aware of the situation. Not only he, but everyone understood that Hu Hai had likely hidden Fang Mu's shoes on purpose, perhaps even discarded them altogether, rendering them irretrievable. Brother Liu, I must trouble you to make a trip to Pingyang Palace and ask the princess to send me a pair of shoes, Fang Mu requested. Very well, wait here, my brother Fang. Liu replied with a smile before departing. Lic, Su Fu, and Wang Bin, along with the other ministers, bid farewell to Fang Mu as they took their leave. Zhao Gao, with a displeased expression, exited alongside Hu Hai, leaving Fang Mu alone to wait. Teacher, this was merely a spur-of-the-moment idea. I hadn't anticipated it was because I saw Fang Mu when I came out. Hu Hai explained to Zhao Gao the reasoning behind his ludicrous actions. How foolish. You have fallen victim to Fang Mu's cunning scheme. Every action taken by Fang Mu was deliberately orchestrated to play upon your sense of amusement, enticing you to engage in that absurd endeavor. Upon hearing this, Zhao Gao immediately discerned that it was Fang Mu's stratagem to that wretched Fang Mu. It was only at this moment that Hu Hai grasped the situation. No, I must seek out Fang Mu. Hu Hai, brimming with indignation, was determined to confront Fang Mu. Yet, Hu Hai had no choice but to relent. A look of discontent etched upon his face. What is the situation regarding the shoes tonight? Ying Zheng inquired with curiosity. Alas, it is none other than that Hu Hai. Fang Mu then recounted the entire tale to Ying Zheng. You are truly mischievous. Upon hearing Fang Mu's narration, Ying Zheng burst into laughter, her mirth causing her to tremble with delight. An enchanting sight indeed. Observing Ying Zheng in this moment, Fang Mu was suddenly overcome by impulse. He embraced her and pressed his lips against hers. Chapter 47. Fan Zheng's scheme in Jiangdong. Within a rather opulent residence, sat an elderly gentleman with hair turned white, yet he bore no signs of aging. His spirit was vibrant, particularly his eyes, which seemed capable of piercing through all illusions. Across from him sat two individuals, a middle-aged man in his 40s and a robust young man, nearing 20. Should Fang Mu be present, he would undoubtedly recognize these three figures. The elderly man was none other than Fan Zheng. The middle-aged man was Xiang, and the formidable young man was Xiang, the renowned hegemon of Western Chu. What surprised Fang Mu was how swiftly Fan Zheng had allied himself with Xiang and his companions, even ahead of the historical timeline. Certainly, Fang Mu's influence played a significant role in this development. Fan Zheng had indeed heeded Fang Mu's counsel and ventured to Jiangdong to seek out Xiang and Xiang. As he presently required their assistance, that M.Y. Lord Xiang, have you located the celestial meteorite? Fan Zheng inquired. It turned out that the extraordinary phenomenon witnessed at the Great Wall was caused by a meteorite descending from the heavens. And Fan Zheng's mission was to find that very stone. It seems another sage shares my thoughts, aware that your Xiang family in Jiangdong is seeking to withdraw voluntarily. Our objectives must align. Fan Zheng remarked with a smile. Sir, I do not comprehend. What purpose do you have for that meteorite? Xiang asked, his expression one of confusion, as he had yet to recognize Fan Zheng as a paternal figure. To provoke Qin Shi. Fan Zheng articulated each word with deliberation. That I still do not understand. Come, allow me to enlighten you. Let us journey to the location of the meteorite and commence the execution of my plan. Fan Zheng asserted, leading Xiang forth. Xiang followed suit, patting Xiang on the shoulder. Be sure to learn well from the esteemed Mr. Fan. Meanwhile, in a thatched cottage at Xiapai, a stout warrior spoke to a middle-aged man. Sir, the meteorite you mentioned is also being sought by others, and it has already been found. It is Xiang of Jiangdong who is pursuing it. Is that so? It appears that Xiang has gained an additional strategist. Very well, let us cease our pursuits and leave this matter to Xiang and his cohort. Our resources are limited, and it is prudent for us to recuperate. The middle-aged man replied. The stout warrior added, I did not contest them. They discovered my presence but did not hinder me, allowing me to escape. Indeed, their goals align with ours. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Let us await an entertaining spectacle. The middle-aged man bore an expression of assured confidence. If Fang Mu were present, he would undoubtedly be astonished, for this very man was none other than Zhang Liang, who had been hiding in seclusion. Unexpectedly, Zhang Liang's restlessness led him to collaborate with Fan Zheng. Fan Zheng, along with Xiang and Xiang, arrived beside a colossal meteorite. With a smile, Fan Zheng exclaimed, Indeed, heaven is assisting me. Use your sword to inscribe the words, the first emperor dies, and the land is divided upon the meteorite. Fan Zheng declared with commanding authority. Xiang nodded vigorously at his side, while Xiang, upon hearing this, seemed to grasp Fan Zheng's intentions, though he remained somewhat perplexed. Very well, Xiang responded with enthusiasm, drawing his sword and diligently etching the 7 characters onto the meteorite. One cannot help but acknowledge Xiang's immense strength. The mere act of inscribing these words upon the meteorite showcased his astonishing physical prowess, a feat beyond the capabilities of ordinary men. Old sir, will the news, once disseminated, have an impact on Qin Shi? Xiang inquired. Indeed, Fan Zheng replied confidently. Qin Shi is so obsessed with the notion of immortality and centralizing power that upon witnessing this meteorite, along with the inscription, his superstitious nature will undoubtedly lead him to believe that heaven itself has turned against him. Xiang pondered, but if Qin Shi believes that heaven seeks his demise, what then? This is where you must learn to discern and utilize the strengths and weaknesses of others, particularly their character flaws. Fan Zheng began to instruct Xiang. Qin Shi has always been arrogant, pursuing immortality. The idea that heaven wishes to see him perish will surely infuriate him, possibly leading to a fatal outburst. Furthermore, we have gathered intelligence indicating that Qin Shi health has deteriorated significantly over the years, only to be slightly improved by a man named Fang Mu, who possesses a legendary acupuncture technique. Fan Zheng continued his explanation. Moreover, We have received word that Qin Shi has recently come into contact with a sorcerer named Su Fu, who is said to possess the art of alchemy. It appears that Qin Shi has placed his hopes for the elixir of immortality in this Su Fu. Xiang Liang added. Preposterous. There is no such thing as immortality in this world, let alone an elixir for eternal life. Fan Zheng scoffed. That moment, Fan Zheng recalled Fang Mu. He must be aware of these developments. Yet, he likely does not dare to publicly shatter Qin Shi delusion of immortality. How lamentable it is that such a capable individual as Fang Mu is not recognized and utilized by Qin Shi. Fan Zheng mused with regret and trepidation. Subsequently, Xiang Liang began dispatching individuals to spread the news of the meteorite's descent, proclaiming with fervor that this meteorite was a significant omen foretasting the death of Qin Shi, the division of the land, and the annihilation of the Qin Dynasty. Have you heard? A meteorite has fallen from the heavens, inscribed with the words, "The first emperor dies, and the land is divided." Truly, heaven seeks to destroy Qin Shi. Speak softly. Do not utter such words recklessly, for that could cost you your life. Is it true? Absolutely. I witnessed the meteorite with my own eyes, throughout the streets of the Grand Qin, in taverns, inns, and various locales. The news of the meteorite spread like wildfire, a scheme orchestrated by Fan Zheng, as many of those spreading the word were in fact agents sent by Xiang Liang. So it is the meteorite that has caused this phenomenon. Lord Zhang, from where did you acquire this information? Zhang, the esteemed official, glanced around cautiously before lowering his voice and enigmatically stating, "There are whispers circulating outside." Lord Zhou, along with a shocking revelation, you know what is inscribed upon that meteorite. I urged him, Zhang, please speak plainly and cease this air of mystery. Lord Zhou's patience was wearing thin. Zhang replied, "This could cost me my head. I dare not speak recklessly." Lord Zhou, incensed, retorted, "You do not regard me as a friend. Do you think I would expose you?" Sighing, Zhang relented. "Very well. I shall confide in you alone. The meteorite bears the 7 characters, 'The first emperor dies and the land is divided,' which many claim signifies heaven's decree for the downfall of Qin." Zhang whispered, "Is this truly the case?" Lord Zhou gasped, glancing around nervously, his voice barely above a whisper. Zhang affirmed, "It is absolutely true." Thus, the news of the celestial meteorite reached the ears of certain ministers in the Qin Dynasty. And soon Fan Zheng's scheme would reach fruition. In the Pingyang Palace, Fang Mu was enjoying tender moments with Ying Zheng when, suddenly, she began to retch. Jiang, are you unwell? Fang Mu inquired anxiously, quickly supporting Ying Zheng. I'm fine, just suddenly feeling a bit nauseous. Ying Zheng's complexion turned pale. Could it be that you are with child? Fang Mu pondered, then grasped Ying Zheng's wrist to check her pulse. Indeed, it was as he suspected. Ha. Zheng, we are to have a child. Fang Mu exclaimed with delight. Really? That is wonderful. Ying Zheng responded, equally elated. Fang Mu marveled at the unexpected blessing of love with the princess in the Qin Dynasty. Reflecting on the whimsical nature of the world, his heart swelled with concern. He must protect Ying Zheng diligently, for the pivotal moment in history drew ever closer. In the southern barbarian's palace, the residence of Hu Hai. Zhao Gao and Hu Hai were savoring tea. Master, have you heard about the meteorite? Hu Hai inquired. Yes, I am aware. This is the work of someone scheming behind the scenes, undoubtedly the remnants of the 6 states. Zhao Gao discerned the human orchestration behind the event. What will happen now? Hu Hai asked. The emperor should be informed shortly. I shall soon be summoned to the palace to see his majesty. Zhao Gao replied with confidence. Just then, a guard entered to report, Your Highness, Lord Zhao, there are Xuanjia guards from the emperor requesting your presence to meet with his majesty. Zhao Gao and Hu Hai exchanged glances. And Zhao Gao rose, saying, Let us go. It seems significant matters are afoot. In the Chancellor's residence, Li Si and Wang Bin found themselves in conversation together. Chancellor, what is your opinion on the meteorite's descent? Wang Bin inquired, holding a teacup. Li blew gently over the cup, replying, It is quite simple. Someone has orchestrated this event from the shadows to provoke the emperor. Such trivial tricks. Does the emperor not see through them? What impact could they possibly have? Wang Bin dismissed the notion. Li shook his head, smiling in silence. Chancellor, General Wang, the emperor has dispatched Xuanjia guards to summon you both. Li Si's servant announced, Ha. As foretold, the moment has arrived. Let us go. It appears the emperor is already aware of this matter. Li Si laughed heartily, rising to his feet. With Wang Bin closely following, Su Fu was in the alchemy chamber preparing some medicinal herbs when a member of the Xuanjia Guard requested an audience. Master Su, His Majesty commands you to immediately proceed to the palace to meet him. I obey the decree. Su Fu felt a surge of anxiety within. He had already heard of the meteorite that had fallen from the sky. He was almost tempted to flee. Princess, Your Highness, there are members of the Xuanjia Guard outside summoning the Duke to meet His Majesty. A palace maid approached Fang Mu and Ying Zheng to report. Very well, I shall go at once, Fang Mu replied, his mind filled with confusion regarding the urgency of the summons from Qin Shi. Following a member of the Xuanjia Guard, Fang Mu politely inquired, Brother, may I ask what urgent matter has prompted His Majesty to summon me with such haste? The Duke is unaware. The Xuanjia Guard responded with surprise that I sincerely request you to enlighten me. Fang Mu was genuinely perplexed. His Majesty has summoned not only you, Duke, but also Prime Minister Zhao, Lord Zhao, the young prince, and Master Su, all urgently called due to the widespread rumors surrounding the fallen meteorite. The Xuanjia Guard explained. Fang Mu was taken aback. How could he have forgotten this matter? It seemed that Fan Zeng had already set his plans in motion upon arriving at the entrance of Qin Shi study. Fang Mu coincidentally spotted Su Fu rushing over. Dr. Fang, Su Fu greeted, no need for such formalities. Let us enter together, Fang Mu replied, and thus he and Su Fu entered the study of Qin Shi. Inside, Zhao Gao and Hu Hai stood on one side, while Li Si and Wang Bin occupied the other, with Qin Shi facing away from them. His expression obscured as Fang Mu and Su Fu entered. They simultaneously declared, We pay our respects to Your Majesty. Rise. Qin Shi finally turned to face the assembled company. Fang Mu and the others kept their heads bowed, none daring to speak, fearful of provoking the emperor's wrath. Observing the silence, Qin Shi suddenly erupted in fury, bellowing, The entire world knows of this matter, and yet you, my ministers, have chosen to remain mute. Zhao Gao, you assured me that this celestial phenomenon was an auspicious sign. Will you not provide an explanation now? Your Majesty, please calm your anger. Zhao Gao trembled, collapsing to his knees. This was orchestrated by someone to provoke your ire. Why did none of you take the initiative to locate the meteorite? Now that it has been discovered by others, I demand to see it. Qin Shi roared in rage. Your Majesty, please, I shall go find it at once. Zhao Gao stuttered in fear. Then make haste. Qin Shi barked, his irritation palpable. I obey. Zhao Gao, drenched in cold sweat, hurriedly exited the contentious scene, aware that a single misstep could lead to dire consequences. After Zhao Gao departed, Qin Shi took several deep breaths to compose himself. Do you know what the people are saying about the inscription on that meteorite? He continued to inquire, Hu Hai, either foolishly oblivious or overly confident in his status as the emperor's son. Naively interjected, Father, I have heard that the meteorite bears the words, The first emperor dies, and the land divides. Fang Mu thought to himself, This foolish Hu Hai will surely incite Zhao Gao to the brink of apoplexy. Indeed, Qin Shi glared at Hu Hai with furious eyes, exclaiming in exasperation, Was it necessary for you to say that? One by one, they dared not speak. Yet you, bold enough to stand forth, have earned my ire. Depart at once. Hu Hai, feeling aggrieved, hastily retreated, pondering that he had merely spoken a truth. Had he not been the blood son of Qin Shi, anyone else daring to utter such words would likely have been dragged out and executed. At that moment, Qin Shi suddenly felt dizzy, on the brink of collapse, when Fang Mu, ever quick-witted, supported his father-in-law. Your Majesty, pray, temper your wrath. Your health is paramount. Fang Mu consoled. Su Fu promptly produced the elixir he had prepared. I am incensed by this unworthy son of mine. Fang Mu, you shall sample this pill. Even in such dire straits, Qin Shi insisted Fang Mu taste the medicine. With no choice, Fang Mu complied. And after Qin Shi consumed the greater part of the elixir, he began to regain his composure. Lic. Wang Bin, investigate who is orchestrating this affair. Show no mercy. Qin Shi demeanor grew ever more ruthless. As you command, Li Si and Wang Bin, feeling a weight lifted, quickly exited the premises. Su Guoshi, Fang Mu, you may also withdraw. I am fatigued. Qin Shi sank into his seat, resembling a lonely elder in twilight. We take our leave. Fang Mu and Su Fu dared not linger further, hastily departing. Chapter 49. The true face of Su Fu. Dr. Fang. Wait a moment. Su Fu anxiously called out to Fang Mu. What is it, Su Guoshi? Fang Mu inquired. Please, Do not elevate me to such heights. You are the more enigmatic figure, Su Fu exclaimed, startling Fang Mu. Maintaining his composure, Fang Mu responded, if Su Guoshi has something to convey, please do so. With a heavy sigh, Su Fu continued, the emperor's health has deteriorated. I observe his complexion, clearly indicating a deficiency in vital energy that I feared. Su Fu hesitated to finish his thought, that I fear his time may be limited. Is that not so? Fang Mu articulated what Su Fu dared not voice. Glancing around cautiously, Su Fu whispered, Dr. Fang, truly a physician of renown. What shall we do? What? Has the emperor summoned you to seek the elixir of immortality? Fang Mu queried. Indeed, you possess remarkable foresight. During the banquet that evening, the emperor specifically inquired whether such a potion truly exists. Su Fu replied, You charlatan, daring to deceive the emperor with such tales. Do you not fear I might expose you? Fang Mu feigned a threat. Hush, Dr. Fang. Do not frighten me. I am compelled by circumstance. Should I not speak thus, I would face execution. Su Fu showed no fear of Fang Mu's potential betrayal that I had believed mere alchemy would suffice. Arriving here in high spirits, anticipating wealth and glory, had I known I was to concoct an elixir of immortality, I would never have come, Su Fu lamented. You have not sought me merely to air your grievances. Have you, Su Guoshi? Fang Mu suspected Su Fu harbored further intentions. After a moment's internal struggle, Su Fu resolutely declared, I implore you, Dr. Fang, to save my life, and I shall repay you handsomely in the future. Why seek my aid? What gives you such faith in me? Fang Mu mused, feeling their connection was tenuous. That it is not faith in you, but faith in my friend, Zhang Liang. Su Fu finally uttered a name that left Fang Mu astounded. I must confess, esteemed Dr. Fang, that I am acquainted with Zhang Liang. However, I am not here to assassinate the emperor. My sole desire is to attain wealth and glory. Zhang Liang once approached me, urging me to devise a plan to eliminate Qin Dynasty, but I declined, fully aware of my lack of opportunity and my fear of death. That I merely agreed to divulge certain information to him, if necessary. Su Fu recounted earnestly, Zhang Liang is truly restless. Even in such circumstances, he still harbors intentions of assassinating Qin Dynasty. Fang Mu suddenly felt a surge of trepidation. Had Su Fu indeed consented to Zhang Liang's plot? And if poison were to be mixed into the elixir, it is likely that both he and Su Fu would now be conversing in a state of ghostly existence, that Su Fu remarked. This is his lifelong vendetta. He has mentioned you, Prince Consort Fang Mu, suggesting that you might be of assistance in a critical moment. This Zhang Liang still owes me a debt of gratitude. Fang Mu replied, I cannot be of help to you. You must bravely seek the elixir on your own. But I cannot find it, Su Fu exclaimed, filled with urgency. Fang Mu's words suddenly illuminated Su Fu's mind, bringing forth a radiant smile. How simple it is. Thank you, Dr. Fang, for your guidance. Fang Mu waved his hand, knowing that Su Fu would eventually arrive at this conclusion himself, though his current state was one of anxiety and confusion. By the way, Fang Mu suddenly had a thought and said, Master Su, you could truly venture to the East Sea in search of the fabled Penglai Island. There, you might hide away, and perhaps in the future, I shall seek refuge with you there. Fang Mu mused that perhaps after the fall of the Qin, when Liu Bang unifies the realm, he could bring Ying Zheng, Fu Su, and Meng Tian to seek Su Fu, residing together on the East Sea's Penglai Island. Is there truly a Penglai Island? I must be dreaming, Su Fu exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, I am certain, Fang Mu affirmed, for the modern-day Penglai Island is situated in the East Sea of Zhejiang. Excellent. I am immensely grateful to you, Dr. Fang. Su Fu finally comprehended a matter that had long troubled him. Zhao Gao had already dispatched individuals to locate the meteorites. Meteorites are easily found, and Zhao Gao was well aware that there were individuals orchestrating this affair behind the scenes. Naturally, it was imperative that Qin Shi Huang witness the meteorite firsthand. Zhao Gao swiftly pinpointed the meteorite's location from various sources, sending a multitude of men to the site, even bringing along horse-drawn carts. A man of Zhao Gao's sycophantic nature would certainly not allow Qin Shi Huang to journey to the meteorite himself. He would diligently ensure that the meteorite was presented directly before the emperor. Li Si and Wang Bin also dispatched spies to gather intelligence, and they soon discovered that this entire scheme had been orchestrated by the Jiangdong Xiang Liang family. Lic and Wang Bin immediately sent a significant number of soldiers to apprehend and eliminate Xiang Liang and his kin. However, The ultimate outcome was that Li Si and Wang Bin returned empty-handed, as the Xiang Liang family's forces had already retreated, seemingly aware that Qin Shi Huang would send men to capture them. Continue the pursuit. Wang Bin and Li Si seethed with anger, unable to report positively to Qin Shi Huang. Master Fan, you truly possess remarkable foresight. Had you not advised us to withdraw early, we might have fallen into the hands of the Qin soldiers. Xiang Liang expressed deep admiration for Fan Zeng. The Qin soldiers have arrived at the perfect time. I am eager to confront them and temper their fervor, Xiang Yu declared with formidable bravado. Fan Zeng smiled and shook his head, while Xiang Liang felt helpless towards his nephew, who, despite possessing immense strength and a valiant spirit, was overly arrogant and reckless. Fang Mu would undoubtedly describe Xiang Yu with 2 words: a brash fool. Chapter 50. The ailing Ying Zheng. At this moment, the meteorite lay within the study of Qin Shi Huang, who bore a grim expression. Fang Mu and the others were summoned once more. Though this time, Hu Hai was not called. Once everyone had gathered, a heavy silence enveloped the room as they awaited the emperor's wrath. Qin Shi Huang commanded, "Remove the cloth." Zhao Gao interjected, "Your Majesty, I believe it is still." "Did you not hear my words? I instructed you to remove the cloth." Qin Shi Huang retorted with irritation. "Yes, Your Majesty." Zhao Gao, trembling with fear, complied and unveiled the meteorite. Before them lay the meteorite, inscribed with the powerful characters Shi Huang Dcier in bold strokes, the depth of which was astonishing, far beyond what could be achieved with the technology of the Qin Dynasty. Qin Shi Huang gazed silently at the meteorite and its inscriptions, while the others dared not breathe. "Li Si, Wang Bin, have you found the mastermind behind this?" Qin Shi Huang inquired calmly. Lic, filled with trepidation, replied, "Your Majesty, we have located them. It is the Xiang family from Jiangdong. I and General Wang have already dispatched men to pursue them. But they are all in flight. I demand the extermination of the Xiang family." Qin Shi Huang's tone remained serene, yet none doubted his power and authority. "Yes, Your Majesty." It turned out that Fan Zeng had already joined forces with Xiang Yu, thus explaining the inscriptions on the meteorite. Only Xiang Yu possessed the strength to achieve such a feat. Upon hearing Li Si's report, Fang Mu connected the dots. Is it possible for a human to carve these words so deeply into the meteorite? Qin Shi Huang posed the question to Wang Bin. I could etch words onto the surface, but not to such depths. That is beyond my capability, Wang Bin admitted candidly. Then, is there anyone in this world capable of such a task? You all are unaware that a figure like Xiang Yu has emerged, one who can rend mountains asunder and command the heavens. Fang Mu pondered. As soon as Wang Bin finished speaking, Qin Shi Huang suddenly coughed violently, a mouthful of blood spewing forth. Zhao Gao rushed to support the fainting emperor. "Your Majesty, please, calm your fury. Your health is of utmost importance." Fang Mu and the others expressed their anxiety. "Elixirs, quickly," Zhao Gao called out to Su Fu. "The preparation of elixirs requires time." Su Fu replied helplessly. "Allow me." Fang Mu urged Zhao Gao to lay the emperor down, and began to administer silver needles to issue points at that moment. No one dared to intervene or make any other move. Fang Mu bore a considerable risk. Should Qin Shi Huang not survive this episode, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. However, Fang Mu felt confident that the emperor had merely succumbed to a temporary bout of anger and dizziness. Yet, it was evident that Qin Shi Huang's lifespan was drawing to a close. The dual shocks had exacerbated his existing ailments, making recovery exceedingly unlikely, unless a miraculous elixir of immortality truly existed. After a short while, the ailing Qin Shi Huang slowly opened his eyes, appearing exceedingly frail. "Your Majesty, are you all right?" Zhao Gao inquired with the concern of a devoted son. Su Fu. Qin Shi Huang's voice was barely a whisper. "Your servant is here." Su Fu realized what the emperor sought from him, that I require 3,000 young boys and girls, as well as 100 elite soldiers to ensure our safety in transporting the furnace. Su Fu declared, "Have Li Si prepare everything. I only desire the elixir of immortality." Qin Shi Huang's sole wish was to attain eternal life. Lic promptly responded, "Your servant obeys." Upon hearing this, Zhao Gao felt a surge of joy. The presence of Fang Mu had consistently hindered his ambitions. Fang Mu, startled, recognized that this upheaval had disrupted his plans. His purpose for remaining in the palace was to await Qin Shi Huang's demise and thwart Zhao Gao, Hu Hai, and Li Si's conspiracy. With Ying Zheng now pregnant, Fang Mu felt an even greater urgency to stay and protect her, that if he left the palace, chaos would surely ensue upon the emperor's death. Your Majesty, you mustn't, Fang Mu exclaimed anxiously. Enough? Remain. I have matters to discuss with you, Qin Shi Huang interrupted. Reluctantly, Fang Mu acquiesced, suppressing his anxiety that lic. There is another important task I require you to undertake, Qin Shi Huang stated. Your Majesty, please command. I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly, Lici replied respectfully. What is the progress on the Fang Palace? Qin Shi Huang inquired. Lic thought to himself. At this time, you still concern yourself with the Fang Palace? Once you are gone, it will not be for you to enjoy. The construction of the Fang Palace may be halted. I wish to build a mausoleum, requiring 100,000 soldiers to accompany me in death, guarding me for generations to come. Even in death, Qin Shi Huang aspired to be an emperor, surrounded by a great army. Fang Mu mused, realizing this marked the beginning of the construction of the Qin Emperor's mausoleum and the terracotta army. Your servant obeys, Lici replied cautiously. This 100,000 soldiers, he asked with trepidation, craft them from stone, ensuring they resemble real soldiers, eternally impervious to decay. Qin Shi Huang, in a rare display of mercy, refrained from using actual soldiers for his burial. Your Majesty is wise. I shall immediately set about this task, Lici declared. All of you may withdraw. Attend to the matters I have entrusted to you promptly. Fang Mu, remain. Qin Shi Huang issued a dismissal that we take our leave. Your Majesty, this old servant wishes to stay and care for you. The shameless Zhao Gao audaciously expressed his desire to remain. Qin Shi Huang felt touched. Regardless of the circumstances, Zhao Gao had always been by his side. Zhao Gao, I am aware of your unwavering loyalty. Please wait at the door until I have finished my discussion with the royal son-in-law. Then I shall summon you. Certainly, I shall always be vigilant beside you. Your Majesty. Zhao Gao continued to feign loyalty, biding his time. His cunning was remarkable, meticulously ensuring that Qin Shi Huang placed immense trust in him. It was only upon the emperor's death that Zhao Gao would seize his opportunity. Such extreme patience was not common. Only Qin Shi Huang could keep Zhao Gao in check. Fang Mu felt a throbbing headache. Realizing that the course of history was ultimately difficult to alter, Lic and the others withdrew. Zhao Gao, observing that Qin Shi Huang had retained Fang Mu, pondered his own thoughts in silence. With so many matters now arranged, it seemed the fate of the Qin Dynasty was on the verge of transformation. Chapter 51. The cunning Zhao Gao. After Lici and the others departed, Zhao Gao stepped out to the entrance and secured the door behind him. Lingering outside, the study of Emperor Qin Shi Huang was quite spacious, with commendable soundproofing, alleviating any concerns about Zhao Gao overhearing the discussions between the emperor and Fang Mu. At this moment, Qin Shi Huang was preparing to sit up, prompting Fang Mu to hastily assist him. Your Majesty, you need only recline. Fang Mu expressed genuine concern for Ying Zheng, who, at that instant, resembled a frail, solitary elder in dire straits. It matters not. I am aware of your reluctance to accompany Su Fu in the quest for the elixir of immortality. Yet, I have no alternative. You are the most suitable. Qin Shi Huang insisted, rising to a seated position as he addressed Fang Mu. Simply allow Su Fu to undertake the journey alone or dispatch other ministers, Fang Mu proposed. Nay, I harbor no trust in Su Fu. There is something about him that feels enigmatic, akin to your own nature. However, I place my faith in you, for you are my son-in-law and the husband of Jiang Heir, and I require someone to keep a watchful eye on Su Fu. And you alone possess the understanding of these medicinal concoctions. Thus, you are the only one suited for this task. Qin Shi Huang elucidated to Fang Mu. It became apparent that Qin Shi Huang had long been wary of Su Fu. His intuition was remarkably astute, and his sense of crisis was acute. No wonder he had evaded countless assassination attempts. Fang Mu could not help but admire the emperor's perceptiveness. The true nature of Su Fu was likely known to only 3 individuals in the world: Su Fu himself, Zhang Liang, and Fang Mu. While Qin Shi Huang merely maintained a stance of suspicion, Fang Mu found himself in a profound internal conflict. He simply could not embark on this mission. Should he do so, Zhao Gao and Lici would undoubtedly replicate the historical narrative, plunging the entire Qin dynasty into chaos and leading it toward its demise. The fall of the Qin dynasty was an inevitable historical trend, a reality Fang Mu did not seek to obstruct. He could not alter it. His sole desire was to thwart Zhao Gao's schemes, to save Fusu, Meng Tian, himself, and Ying Zheng. Fang Mu dared not state outright that the elixir was a mere myth. He merely mentioned its elusive nature, fearing that Qin Shi Huang's health would falter before he could obtain it. Thus, I appoint you to closely monitor Su Fu. Exert yourself to expedite the search. Should I not survive to witness it, then it shall be my fate, for all is governed by the will of heaven. Yet, I cannot relinquish hope, Qin Shi Huang declared, his voice tinged with a hint of defiance. Alas, it appeared that the emperor had meticulously considered every aspect, leaving Fang Mu with no choice but to comply. If that is the case, I shall not refuse. However, I must inform your majesty of one matter. Jiang heir is with child. Fang Mu hoped that the news of Ying Zheng's pregnancy might sway Qin Shi Huang's decision, yet he still underestimated the emperor's unwavering resolve for immortality. Qin Shi Huang was momentarily taken aback, his expression a blend of conflict before he regained his steadfast demeanor. Jiang heir is in the palace. I shall ensure she is well cared for, so you need not worry. I shall obey your command. Fang Mu could only acquiesce, his face a mask of conflict, his words caught in his throat. Speak your mind. Qin Shi Huang was not one to overlook the unspoken sentiments of Fang Mu. With resolve, Fang Mu pressed on. Your Majesty, do you truly place such faith in Zhao Gao and Li Si? After a moment of contemplation, Qin Shi Huang replied, At least while I am here, they shall remain loyal to me, restrained from any rash actions. Then, with all due respect, allow me to voice a most audacious thought. Should your Majesty pass from this world, can you guarantee their loyalty to you, or to Crown Prince Fusu, or to the great Qin? Fang Mu's words were piercing, a heartfelt expression of his deepest concerns. Fang Mu feared that if he remained silent, the situation would become unpredictable when he was dispatched to seek the elixir of immortality. Thus, he dared to broach the subject with Qin Shi Huang in advance, hoping to preemptively eliminate that unstable factor. Ha! Qin Shi Huang let out a weak laugh, as if he had just heard the greatest joke in the world. Do they dare? I am aware of Fusu and your antagonistic relationship with Zhao Gao, yet I intend to pass the throne to Fusu. Who would dare defy me? Qin Shi Huang exuded an air of immense arrogance. Your Majesty, do you not realize that Zhao Gao's ultimate desire is for you to confer the throne upon Hu Hai, not Fusu? Fang Mu unveiled Zhao Gao's ulterior motives that you think I am unaware? I once considered granting Hu Hai a chance, but he is utterly inept, foolish, and indulgent. I am well aware of the situation. You need not worry, Qin Shi Huang stated confidently. Your Majesty, my concern is not for Hu Hai, but for Zhao Gao. Zhao Gao is a wolf in sheep's clothing. He must be eliminated to ensure the stability of the Qin Dynasty. Fang Mu articulated each word with conviction. Marking the first occasion, he openly declared the need to kill Zhao Gao before Qin Shi Huang. Qin Shi Huang fixed his gaze upon Fang Mu, seemingly lost in thought. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke. Alas, Fang Mu sighed in resignation. Qin Shi Huang could not bring himself to make the decisive choice to eliminate Zhao Gao, as he lacked justification and placed excessive trust in him. Moreover, such an action would dishearten other ministers, representing a significant concession on Fang Mu's part. I take my leave. Your Majesty, please take care of your health. Fang Mu bid farewell. He exited Qin Shi Huang's study with a heavy heart, indifferent to Zhao Gao waiting at the door. Upon seeing Fang Mu emerge, Zhao Gao promptly entered. Your Majesty, I am here, ever at your side. Should you require anything, please summon me. Zhao Gao expressed fervently. Zhao Gao, if Fusu ascends the throne and desires your death, what would you do? Qin Shi Huang suddenly inquired. Zhao Gao was taken aback. Pondering the implications of such a question, he quickly diverted the conversation from Fusu, using the matter of the elixir to buy himself time, while also ingratiating himself and professing his loyalty, asserting that he did not wish for Qin Shi Huang's demise. I ask you again, if Fusu seeks to kill you, what would you do? Qin Shi Huang's tone grew markedly stern. If His Royal Highness ascends the throne in accordance with your wishes, and should he wish to take my life, I would harbor no resentment. I could simply descend to continue serving your Majesty, Zhao Gao replied, cold sweat trickling down his back. Zhao Gao exhaled deeply, realizing that Qin Shi Huang was aware of the discord between him and Fusu, and his favorable ties with Hu Hai, deliberately testing him. Zhao Gao's thoughts turned to Fang Mu. Fang Mu, it seems the Emperor has indeed resolved to pass the throne to Fusu. I must devise a cunning plan. Does he truly believe I, Zhao Gao, am merely a lamb to be slaughtered? Zhao Gao mused darkly. Chapter 52. The Quest for the Elixir of Immortality. Fang Mu entered Ping'an Palace with heavy steps. Uncertain of how to confront Ying Zheng, his time spent accompanying her had always been limited, frequently interrupted by summons from Qin Shi. Now that Ying Zheng was pregnant, he had thought he could remain in the palace until Qin Shi's passing, thus effectively thwarting Zhao Gao's treachery. What? You say father has dispatched you to seek the elixir of immortality. Is not Su Fu already doing that? Ying Zheng furrowed her brow, expressing her displeasure. The emperor harbors doubts about Su Fu, insisting that I supervise the matter. Fang Mu, feeling helpless, recounted all the preceding events to Ying Zheng. I shall speak with father, Ying Zheng declared, preparing to rise. Fang Mu grasped Ying Zheng's arm, saying, Zheng, it is futile. Your father's health is exceedingly fragile and cannot endure further stress. Ying Zheng paused, then collapsed into Fang Mu's embrace, silently shedding tears. Indeed, Ying Zheng understood Ying Zheng. It was of no use who spoke. I am sorry. Zheng Fang Mu, overwhelmed with unuttered words, could only express his remorse that I know. Ying Zheng replied. Fang Mu intended to inform Ying Zheng that upon the death of Qin Shi, Zhao Gao would surely wreak havoc upon the court of the Qin Dynasty, placing even Ying Zheng in peril. However, he wished to spare her the anguish and fear, wanting her to remain at ease within the palace, nurturing her pregnancy, while he would confront all forthcoming crises alone. Zheng, I must seek Wang Zhao. There are matters I must attend to. Time is of the essence. I must embark on my quest for the elixir of immortality by tomorrow. Fang Mu felt the urgency. Upon arriving at the training grounds of General Wang Zhao, Fang Mu found him amidst drills with 1,000 soldiers that we humbly welcome the esteemed son-in-law, they proclaimed as Fang Mu greeted them. He called upon Wang Zhao to discuss pressing matters. General, is it time for us to take to the battlefield? Wang Zhao inquired eagerly. Do you so eagerly wish to lead your 1,000 soldiers into combat? Fang Mu countered. They are not merely your soldiers, but the soldiers of both you and the princess. A soldier who does not engage in battle will surely rust. Wang Zhao corrected him. Engaging in battle leads to casualties. Unless absolutely necessary, I cannot allow you to spill blood. Fang Mu replied with reluctance. General, we have long regarded you and the princess as our own. Military orders are as unyielding as mountains. Furthermore, how can soldiers fear for their lives? We have long since cast aside the notion of life and death, Wang Zhao declared with fervor. Fang Mu was deeply moved. Wang Zhao, please extend my gratitude to all the brothers. I, Fang Mu, shall repay their kindness in my next life. General, you worry too much. What has transpired? Wang Zhao asked. Unless we perish, the princess shall remain unharmed. Fang Mu instructed. Find a clever brother and send him outside the palace to monitor my movements and all occurrences within the palace. Fang Mu commanded. After a moment's thought, Wang Zhao replied, I have someone in mind. Hu Li. He is capable of handling it. Very well, let it be Hu Li. Arrange for him to depart by tomorrow. Furthermore, Fang Mu began assigning numerous tasks to Wang Zhao. He did not dare to be careless, for all of this pertained to the lives of himself and Ying Zheng. Once Fang Mu and Wang Zhao had deliberated on everything, feeling it was nearly settled, he bid farewell to Wang Zhao and made his way toward Li Yu's residence. That son-in-law. What brings you here? I apologize for not welcoming you properly, Li Yu said, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Liu. Should you continue this way, I may very well take my leave, Fang Mu retorted, aware of Li Yu's deliberate provocation, which he found quite distasteful. Liu awkwardly chuckled. Ah, Fang brother, forgive my jest. I see you are in low spirits due to the Emperor's commission to seek the elixir of immortality. That is partly true, yet not entirely. I have come primarily to discuss matters with you. Fang Mu pondered. Fang Mu's purpose in visiting this time was indeed to seek out Li Yu, yet it was also due to the unexpected decree from Qin Shi, who dispatched him and Su Fu to search for the elixir of immortality, that he first arrived at Li Yu's residence. Brother Fang, I, Li Yu, have always been one to remember kindness and repay debts. I owe you my very life, Li Yu exclaimed with great magnanimity. Feel free to speak your mind about any matter, Brother Fang. The two remained in Li Yu's abode until the late hours, and only then did Fang Mu breathe a sigh of relief as he departed. Feeling the weight of the world on his shoulders, Liu, with a solemn expression, sat in contemplation, pondering something unknown, leaving one to wonder what had transpired between Fang Mu and him to evoke such gravity in Li Yu's demeanor. The following day, Li Si had prepared 3,000 young boys and girls for Su Fu, along with 100 elite soldiers. The horse-drawn carriages were ready, and a massive cauldron had been mounted on a cart. Qin Shi, despite his illness, arrived to conduct the ceremonial send-off for Su Fu and Fang Mu, complete with a sacrificial rite to beseech divine blessings, an event of unparalleled grandeur. Fang Mu, however, harbored no interest in this spectacle. He regarded Qin Shi excessive superstition and obsession with disdain, having devised his own plans. He intended to make his escape at the earliest opportunity, unwilling to be foolish enough to genuinely seek out the non-existent elixir of life that Su Fu, on the other hand, appeared to be quite earnest in his endeavor. Orchestrating the presence of 3,000 young boys and girls along with 100 soldiers, to the uninitiated observer, it might have seemed as though Su Fu was a reclusive sage, truly aware of the existence of the celestial potion. Fang Mu, privy to Su Fu's intentions for the throng of young ones and soldiers, understood that the latter were meant for genuine protection against potential bandits, while the young boys and girls were nothing but a ruse. Su Fu merely sought a place to establish a home. What a charlatan! Fang Mu silently derided. At last, the auspicious hour arrived, and the expedition in search of the elixir of immortality set forth toward the eastern sea. The journey was long, yet both Su Fu and Fang Mu found comfort riding in the carriage. Master Su, how far have we traveled? Fang Mu inquired. We haven't stopped at all. The sun is nearly setting. Do you wish to rest, Your Highness? Su Fu replied. Seeing the moment was ripe, Fang Mu nodded and said, Let us set up camp ahead and rest for the night. I shall take my leave and not accompany you any further. You wish to depart. If Qin Shi learns of this, he will surely issue a warrant for your capture. Su Fu exclaimed, astonished. Who would know if you do not speak of it? Fang Mu countered, leaving Su Fu awkwardly chuckling at the retort. I have far too many matters to attend to. I shall not squander my time in pursuit of that worthless elixir, Fang Mu asserted. Then I shall venture forth with these people alone. Unlike you, I must locate the island of Penglai you mentioned. I intend to remain there forever, Su Fu declared. Trust me, you shall undoubtedly find it, and you will thrive there. I shall come to seek you out once I have succeeded. Fang Mu was well aware of Su Fu's fate. Thank you for your assistance, Your Highness. Su Fu expressed his gratitude once more. Sighing, Fang Mu thought to himself, Ying Zheng would never fathom that his most trusted son-in-law, Fang Mu, would defy his orders and escape in secret. My esteemed father-in-law, please do not hold it against me. It is your profound obsession with immortality that has led us to this point that I, in this world, where can one find a potion for eternal life? And to still place such unwavering trust in Zhao Gao, alas. Fang Mu sighed inwardly. Everyone halt. We shall set up camp here for the night, and rest before continuing our journey tomorrow. Su Fu commanded a large contingent of those seeking the elixir of life to stop. As night fell, Fang Mu and Su Fu shared a drink, marking it as a farewell toast. Brother Fang, this parting signifies that we shall each pursue our own paths of survival. The Qin Dynasty no longer harbors a place for us. Su Fu lamented. You must seek out Penglai Island, for there lies your sanctuary. Establish your home there, and leave me a small space. Fang Mu replied with a smile. Brother Fang, why not accompany me to escape this vortex and embrace a life of seclusion? Su Fu inquired. Fang Mu shook his head, saying, I wish I could, but the time is not yet ripe. That I must first ensure that Jiang'er is safe before I seek you out. Then we must try. Not now, however. I am biding my time, Fang Mu asserted resolutely. Indeed, Brother Fang, you are a man of deep loyalty and righteousness. I, Su Fu, am powerless to assist you further, but I wish you all the best. Once I find Penglai Island, I shall ensure a place is reserved for you. Su Fu could only extend his blessings. That I appreciate your kindness, Su brother, Fang Mu replied with a respectful gesture. Su Fu felt a twinge of shame. Brother Fang, you are too courteous. It is my duty to do so, and I owe you a debt of gratitude. Fang Mu longed to be as carefree as Su Fu, who had successfully deceived so many, including the first emperor of Qin, and now lived a life of seclusion. How delightful that would be. Yet, Fang Mu could not bring himself to abandoning Jiang, Fu Su, and Meng Tian. That if he were to leave, they would surely fall victim to Zhao Gao's treachery. In the deep of night, the expedition in search of the elixir of life lay fast asleep in their tents. Fang Mu opened his eyes, quietly exited his tent, and stealthily departed. Just as he left, Su Fu stirred awake. Gazing into the pitch-black night sky, he sighed, pondering, what truly is the origin of this Fang Mu? Even Zhang Liang holds him in high esteem. He is indeed enigmatic. Never mind. At least Fang Mu is a man worthy of trust, loyal and righteous, though he is already ensnared in the tumult of this dynastic upheaval that I wonder if he can extricate himself unscathed. Su Fu mused, yet he held a degree of faith in Fang Mu. Feeling that the secrets he bore were profound, at dawn the next day, Su Fu's party resumed their journey toward the Eastern Sea. With no sign of Fang Mu, Su Fu offered no explanation. Taking his seat in the carriage as they proceeded, one elite soldier deliberately slowed his pace, gradually distancing himself from Su Fu's group. Unnoticed by the others, when the moment was opportune, he swiftly made his way toward the palace. Just as the soldier departed, two figures emerged from behind the nearby trees, one being the departing Fang Mu and the other a fox. A soldier dispatched by Wang shouted, "My lord, just as you predicted, shall we seize him now?" The fox inquired. "Yes, move swiftly," Fang Mu commanded. Fang Mu was taken aback. Such speed! It seemed that Wang Zhao had indeed trained these 1,000 soldiers in Fang Mu's style. And now the results were manifesting. While Fang Mu was still in a state of astonishment, the figure of the fox reappeared, dashing towards him, a person in hand, none other than the elite soldier from earlier. "Your Highness, I hope I haven't embarrassed you," the fox asked, a hint of bashfulness in his tone as he tossed the soldier onto the ground. Fang Mu gave the fox a thumbs up. That was astonishingly swift. "General Wang Zhao's training objective for us is to triumph through speed and strength, catching the enemy off guard," the fox declared proudly. Fang Mu nodded. "Let us go to Su Fu." Fang Mu and the fox, accompanied by the elite soldier, caught up with Su Fu's troop. The onlookers were astonished to see Fang Mu, who had just vanished, reappear with two individuals, one of whom was unconscious, the very elite soldier who had been with them. "Isn't that Zhao Feng?" someone remarked. Clearly recognizing the soldier, Su Fu commanded the advancing troops to halt, sharing a knowing smile with Fang Mu. "Brother Fang, you truly possess foresight." Su Fu furrowed his brow. "Brother Fang, aren't you the one the Emperor sent to watch over me? I mean, aside from myself, there may be others monitoring us both." Fang Mu sensed a foreboding. "What shall we do then?" Su Fu pondered aloud. "Here's the plan. I shall depart late tonight to find one of my own, while you continue your journey tomorrow. Intentionally omitting my departure, I will follow behind you, tracking to see if there are indeed spies among us." Fang Mu laid out his strategy. "Ha ha ha, it seems Brother Fang has already devised this plan. I shall rely on you," Su Fu responded with a laugh. Both Fang Mu and Su Fu were keen to root out any spies within their ranks. Otherwise, they might meet an untimely demise without understanding how. Better to eliminate the threat than to risk it further. Capture and execute as a warning. Chapter 54. Unmasking the spy. Bring Zhao Feng here. "Bind him and wake him," Su Fu commanded. Immediately, several elite soldiers stepped forward to secure Zhao Feng, while others fetched cold water to rouse him. Awakening in a state of dread, Zhao Feng stared at Fang Mu and Su Fu, feeling a chill run down his spine as he trembled. Upon seeing the fox, Zhao Feng directly inquired, "Which general's subordinate are you? Do you believe you have the right to know?" The fox retorted dismissively. Zhao Feng, intrigued by the fox's prowess in single combat, had always prided himself on his own abilities, yet he was taken aback. Before he could react, the fox had rendered him unconscious. This speed and strength were unlike anything he had ever encountered. Piquing his curiosity about the fox's allegiance, Zhao Feng observed the fox trailing closely behind Fang Mu. He shook his head in disbelief. "Impossible. It cannot be." Fang Mu stepped forward. "Could it be that your master has misinformed you, believing that no one here could easily capture you?" Fang Mu saw through Zhao Feng's thoughts, confronting him directly. "Your Highness, I am already in your grasp. Do as you please," Zhao Feng said, adopting a resigned demeanor. Having come to terms with his fate, I wish to know who sent you. Were you assigned to surveil me, or Su Guosher? Fang Mu inquired. "Zhao Gao, the esteemed official, has dispatched me to keep a watchful eye on you." Zhao Feng confessed with resolute decisiveness. This revelation momentarily left Fang Mu taken aback, but he quickly grasped the underlying motive. It was evident that Zhao Feng sought to frame Zhao Gao. Everyone knew of the adversarial relationship between Fang Mu and Zhao Gao, and Zhao Feng was no exception. I said to Su Guosher, "Have you had your fill of this? Just last night, you were boasting about concocting a certain elixir, the bone-biting pill, claiming it would impart an excruciating sensation akin to having one's bones devoured by ants, rendering life unbearable," Fang Mu remarked, directing his gaze towards Su Fu. "There exists no such bone-biting pill. It was entirely a fabrication devised by Fang Mu on the spur of the moment." However, Su Fu, fully aware of Fang Mu's intentions, joined in the act. Very well, let him experience the terror of this bone-biting pill, Su Fu declared, producing a pitch-black pill. Upon witnessing this dark concoction and hearing the earlier banter between Fang Mu and Su Fu, Zhao Feng's complexion turned ashen with fright. Wait, I exclaimed, my backer is the Prime Minister. It was he who sent me here. He instructed me to monitor the actions of the Prince Consort and Su Guisher. Zhao Feng stammered, revealing everything in a tremulous voice. Observing Zhao Feng's demeanor, Fang Mu discerned no hint of deception. Lic. Fang Mu exchanged a puzzled glance with Su Fu, both bewildered as to why Li Si would send someone to surveil him and Su Fu. I assure you, every word I utter is the truth. I would not dare deceive you. I implore the Prince Consort and Su Guisher to grant me mercy. I shall not consume the bone-biting pill. Zhao Feng, it appeared, harbored a genuine fear of the pill. Su Guisher, let us reserve this bone-biting pill for our esteemed Prime Minister Li Si. Let him experience the consequences of spying on us. Fang Mu said with deliberate malice. Excellent. Su Fu promptly tucked the pill away. Fang Mu genuinely feared that Zhao Feng might prove obstinate, yet he trusted Su Fu's ability to concoct both medicinal and toxic pills alike. Bring forth an end to him, Su Fu commanded, pointing at Zhao Feng. Understood. Zhao Feng was executed without hesitation. Su Fu recognized that had it not been for Fang Mu's cunning stratagem, he might have fallen victim to Zhao Feng's treachery. Ladies and gentlemen, I care not who among you may still harbor spies or other traitors seeking Fang Mu, and Su Fu bid farewell, once more. Of course, to the onlookers, it appeared as though Fang Mu had slipped away into the shadows. Intent on capturing the traitor, Fox, devise a way for Wang Zhao to relay the matter of Zhao Feng monitoring me and Su Fu to Li Si. Let us observe Li Si's response. Fang Mu instructed the fox. Understood, Your Highness, but where will you be heading? The fox inquired. I seek a certain individual. There is no need for you to accompany me. Simply remember your task. The moment Qin Shi Huang passes, you must inform me without delay. There can be no slowness, Fang Mu declared solemnly. This subordinate will obey, the fox replied, clasping his fist. That I appreciate your efforts, Fox, Fang Mu said, patting the fox on the shoulder. Your Highness is overly concerned. The fox smiled sheepishly. After parting with the fox, Fang Mu pondered why Li Si had dispatched someone to surveil both himself and Su Fu. He sensed that the waters of the Great Qin were growing increasingly treacherous. Could it be that Li Si harbored ulterior motives? Historically, Li Si had been unwaveringly loyal to Qin Shi Huang, and yet, following the emperor's demise, he conspired with Zhao Gao, ultimately meeting a cruel end at Zhao Gao's hands. Did Li Si's heart already harbor treasonous thoughts? Was he monitoring whether Su Fu and I could truly discover the elixir of immortality? If we were to succeed, he would remain passive. If we failed, he would seek an opportunity to rebel. Fang Mu was startled by his audacious conjecture. If this were indeed the case, Li Si could be likened to another Sima Yi, seeking to usurp the throne of Qin Shi Huang through cunning stratagems. But where would his confidence lie? Fang Mu continued to speculate that Wang Bin, the generally reticent general, held significant military power. Fang Mu recalled Wang Bin, who had always maintained a low profile. Alas, all of this was merely conjecture. Let us first observe Li Si's reaction upon learning of Zhao Feng's affairs. Fang Mu reassured himself, genuinely fearing that Li Si might turn out to be another Sima Yi, possibly in collusion with Wang Bin. Dismissing thoughts of Li Si, Fang Mu retrieved the map and pinpointed the location of Huayin. Without hesitation, he set forth in that direction, determined to seek out Han Xiang. Chapter 55. The search for Han Xiang. Fang Mu's intentions were crystal clear. He aimed to locate Han Xiang in advance, to employ him for his own ends, or rather, for Fu Su's benefit. With Meng Tian's 300,000 troops, the inclusion of Han Xiang would undoubtedly facilitate Fu Su's ascension to the throne. Little did Fang Mu realize that he aspired to be the agent of transformation for Han Xiang, Fu Su, and history itself. Yet the path to Fu Su's coronation would be fraught with uncertainties. History is not easily altered. Of course, such musings were for another time. Finding Han Xiang would not be a simple endeavor. Fortunately, Fang Mu possessed a unique advantage. He was aware of the trajectories of historical figures. At present, Han Xiang toiled in Huayin as a weaver, crafting straw into horse gear to sell. Enduring a life of destitution, in his spare moments, he enjoyed fishing. Fang Mu traveled tirelessly to a small village in Huayin. Han Xian's hometown. Arriving by the riverside, he found no fishermen that day, only a group of women washing clothes, some young maidens, and some older matrons. Initially, Fang Mu considered inquiring if Han Xian frequented this spot, but ultimately decided against it, opting to wait instead, for Han Xian was a proud individual, dismissive of most. Fang Mu purchased a fishing rod and hooks, settling by the riverbank to fish, patiently awaiting Han Xian's arrival. The women engaged in laundry found it rather peculiar that a strange individual named Fang Mu had appeared among them. As evening descended, Han Xian had yet to make his appearance, and Fang Mu was truly famished. An elderly woman approached him, exclaiming, "Young man, you've been fishing all day, surely you must be hungry." As she spoke, the kind lady handed Fang Mu a flatbread. Indeed, feeling hungry, Fang Mu gratefully accepted it, saying, "Thank you, dear lady." Suddenly, a thought struck him. This scene mirrored the historical Han Xian's experience to an uncanny degree. My goodness, could it be that I am Han Xian himself? Fang Mu was taken aback. He recalled a renowned television series titled Myth, in which a character named Gao Yao sought to ingratiate himself with Zhao Gao, only to discover that he was Zhao Gao all along. Dear lady, I have traveled from afar and have no place to stay. Might I? Fang Mu hesitantly inquired, intending to return the following day. Well, if you don't mind, you may stay at my humble abode for the night. The elderly woman replied with warmth and kindness. Fang Mu followed her to her village, during which she engaged him in conversation. Before you arrived, there was another peculiar young man much like you, though he was even stranger. He fished using a straight hook, the lady remarked. That's exactly right. Fang Mu breathed a sigh of relief. Dear lady, did that individual not go fishing today? He asked. He doesn't come every day. Sometimes he goes to the market to sell grass horses. His name is Han Xian, and he is quite an odd fellow. Here, he has no friends at all. The lady's words filled Fang Mu with joy, for he had indeed found Han Xian, right here, just when I have no friends either. Perhaps I could befriend Han Xian. Fang Mu said amiably. Oh, young man, Han Xian is not one for friendships. He prefers solitude. The people here do not particularly like him, though I believe he is merely a bit peculiar, not ill-hearted, she informed him. By the way, dear lady, I haven't yet introduced myself. My name is Fang Mu. Fang Mu resolved within himself to wait for Han Xian once more, believing that only sincerity could touch someone like him. The elderly woman's home was quite modest, just her living alone, but Fang Mu held no disdain. It was already a blessing to have someone shelter him for the night. The lady even went to the trouble of preparing several dishes to entertain Fang Mu. What one might call farmhouse cuisine in modern terms. Fang Mu offered her some copper coins, but she firmly declined. Young man, my intention in taking you in is not for your money. Seeing you reminds me of my child who went off to war. The lady expressed with a hint of sadness. Fang Mu could only retract the coins. Indeed, in ancient times, conflicts were ever present, and those who went to war could often meet their demise on the battlefield. Thus, many elders remained at home, while all the able-bodied men had gone to serve. Unlike the peaceful modern era, on the following day, Fang Mu arose, bid farewell to the elderly woman, and continued on with his fishing rod to the riverbank. There, he spotted a young man, only slightly older than himself, seated beneath a tree, eyes closed in meditation, a sword cradled in his arms. Fang Mu approached him, observing the young man's ordinary features. It seemed that the young man sensed Fang Mu's presence. He opened his eyes and locked gazes with him momentarily before closing them once more, as if Fang Mu had never passed by at all. He is none other than Han Xian. Such an aloof demeanor and penetrating gaze. Fang Mu mused, regretting that the elder lady was not present, for otherwise, he could have inquired further. The expression and gaze of Han Xian unsettled Fang Mu somewhat. Yet he understood that those of extraordinary talent often possess their own idiosyncrasies. However, Han Xian had taken his pride and haughtiness to the utmost extreme. No wonder Xiang Yu harbored disdain for Han Xian. And vice versa. Both were individuals of lofty ambition. Liu Bang, on the other hand, exhibited remarkable patience and adeptness in utilizing others, managing to make Han Xian obedient to his will, ultimately leading to Han Xian's demise. Fang Mu recognized that approaching Han Xian could not be rushed. Thus, he patiently settled by the riverbank to fish. The young man cast a glance at Fang Mu before resuming his meditative state beneath the tree. You've arrived. You haven't come for several days. Have you eaten? I have steamed buns here. A woman's voice interrupted the young man's tranquility, reaching Fang Mu's ears as well. The young man clearly expressed delight at the arrival of the woman. accepting the buns while still maintaining an air of superiority. I am Han Xian. And you? The young man inquired. Indeed, it was Han Xian. Fang Mu distinctly heard this. I am Ji Tao, replied the woman named Ji Tao, evidently filled with admiration and curiosity for Han Xian. Han Xian nodded and began to eat the steamed buns, casting glances at Fang Mu as he fished. I am going to wash clothes. Ji Tao called out to Han Xian before departing. After finishing the buns, Han Xian rose, took up his fishing rod, and situated himself not far from Fang Mu, casting his line. Fang Mu observed that Han Xian's hook was perfectly straight. Was he emulating Jiang Taigong's method of fishing, waiting for the willing to bite? Han Xian indeed exuded pride, comparing himself to Jiang Zia. Both Fang Mu and Han Xian remained quietly engaged in fishing, with Han Xian still keeping his eyes closed. Meanwhile, Fang Mu's mind was abuzz. He had not come to fish, but had now found Han Xian and was contemplating how to approach him. Chapter 56. The first encounter with Han Xian. Fang Mu observed the meditative Han Xian, knowing that he was not truly asleep, but merely feigning such. The girl named Ji Tao was rather beautiful. Fang Mu intentionally broached a topic that might pique Han Xian's interest. What business is it of yours? Han Xian retorted lazily, barely opening his eyes, his words striking unexpectedly. Such was Han Xian's demeanor. Fang Mu felt an urge to cast aside his fishing rod and depart, feeling the sting of humiliation. When had he ever endured such a slight? Nevertheless, he resolved to endure, for who could deny that he was in the presence of Han Xian? Yet, it was indeed rather rash of him to speak of another's beauty upon first meeting. Fang Mu reassured himself. I was too hasty, but it seems Ji Tao is quite taken with you. Do not let this opportunity slip away. He continued to seek a topic of conversation. Are you here to fish, or merely to gossip? I have never seen you before. Han Xian finally expressed a modicum of interest in Fang Mu. Shall I say that I am here to find you, Han Xian? Do you believe me? Fang Mu queried. Han Xian kept his eyes closed, replying, I, Han Xian, am but an ordinary commoner. What purpose do you have in seeking me? Clearly, he was filled with pride, secretly yearning for someone to recognize the worth of Han Xian, yet he pretended to be so aloof. Fang Mu countered, an ordinary person would not dare to compare themselves to Jiang Taigong. And fishing with a straight hook is not unlike hoping for the willing to bite. At this moment, Han Xian finally opened his eyes and gazed at Fang Mu, inquiring, Who exactly are you? I am the one you seek, the person who will recognize your talents, your Bo Lu. You, Han Xian, the steed of 1,000 miles, are in need of me. Fang Mu replied earnestly, Han, I fear you may find no place to accommodate me. Han Xian retorted arrogantly, Allow me to introduce myself. I am Fang Mu, the royal son-in-law of the Qin Dynasty, Fang Mu proclaimed, revealing his identity. Do you wish for me to serve Qin Shi Huang? Han Xian furrowed his brows, gazing at Fang Mu in astonishment. Serving Qin Shi Huang is out of the question. He is tyrannical and merciless, imposing heavy burdens on the people and draining their resources. No, it is not for Qin Shi Huang that I seek your service, but for Prince Fu Su, to restore peace to the realm. Fang Mu articulated his purpose and aspirations. What difference does that make in serving Qin Shi Huang? The Qin dynasty is cruel and unjust, and the people lament their plight. It is destined for ruin. Han Xian boldly criticized the Qin dynasty, unreservedly addressing Fang Mu, the royal son-in-law. That may be true of Qin Shi Huang. But Prince Fu Su is benevolent and cares for the people. Surely you are aware that, once he assumes control of the Qin dynasty, he will cherish the populace and restore harmony to the realm. Fang Mu argued. Han Xian pondered this, for he had indeed heard of Prince Fu Su, who was unlike Ying Zheng. It was well known that Ying Zheng was gravely ill, and the next emperor of the Qin would likely be Fu Su. I am merely a man who delights in warfare. I doubt Fu Su would find a use for me. Han Xian reflected on the crux of the matter. That is a misconception. While outsiders believe that Qin Shi Huang will confer the throne upon Fu Su, they are unaware of the treachery within the palace, particularly from Zhao Gao. Fu Su's ascension will not be so straightforward, especially with him still at the Great Wall. How can you be so certain? Zhao Gao will rebel. Han Xian's gaze bore into Fang Mu sharply. Certain indeed, and I can further inform you that Zhao Gao will conspire with Li Si to support Hu Hai as emperor. Hu Hai is even more foolish and indulgent, and the common people will suffer greatly. Fang Mu disclosed these historical developments to Han Xian. Very well. I, Han Xian, will wager with you that if, upon the death of Qin Shi Huang, Everything unfolds as you have described. Zhao Gao and Li Si conspiring. Then I shall serve you. What say you? Han Xian declared his intention to gamble with Fang Mu. He sought to ascertain whether Fang Mu genuinely possessed foresight. Although Fang Mu's ability to locate him had astonished Han Xian, it was not enough to earn his trust. Agreed. Let it be a pact. Fang Mu recognized that only by winning Han Xian's heart could he secure his loyalty. A gentleman's word is his bond. A team of steeds cannot pursue it, Han Xian affirmed, sealing the agreement. Thus commenced the pact between Fang Mu and Han Xian. Fang Mu was self-assured, for he was a man endowed with extraordinary abilities. And he would not be bested by Han Xian. As Fang Mu observed the ground, he noticed numerous ants relocating their home. As the saying goes, when ants move, a serpent crosses the path. Heavy rain is surely imminent. Brother Han, it is time to wrap things up. Rain is about to fall. Fang Mu sought to bridge the distance with Han Xian. Han Xian too observed the scene of the ants relocating and recognized the impending rain. A principle he had learned through years of observation, he was astonished that Fang Mu was aware of it as well. How do you know it will rain? Han Xian's attitude toward Fang Mu had noticeably softened. No longer embodying the arrogance he had initially displayed, did I mention that I possess the ability to foresee the future? Do you believe me? Fang Mu responded mysteriously. Han Xian initially intended to express his disbelief. Yet after conversing with Fang Mu, he was taken aback to discover that Fang Mu was aware of his existence and had confidently asserted that Zhao Gao and Li Si would conspire to rebel. Particularly intriguing was the notion of the ants moving in anticipation of rain, a concept that Han Xian found himself in agreement with. He chose to remain silent. In the distance, dark clouds loomed ominously, drifting towards them with the wind. Han Xian paid no heed to Ji Tao, instead locking eyes with Fang Mu. Huh? Both Fang Mu and Han Xian erupted into laughter simultaneously. How peculiar it was. For where there had been one, now there were two. Passers-by, particularly women, began to giggle and speculate. Brother Fang, is there a place to seek shelter from the rain? If you do not mind, you are welcome to my home. Han Xian proposed. Indeed, that is precisely my intention. I am most grateful, Brother Han. Fang Mu replied with a grin. Han Xian was indeed a curious individual. Despite his lofty pride and disdain for most, when he found someone worthy of respect, his warmth was undeniable. He had already begun to address Fang Mu as Brother Fang, extending an enthusiastic invitation to his home, marking a significant initial acknowledgement of Fang Mu. Following Han Xian, Fang Mu gathered his fishing rods, and they set off towards Han Xian's abode. After only a few steps, the ominous clouds had settled above them. Suddenly, a torrent of rain began to descend, drenching both Fang Mu and Han Xian. Rather than flee, they slowed their pace, relishing the cleansing embrace of the downpour. Both understood that the rain had arrived. No matter how swiftly they ran, they could not outpace the clouds or the rain. Rather than exhaust themselves in a futile sprint, they chose to savor the moment, for in the end, they would inevitably be soaked by the deluge. The two eccentric gentlemen exchanged knowing smiles and burst into hearty laughter once more. Great minds think alike. Chapter 57. Approaching Han Xian, Fang Mu followed Han Xian to his residence, both now drenched like drowned rats. Observing Han Xian's home, Fang Mu noted its extreme simplicity. The pot was rusted, the rice jar nearly empty, and it appeared that no fresh provisions had been replaced in days. The phrase "a house bare of possessions" aptly described Han Xian's living conditions. Brother, please do not take offense. I have lived alone for so long, with no one to tend to the household, and I confess I have little inclination to manage it. The man of my caliber focuses on the battlefield, not on trifling domestic matters. Han Xian explained without a hint of shame. Are all capable individuals like this, allowing their homes to fall into disarray without concern? Fang Mu quickly replied, not at all. I am content as long as there is a roof over my head. Otherwise, I would be forced to sleep on the streets. In truth, Fang Mu felt quite dissatisfied, harboring a touch of disdain. Despite his laziness in modern times, he still maintained a tidy living space. Even upon traversing to the Qin Dynasty, everything remained orderly, a reflection of his status. Brother, you should change your clothes promptly to avoid catching a chill. Han Xian urged Fang Mu to change, offering his own worn garments. Fang Mu accepted the garments handed to him by Han Xian. Although he was somewhat dissatisfied with the environment here, he bore no trace of discontent on his face, maintaining a calm demeanor and swiftly adapting to his surroundings. Brother Han, it is high time you sought a wife. It would be beneficial for managing this household. Fang Mu jested that a true man has no need to lament the absence of a spouse. Besides, I have yet to achieve greatness. I cannot allow myself to let down the woman who would stand by me. This matter shall await my triumphant return, Han Xian replied with confidence. Alas, what a pity for that girl Ji Tao, who harbors such feelings for you. Fang Mu feigned a tone of regret. What concern is it of yours? Han Xian, upon the mention of his beloved Ji Tao, became agitated. Historically, Han Xian's first love was indeed Ji Tao. Yet he had long delayed expressing his affections. After embarking on his military career for many years, he intended to return to Ji Tao only after attaining success and becoming the king of Qi, by which time she had already married another man. Bah, what nonsense. I do not wish to disappoint her. Presently, I can barely sustain myself, let alone provide her with a good life. That we shall discuss this later. Han Xian insisted, his temperament somewhat obstinate. Sighing, Fang Mu shook his head and refrained from further discussion. Perhaps this was fate, a destiny that could not be altered by mere words. Fang Mu understood that Han Xian and his ilk lacked insight into women. Not all women are driven by material desires. Many would willingly endure hardship alongside the man they love. For them, it is precisely the seemingly inconsequential you that they cherish. When you finally achieve greatness, you may find that you are no longer the person she adored. Han Xian's life was fraught with adversity. After enduring much, he earned the recommendation of Xiao He and gained recognition from Liu Bang through his own talents. Achieving success while fully aware of the perils that lay ahead, yet he pressed on unflinchingly. Driven by gratitude for Xiao He's endorsement, Fang Mu contemplated altering Han Xian's fate, hoping to ensure his safe return in the end. Brother Fang, let us share a couple of drinks this evening, Han Xian suggested, his spirits seemingly lifted upon seeing Fang Mu also dressed appropriately. Very well, but Fang Mu glanced at the dismal state of Han Xian's abode, which lacked even a proper meal. Do not fret. I shall go out and procure some wine and steamed buns. While we may not feast on lavish delicacies tonight, we shall have our fill. Han Xian assured him readily. Be sure to buy some fine wine and dishes, Fang Mu remarked, pulling out his copper coins. Absolutely not. How could I allow Brother Fang to bear the expense at my home? That would be a slight against me. Han Xian firmly declined Fang Mu's coins. Damn it. I merely wish to enjoy a decent meal. Fang Mu thought to himself. Resigned to the situation, he understood that Han Xian was not one to be easily swayed. That evening, as Fang Mu and Han Xian shared drinks, they engaged in a lively conversation, discussing matters of warfare, where Han Xian spoke eloquently, offering unique insights. Their relationship grew increasingly closer. Brother Han, when do you intend to leave this place? Fang Mu inquired, curious about Han Xian's plans, as his own arrival seemed to have disrupted Han Xian's intentions. There is no rush. After the death of Qin Huang, I shall decide based on the outcome of our wager, Han Xian stated, genuinely intending to see how Fang Mu fared in their bet. Should Fang Mu prove victorious, Han Xian would undoubtedly follow him, committing himself to Fang Mu's cause. Han Xian was not one to pledge allegiance lightly. Unless he felt truly valued or found someone worthy of his respect, Fang Mu could only nod in acknowledgement. Then I shall spend these days alongside Brother Han. I hope you do not find my presence burdensome. Brother Fang, you jest. Tomorrow, I must venture to the market to sell straw horses, as I typically rely on weaving them to earn a few copper coins. Han Xian declared that in that case, I shall accompany you. It would be ungracious to partake in your hospitality without contributing. Fang Mu felt a twinge of reluctance at the thought of continually accepting Han Xian's generosity, particularly since Han Xian would not accept payment. That is splendid. I can teach Brother Fang how to weave straw horses. Might you be interested? Han Xian intended to involve Fang Mu in weaving straw horses for profit, hoping to alleviate any sense of indebtedness. Fang Mu felt no aversion to this proposal. It was a rare opportunity to learn a craft, and should he master it, he could even create one as a gift for Ying Zheng. Han Xian truly demonstrated remarkable adaptability. Despite his military prowess, he humbly toiled as a weaver. Fang Mu could not help but admire Han Xian's perseverance. The following day, Han Xian rose early, preparing the materials necessary for weaving, such as straw. Once Fang Mu awoke, he hurried to join Han Xian, and together they made their way to the market with their supplies. Naturally, Han Xian would not forget to bring his sword. Regardless of the time, he always kept it close at hand at that moment. Fang Mu donned Han Xian's tattered garments, no longer the resplendent prince, but rather resembling an ordinary townsman as he walked through the streets. It was certain that no one would associate him with the Qin royal family. Fang Mu paid little heed to this. In fact, he reveled in his current state, perhaps akin to a besieged city. Having experienced the lavish life of nobility, he now found the simplicity of the common folk to be refreshing. This was precisely the life Fang Mu and Ying Zheng longed for, uninterrupted, carefree, unlike the palace. Fraught with peril and the constant fear of being ensnared by malicious intent, Han Xiang sought a location with a decent flow of foot traffic, arranging the straw and other materials. Both he and Fang Mu settled down, ready to begin weaving the straw horses. Brother Fang, come, allow me to teach you how to weave. Soon, many will flock to this market. Han Xiang commenced his demonstration. Fang Mu diligently observed, and before long, he had grasped the technique. Although his initial attempts appeared somewhat clumsy, they were nonetheless marketable. Han Xiang had already crafted several, resembling genuine horses, quite suitable for charming the ladies and affluent youths. As the morning progressed into midday, the market buzzed with an increasing throng of people, some merely seeking entertainment, while others were genuinely there to shop, creating a sea of humanity. Fang Mu observed street performers engaging the crowd, hoping to earn a few coins from onlookers. Brother Han, your beloved approaches. Fang Mu, with keen eyes, spotted Ji Tao in the distance, accompanied by several companions. Han Xiang followed Fang Mu's gaze, as Ji Tao strolled closer, animatedly conversing with her friends, pausing to admire various wares along the way. Han Xiang paid no heed to Fang Mu's comment, continuing his weaving. Unlike the other vendors who called out to attract customers, Han Xiang maintained his distinctive quietude, patiently awaiting those who would come forth to inquire. Perhaps it is Han Xiang's pride that prevents him from lowering himself to shout out. Yet Fang Mu remains unconvinced. This straw horse of yours has always struggled in business, and your reluctance to promote it would certainly lead to its demise or acquisition in modern times. Ji Tao, look, your beloved, named Han Xiang, is once again at the market selling straw horses. A nearby woman, intentionally teasing Ji Tao, quips, "What do you mean, your beloved? Come now, Xiaohong. Do not speak nonsense." Ji Tao's cheeks flush with embarrassment. "Oh, if he is not your beloved, why do you blush?" Xiaohong persists. How annoying. Ji Tao can hardly resist the urge to strike Xiaohong. Yet, Xiaohong deftly dodges, running towards Han Xiang, with several companions seemingly joining her in this jest, drawing Ji Tao along with them. Han Xiang, for whom have you crafted these horses? Could it be for our Ji Tao? Xiaohong jokes, playfully pulling Ji Tao before Han Xiang. Occasionally, having such a friend is quite delightful, as they encourage you to embrace what you might shy away from. Much like Xiaohong does that, Ji Tao's face is a deep crimson, unable to meet Han Xiang's gaze, while Han Xiang maintains his composure. Lifting a straw horse. This horse is not an ordinary one. It can run, he declares, mimicking a galloping horse, causing the straw horse to dance in his hands. Laughter erupts from Ji Tao, Xiaohong, and the others, finding Han Xiang irresistibly charming in that moment. Here, this is for you. Han Xiang offers the straw horse to Ji Tao. Thank you, she replies softly, her voice barely a whisper, as she gratefully accepts the gift. Fang Mu smiles and shakes his head. Even a man as proud as Han Xiang reveals such a side before his beloved. Make way, make way. Han Xiang, you coward, back to selling your worthless straw horses to swindle coins. A coarse voice booms, pushing past Xiaohong and the others. The man, bearded and robust, is followed by a group of ruffians that don't know. The classic humiliation from Han Xiang's history is about to unfold. Fang Mu realizes, momentarily forgetting this predicament. Indeed, upon seeing the man, Han Xiang frowns. Butcher, I have no grievances with you. Why must you constantly target and trouble me? Hada, you are quite right. We have no enmity, yet I simply find you displeasing. What merit do you possess to wield a sword daily? The butcher laughs derisively. How heartless. Merely for finding Han Xiang with a sword unsatisfactory, he seeks to belittle him. This man is blind to the worth of one of the 4 great generals of his time. Fang Mu truly despises such individuals. Han Xiang, dismissing the butcher, turns to Fang Mu. Brother Fang, let us call it a day. We should leave that as Han Xiang begins to pack up. Fang Mu remains still, aware that the butcher will not allow such an easy departure for Han Xiang today. He contemplates how to navigate Han Xiang's impending humiliation. Oh, you've brought a little brother along. Han Xiang, it seems you've developed some skills, but do you think I will let you go? The butcher grumbles, clearly displeased. Soon, a multitude of onlookers would gather to witness the spectacle, for everyone was aware that the butcher intended to bully Han Xian. Yet, no one dared to come to Han Xian's defense, especially since Han Xian was known for his arrogance, often irking others, who found amusement in the unfolding drama. Ji Tao, though anxious, felt utterly helpless on the sidelines. Butcher, he is not merely my subordinate. He is a dear friend and brother of Han Xian, of noble standing, far beyond the reach of a lowly scoundrel like you, Han Xian declared, pointing at Fang Mu, his voice dripping with disdain. At that moment, Fang Mu felt a warmth in his heart. It was rare for someone as self-important as Han Xian to regard him as a brother. Fang Mu resolved to assist Han Xian in overcoming this humiliation. How could he tolerate such an affront to his brother in his presence? Yet, he was reluctant to confront such a vulgar ruffian, especially as he wished to conceal his own identity and lacked any guards nearby. What status do you possess? Pray tell, what highborn connections can you, Han Xian, possibly claim? The butcher was even more brazen, kicking Han Xian's belongings into disarray and mocking him while completely disregarding Fang Mu. Fang Mu felt his anger rising, and Han Xian, sensing the impending outburst, placed a hand on Fang Mu's shoulder, conveying a clear message. These men are my trouble to handle. Butcher, what must I do to be allowed to leave today? Han Xian endured, unwilling to engage in a confrontation with the butcher, considering it beneath his dignity. Han Xian, I dare say you are a coward, and you do not believe me. If you wish to depart, it is simple. You enjoy wielding that sword of yours, do you not? If you have the gall, draw it and strike me, and I shall let you go. Do you dare? The butcher, with an air of arrogance, seemed to have Han Xian at his mercy. Such an insufferable wretch. Fang Mu thought contemptuously. Han Xian remained still, his gaze fixed on the butcher. It was not that he lacked courage. He simply refused to engage in a conflict with someone so beneath him. Moreover, with so many people surrounding the butcher, should Han Xian dare to draw his sword, he would likely find himself in peril, a fate far too trivial to contemplate. Han Xian harbored grand ambitions and was unwilling to sacrifice his life, and potentially Fang Mu's, for a moment of indignity at the hands of such an inferior. Chapter 59. Fang Mu stands up for Han Xian. Haha, you dare not, do you? Han Xian, I knew you were a coward. You cannot even muster the courage to draw your sword against me. The butcher boasted with unrestrained arrogance. However, I have a path for you to choose, one that would suit your departure quite well. Han Xian merely glared at the butcher, his fury simmering beneath the surface, yet he refrained from responding, fully aware that the butcher sought to humiliate him further. Fang Mu understood precisely what the butcher meant. The infamous humiliation of Han Xian, requiring him to crawl beneath the butcher's legs. Han Xian, here's the deal. If you crawl under my legs today, I shall let you leave. With all these witnesses from our village, I assure you that the butcher, will keep my word. The butcher proclaimed, deliberately spreading his legs wide. Ha ha ha! Crawl, crawl, crawl. The crowd, incited by the butcher, erupted in laughter and jeers. Ji Tao shook her head vigorously from the side, while many villagers watched in dismay. Knowing the butcher had crossed a line, yet none dared to intervene. Beneath a man's knee lies gold. To kneel before heaven, the earth, and one's parents is a profound humiliation. To subject Han Xian to such indignity is intolerable for anyone. Yet Fang Mu understands that Han Xian possesses the fortitude to endure, and therein lies the distinction between a sage and an ordinary person. Han Xian can withstand what others cannot. Han Xian's countenance darkened, but gradually he seemed to resolve himself, preparing to kneel and crawl forward. At that moment, Fang Mu intervened. He grasped Han Xian's arm firmly, pulling him back. Han Xian regarded Fang Mu, reluctant to burden him, fearing that his troubles might ensnare Fang Mu as well. Such an astute individual as Han Xian would not fail to perceive that Fang Mu had come to him discreetly, wishing to keep his identity concealed from outsiders. You regard me as a brother. How could I allow others to humiliate my kin in my presence? Fang Mu spoke earnestly to Han Xian. You do not think me useless or cowardly, do you? Han Xian replied with a bitter smile. Not at all. That I recognize your ambition. You fearlessly confront the battlefield. Why then should you be daunted by these ruffians of the streets? It is merely that you deem it unworthy to engage with such blind fools. Fang Mu possessed a complete understanding of Han Xian. Han Xian felt as though he had encountered a kindred spirit. Perhaps Fang Mu was indeed his patron, capable of recognizing and appreciating his exceptional prowess. Who do you call blind fools? It seems you are tired of living. The butcher retorted angrily, For Fang Mu had not only thwarted his attempt to humiliate Han Xian, but had also insulted him. I am speaking of you. Now, I offer you a choice. Crawl beneath my trousers, and I shall spare your life. Fang Mu taunted, completely dismissive of the butcher and his cohort. Haha. Did you hear that? Where does this arrogant brat come from? Today, I shall make you taste suffering. Attack. The butcher, enraged, commanded his followers to assail Fang Mu. Han Xian hurried forward, unwilling to let Fang Mu suffer injury, preparing to join him in the fray. Hurry up, if you don't come soon, I may not be able to fend off so many of them. Fang Mu anxiously muttered to himself, just as the butcher's men were about to strike. Han Xian was ready to counterattack. In a flash, a figure appeared, dispatching each of the butcher's men with remarkable swiftness. Ouch! The butcher's gang cried out in dismay. Han Xian observed the scene before him, noting a dashing man dragging the butcher's form towards him. Han Xian realized this was someone covertly protecting Fang Mu. It was inconceivable that Fang Mu would leave himself unguarded. Had Fang Mu known Han Xian's thoughts at that moment, he would surely have bled from indignation. The fox's timely arrival was not merely a backup. Fang Mu had gambled that the fox would be vigilant, monitoring his movements as well as the palace's affairs. My lord, this man has assassinated a court official. How shall we proceed? The fox, as clever as ever, refrained from addressing Fang Mu as Your Highness, lest he reveal their identities. My lord, spare me. I was blind and unaware of your presence. The butcher, in genuine fear, pleaded for mercy. My lord, please spare us. My lord, please. The butcher's subordinates scrambled to their knees before Fang Mu and Han Xian, begging for clemency that I may let you go. But did you not wish for my brother to crawl beneath your trousers? Very well, you shall crawl beneath my brother's trousers, and let us see whether he shows you mercy. Fang Mu declared to the butcher. As I burrowed through. The butcher immediately knelt and crawled towards Han Xian, attempting to pass beneath him. Han Xian extended a foot, placing it firmly on the butcher's shoulder, thereby halting his advances. Begone. These three succinct words epitomized Han Xian's demeanor. He truly did not wish to demean himself by engaging with a rogue of the butcher's ilk. The butcher and his companions were taken aback. Having humiliated Han Xian, they were astonished that he so readily let them go. They turned to Fang Mu, acutely aware that without his say, they could not leave. For he was the true authority. Since my brother has spared you, why do you not hasten away? Fang Mu, too, had no inclination to trouble these individuals. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. The butcher and his entourage hastily expressed their gratitude before scampering away in a flurry. Thank you, Fang Xiang. Han Xian's sincerity was palpable. Fang Mu offered a slight smile, patting Han Xian on the shoulder. Everything was understood without utterance at this moment. When Han Xian turned to seek out Jitao, he discovered she had long since departed, and the onlookers had dispersed as well. Alone, Han Xian began to gather the scattered items, while Fang Mu had already engaged in conversation with the fox. Fox, I had a hunch you were nearby, and indeed, it seems I was right. Otherwise, with the earlier commotion, who knows if Han Xian and I could have held our ground. Fang Mu jested. It appears I arrived prematurely. I should have waited until you two had exchanged a few blows before making my entrance. The fox replied playfully, now familiar with Fang Mu's character. Ha, fox, you've changed. Fang Mu laughed. By the way, what was Li Si's reaction regarding Zhao Feng's matter? No reaction. I informed General Wang Zhao, who managed to relay the information to Li Si merely chuckled, showing no further response. The fox recounted in detail. Fang Mu was perplexed. No reaction, yet laughter, without a hint of fear. It seemed this Zhao Feng affair was far more complex than merely a ploy by Li Si. The Chancellor. Li Si would not dare to act unilaterally, if discovered, and remaining unfazed. It implied someone was backing him. The only one capable of providing such support was Qin Shi. Fang Mu pieced it all together, anxiety creeping into his heart. Fortuitously, he had considered the possibility of spies. Had he not, the repercussions could have been dire. Zhao Feng was undoubtedly sent by Li Si to surveil Fang Mu and Su Fu, but all of it was orchestrated by Qin Shi himself. Indeed, Qin Shi was inherently suspicious. Despite placing such trust in Fang Mu, he ultimately left a safeguard in place, instructing Li Si to monitor him and Su Fu. Fang Mu exhaled in relief. Having unraveled the mystery surrounding Zhao Feng only deepened his understanding of the precariousness of serving a sovereign, akin to walking alongside a tiger, rather than guarding against the treacherous Zhao Gao. He was compelled to remain vigilant of his own son-in-law, which left Fang Mu feeling utterly helpless. Chapter 60. The Crisis of Xiang. Fox, I must trouble you once more to remain in the shadows, keeping a vigilant watch over the happenings within the palace. By the way, where are Xiang and his group now? Fang Mu was reluctant to have the fox tailing him constantly. Xiang and his companions are hiding not far from the palace. The fox replied, Very well. Then you may depart for now. I appreciate your efforts. Fang Mu patted the fox on the shoulder. The fox smiled, uttered no further words, and vanished into the throng. This fox truly was a remarkable talent. It was unclear how he managed to be so elusive while gathering intelligence about both the palace and himself with such clarity. Point 1 can only say that there are indeed many talented individuals in this world, provided they are placed in the right circumstances. Fang Mu could not help but admire the capabilities of the Fox in the evening. While Han Xian and Fang Mu were drinking, Han Xian imbibed heavily. Clearly troubled by something weighing on his mind, "Do not drink any more? Are you still preoccupied with today's events?" Fang Mu inquired. "Yes, and no, brother Fang. Let us depart from here." Han Xian suddenly remarked with a bitter smile. "Have you come to a realization? I can assist you. Head towards the Great Wall to seek out Fu Su and Meng Tian. I shall provide you with a letter, and they will surely grant you a position as a general." Fang Mu declared. "Are you not coming?" Han Xian asked, puzzled. "I cannot go at this moment. I must wait, for the princess is expecting me to escort her from the palace." Fang Mu replied, exasperated. Han Xian furrowed his brow. "Then where do you intend to go?" With the forces of Xiang not far from the palace, Fang Mu considered seeking them out, while also making contact with Fan Zeng to befriend Xiang. This would allow him to remain close to the palace, ready to act at a moment's notice should any upheaval occur. In that case, brother Fang, I shall accompany you to find Xiang. If you require my assistance, I am at your service, and our wager still stands. Let us await the outcome of that." Han Xian resolved. Very well. Fang Mu did not press Han Xian further, understanding that he had not yet committed to serving him. "Time is of the essence. We shall set forth tomorrow," Han Xian proclaimed decisively. "Agreed. However, regarding that Miss Ji Tao, you may take her along," Fang Mu urged. "No, I cannot offer her anything at present. Bringing her along would only be a burden, and it would subject her to suffering." Though Han Xian felt regret, he ultimately chose to venture alone. "Are you truly not willing to try? Perhaps this opportunity, once forsaken, will be lost forever." Fang Mu continued to persuade Han Xian. "No, if I have missed it, it signifies that we are not fated for one another," Han Xian resolutely replied. The following day, Fang Mu and Han Xian commenced their journey towards the palace to seek out Xiang and Xiang. In a grove not far from the palace, known as Pingqiu, Xiang, and Fan Zeng were engaged in conversation, surrounded by soldiers on watch. "Mr. Fan, are we not walking into the tiger's den?" Being so close to the palace, Xiang inquired with a cheerful demeanor, showing no signs of fear. "Uncle, I believe this is quite advantageous. We remain beneath Ying Zheng's very nose, and yet they remain oblivious." Xiang responded with audacity, "We are left with no choice. Who could have anticipated that Li Si and Wang Bin would pursue us so relentlessly, with forces encircling us? We have narrowly escaped capture on several occasions. Here, we are both compelled and relatively safe for concealment." Fan Zeng lamented with a shake of his head. "Indeed, it is true. We have been here for 7 days now. Surely, Li Si and Wang Bin would not suspect that we are right under their noses." Xiang boasted, relishing the advantage gained since Fan Zeng's arrival. 7 days. "We must relocate. We can no longer remain here." Fan Zeng suddenly sensed something amiss. "Report to General Xiang. A troop of elite soldiers approaches from the west. There are approximately 10,000. Report to General Xiang. Another 10,000 elite soldiers are advancing from the east. Report to General Xiang. Yet another 10,000 elite soldiers are coming from the north. Report to General Xiang. And from the south, an additional 10,000 elite soldiers are arriving." In an instant, tens of thousands of elite soldiers surrounded them, intent on encircling Xiang and Fan Zeng's formidable army. While Xiang forces numbered merely 3,000, this was fortuitous. "We shall engage them in a fight to the death." Xiang, ever the reckless warrior, began to act impulsively once more. "Enough of this nonsense. We must charge northward, quickly. We cannot allow ourselves to be encircled. It would be too late then," Fan Zeng urged, his anxiety palpable. Only Fan Zeng could speak thus. Had it been anyone else, Xiang would surely have disregarded their words. Soldiers, heed my command. Swiftly, we shall break through to the north. You shall take the lead. Xiang Liang, placing great trust in Fan Zeng, immediately directed the troops to carve their way out of the encirclement. Understood. Brothers, follow my lead. Let us break free, Xiang Yu bellowed, charging ahead with fervor. The 3,000 elite soldiers, emboldened by Xiang Yu's rallying cry, surged forward, forming a protective circle around Fan Zeng. Before long, Xiang Yu clashed with the northern Qin forces, and it seemed they were on the verge of breaking through. Yet, Qin soldiers swiftly countered, bracing against Xiang Yu's ferocious assault, as other armies approached from the remaining three sides. If you wish to survive, charge forth and slay those treacherous Qin bastards. Xiang Yu, drenched in blood, rallied his 3,000 soldiers. Attack. The elite forces from the other sides arrived, yet Xiang Yu successfully broke through, carving an opening against the northern Qin troops. Originally, Xiang Yu's army had already made their escape, and he awaited the safe exit of his comrades from the Qin encirclement, fiercely holding the rear against the Qin soldiers, growing more relentless with each kill. Devoid of fear, do not linger in battle. Retreat quickly. Xiang Liang, witnessing Xiang Yu's stubbornness, could not help but shout in alarm. That moment, Xiang Yu paid no heed to Xiang Liang's urgent cries. He was engrossed in the fray as Qin soldiers surged forward. Xiang Liang, feeling helpless, realized that if he did not rescue Xiang Yu, even his immense strength would not save him from being worn down by the sheer number of Qin troops. You lot, come with me to rescue the young master. The rest of you, protect Master Fan's retreat, Xiang Liang commanded, then led several soldiers towards Xiang Yu. Chapter 61. Xiang Liang captured. Xiang Liang, accompanied by a few soldiers, rushed towards Xiang Yu, who was on the verge of being surrounded. We have come to rescue you, Xiang Liang shouted, striking down the Qin soldiers who had encircled Xiang Yu. Flee quickly, do not act recklessly. Xiang Liang called out as he reached Xiang Yu's side. I will not leave. I have not yet had my fill of battle. Xiang Yu, in his reckless fervor, refused to relent. This is madness. If you do not retreat, there will be no escape for any of us. You must go and ensure Master Fan's safety, Xiang Liang commanded, using Fan Zeng's safety to pressure Xiang Yu. Finally, with gritted teeth, Xiang Yu relented. Very well. Let us charge forth. Once more, amidst the chaos, Xiang Yu led the way, carving an opening. Uncle, quickly go. You must leave. If you do not hurry, no one will be able to escape. Protect Master Fan. Xiang Liang had already been ensnared by the Qin forces. Unlike Xiang Yu, he lacked immense strength, and the Qin soldiers dared not approach him. With a strong push, Xiang Liang urged Xiang Yu onward, but he and his soldiers were immediately surrounded by the Qin troops and captured alive. Xiang Yu, wishing to rush in to save Xiang Liang, was met with Fan Zeng's stern admonition. Xiang Yu, if you wish for our entire army to be annihilated today, then continue your reckless charge. Xiang Yu's insatiable thirst for battle and his reckless nature were indeed his undoing. Xiang Yu, in a state of desperation, swiftly retreated, exclaiming, Uncle, I shall come to your rescue. Mr. Fan, what shall we do? I must save my uncle. At this moment, Xiang Yu sought assistance from Fan Zeng. Now you inquire what to do. If you were not so enamored with battle, we could have retreated. Fan Zeng, filled with frustration, thought to himself that if it weren't for Xiang Yu, this predicament would not have arisen. What nonsense! Are you not satisfied with the number of captives? Do you intend to lead your brothers to their doom? Fan Zeng was rendered speechless. Then how can I stand idly by and watch my uncle being taken by the Qin army? Xiang Yu questioned. Did I ever say to disregard this matter? Why the urgency? The Qin army will not execute General Xiang for the time being. They will use him as leverage to lure us into a trap, and then ensnare us all. That we must devise a flawless strategy, Fan Zeng replied. Despite his anxiety, Xiang Yu had no choice but to heed Fan Zeng's counsel, for Fan Zeng was their strategist. Report, young master. A mounted Qin soldier approaches from the rear, claiming to be an envoy. One of the soldiers informed Xiang Yu. Let us go and see. Xiang Yu promptly made his way. Mr. Fan, what shall we do now? Do you have a good plan? Xiang Yu inquired of Fan Zeng. Fan Zeng simply closed his eyes, weary of speaking, knowing that he could not dissuade Xiang Yu. Brothers, tomorrow I, Xiang Yu, shall go to rescue my uncle and brothers. Even if it leads to death, I will perish alongside my comrades. Those who are willing, I will not impose upon any of you. Xiang Yu shouted to the remaining 2,000 elite soldiers. We vow to follow the young master unto death. The soldiers responded in unison. Xiang Yu possessed a certain charisma. His unparalleled bravery inspired many, and none showed signs of retreat. Xiang Yu and Fan Zeng did not advance further. They set up camp in place, preparing to rest for the night before launching their assault on the execution grounds the following day. Mr. Fan, tomorrow I shall send someone to escort you away. Xiang Yu expressed his desire to spare Fan Zeng from certain death, knowing his presence would be futile. Alas, Fan Zeng sighed deeply, filled with resignation. Report, young master, 2 strangers have arrived outside the camp, seeking Mr. Fan. One soldier came to inform Xiang Yu. Upon hearing the name Fang Mu, Fan Zeng's spirits soared. Quickly, invite them in. General Xiang Liang is saved. The soldiers glanced at Xiang Yu, who nodded in approval. Although Xiang Yu was unaware of who Fang Mu was, seeing Fan Zeng so elated, and hearing him proclaim that General Xiang Liang was saved, he naturally permitted Fang Mu's entrance. Wait. Let us personally welcome Fang Mu. We must not neglect our duty. Before the soldiers could take a few steps, Fan Zeng called out again. Very well, as you say, sir. Xiang Yu assisted Fan Zeng, and together they proceeded to greet Fang Mu. Young brother Fang, I apologize for the lack of proper greeting. I have missed you dearly, Fan Zeng exclaimed, hastening his pace upon spotting Fang Mu, his face alight with joy. Mr. Fan, please slow down. Fang Mu quickly approached, concerned for Fan Zeng's advanced age and the risk of him stumbling. Come, this is Xiang Yu. Step inside and speak. Fan Zeng introduced Xiang Yu to Fang Mu. Xiang Yu gazed intently at Fang Mu and remarked, Have we not met somewhere before? At this utterance, both Fan Zeng and Han Xian were taken aback, staring at Fang Mu and Xiang Yu. Indeed, brother Xiang is undeniably valiant, and his declaration of he can be replaced is quite imposing. Fang Mu chuckled as he spoke. I understand now. It was during Ying Zheng's excursion in Kuaiji, Xiang Yu recalled, bursting into laughter. At last. Brother Xiang remembers. Fang Mu was genuinely apprehensive that Xiang Yu might not recollect. Given that many years had elapsed, you are one of Ying Zheng's men. What brings you here? Xiang Yu suddenly shifted the conversation. Instantly, elite soldiers surrounded Fang Mu and Han Xian. Nonsense. Fan Zeng immediately reprimanded Xiang Yu. Han Xian furrowed his brow. This is how General Xiang treats his guests. Is he truly intimidated by Fang Mu? Fang Mu was aware that Xiang Yu was not easily provoked, thus he spoke deliberately. Nonsense. I, Xiang Yu, have never feared anyone. Xiang Yu gestured for his soldiers to withdraw. Cease this folly. Please invite brother Fang to sit and converse. Whether we can rescue General Xiang Liang depends on the assistance of this brother. Fan Zeng advised. Although Xiang Yu was wary of Fang Mu's sudden appearance, he could only acquiesce to Fan Zeng's words. Fang Mu, however, contemplated that Xiang Liang's capture seemed to be a historical event. Please, do come in. Xiang Yu's demeanor was somewhat rigid. Fang Mu and Han Xian paid no mind and proceeded into the tent. Chapter 62. Fang Mu agrees to rescue Xiang Liang, bring forth seats, and serve wine and delicacies. As soon as Xiang Yu, Fang Mu, and Han Xian entered, he began giving orders. By the way, Mr. Fan, brother Xiang, allow me to introduce my comrade, Han Xian, the future god of war. Fang Mu introduced Han Xian without exaggeration. Brother Han, I salute you. Fan Zeng remained courteous, for Fang Mu's high regard for Han Xian compelled him to observe Han Xian more closely. God of war, what an audacious title. I, Xiang Yu, find it hard to accept. Xiang Yu, being a proud man, would not acknowledge Fang Mu's claim. Han Xian, however, dismissed Xiang Yu entirely, merely smirking disdainfully and nodding slightly. To him, Xiang Yu was nothing but a brash warrior, courageous yet lacking in strategy. Humph! Xiang Yu coldly snorted, showing no respect for Han Xian. Both proud individuals stood their ground, secretly dissatisfied with each other's attitude. Fang Mu chose to ignore this. He knew Xiang Yu would eventually succumb to Han Xian. Yet he recognized Xiang Yu's loyalty and righteousness. As long as he deemed someone worthy. Guests should be treated with respect. Fan Zeng interjected to temper Xiang Yu, then continued. Brother Fang, why do you forsake your princely duties to come here? What? You are the prince of the Qin Dynasty. Xiang Yu was taken aback by this revelation. The soldiers below, sensing Xiang Yu's unusual reaction, armed themselves with weapons, ready for conflict at the slightest provocation. This constant state of alarm is truly exasperating. Fang Mu chose to disregard the armed soldiers entirely. To Mr. Fan, is all of this not a consequence of your actions? Fang Mu said helplessly. Oh, this is related to me? Pray tell. Fan Zeng's interest was piqued. Surely, The meteorite incident was orchestrated by you, and those 7 characters, the first emperor died, and the land was divided, were inscribed by brother Xiang, for only he possesses the strength to accomplish such a feat. Fang Mu remarked with a smile. Merely a trivial task. Upon receiving such lavish praise from Fang Mu, Xiang Yu was delighted to accept it, firmly believing that he was unrivaled in this world. Ha ha ha! Indeed, nothing can be concealed from brother Fang, Fan Zeng exclaimed with laughter. Han Xian held Fan Zeng in high regard. During their journey, Fang Mu had shared numerous tales with him, including those concerning Fan Zeng and Zhang Liang. Indeed, Mr. Fan's schemes have come to fruition, yet they have caused me great distress. The first emperor of Qin, enraged by your stratagems, has fallen gravely ill and has dispatched Su Fu and myself to seek the elixir of immortality. I trust you are aware of these matters, Mr. Fan? Fang Mu stated. Of course, brother Fang. You are quite aware that there is no such elixir of immortality in this world, which is why you fled. Am I correct in my surmise? Fan Zeng inquired. Indeed, I had nowhere else to turn. Upon meeting Han Xian, I learned of General Xiang Liang's profound sense of justice and his audacity to oppose the tyrannical Qin. Knowing that Mr. Fan was here, I sought refuge. Fang Mu replied, making no mention of his deliberate search for Han Xian. Ha ha ha. Brother Fang, you are now a fugitive. Are you not concerned that Ying Zheng will learn of this and, in his fury, set the entire realm upon your trail? Fan Zeng questioned. Xiang Yu, do not harbor useless individuals. You must demonstrate your worth. Xiang Yu feigned the demeanor of a wise ruler. Brother Fang, we must depart at once. It seems I, Han Xian, have come to the wrong place. With General Xiang Liang captured, there is no one to effectively lead the Xiang army, Han Xian declared. Who do you refer to? Xiang Yu retorted. Displeased, Han Xian scoffed dismissively, showing little interest in Xiang Yu's grievances. Come, let us settle this with a duel, a matter of life and death. Seeing Han Xian's demeanor only fueled Xiang Yu's ire, prompting him to issue a direct challenge. Xiang Yu sprang to his feet, ready to charge at Han Xian. Stop! Is there not enough chaos already? Fan Zeng truly felt a tinge of anger. Meanwhile, Fang Mu remained composed, finding the clash of egos between the two proud men quite entertaining. Frustrated, Xiang Yu sat back down, turning away. Brother Fang, cease your games. Tomorrow at noon, General Xiang Liang is to be executed. You must act, Fan Zeng stated candidly, his tone tinged with urgency. Upon hearing of his uncle Xiang Liang's peril, Xiang Yu became serious, addressing Fang Mu. Brother Fang, I express my gratitude to you, and from this moment forth, you shall be regarded as my brother. I, Xiang Yu, dare not delay you any further. Tomorrow, 100 elite soldiers shall accompany me. Simply ensure that you bring your shields and weapons. Fang Mu replied that I shall join you, Brother Fang. Otherwise, I would feel remiss. Xiang Yu volunteered, feeling a sense of guilt for his uncle Xiang Liang's capture, and wished to rescue him personally. Tomorrow, our mission is solely to save him, without engaging in battle. You shall provide support from the rear, and let Han go, Fang Mu suggested. That will not do. I must go myself. He cannot, for he appears to have never been on the battlefield. What if he falters in fear? Xiang Yu opposed Han Xian's involvement. Even someone inexperienced is better than you. Warfare relies on intellect, not sheer brawn. Have you not learned your lesson yet? Han Xian's words struck Xiang Yu like a blunt force. Utter another word, and I shall challenge you to single combat. Xiang Yu retorted, anger flaring within him. Brute. Han Xian merely replied with 2 words that the tension escalated between the two. Fang Mu interjected with exasperation. Enough, enough. Brother Xiang, you may go, but promise me you shall heed my counsel. Han, I request that you provide support from the rear. Very well. Both Han Xian and Xiang Yu replied in unison, casting each other disdainful glances before turning away, unwilling to meet one another's gaze. Fang Mu found amusement in their discord. It seemed that Han Xian and Xiang Yu were destined to clash. Their energies fundamentally incompatible. Chapter 63. The rescue of Xiang Liang. A sleepless night ensued, during which Fang Mu contemplated many matters. His endeavor to rescue Xiang Liang was fraught with uncertainty. Even if successful, it would inevitably expose him. Fang Mu was not afraid of being hunted down by the decree of Qin Shi Huang, but rather he could not bear to bring sorrow to his father-in-law Ying Zheng. Regardless of the occasional wariness Ying Zheng exhibited towards him, he was, after all, the husband of his daughter. His greatest concern lay with Princess Ying Zheng, who was with child. Would Ying Zheng use her to coerce him in light of his actions? However, Fang Mu believed that Ying Zheng would not resort to such tactics, for she was his flesh and blood. Unlike Fang Mu, who was merely a son-in-law, that on the following morning, Xiang selected 100 elite soldiers, armed with weapons and shields, and set forth alongside Fang Mu, while Han Xian led the remaining troops to provide support from the rear. Do not reveal yourself just yet. Hide, and let the others follow me. Fang Mu instructed Xiang. Very well, Brother Fang. Should danger arise, I, Xiang, will rush forth to safeguard your well-being, Xiang vowed. Zhang Han was leisurely seated, enjoying a drink, when he spotted Fang Mu and his companions approaching. Upon closer inspection, his expression shifted from surprise to concern. Prince Consort, what brings you here? Surely, you are not. Zhang Han dared not offend Fang Mu, yet he sought to achieve merit and could only voice his hesitation. That is hardly feasible. Time is of the essence. We are nearing the palace, and I must request troops from the Emperor immediately. You are aware that the Emperor's health is precarious. Any delay could lead to grave consequences. Fang Mu issued a subtle threat. Zhang Han was deeply reluctant, but felt compelled to comply, lacking any solid justification to refuse Fang Mu's request. Release me. Xiang Liang and his companions began to struggle, their resistance growing fiercer. Xiang Liang was adept at feigning distress, aware that his subordinates were watching. He acted to avoid revealing the ruse that as Fang Mu continued onward. He endeavored to maintain a demeanor of nonchalance. This caused Fang Mu to halt, prompting his 100 elite soldiers to also come to a standstill, fearing they had been discovered and preparing to break through. Oh, this I had not observed. What seems to be the issue? Fang Mu endeavored to conceal any signs of vulnerability. Act swiftly, break through from the rear. Fang Mu commanded decisively. Since their cover had been blown, there was no reason to delay. It was imperative to strike first. Xiang Liang and the others were immediately freed from their bonds, and then Fang Mu, along with his 100 elite soldiers, seized their shields and weapons, charging towards the rear. United, Fang Mu and Xiang managed to force their way out. Quickly retreat. Do not linger in battle, Fang Mu ordered firmly. The combative Xiang, at this moment, restrained himself, hastily retreating alongside Fang Mu while supporting his uncle, Xiang Liang. Uncle, your nephew has come to rescue you. It is I who have brought you into this predicament. Xiang expressed his concern for Xiang Liang that it is of no consequence. As long as you learn from this experience, that is enough. Where did you find such a prince to assist us? Xiang Liang inquired with curiosity. Fang Mu, Xiang and Xiang Liang, accompanied by their men, swiftly fled and soon reunited with Han Xian and his troops. Han Xian instructed Fang Mu and the others to move aside, avoiding the center. After Fang Mu and Xiang departed, Han Xian's men promptly led their troops away, showing no inclination to engage in battle. Chapter 64. With strength like a mountain, exuding an unmatched aura, it turns out that while waiting for Fang Mu, Han Xian had not been idle. He had set a small ambush, and no wonder he had directed Fang Mu and his companions to avoid the center. It was a trap which Fang Mu and his men had completely overlooked. Who is this person, Yuer? Xiang Liang asked in astonishment, having never seen Han Xian before, primarily due to the surprise he had brought. A fellow with eyes that sit higher than his forehead. He is someone brought by Brother Fang. Although Xiang felt a flicker of respect for Han Xian's prowess, he remained somewhat obstinate. No wonder. Upon learning that Han Xian was one of Fang Mu's, Xiang Liang felt a twinge of regret, wishing that Han Xian had emerged from his own ranks. Brother Fang, from this day forth, you shall be my elder brother Xiang. I toast to you. Let us drink to this, Xiang exclaimed joyfully. With Xiang Liang rescued, the entire Xiang family army gathered for a banquet, both a celebration of victory and a welcoming feast. With the main figures undoubtedly being Fang Mu and Han Xian. Brother Yu, cheers. Fang Mu downed his drink, feeling invigorated by Xiang exuberance. Brother Fang, today I am exceedingly pleased. My uncle has returned safely, and I have gained such a formidable elder brother in you that I have decided to dedicate a ceremonial tripod to you, to express my heartfelt gratitude, Xiang declared. Excellent. 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 The gathered Xiang family soldiers cheered in unison. Fang Mu was left speechless. Where was the sense in dedicating a tripod? Surely, one could offer something else, perhaps Yuji. Yuji had yet to appear, and he still had Jiang a brother. Please indulge in a drink here. I shall fetch the tripod to present to you. After this, Xiang stood and departed. What is this? Fang Mu inquired, puzzled, looking to Xiang Liang Dado, "Brother Fang, do not concern yourself. My nephew possesses immense strength and delights in showcasing it." "You shall see shortly," Xiang Liang replied mysteriously. Fang Mu quickly realized what was afoot. This Xiang Yu intended to lift a tripod. All right, the young master is indeed formidable. The sound of cheers grew ever closer as Fang Mu and Han Xine turned to behold Xiang Yu, who lifted a colossal cauldron with both hands, a weight that surely surpassed 1,000 pounds, advancing step by step towards them. Despite Fang Mu's prior awareness of Xiang Yu's immense strength, he was nonetheless taken aback by the sheer spectacle. Xiang Yu was truly formidable, bearing this monumental cauldron as an offering, a testament to his loyalty. Han Xine, with his cup of wine fixed to his lips, held the goblet still in his hand. Transfixed by Xiang Yu's display. Ha. Fan Zheng and Xiang Liang exchanged knowing glances, their expressions brimming with pride, evidently having witnessed such feats from Xiang Yu before and relishing in it. What a brute! After a moment of stunned silence, Han Xine, though unwilling to concede, muttered a remark about Xiang Yu's brutishness. Yet, he could not help but admire him. After all, it was no exaggeration to declare Xiang Yu as invincible under heaven. With a thunderous crash, Xiang Yu set the cauldron down upon the ground. "Brother, this cauldron is presented to you, wishing you eternal glory, as indelible as this vessel, for countless generations," Xiang Yu proclaimed with undeniable majesty. Fang Mu's expression darkened. Such a blessing, symbolized by a cauldron. Oh well, who could argue with the king of Western Shu? "Thank you, brother Yu. You truly are a paragon of strength," Fang Mu replied. Expectation gleamed in the eyes of Xiang Yu. Han Xine and Fan Zheng, for Fang Mu's bestowed titles were anything but ordinary. For instance, he had called Han Xine the future god of war, a designation that, though not universally acknowledged, found validation in Han Xine's heart. Moreover, he regarded the title of the eternal emperor for Qin Shi as undeniable. Despite the murmurs of dissent, the unification of the 6 states indeed warranted such an exalted accolade. Fang Mu continued, showering praises upon Han Xine, Xiang Yu, and the others with titles befitting their grandeur, strength that can uproot mountains, a spirit that dominates the world. As a descendant of the state of Chu, you shall be known as the king of Western Chu. Fang Mu extolled with vigor. What a magnificent declaration. Splendid. Fan Zheng exclaimed enthusiastically to ha. The king of Western Shu. I adore this title. Thank you, brother. Soldiers, heed my command. Henceforth, I shall be known as the king of Western Shu. Address me as such. Xiang Yu reveled in this new title. King, king, king. The soldiers cried in unison, their spirits soaring. Han Xine had intended to utter a word of brutishness, yet upon reflecting on Xiang Yu's recent display of strength, he chose to remain silent. Esteemed companions, our brother Fang is not only enigmatic but also remarkably talented, skilled in the art of music. Would you care to witness his prowess? Fan Zheng suggested, his interest piqued. He reminisced about the days spent alongside Fu Su and Meng Tian at the Great Wall, particularly the modern melody Fang Mu had performed. Brother, you possess such musical talents. Come, let us hear a piece. Xiang Yu, now quite familiar with Fang Mu, insisted eagerly upon hearing Fan Zheng's words. Brother Fang, I too wish to experience your music. Han Xine joined in this rare moment of camaraderie with Xiang Yu. Very well, let us indulge in a melody. Beat the drums, Fang Mu proclaimed, unwilling to feign modesty. Once again, a song that expresses a love for both the kingdom and its beautiful maidens resonates in the air. Fang Mu genuinely finds himself at a loss for suitable melodies. However, within the ancient military camps, this particular tune remains eternally captivating, eloquently articulating the sentiments of the valiant soldiers. Undoubtedly, Fang Mu's solo performance ultimately inspired the entire encampment to join in harmony. With some warriors visibly moved to tears, clearly touched by the song's profound emotional depth, Fang Mu and Han Xine have officially allied with Xiang Yu, earning Fang Mu the trust of Xiang Yu, who now affectionately refers to him as Big Brother. Chapter 65. Fang Mu is wanted at this moment. Zhang Han has divulged everything to Li Si and Wang Bin, as he wishes to avoid bearing the blame. Li Si and Wang Bin, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, waste no time and hasten to the study of Emperor Qin Shi to report the matter. Li Chancellor, General Wang. What winds have blown the two of you here? The emperor is currently engrossed in his reading, Zhao Gao remarked as he noticed the hurried approach of Li Si and Wang Bin. Would you be so kind? Lord Zhao. As to inform the emperor? I, Li Si, have urgent matters to report concerning the esteemed son-in-law. This is of utmost importance, Li Si asserted, making the seriousness of the matter clear. Please wait a moment. I shall report to the emperor at once, Zhao Gao responded, not daring to delay. Zhao Gao, increasingly favored, remained ever close to the emperor, as Li Si observed Zhao Gao entering to report. He turned to Wang Bin, saying, "Who knew our Lord Zhao could so easily win the emperor's favor?" Wang Bin chimed in, "Indeed." Before long, Zhao Gao emerged. "The emperor has granted permission. You may enter." Li Si and Wang Bin followed Zhao Gao into the study of Qin Shi, who was still perusing bamboo slips. "We pay our respects to your majesty." "At ease. Minister Li, speak up. What good news regarding the son-in-law do you bring?" Qin Shi, unaware of Fang Mu's circumstances, inquired. The emperor's expression swiftly sharpened. "What did you say?" "Fang Mu has gone in search of the elixir of immortality with Su Fu. Why has he returned, and why did he rescue that rebel?" Qin Shi countenance darkened to the utmost degree. And then, with a sudden outburst, he spat blood and collapsed. Your Majesty, summon the imperial physician at once." Li Si, Zhao Gao, and Wang Bin were thrown into a flurry of confusion. The shock was too much for Qin Shi to bear. And once more, he fainted from a surge of anger and distress. Imperial physician Lu arrived, checking the pulse of Qin Shi before shakily inscribing a prescription, instructing someone to brew the medicine immediately. "Imperial physician Lu, how is the emperor?" Zhao Gao inquired anxiously. Internally, Zhao Gao was elated. It seemed Fang Mu not only defied the emperor's command by not seeking the elixir, but had also conspired with Xiang and others to become a traitor. Truly, a self-destructive path. The emperor's pulse is exceedingly unstable. I have dispatched someone to brew the medicine that we shall assess the effects after he consumes it. He should regain consciousness, Imperial physician Lu replied nervously. Soon, the medicine was prepared and delivered by palace maids. At this moment, Zhao Gao diligently volunteered to test the medicine for Qin Shi. Then, with trembling hands, Imperial physician Lu administered the medicine to the emperor. And before long, Qin Shi slowly regained consciousness. Zhao Gao immediately approached with concern. "Your Majesty, take care of your health. Imperial physician Lu has administered the medicine. Rest assured, I have already sampled it myself." "You are indeed considerate, my minister. I am merely a bit vexed and fatigued. I regarded Fang Mu as a son-in-law, yet he dares to treat me thus." Emperor Qin Shi was exceedingly frail, beset by both anger and sorrow. "Your Majesty, Fang Mu has committed the ultimate treachery, allying himself with those rebellious scoundrels. He must be apprehended and brought to justice," Zhao Gao declared. The emperor insisted on sitting up. With Zhao Gao providing support to Lic, it appears that after Fang Mu exposed Zhao Feng, he fled without a trace. Has he uncovered something? Have I inadvertently caused him despair? Qin Shi lamented deeply over Fang Mu's betrayal. "Your Majesty, you have done nothing amiss. It is Fang Mu who has acted treacherously by consorting with those rebels," Li Si responded. Indeed, all unfolded as Fang Mu had foreseen. Zhao Feng was under the surveillance of Li Si's agents. As ordered by Qin Shi, were Xiang and his associates so elusive, Fang Mu must certainly be with those traitors. Capture them all and execute them publicly. The emperor's fury reached its zenith. "Yes, your Majesty, but those rebels are exceedingly cunning, evading capture at every turn. Our efforts have been disrupted by Fang Mu's sudden appearance. However, we are still in pursuit." Li Si continued to lay the blame on Fang Mu. "Rather than acknowledging any shortcomings in their operations, that I care not what methods you employ. Ensure that Fang Mu and those rebels are captured post-haste." Cough. Qin Shi, in his agitation, began to cough violently. "Your Majesty, you must not further provoke your anger. Your health cannot withstand such emotional strain." Lu Yu exclaimed anxiously upon witnessing this. Qin Shi shut his eyes, striving to calm his tumultuous heart. "Li Si, investigate the whereabouts of Su Fu as well. I fear I have been negligent, for Su Fu and Fang Mu may have conspired to deceive me." "Yes," Li Si replied, visibly tensed. "By the way, how proceeds the construction of the Qin Emperor's tomb?" the emperor inquired, perhaps sensing that his time was running short. Lic, issue an edict throughout the realm, placing Fang Mu and Xiang under universal pursuit. Those who provide information shall be handsomely rewarded. The more Qin Shi pondered, the more incensed he became, unable to accept Fang Mu's betrayal. Yes, Li Si affirmed. Your Majesty, this old servant has a plan that could easily ensnare Fang Mu. Yet, I hesitate to speak, fearing your wrath. Zhao Gao, with a calculating glint in his eye, addressed the emperor. Speak. Qin Shi Huang commanded with an air of authority that brooked no dissent. Your Majesty, this old servant dares to suggest that you might employ Princess Liang to lure Fang Mu into your trap. Zhao Gao asserted, a hint of pride in his tone. Impudent fool. Cough, cough. Qin Shi Huang suddenly exclaimed, succumbing again to his coughing fit, his eyes glaring fiercely at Zhao Gao, despite his frail and ailing state. The emperor's presence remained formidable. A single word from him could dictate Zhao Gao's fate. Your Majesty, I beseech you to temper your wrath. I am guilty of 1,000 deaths, yet my only intention is to serve you. Striving to capture that rebel, Zhao Gao, terrified, prostrated himself on the ground. Quaking and feared, I shall overlook your transgression this time, but let it not occur again that I will not tolerate anyone using my daughter as leverage against Fang Mu. Qin Shi Huang spared Zhao Gao that we shall obey your command. Thank you, your Majesty, for your mercy. Zhao Gao trembled, filled with resentment. Indeed, everything unfolded as Fang Mu had anticipated. Despite Qin Shi Huang's tyrannical nature, his cruelty was reserved for outsiders. Ying Zheng was his beloved daughter, and no matter how brutal the emperor might be, he would never harm her, nor permit anyone to exploit her for their own gain. At that moment, Zhao Gao was utterly terrified. Nearly witnessing his own downfall, Zhao Gao initially intended merely to utilize Princess Liang, hoping Fang Mu would unwittingly walk into the trap. He believed that capturing Fang Mu would compel Qin Shi Huang to acquiesce. However, this time, Zhao Gao truly miscalculated. Chapter 66. The rising storm. Qin Shi Huang's heart was heavy, realizing he had essentially been deceived by Su Fu and Fang Mu. Aware that his time was running short, he nonetheless harbored great expectations for Su Fu. He had no alternative. You may all withdraw. Zhao Gao shall remain to keep me company. I am weary. Qin Shi Huang lamented. Zhao Gao replied, as you wish. The ministers Li Si, Wang Bin, and Dr. Lu took their leave, leaving Zhao Gao alone with the emperor. Your Majesty, given the current circumstances, Lic hesitated. Alas, my Lord Chancellor, I dare not speak further. I bid you farewell. Dr. Lu sighed, directly parting from Li Si, unwilling to say more. From the emperor's previous demeanor and Dr. Lu's present hesitation, Li Si grasped the gravity of the situation. General Wang, come, let us retire to my residence to deliberate on significant matters, Li Si declared with a glint of determination in his eyes. Wang Bin nodded solemnly. In Qin Shi Huang's study, Zhao Gao knelt beside the emperor, tending to his recumbent form. Rise, dear Zhao Gao, do not remain kneeling. Qin Shi Huang could no longer bear the sight. That I dare not. Your Majesty, that I spoke in error earlier and am grateful for your pardon. I kneel in penance. Zhao Gao was an adept actor, his loyalty surpassing that of any canine. Tears welled in Qin Shi Huang's eyes, moved by Zhao Gao's unwavering fidelity. Such genuine devotion was a rarity in this world. He truly felt for Zhao Gao, reflecting on Fusu's misunderstanding and Fang Mu's betrayal. The sight of Zhao Gao opened his heart, leaving him defenseless. That I command you to rise. Sit. Qin Shi Huang ordered imperiously. Yes, I shall obey. Thank you for your kindness. Your Majesty, Zhao Gao's heart brimmed with joy. Sensing his ambitions drawing near, his years of restraint finally bearing fruit. My dear Zhao Gao, I am aware my time is limited. The end is nigh. That I wish only to be laid to rest in the Qin Emperor's mausoleum, forever undisturbed, preserving the grandeur of my Qin Dynasty for generations to come. Qin Shi Huang expressed his profound sentiments and aspirations. Your Majesty, you will recover. Zhao Gao hypocritically consoled the emperor. That I wish to rest now. Stay here with me. Qin Shi Huang appeared desolate. Yes, as Qin Shi Huang settled into repose, Zhao Gao's thoughts began to stir. The fateful day was fast approaching. Fusu and Meng Tian were far away at the Great Wall, and Fang Mu was now a fugitive. Humph, and Li Si as well. Just wait. At the Prime Minister's residence, Li Si and Wang Bin were enjoying a modest drink, with Li Yu present as per Li Si's invitation. General Wang, I fear the Emperor's end is imminent. We must prepare, Li Si informed Wang Bin. Wang Bin responded, I am but a soldier. I shall follow the Chancellor's lead. Then I thank you, General Wang. I in the future. I, Li Si, shall stand with you through thick and thin. Li Si smiled. Liu furrowed his brow, questioning. Father, What do you and General Wang intend to do? What else? To preserve the Qin Dynasty and secure a future for our families. The Li and Wang clans. You must lend your strength and learn well from General Wang. Li Si held a deep affection for his only son. Liu fell into a contemplative silence. His mind a tumultuous storm, sensing a transformation in his father ever since he began to draw closer to Wang Bin. Seemingly driven by ulterior motives, on a secluded mountain, a small military camp was stationed, home to Xiang Yu's grand army. Within a central tent, Xiang Yu, Fang Mu, Han Xian, and Fan Zeng were engaged in revelry, sharing drinks and conversation. Report to the overlord. There is an individual outside the camp who has somehow found his way here. Claiming he wishes to meet Lord Fang, calling himself Fox, announced a soldier as he entered. Quickly, invite him in, Xiang Yu commanded, noticing Fang Mu's expression shift to one of urgency. Yes, Fang Mu promptly rose to greet Fox. Do not fret, Your Highness. The Emperor has yet to pass. Fox's remark instantly alleviated Fang Mu's anxiety. Good. Come in and speak. Fang Mu ushered Fox into the tent. Prepare wine for my brother here. Xiang Yu insisted, showing no reluctance in honoring Fang Mu's guest. Thank you, Overlord. Fox expressed gratitude, clearly well-informed, even aware of Xiang Yu's title. Once seated and taking a sip of wine to quench his thirst, Fox cast a glance at Fang Mu, hesitating to speak. Do not hold back. There are no outsiders present. Fang Mu encouraged, understanding Fox's reservations. Very well, Your Highness. The entire realm is currently seeking to apprehend you and the Overlord. It is a decree issued by the Emperor himself. Fox began with the first piece of news as anticipated. Fang Mu pressed further. Is there more? How is the Emperor's health? His concern was palpable. For the Emperor was his father-in-law, and with Qin Shi Huang's death, chaos would surely ensue within the palace. The Emperor has heard of your situation and has once again suffered a severe episode. Though he has not yet passed, Fox continued. Understood. Fox, allow me to toast to you. Fang Mu expressed heartfelt gratitude, admiring Fox's abilities. Indeed, Your Highness. No, Brother Fang. We are all brothers here. Let us not stand on ceremony. I am rather hungry. I wish to have something to eat, Fox declared after finishing his drink, eliciting laughter from the assembly. Ha ha ha. Everyone chuckled in delight. Generously serve meat to Brother Fox, Xiang Yu bellowed. Fox soon satiated his hunger and departed, always elusive and never lingering. Brother Xiang Liang, it appears that Ying Zheng's time is drawing near. We are merely awaiting the right moment. Patience, it will come soon, Fan Zeng remarked. Indeed, the day we have awaited is finally approaching. Xiang Liang sighed. I say, Master, Uncle, why must we wait for Ying Zheng's demise? We could simply storm the palace and overthrow the tyrannical Qin rule. Xiang Yu asserted without hesitation. Fool. Han Xian could not help but utter in disdain. You seek death, Han Xian, Xiang Yu retorted, deeply irked by the insult of being called a fool. Enough, enough, you two cease your bickering. Fang Mu, feeling troubled, intervened to quell the discord between Xiang Yu and Han Xian. He was the only one capable of pacifying both, as others were less effective. Fang Mu felt a profound unease. If Ying Zheng did not perish, none could dismantle the Qin Dynasty's reign, not even Xiang Yu, nor would Liu Bang ever have a chance in his lifetime. This notion is something that Fan Zeng wholeheartedly agrees with. To overthrow the Qin Dynasty, the demise of Ying Zheng is essential for any chance of success. However, none wish to undermine Xiang Yu's arrogance and valor, except for Han Xian, who perceives everything with clarity, his only shortcoming being a somewhat low emotional intelligence. Subsequently, the discourse surrounding Ying Zheng ceased, as everyone was aware that Fang Mu harbored concerns. Once a royal son-in-law of the Qin Dynasty, he now found himself reduced to a fugitive. The primary realization among them was that Fang Mu did not desire Ying Zheng's death. Indeed, he truly did not want it. If Ying Zheng were to perish, he would inevitably have to enter the palace and confront Zhao Gao and Li Si. With the outcome uncertain, Chapter 67. The demise of Ying Zheng in the days that followed, Fang Mu was plagued with anxiety. He even initiated his own physical training, as he too would have to engage in a fight for survival. Brother, if Ying Zheng dies, I will accompany you to the palace to rescue the princess. Let us see who can impede me. Xiang Yu, disheartened by Fang Mu's recent isolation, resolved to exert himself further. I may not be able to offer much assistance, but I can be your lookout outside. Han Xian also arrived, addressing Fang Mu. Fang Mu understood that both Xiang Yu and Han Xian were genuinely concerned for him. These two truly regarded him as a brother. Brother Yu, Brother Han, I am grateful that I will trouble you to assist me from outside when the time comes. Fang Mu managed to smile. Days passed, and one night. Beneath a canopy of twinkling stars, one star shone particularly brightly in the eastern sky, with surrounding stars dimmed in comparison. This star was the Emperor's star, and Fan Zeng gazed at the night sky, noting how exceptionally radiant it appeared this evening. An occurrence most unusual. Outside a thatched cottage in Shuzhou, Zhang Liang also observed the Emperor's star, furrowing his brow. In the Prime Minister's residence, Li Si admired the night sky, captivated by the brilliant Emperor's star. Gradually, the Emperor's star began to flicker, alternating between brightness and darkness, before returning to its normal state, only to then grow increasingly dim. The stars surrounding it began to come alive, one by one shining brightly, seemingly striving to surpass the Emperor's star and outshine the others. Cough, cough. Within the palace of the first emperor of Qin, in his study, the emperor suddenly erupted into a violent coughing fit, revealing traces of blood. Your Majesty, what troubles you? Zhao Gao hastily rushed to support the first emperor. Zhao Gao. The emperor managed to call out intermittently, I am here. Zhao Gao replied, his voice filled with urgency as he accepted the imperial seal, yet remained motionless, sensing that the first emperor's end was imminent. Even if he did not pass away, he knew he must act swiftly. Tonight, he alone possessed knowledge of the emperor's final decree, and he had secured the imperial seal. Quick, summoned the imperial physician. As the emperor saw Zhao Gao still unmoving, he spoke anxiously in broken phrases. At that moment, Zhao Gao suddenly lifted his head, his eyes gleaming with ferocity, fixating on the gasping first emperor with a predatory gaze. Ying Zheng caught sight of Zhao Gao's menacing glare and, amidst a fit of coughing, seemed to grasp something profound. Zhao Gao. The first emperor realized that everything Fang Mu had told him was indeed the truth. Zhao Gao had shed his sheep's clothing and revealed himself as a ferocious wolf. Zhao Gao had endured and played the part of a loyal dog solely for this moment. It was too late now, tonight. Ying Zheng was destined to die, without question. Ha! Fang Mu. Oh, Fang Mu. Suddenly, Qin Shi Huang erupted into laughter, loudly calling out Fang Mu's name, regretting why he had not heeded Fang Mu's counsel. Zhao Gao, taken aback, prepared to risk everything, contemplating the drastic act of strangling Qin Shi Huang himself. For at that moment, the emperor's laughter was robust, utterly unbefitting a man on the brink of death. In an instant, however, the laughter that had echoed so vibrantly ceased, leaving him motionless, his eyes wide open, gazing at the heavens above. Your Majesty, Zhao Gao attempted to call, receiving no response. Gathering his courage, Zhao Gao dared to reach out and touch Qin Shi Huang's breath. Ha ha! Zhao Gao erupted into a frenzied laugh. In the soundproof confines of the study, the atmosphere grew particularly eerie and foreboding. Ha! Heaven favors me. A monumental event has befallen Ying Zheng. Summon someone quickly to investigate the palace news and ascertain whether Ying Zheng has indeed perished. Fan Zeng burst into laughter. In Xiaopai. Zhang Liang watched as the emperor's star vanished, unable to conceal his inner joy. The era of Ying Zheng has concluded. Chaos shall soon engulf the realm. In the Prime Minister's residence. Come, swiftly inform General Wang Ben to convene at my estate for urgent matters. Yes. Li Yu, noticing how late it had grown yet seeing his father, Li Si, still so elated, emerged, fully aware of Li Si's undertakings. Father, has the emperor passed away? Li Yu inquired directly. It is likely so, though I remain uncertain of what scheme Zhao Gao is concocting. Li Si replied, adopting a shrewd demeanor. Li Yu remained silent, discreetly signaling with a subtle gesture behind him, unnoticed by Li Si, as a shadow quietly departed the darkness. Within Pingyang Palace, Wang Zhao entered the princess's hall. Your Highness, the emperor has passed away, Wang Zhao stated calmly. Upon hearing this news, Ying Zheng clenched her hands tightly, tears streaming down her face. Tell the prince consort not to come. We shall prepare to break out of the palace. I apologize to you all. Ying Zheng bowed respectfully to Wang Zhao. Your Highness, we have awaited this day for long. The prince consort will undoubtedly come, and none can dissuade him. You must rest well. Do not worry. I will take care of everything else. Wang Zhao remained tranquil, showing no signs of anxiety. Zhao Gao understood that time was of the essence. Everyone in the palace was astute and cunning. The news of Qin Shi Huang's death had likely spread throughout the palace. Zhao Gao composed a false imperial edict and affixed the jade seal, then gathered 10,000 Xuanjia guards with the tiger seal. The first destination Zhao Gao chose was not elsewhere, but the prime minister's residence, as he sought out Li Si. Among Qin Shi Huang's vast army of 1,030,000 were stationed at the Great Wall, who would certainly heed no tiger seal. With the emperor deceased, they would only listen to Meng Tian and Fu Su. Additionally, there were another 100,000 soldiers under Wang Bin's command, and another 100,000 managed by Li Yu. Zhao Gao knew that the forces he could mobilize were likely limited to the remaining 500,000 troops and 10,000 Xuanjia guards, still reliant on the tiger seal's authority. In the camp of Xiang, Fan Zheng unexpectedly sought an audience with Fang Mu at this late hour, accompanied by Xiang Liang, who appeared disheveled, clearly roused from slumber by Fan Zheng's insistence. Xiang Yu and Han Xian were abruptly awakened, and soon the entire army of Xiang Yu stirred from their slumber. Then, the elusive fox made its appearance, familiar to all within Xiang Yu's ranks, who promptly allowed it entry. This time, the fox seemed notably anxious, its pace significantly quicker than the last encounter. Fang Mu could hardly find rest, upon hearing that Fan Zheng was seeking him out urgently. Coupled with the fox's arrival, he took a deep breath. At last, the moment had arrived. Chapter 68. Zhao Gao's conspiracy to rebel. Fan Zheng and his associates gathered at Fang Mu's tent, where he had already emerged. Both the fox and Fan Zheng gazed intently at Fang Mu, particularly the fox, whose face betrayed a palpable sense of urgency. "Your Highness, the Emperor has passed away," the fox exclaimed. "Your Highness, send someone else. I must accompany you to the palace to join my brothers and ensure your safety along with the princess." The fox was insistent, wishing to accompany Fang Mu to the palace. "This is an order. Heed my words and depart swiftly. Time is of the essence, and the lives of my brothers depend on your speed," Fang Mu urged. The fox, discerning the gravity of the situation, furrowed its brow but then turned to leave. As Fan Zheng had already arranged for a horse to be brought forth, the fox mounted the steed, saying, "Your Highness, take care." Onward, Fang Mu was prepared to set forth, having already donned a disguise in anticipation of this day. "Brother, I shall accompany you," Xiang Yu declared, stepping forward to join Fang Mu. "My dear brother, your intentions are appreciated, but I have made arrangements for assistance. Someone will be waiting for me. This journey is fraught with peril, and I shall go alone." Fang Mu firmly declined. "Xiang Yu, I shall join you and lead our troops to await Fang Gu," Han Xian proposed. "Indeed, brother Xiang, you and brother Han shall be responsible for my support," Fang Mu agreed. Han Xian, perceptive as ever, recognized that a larger contingent would hinder their entrance to the palace rather than facilitate it. "Very well, brother, I shall await your return outside," Xiang Yu conceded, refraining from contesting Han Xian's suggestion this time. Xiang Yu and Han Xian led the Xiang family army and set up camp not far from the palace, only to find it peculiar that no forces were stationed to defend the palace's perimeter. "Brother Fang, perhaps we should reconsider. The troops outside the palace have vanished, likely drawn inside. That it seems the palace is on the brink of turmoil," Han Xian cautioned. Fang Mu shook his head resolutely, declaring, "I cannot abandon the princess, nor my brothers. She awaits my return." Han Xian and Xiang Yu fell silent, understanding that any attempts to dissuade Fang Mu would be futile. He would venture forth even at the cost of his life. "Brother, if I do not return in due time, you must leave." Fang Mu bid farewell to Xiang Yu and Han Xian. "Brother, I shall remember our pact," Han Xian replied, turning away, unable to face Fang Mu lest he succumb to his emotions. A man of his pride would never openly display vulnerability. "Brother, you will surely emerge victorious. I await your return, and if necessary, I shall lead our forces into the palace." Xiang Yu remained resolute. "Do not act recklessly. This time, I command you not to stray from the plan. Listen to brother Han," Fang Mu insisted with gravity. Xiang Yu, though chafing at the order, fell silent in reluctant acquiescence, agreeing to heed Han Xian's counsel. Han Xian, surprisingly, refrained from chastising Xiang Yu for his impulsiveness and extended a hand in solidarity. Fang Mu glanced over and extended a hand, placing it upon Han Xian's. Subsequently, Fang Mu and Han Xian turned their gaze toward Xiang Yu, who also reached out, resting his hand upon Fang Mu's. "We await your return," Xiang Yu and Han Xian echoed in unison. Fang Mu was deeply moved. Previously, he had only had Fu Su and Meng Tian by his side, but now he was joined by Xiang Yu and Han Xian. This journey through time had not been in vain. Fang Mu's figure gradually faded from a secluded corner of the palace, disappearing from the sight of Han Xian and Xiang Yut, the prime minister's residence. Zhao Gao had arrived at Li Si's abode, where Li Si, along with Wang Bin and Li Yu, was already present. "Ha, Master Zhao, what brings you to my humble residence with such a grand display?" Accompanied by 10,000 of the emperor's Xuanjia guards, Li Si remarked cheerfully, unperturbed by the imposing presence of the guards. "Master Prime Minister, let us speak plainly. The emperor has passed away, and you must be aware of this," Zhao Gao stated bluntly, noticing that Wang Bin remained in attendance at such a late hour, while Li Si showed no fear of the 10,000 guards. "Only you would speak plainly. You are merely a fortunate eunuch." Li Si replied with a smile, gesturing towards the guards. "So, what is your purpose?" "The emperor, before his demise, commanded that I convey his wishes, to pass the throne to Hu Hai, and to execute Fu Su, Meng Tian, and other traitors, securing the stability of the Qin Dynasty." Zhao Gao began fabricating a tale, spreading false decrees. "Now that the emperor has departed, it is up to you, Master Zhao, to dictate whatever you please. You should seek out Prince Hu Hai for his ascension tomorrow. Your visit to me leaves me bewildered as to your intentions." Li Si, however, would not fall for Zhao Gao's deceit. Neither Li Yu nor Wang Bin believed Zhao Gao's claims. Even if Qin Shi Huang had indeed bequeathed the throne to Hu Hai, he would not arbitrarily order the deaths of Fu Su and Meng Tian, not to mention whether Qin Shi Huang had truly left a will. Zhao Gao produced the imperial seal, proclaiming, "The emperor's seal is in my possession. It is now entrusted to me for the stewardship of Qin heir Shi Hu Hai. Anyone who defies the emperor's commands shall be dealt with harshly." Zhao Gao initiated his threats, making his intentions clear. He wielded the imperial seal and commanded the Qin army, cautioning Li Si to recognize the gravity of the situation upon the appearance of the seal. Wang Bin and Li Yu furrowed their brows, while only Li Si's expression soured. "Zhao Gao, are you threatening me? Has the emperor decreed my execution as well?" "Ha, not at all. I merely wish for the prime minister to cooperate with me. To put it succinctly, to support the ascension of the new emperor, Hu Hai." Zhao Gao, sensing the desired effect, chuckled, aware that Li Si could turn against him at any moment, for they were both cunning foxes in the same mountain. "You can muster only 500,000 troops. Are you afraid of Meng Tian and Fu Su's 300,000, along with my family's 100,000 and General Wang's 100,000? Li Si directly exposed Zhao Gao's apprehensions. Unfazed by Li Si's revelation, Zhao Gao laughed. "The prime minister sees clearly. The heir Hu Hai has conferred with me. The Qin cannot do without the prime minister. I have been specially dispatched to invite you to support Prince Hu Hai's ascension, ensuring the enduring legacy of the Li family and the Qin." With Hu Hai's frivolous demeanor, it was hard to believe Zhao Gao had even met with him yet. Li Si remained skeptical of Zhao Gao's words, but understood he must play along with Zhao Gao's narrative. "Thank you, Prince Hu Hai." "Oh no, I mean, thank you, Your Majesty." Li Si, ever the opportunist, followed Zhao Gao's lead, scheming together first and planning to find another opportunity later. Conversing with an astute individual is always refreshing. Let us retire indoors to deliberate on how to deal with the formidable rebels Fu Su and Meng Tian, who command substantial military forces. Zhao Gao chuckled, though internally he was quite anxious, relieved that Li Si had not taken a hard stance. "Without further ado, let us proceed inside." "After you, Master Zhao." Li Si ushered Zhao Gao into the chamber, where a clandestine plot between Zhao Gao and Li Si was about to unfold. Wang Bin maintained a stoic demeanor, accompanying Li Si in their deliberations, while Li Yu furrowed his brow, wrestling with inner turmoil, yet remaining silent as he followed suit. Chapter 69. The arrival of Fang Mu. Li Si welcomed Zhao Gao into the inner room, where Zhao Gao eagerly took his seat. "Chancellor, I shall forego any preamble. Time is of the essence, and you are undoubtedly aware of the situation." "Indeed, then please speak plainly, Master Zhao. Let us confer," Li Si replied, understanding the urgency of the matter. The late emperor's decree had mandated the execution of Fu Su and Meng Tian, assigning the imperial seal to Li Si. However, Meng Tian commanded an army of 300,000. It was likely that Meng Tian and Fu Su would defy the command. Zhao Gao began to sow discord. "What you imply, Master Zhao, is that we should dispatch troops to suppress the forces of Meng Tian and execute Fu Su and Meng Tian," Li Si remarked, grasping Zhao Gao's intent. Precisely, Meng Tian has always been adept in warfare. Currently, there is but one person in all of Qin capable of contending with him, Zhao Gao asserted, casting a glance towards Wang Bin. Wang Bin remained silent, awaiting Li Si's directive. Ha! Master Zhao has devised a clever scheme. You intend to divert General Wang and orchestrate a mutual destruction with Meng Tian. Li Si laughed, exposing Zhao Gao's ulterior motives. Zhao Gao recognized that Li Si would not easily send Wang Bin to confront Meng Tian head-on. Very well then. Time is of the essence, and the greatest threat remains Meng Tian's forces. I shall utilize the Imperial Seal to mobilize 400,000 troops, with General Wang leading his 100,000, totaling 500,000 soldiers, to swiftly assault Meng Tian's army and eliminate any potential threats to Prince Hu Hai's ascension. Zhao Gao had meticulously planned everything. Master Zhao, why complicate matters? Simply send the 500,000 troops to confront Meng Tian. Li Si feigned innocence. Lic. I approach you with sincerity. I have already dispatched 400,000 troops, and you would withhold even 100,000 from me. If I send all 500,000 to engage Meng Tian in a battle of mutual annihilation, what chance do you and General Wang have to seize control of the entire Qin? Is there any escape for me, Zhao Gao? Zhao Gao's frustration began to surface. How awkward. Li Si chuckled sheepishly. You see, Master Zhao, if I possessed your audacity, I would not dare to provoke you. Let us proceed as you have outlined. General Wang, do you have any objections? Li Si was cautious not to push Zhao Gao too far, especially given the precarious situation. Naturally, he held a considerable respect for Wang Bin. That I have no objections. I shall heed the Chancellor's counsel, as I too wish to test my mettle against Meng Tian. Wang Bin declared, aligning himself with Li Si. Zhao Gao, appearing composed, was internally strategizing. Realizing that Wang Bin was entirely beholden to Li Si, he needed to devise a plan to eliminate him swiftly. Let us not delay. We shall set forth at once, for Meng Tian will soon receive word of our movements. Zhao Gao promptly finalized the arrangements. Next, a formidable army of 500,000, led by Wang Bin and another general, Zhao Long, was dispatched to confront the forces of Meng Tian. Meng Tian, in a show of capitulation, would do well to surrender his command or, better yet, take his own life. Otherwise, annihilation awaited him. It was rumored that Zhao Long was a distant relative of Zhao Gao. Ahem, Zhao Gao coughed twice, for Hu Hai had yet to realize that Zhao Gao and Li Si had entered the chamber. Teacher, my esteemed Chancellor, what brings you here? Hu Hai, startled by Zhao Gao's cough, commanded, withdraw. All of you, retreat. He ordered the court maidens, who were indulging in merriment, to leave. Zhao Gao, bemused by Hu Hai's frivolity, paid it little mind. After all, with the death of Qin Shi Huang, Li Si was rather pleased to witness Hu Hai's demeanor, as it provided him with leverage. Hu Hai, the emperor has passed away, Zhao Gao declared, his tone laden with discontent. What? My father has died. When did this happen? What brings you here? Hu Hai exhibited no signs of grief, as though the demise of Qin Shi Huang bore no consequence for him. Just moments ago, the emperor's edict has bequeathed the throne to you, granting you dominion over the vast empire of Qin. Zhao Gao asserted. Ha! What a remarkable father I have, allowing me to ascend as emperor. Very well, I shall be crowned on the morrow. I am to be the emperor. Hu Hai laughed heartily, a spectacle that would likely rouse Qin Shi Huang from his grave. First, let me congratulate your majesty, but to ensure a smooth and stable ascension, certain threats must be eliminated, as the late emperor also indicated in his edict. Zhao Gao coaxed. What threats? Who dares obstruct my ascension? Hu Hai scoffed, dismissing the notion. The late emperor's edict commands the execution of Fu Su and Meng Tian, along with the decapitation of the traitors like Fang Mu, to declare our intentions to the world and stabilize the empire. Zhao Gao elaborated. Then let it be done. Execute them all. Hu Hai's brutal nature was laid bare, devoid of any semblance of emotion. Myself and the Chancellor have already set matters in motion. As for Fang Mu, we need only leverage Princess Liang. He will undoubtedly comply, and the late emperor's edict mandates that his remains be interred alongside the emperor in the Qin mausoleum, with the princess and concubines as his companions in death. Zhao Gao's demeanor was chillingly ruthless. Excellent. Thank you, my friend. Please extend my gratitude to Li Yu. Regardless of the decision he makes, I harbor no resentment towards him, Fang Mu said to Li Feng. I shall convey your message, Li Feng replied before vanishing from sight. Fang Mu gazed at the closed gates of Pingyang Palace, Where two soldiers stood guard outside, he recognized them as Daniel and Erhu. Two brothers among the 1,000 soldiers. Daiti was already the dead of night. Yet these soldiers remained alert, showing no signs of fatigue as they vigilantly monitored every movement outside Pingyang Palace. Fang Mu was deeply touched. These warriors must have sensed the impending significant events and stood resolutely, guarding the palace without fear. He stepped out from the narrow path obscured by trees. Who goes there? The princess has issued an order. No one is to be seen for the next 2 days. State your name, or face immediate execution. Daniel and Erhu quickly detected Fang Mu's presence, with Daniel inquiring aloud. "It is I, Fang Mu," he declared, halting in his tracks. After exchanging greetings with Daniel and Erhu, he entered Pingyang Palace, where Ying Zheng awaited him, wide awake. The king had already assembled the 1,000 soldiers, who were now gathered within the palace courtyard. "Your Highness," the soldiers cheered excitedly as Wang Zhao beamed at Fang Mu's arrival. The princess's chamber doors swung open, and Ying Zheng, tears welling in her eyes, dashed out to embrace Fang Mu, oblivious to the 1,000 soldiers nearby. "I promised to take you away." Fang Mu stated simply that we vow to protect the prince and princess and ensure their safe departure. The soldiers shouted in unison. Fang Mu gently released Ying Zheng, noticing her slight abdominal protrusion. "Brothers, I, Fang Mu, wish to express my heartfelt gratitude to all of you. This time, you may face death in battle. Are you afraid?" "Brothers," the prince inquires, "if you fear death," Wang Zhao called out. "We fear that we may perish in battle before we can escort the prince and princess to safety," one soldier suddenly declared. Laughter erupted among the soldiers, lightening the atmosphere with that single remark. Ying Zheng and Fang Mu joined in the laughter, finding solace in the camaraderie of these valiant men. "Great Wall, report to the general, His Highness the Crown Prince. Someone requests an audience, claiming to be sent by the prince. Bearing urgent news. Bring him up quickly," Fu Su ordered. Soon, the fox was brought forth, visibly anxious, brandishing Fang Mu's token. On the following day, Zhao Gao, Li Si, and Hu Hai mobilized their forces towards Pingyang Palace, intent on capturing Ying Zheng, which would effectively equate to capturing Fang Mu. Zhao Gao harbored hatred for Fang Mu, while Li Si feared him. Fang Mu represented an unpredictable variable, his nature shrouded in mystery. The 1,000 soldiers stood ready. As Fang Mu and the princess quietly awaited the arrival of Zhao Gao and Li Si, "They're here," Wang Zhao announced succinctly. The doors of Pingyang Palace were forcefully pushed open by Zhao Gao and Li Si's men, who were taken aback at the sight of Wang Zhao and the 1,000 soldiers. "It appears they are indeed prepared for a desperate fight," Zhao Gao mocked, his gaze fixed intently inside. "Zhao Gong, what are you looking for? Are you searching for me?" Fang Mu taunted. Zhao Gao's countenance darkened, yet he soon broke into laughter. "Fang Mu, today marks your demise. You must be feeling quite smug, aren't you? You should first prove your worth." Fang Mu gestured towards Li Si. "What brings you to this conclusion, esteemed prince consort?" Li Si feigned ignorance. Fang Mu continued. "Li Si, do you truly believe my words? Your ambitions will remain unfulfilled. Your collusion with Zhao Gao and your mutual scheming will ultimately lead to your tragic end at his hands. And your family will bear the ignoble stain of treason. It is hardly worth it." Li Si fell silent, for Fang Mu had struck at the very core of his concerns. The greatest of Li Si's apprehensions was indeed Zhao Gao, along with the possibility of failure, which would render him a historical pariah for the Li Si family. "Enough, Fang Mu, spare us your petty schemes." Zhao Gao, sensing Li Si's silence, grew anxious that Li Si might have a change of heart. "I say, you insufferable eunuch, are you not weary? I am conversing with Li Si. Why do you interject?" Fang Mu harbored a deep disdain for Zhao Gao, well aware that Zhao Gao would certainly not let him go unscathed today. "Fang Mu, even as your end approaches, you remain defiant. Very well. The late emperor's edict decrees that you and the princess shall be entombed within the Qin emperor's mausoleum, to eternally accompany the late sovereign." Zhao Gao gritted his teeth in fury. This was tantamount to burying Fang Mu and the princess alive. Fang Mu chose to ignore Zhao Gao's provocations and turned his gaze towards Li Si. "Li Si, I have exhausted all avenues," Li Si declared resolutely. Fang Mu nodded and then addressed Hu Hai. "Hu Hai, your father's remains are yet to cool, and instead of arranging a proper burial, you conspire with Zhao Gao to slay your sister. How tragic. Do you truly believe you can govern with stability? Beware, or you may find yourself outmaneuvered by Zhao Gao." "Fang Mu, cease your attempts at sowing discord. My master has always supported my claim to the throne, while you desire to see Fu Su ascend." Hu Hai finally spoke, his thoughts solely fixated on becoming emperor. With your disposition, how could the emperor ever consider passing the throne to you? Fang Mu shook his head in exasperation. Hu Hai's anger swelled, and his disdain for Fang Mu only intensified. He now wished for Fang Mu's demise. Fang Mu, the time granted to you has been ample. Are you merely stalling until Meng Tian and Fusu arrive to rescue you? Zhao Gao mocked. Fang Mu surveyed the scene and noted the absence of Wang Bin and Li Yu. He feigned a frown. Ha! Fang Mu, I fear Meng Tian and Fusu may not arrive in time. The late emperor has ordered their execution, and I must adhere to his decree. Zhao Gao reveled in Fang Mu's dismay. Master, what are we waiting for? Quickly imprison Fang Mu and Ying Zheng in the Qin Emperor's mausoleum alongside my father, and I shall ascend the throne. Hu Hai exclaimed. Zhao Gao nodded and prepared to advance with the Xuanjia guards. But Wang Zhao and 1,000 soldiers brandished their weapons, blocking Zhao Gao's path. Zhao Gao was irate. You overestimate yourselves. Fang Mu, you do not intend to rely on Meng Tian's troops to safeguard your pathetic 1,000 guards against our 200,000. Do you? I assure you, your 1,000 Xuanjia guards are no match for my brothers. If you doubt it, let your 200,000 remain idle and observe the spectacle. Fang Mu provoked Zhao Gao. Ha! Fang Mu, while I do not believe your words, I will not test them either. Today, Zhao Gao will grant you no opportunity. Zhao Gao proclaimed arrogantly, fully aware that Fang Mu was gripped by fear of his overwhelming forces, that a eunuch is merely a eunuch, devoid of any semblance of manhood. Fang Mu ceaselessly mocked Zhao Gao. Bring forth the order. Eliminate these treacherous ministers. Zhao Gao, consumed by rage, was continually humiliated by Fang Mu. Chapter 71. Fang Mu's hidden strategy. The Xuanjia guards behind Zhao Gao immediately prepared to charge forward. But a shocking scene unfolded. The 1,000 soldiers led by Wang Zhao struck swiftly from the front line, their formidable strength overwhelming. As they effortlessly brought down the Xuanjia guards, some even thrust their long spears, piercing through several of the guards. Truly, a single man could hold back 1,000, as the Xuanjia guards appeared utterly feeble in the eyes of Wang Zhao and his men. The narrow terrain further hindered the advance of the 10,000 guards, preventing them from pressing forward in unison. Zhao Gao, Li Si, and Hu Hai furrowed their brows. No wonder Fang Mu exuded such confidence. This 1,000-strong battalion was no ordinary force, but one that had undergone clandestine training. Each soldier was a master capable of facing 10 foes, with one falling only to be swiftly replaced by another. The ranks of the Xuanjia guards dwindled rapidly. At this rate, both the guards and the 1,000 soldiers would be exhausted. Soldiers, heed my command. Ascend the walls and besiege the Pingyang Palace. Zhao Gao, growing frantic, ordered the 200,000 troops to encircle the palace from all sides and the city walls. Archers were also on standby, and Fang Mu and his companions found themselves in a perilous situation. Yet, Wang Zhao and his men remained undaunted. Protect the prince consort and the princess, Wang Zhao bellowed, and immediately, soldiers shielded Fang Mu and Ying Zheng, ready to use their bodies as shields against the archers. Brother Li Yu, have you made a decision? Fang Mu shouted. The utterance of Brother Li Yu left not only Zhao Gao and Li Si stunned, but also those on Fang Mu's side bewildered. Liu was outside, orchestrating the army, with the archers awaiting his command. Release the arrows, Zhao Gao roared. The archers remained still as Li Yu pushed aside the obstructing Xuanjia guards and approached Zhao Gao and Li Si. Li Yu, what are you doing? Zhao Gao inquired, deliberately distancing himself from the father-son duo. You, my son, what is your intent? Li Si ignored Zhao Gao, perplexed by Li Yu's actions. Father, awaken. Zhao Gao is plotting a rebellion. If you do not stand against it, you are merely aiding the tyrant. You truly believe you can secure the Qin Empire in the end? Li Yu's heart ached profoundly. Bring forth the order. With the imperial seal, seize Li Yu and the other traitors. Zhao Gao, now frantic, realized that Li Yu had conspired with Fang Mu. Any who dare move shall face the archer's wrath. Kill, without mercy, Zhao Gao. If you seek mutual destruction, then so be it. Li Yu issued the command. Very well. Li Yu, you are indeed a fine son, Zhao Gao thought, his anxiety escalating. Zhang Han appeared. At your service. Eliminate Fang Mu. Li Si resolved with determination. Father, Li Yu shouted, we have no path of retreat left. Our Li family is cornered. Do you understand? Fang Mu must die today. Otherwise, the Li family will perish. I have taken this step for this very day. I have prepared for it for so long. Li Si's fury was palpable, his ambitions laid bare. All soldiers, heed my command, regardless of who dares to stir. Kill, without exception. Li Yu showed no signs of retreat. Zhang Han, leading an army of 50,000, followed the orders of Li Si, while Li Yu himself commanded another 50,000 troops, thus dividing the forces of the Li family. The scene descended into a tense stalemate, with Li Yu's archers gaining the advantage of both position and terrain, leaving neither side daring to make a move to My son. What did Fang Mu say to you that has compelled you to oppose your father so vehemently? Li Si inquired. Brother Li Yu, I have something of significance to discuss with you regarding your father, Fang Mu stated solemnly. Pray, speak, Li Yu urged. When the emperor passes, Zhao Gao will rebel, issuing false imperial edicts. And he will conspire with your father as well. Fang Mu revealed the future to Li Yu. How can you be so certain? Are you suggesting that my father would collude with Zhao Gao in treason? Li Yu questioned. Indeed, it is possible that anyone else would dismiss my words as mere folly. Who can predict what is to come? Fang Mu replied. Then why do you share this with me? That is my father. You could easily inform the emperor. Li Yu countered. I have already spoken to the emperor, but he did not believe me and had Zhao Gao executed. Fang Mu admitted helplessly. Then how do you expect me to believe you? Li Yu pressed. That I do not expect you to believe me. I am merely imploring you to save the princess when the time comes. Fang Mu implored. Should the princess find herself in peril, I, Li Yu, shall undoubtedly rise to her defense. I owe you a life debt, Li Yu declared. But what if your father, Li Si, seeks to kill both me and the princess? Fang Mu retorted. That I, Li Yu, have always been one to honor my debts. Anyone who threatens my savior shall not go unchallenged, Li Yu asserted resolutely. Very well. With your word, I find solace. When that day truly arrives, send someone to escort me into the palace. The specifics shall be communicated through Wang Zhao. Fang Mu concluded, rising to his feet. Fang Mu, do you truly place such trust in me? Li Yu asked, watching Fang Mu's retreating figure. Certainly, I am well acquainted with the character and ultimate fates of every individual in the Qin Dynasty. That I do not belong to this era. What I have just said need not be hastily dismissed. Simply await the unfolding of events, for I shall present you with a surprise, Fang Mu declared before departing. Could it be that this enigmatic man truly hails from the future? Such a notion seemed utterly absurd. Li Yu mused, unconsciously shaking his head. Returning to the present, Li Yu turned to Fang Mu. Brother Fang, as you foretold, my father has indeed conspired with Zhao Gao. You may aid your father, but none here can escape the impending fate. Fang Mu observed the turmoil within Li Yu. This is my debt to you, and I shall repay it in full. Furthermore, will my father truly perish at Zhao Gao's hand? Li Yu inquired. If your father remains obstinate and unyielding, then it is inevitable. That is his fate, Fang Mu affirmed confidently. Fang Mu, cease your nonsense. I, Li Si, do not believe in fate, Li Si retorted angrily. Father, please reconsider. Everything you have done today was foretold to me by Fang Mu long ago. I initially disbelieved, yet I have witnessed each event unfold step by step, and I now trust in Fang Mu's words, for his presence is shrouded in mystery. Li Yu urged his father, bring forth the troops. Eliminate them. Zhao Gao, impatient and furious, commanded. Zhao Gao's army surged forward, charging at Li Yu's forces, while the Xuanjia guards continued their assault on Fang Mu's 1,000 soldiers. Release the arrows, slay Zhao Gao, protect the princess. Li Yu commanded. Fang Mu, Li Si called out. Zhang Han, at your command, do not harm Li Yu. Li Si emphasized emphatically. Chapter 72, The Passionate Sons of the Land. The entire Pingyang Palace resounded with the cries of slaughter. Descending into chaos, stained with blood, Wang Zhao and his companions were also drenched in blood, uncertain whether it was their own or that of the enemy. Wang Zhao, rally your brothers and break through. Otherwise, we shall perish here. There are allies waiting for us outside. Fang Mu gazed at the fallen soldiers, his heart heavy with desolation. All soldiers, heed the command, escort the prince and princess, and carve our way through the encirclement. Wang Zhao bellowed. Charge! The shouts echoed relentlessly, as Wang Zhao's soldiers became increasingly valiant, step by step escorting Fang Mu and Ying Zheng outward. Liu's 50,000 troops clashed with Zhao Gao's 100,000. While the Xuanjia guards could not withstand the onslaught of Wang Zhao and his men, the numbers of Li Yu's army were rapidly dwindling. Had it not been for the narrow terrain, Zhao Gao's 100,000 would not have been able to surge in so swiftly, and Fang Mu and his companions would have likely been annihilated long ago that we have still underestimated the resolve of Zhao Gao and Li Si. It appears that Meng Degu and Fu Su are also facing dire straits. Fang Mu lamented deeply. Meng Tian and Fu Su led 300,000 troops, marching through the night with great urgency. Aiming to reach the palace and rescue Fang Mu and the others to a mountain gorge, a large contingent of Qin soldiers suddenly appeared, with General Wang Bin leading the vanguard and Zhao Long commanding the rear, encircling Meng Tian and Fu Su's forces completely. General Wang Bin, why are you here? Meng Tian was taken aback to find it was indeed Wang Bin leading the charge. General Meng, His Highness the Crown Prince, acting on the Emperor's orders, has bestowed the command for the ascension of Hu Hai, and to secure Hu Hai's stability on the throne, you are to execute Meng Tian and Fu Su. It is up to you to carry out the order. Wang Bin maintained a stoic expression. What a farce. The Emperor's orders, I believe, stem from Zhao Gao and Li Si's machinations. Yet, I never anticipated that you, General Wang Bin, would conspire with them. Meng Tian laughed heartily. It seems you have received word, Meng Tian. We serve our respective masters, so take action yourselves. I have no desire to impose upon you. Wang Bin responded with a semblance of civility. What a splendid notion of serving one's master. Should I refuse? Are you prepared to engage me in battle today, forcing the soldiers of the Qin to slaughter one another? Meng Tian challenged Wang Bin. Wang Bin fell silent, while Zhao Long could no longer contain himself. Lord Zhao possesses the Tiger Seal. We, the soldiers of the Qin, are bound to obey the Tiger Seal. All soldiers heed the command. Meng Tian and Fu Su defy the decree and must be dealt with ruthlessly. All soldiers heed the command. Zhao Gao and Li Si have conspired against the throne. We cannot remain passive. Let us charge forth to protect His Highness the Crown Prince. Meng Tian was unyielding. Charge! A great battle loomed, as Wang Bin and Zhao Long's 500,000 troops clashed with Meng Tian's 300,000 that despite their numbers, once the fighting commenced, casualties mounted rapidly. The gorge was littered with corpses, obstructing the paths. Wang Bin, I have always held you in high regard, yet I did not foresee that you would conspire with Zhao Gao and Li Si. Is this the outcome you wish to witness? Meng Tian, bloodied and fierce, charged at Wang Bin. With bodies strewn across the battlefield, Wang Bin felt a pang of guilt. He stood silently, watching as Meng Tian approached. Strike back. Come, let us duel. Meng Tian delivered a powerful punch, knocking down Wang Bin. Wang Bin did not retaliate, merely rising to his feet. Protect the general. As Wang Bin's soldiers surged forward, they encircled him, advancing menacingly towards Meng Tian. A fierce melee ensued between Meng Tian and these soldiers, with an increasing number of combatants joining the fray against him. Meng Tian's own forces were nearly depleted. Alas, the overwhelming strength of Wang Bin and Zhao Long's troops left little room for reprieve. And Fu Su found himself shielded in the center by the remaining soldiers. Brother Meng, hurry and save Brother Meng. Fu Su cried anxiously, witnessing Meng Tian fight valiantly alone. General Meng has issued a command. We shall protect His Royal Highness with our lives. The soldiers rallied, their voices resounding with determination. Cease at once, Wang Bin bellowed, causing all to halt. He gazed at the beleaguered Meng Tian and urged. Meng Tian, surrender. Exhausted and bereft of strength, Meng Tian could scarcely utter a word. Instead, he slammed his sword into the ground with conviction. Come forth, Wang Bin. I, Meng Tian, command you to spare Fu Su. Brother Meng, Fu Su cried out. General Meng. The soldiers echoed fervently. No one dared to move as Meng Tian raised his sword, drawing it across his neck, then using it to prop himself up, refusing to succumb to the ground. General Meng, Brother Meng. Fu Su felt the world around him dim, his voice hoarse with despair. Wang Bin closed his eyes. How could Zhao Long let such an opportunity slip away? Move quickly and slay Fu Su. Zhao Long hissed. Halt! Who dares to act? Wang Bin roared in fury. Wang Bin, you must recognize your position. Moreover, do you not see the remnants of your own forces? Zhao Long sneered, reminiscent of Zhao Gao's malice. It was then that Wang Bin realized his once mighty army had been decimated during the skirmish, and Zhao Long, that scoundrel, had deliberately let Wang Bin's soldiers tire themselves in battle. Ha ha ha! Wang Bin laughed heartily, pushing past the throng to stand before Meng Tian, bowing deeply in respect. General, Wang Bin's remaining soldiers called out. Ignoring their pleas, he turned away, departing alone, his solitary figure embodying a profound sorrow greater than death itself. Until he vanished from sight. "Protect His Royal Highness," the few remaining soldiers shouted, undeterred, resolutely vowing to safeguard Fu Su. "Bring me a sword." Fu Su, unusually composed, requested a blade. The once merciful and timid Fu Su, for the first time, took up arms. "Brothers, let us break through," Fu Su exclaimed, leading the charge into Zhao Long's forces. "Kill!" The sounds of battle erupted, soon fading into silence. Meng Tian's entire army perished without a single surrender. And Fu Su, bloodied and bruised, crawled to Meng Tian's side, a smile gracing his lips. "Brother Meng, I have arrived. May Fang Mu and my sister escape this realm of strife." Fu Su's final wish echoed silently within him as he departed peacefully. Some of Wang Bin's remaining soldiers began to weep, followed by others shedding their armor and leaving. Gradually, all of Wang Bin's remaining forces abandoned their armor, each departing in their own manner. Chapter 73. Breaking through the encirclement. Zhao Long, with his remaining army of 100,000, departed grandly, neglecting even the fallen. Once Zhao Long's forces had vacated, the silhouette of a fox appeared, approaching Meng Tian and Fu Su with an air of reverence. Bowing deeply in respect, Meng Tian was originally the general of the foxes, but later he was assigned to Fang Mu. The fox cautiously took away the remains of Meng Tian and Fu Su, finding a suitable place to dig a grave with his own hands, where he laid them to rest. "General Meng, His Highness the Crown Prince, I am unable to grant you a magnificent burial. May you find peace," the fox lamented. Subsequently, the fox hastened towards the palace, anxiety gnawing at his heart. Those 1,000 brothers faced dire circumstances. Liu's army had been nearly depleted by Zhao Gao's forces, and Fang Mu's 1,000 soldiers were dwindling, leaving only Wang Zhao and a handful of warriors. Fortunately, Fang Mu and his companions had already exited the palace, and he could faintly see the rendezvous point he had arranged with Han Xian and Xiang in the distance. "Fang Mu, surrender and find solace in accompanying the late emperor," Zhao Gao taunted brazenly. "Zhao Gao, do not harm my son," Li Si emphasized firmly. Zhao Gao harbored deep resentment towards Li Si and his son, yet he dared not confront them directly, uncertain of Zhao Long's situation. Had he exhausted Wang Bin's army? What fate had befallen Meng Tian's forces? These matters were all entrusted to Zhao Long by Zhao Gao, aimed at eliminating Fang Mu, Fu Su, and Meng Tian before turning his attention to Li Si. "Li Si, the sword knows no mercy, and Li Yu is with the rebels," Zhao Gao declared. "You dare?" Li Si's succinct retort left Zhao Gao hesitant to clash directly. "At least for the moment." "Humph, let you revel for a few days. I shall settle the score later," Zhao Gao proclaimed. "Very well, Li Si, I shall leave Li Yu to you. My men will deal with Fang Mu. Wang Zhao, do not concern yourself with me. Give me a sword and send the princess away." Fang Mu insisted, unwilling to yield, as he was on the verge of reaching Xiang and Han Xian, who would come to his aid. "I will not leave. I wish to stay with you." Ying Zheng refused to depart alone. "Princess, do not worry. We will ensure both you and the prince are safely escorted." Wang Zhao responded with calm assurance. "Liu, there are few whom I respect. General Meng, Prince Consort, and now you." Wang Zhao gazed at the bloodied Li Yu. "Agreed. Life is but a fleeting autumn. I shall not cease until I am intoxicated." Someone unexpectedly began to sing the song "Loving the Country More Than the Beauty," a tune taught by Fang Mu. Soon, Wang Zhao and the other soldiers joined in laughter and song, startling Zhao Gao's troops into silence. All listening until the song concluded. "Loving the country more than the beauty, it is Brother Fang. Han Xian, let us charge forth and assist Brother Fang." Xiang Yu's army, lying in ambush, also heard Wang Zhao and the others singing. "We cannot. Let us wait a bit longer. Our numbers are too few, and the distance is still considerable." Han Xian disagreed, wishing to hold back until Fang Mu was closer. "If you do not dare, I shall," Xiang Yu retorted defiant. The two sides clashed once more, and Fang Mu, unable to bear it any longer, picked up a sword himself, resolutely striking down Zhao Gao's men. Fang Mu had never taken a life before. As he drew closer to Xiang Yu and Han Xian, Li Yu's forces had been nearly exhausted, leaving only him to hold the line, while Wang Zhao was also beginning to falter, with only a handful of soldiers remaining. Han Xian was now within striking distance. An opportunity to break free was at hand. Xiang Yu gazed upon Fang Mu, who was drenched in blood, and noted that there were scarcely any men left by his side. After a moment of silence, Han Xian raised his hand and commanded, "Kill, kill." Without waiting for Han Xian to finish, Xiang Yu surged forward like a divine warrior descending from the heavens. His army followed suit. For they had always heeded Xiang Yu's call. Han Xian frowned, muttering to himself, "This reckless man, I haven't finished issuing my orders yet." Though Zhao Gao and Fang Mu's forces were already weary from battle, Xiang Yu's contingent, though small in number, was elite and arrived at a fortuitous moment, akin to a celestial reinforcement. They instantly shattered Zhao Gao's ranks, bolstered by the immense strength of Xiang Yu, the overlord of Western Shu. "We can break through. Reinforcements have arrived," Fang Mu shouted with all his might. Xiang Yu's arrival invigorated Fang Mu and his men, creating an opening against Zhao Gao's forces. Xiang Yu personally shielded Fang Mu and Ying Zheng as they retreated. "Block them! Hurry!" Zhao Gao exclaimed in alarm. Today, Fang Mu's seemingly doomed fate was transformed. Through his relentless maneuvers, he was now on the verge of escape. Lic, uncertain, pondered whether he could still compete with Fang Mu should he manage to flee, especially with the ever-watchful Zhao Gao lurking nearby, ready to strike. Zhang Han immediately led the army to encircle Fang Mu and his companions. "Your Highness, Princess, we have no regrets following you," declared the remaining soldiers as they charged alongside Wang Zhao. "Wang Zhao, Daniel," Fang Mu cried out hoarsely. "Wang Zhao," Liu weakly uttered. Wang Zhao and several soldiers stood firm against 10 foes, buying precious time for Fang Mu and the others to escape. "Brave warriors," Xiang Yu exclaimed in admiration, then urged, "Elder brother, retreat quickly. Do not let your comrades die in vain." Fang Mu's gaze remained fixed on Zhao Gao, while Xiang Yu could no longer afford to hesitate. He hoisted Fang Mu onto his shoulders, while the rest of the Xiang family army supported the faltering Liu and retreated with the princess. Xiang Yu and his men withdrew swiftly, their stamina still robust, while Zhao Gao's troops were already spent. With Wang Zhao and his companions sacrificing themselves to delay the enemy, they bought crucial time for Fang Mu's escape. Lic watched as Liu was rescued, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Liu was the sole heir of the Li family, and Li Si wished to see him unharmed. Zhao Gao's face darkened. He had allowed Fang Mu to escape. Hu Hai, feeling a twinge of fear, inquired of Zhao Gao, "Master, what shall we do next?" Zhao Gao, regarding the ineffectual Hu Hai, replied, "Ascend to the throne, seize the lands of the Qin, and we shall deal with these treacherous ministers later. All shall follow your plans." "Master," Hu Hai responded respectfully, hardly resembling an emperor poised to claim the throne. Zhao Gao was pleased with Hu Hai's current demeanor, with the tiger seal in hand and power firmly grasped. He viewed Hu Hai merely as a puppet, waiting for the opportune moment to usurp him. Chapter 74. The unexpected incident with Ying Zheng. Fang Mu, overwhelmed with profound sorrow and indignation, fainted, while Liu remained in an unresponsive stupor. Only Ying Zheng retained a semblance of consciousness, albeit with a furrowed brow that went unnoticed by those around her. "Quickly, quickly, save them." Upon entering the tent, Xiang Yu urgently commanded. Fan Zeng and Xiang Liang were already awaiting their arrival, and the military doctors had prepared themselves. Suddenly, Ying Zheng collapsed, blood streaming from her lower body. "Princess, sister-in-law, someone, quickly, save the princess," Xiang Yu exclaimed in desperation. Instantly, chaos erupted within the camp of Xiang Yu's army. Fortunately, there were those skilled in medicine among his ranks. "Report, the Qin army is pursuing us." Amidst the turmoil, a soldier reported the advancing Qin forces. "Do you know who is leading them?" Xiang Liang inquired. "All right, uncle, what about you?" Xiang Yu glanced at the unconscious Fang Mu and the attending Ying Zheng, gritting his teeth. "Be careful, uncle." As Xiang Yu and his companions fled, Ying Zheng's condition grew increasingly critical. My lord, it appears that the Luoyang princess has suffered severe shock and trauma, resulting in a miscarriage. She is losing a significant amount of blood. We can delay no longer, the military doctor reported to Xiang Yu. "Then hasten your treatment. What good is your talk? If something happens to my sister-in-law, you might as well perish as well." Xiang Yu's agitation escalated. "The princess is of noble birth. I dare not offend her. Moreover, the journey has rendered treatment impossible." The doctor expressed his predicament. "Could you refrain from pacing back and forth?" Han Xian, unable to contain his frustration, remarked, "You are already a nuisance, and now you are agitating me further." Xiang Yu, already lacking an outlet for his emotions, found Han Xian's interruption particularly irksome. "Am I not trying to devise a solution?" How can I think with you flitting about? Han Xian replied impatiently. Enough. Cease your bickering. There is a small village ahead. We shall go there and seek the aid of the local women to attend to the princess. Quickly, Fan Zheng interjected. Xiang Yu and Han Xian had no objections. Thus, Xiang Yu's army advanced into the village, where the soldiers stood guard outside while Fang Mu and the others were taken into a household. The homeowner was a woman of remarkable beauty, and Xiang Yu, in his haste, nearly collided with her. Momentarily entranced, he forgot that he had come seeking assistance. Fear not, young lady. He is merely a brash fool. Han Xian quickly reassured her, we have a woman who has suffered a miscarriage and is losing blood. We require your help. If you would be so kind. The woman sighed in relief. Please bring her in at once. I happen to possess some medical knowledge. Hurry, we must act swiftly. Han Xian urged, noticing that Xiang Yu remained entranced by the woman, quickly bringing Jiang, Fang Mu, and Li Yu inside. Ying Zheng was taken to a separate small room. Han Xian, what did you just call me? A brash fool. I am Xiang Yu, the hegemon king of Western Shu. Xiang Yu finally regained his composure. Han Xian, disinterested, simply closed his eyes to rest, awaiting news of Fang Mu and the others. Within the palace, Hu Hai had commenced his ascension to the throne. Congratulations, your majesty, on your ascension. Long live our emperor. Laughter echoed throughout the hall. Be at ease. Be at ease. Hu Hai exclaimed, clearly in high spirits. Thank you, your majesty. On the very first day of his ascension, Hu Hai declared, let my esteemed teacher address many matters on my behalf. Zhao Gao, basking in his own satisfaction, glanced at the multitude of officials. The late emperor has passed, and the throne has been bequeathed to Prince Hu Hai. Furthermore, the lives of Fu Su and Meng Tian have been forfeited, and the emperor has dispatched a grand army to suppress Meng Tian. The rebel Fang Mu has fled. Henceforth, I decree a nationwide manhunt for Fang Mu. Very well, your command is approved. Hu Hai, utterly oblivious to these affairs, was preoccupied with thoughts of revelry and indulgence. He had no inclination to govern the state. As Zhao Gao continued to elaborate on the matters following Ying Zheng's demise and the pursuit of Fang Mu, Hu Hai merely nodded in acquiescence, attuned to Zhao Gao's cues. Lic, drained of spirit, found himself unable to move past the ordeal with Li Yu. He awaited news of Wang Bin, uncertain of his fate. Meanwhile, Zhang Han led his forces in relentless pursuit of Xiang Liang, who, along with his comrades, fought valiantly while retreating. Suffering grievous losses, Xiang Liang himself was gravely injured. Ultimately, a few warriors managed to breach the cavalry's encirclement, allowing Xiang Liang to escape, though his life hung by a thread. As for Fang Mu, Li Yu had regained consciousness, albeit still frail. The healer who had tended to Ying Zheng emerged, inquiring about the identity of the woman's husband. His condition remains critical, she said, if there is anything to discuss. I am here. I am Xiang Yu, the overlord of Western Shu. Xiang Yu stepped forward eagerly. You are the famed Xiang Yu of Jiangdong? The woman asked, intrigued. Indeed. Do you know of me? Xiang Yu responded with delight, momentarily forgetting to inquire about Ying Zheng's condition. The renowned Xiang Yu of Jiangdong, now a target of Qin Shi Huang's manhunt. Yet, your actions are commendable. Qin Shi Huang is a tyrant. The woman also voiced her opposition to Ying Zheng's despotism. Yes, but Ying Zheng has already met his demise, Xiang Yu exclaimed joyfully, relishing the conversation with the woman. Enough of your chatter. The individual within is Princess Liang. What is her condition? Han Xian could no longer contain himself. Ah, she is a princess. The woman was visibly taken aback. Though the princess is no longer in critical danger, yet the child she carried could not be saved. I did all I could. Xiang Yu and Han Xian fell into a somber silence. The heart-wrenching news reaching Ying Zheng's ears, causing tears to stream down her face. Finally, Fang Mu awoke, his gaze sweeping over familiar faces, yet he could not find Ying Zheng. Anxiously, he asked, where is Zheng, elder brother? The princess is in the adjacent room. Please rest. She is safe, Xiang Yu assured him, though his eyes flickered with uncertainty. Fang Mu, perceiving the truth, wasted no time and rose to head for the next room. Unimpeded by anyone. Zheng, are you all right? Fang Mu inquired, filled with concern. Upon seeing Fang Mu unharmed, Ying Zheng smiled, but the thought of her lost child overwhelmed her, leading her to weep. Zheng, what troubles you? Fang Mu rushed to support Ying Zheng, eager to comfort her. As his hand brushed against her abdomen, Fang Mu froze. The slight swell that had once been there had vanished completely. Understanding dawned upon him as Ying Zheng sobbed, "I am sorry. I never anticipated this outcome. Foolish one, it is I who failed you by not protecting you." Fang Mu consoled her, embracing Ying Zheng, though the anguish in his heart was known only to him. The fates of Meng Tian and Fu Su remain uncertain, while Wang Zhao and 1,000 valiant soldiers have perished in battle. Now, Ying Zheng has also suffered a miscarriage, and Fang Mu silently bears this burden. Zhao Gao must be dealt with decisively. Liu has also arrived. Both he and others stand at the door, gazing at Fang Mu and Ying Zheng, the prince and princess of the Great Qin, now ensnared in the treachery of Zhao Gao and Li Si, reduced to such dire straits. "Brother Fang, Your Highness, I implore you to accept my father's apologies." Li Yu expresses deep remorse, positioning himself behind Fang Mu and Ying Zheng. "Li brother, this is not your fault. I owe you a debt. Urge your father to flee swiftly, or Zhao Gao will take action against him." Fang Mu implores that it is futile. "I know my father well. He will not leave. That is the foundation of the Li family, his very life. He would rather die than abandon it." Li Yu replies with resignation, "Rest well. We shall unite to vanquish Zhao Gao," Fang Mu asserts with resolute clarity, leaving no room for doubt. "Very well. I still have allies in court," Li Yu responds. Chapter 75. The crisis of Li Si. Fang Mu has been steadfastly accompanying Ying Zheng these past few days. Hoping she can soon recover from her recent ordeal, the Liu is also recuperating, while Han Xian has attempted several times to seek out Fang Mu. However, upon noticing Fang Mu's unwavering presence by Ying Zheng's side, he refrains from intruding. In an unexpected turn, the brash Xiang Yu has taken to busily visiting a certain lady, repeatedly concocting peculiar excuses to engage her in conversation. "What brings you here again? What do you wish to ask me this time?" The lady retorts, exasperated by Xiang Yu's persistence. I simply wanted to inquire about your name. It has been so long, and I have yet to ask." Xiang Yu stammers, appearing rather comical. Yug? Yug? What a lovely name. He murmurs to himself. Is that all you came to say today?" Yug inquires, perplexed. "That I wish to take you away," Xiang Yu declares bluntly, his boldness evident not only in battle but also in his pursuit of her affections. "Take me away? And why would I accompany you?" Yug laughs, amused by his audacity. "Because I, Xiang Yu, the hegemon of Western Chu, have set my sights on you and desire you as my woman," he proclaims with conviction. "Who would want to be your woman?" Yug exclaims, her face flushed with embarrassment as she hurriedly shuts the door. This leaves Xiang Yu in a quandary, eager to break down the door, yet hesitant to do so. Had it been Han Xian or another, he would have charged in without a second thought. As Ying Zheng slumbers, Fang Mu steps outside, making his way to a small stream in the village where Han Xian is seated. Fang Mu approaches and sits beside him. "Brother Fang, are you well?" Han Xian inquires with concern upon noticing Fang Mu's arrival. "Yes, what did you wish to discuss with me?" Fang Mu responds in a calm tone, aware of Han Xian's recent appearances outside his and Ying Zheng's quarters. "Our wager. Your victory is evident. Everything has unfolded as you foretold. Zhao Gao and Li Si have conspired. Henceforth, I shall follow you." Han Xian declares openly, harboring genuine admiration for Fang Mu that I wished I had lost. "I hoped Zhao Gao and Li Si would not dare to rebel." Fang Mu replies, "Some matters are immutable." Han Xian comforts him. "I have an uneasy premonition. There has been no word from Meng Tian and Fu Su, nor has the fox made an appearance." Fang Mu voices his concerns. "That I have heard that Meng Tian commands an army of 300,000. He should be safe." Han Xian reassures him that it is to be hoped that Zhao Gao and Li Si have dispatched 500,000 troops to assault General Meng Tian's forces. Fang Mu is engulfed in profound worry. Han Xian, remaining silent, finds himself at a loss for words, and the two men fall into a heavy silence. "Lord Fang, the fox has arrived," a soldier reports, upon hearing of the fox's arrival. Fang Mu hastens to his feet and departs. He has awaited this moment for several days, and finally, the fox has appeared. Upon seeing Fang Mu, the fox quickens his pace, his demeanor filled with sorrow. "Your Highness," the fox stutters, "do not worry. Speak freely. What has happened to Fu Su and Meng Tian?" Fang Mu steels himself for the worst. "General Meng and His Highness the Crown Prince have perished in battle." The fox reveals, despite having mentally prepared himself for this news. Hearing it directly from the fox leaves Fang Mu feeling as though the sky has fallen upon him. He has exerted every effort to alter Fu Su's historical fate and, alongside Meng Tian, commanded an army of 300,000. even sending the fox ahead to inform them of Zhao Gao's treachery. Ultimately, history is a stubborn force. Despite Fang Mu's relentless efforts, he has failed. The original narrative spoke of Meng Tian and Fu Su being granted death, with one committing suicide, while now they have died in battle. And the bodies? Fang Mu's voice trembles. General Meng's 300,000 troops were besieged by Zhao Gao and Li Si's 500,000, and all perished without a single surrender. Until his last breath, General Meng shielded Fu Su, standing resolutely even in death. I have laid General Meng and the Crown Prince to rest together, wishing to spare them from being left unburied in the wilderness. The fox speaks with deep respect for Meng Tian. Take me to see them when the time is right. This grievance shall be avenged, Fang Mu declares, his teeth clenched in fury. Your Highness, I too wish to accompany you. General Wang Bin and the brothers. The fox's eyes brim with tears. Fox, I will confront Zhao Gao alongside Li Yu. You shall remain in the shadows to protect the princess, Fang Mu insists, wishing to keep the fox out of the fray. Your Highness, I doubt very well. The fox concedes reluctantly, aware that his presence would not alter the larger scheme. Once Zhao Gao is dealt with, we shall depart to seek Su Fu, and no longer engage in these overt and covert struggles. Fang Mu informs the fox that I shall heed your every command. Your Highness, by the way, Your Highness, Wang Bin has departed and is unlikely to return. The fox then recounts the entirety of Wang Bin's situation to Fang Mu. In the end, Li Si remains ensnared by Zhao Gao's machinations, and Wang Bin has succumbed to despair. The impact of Meng Tian's misfortune was too profound for him. Fang Mu feels a deep sorrow for both Li Si and Wang Bin. Fang Mu is uncertain of Wang Bin's ultimate fate, and the fox lacks the energy to follow him persistently. Historically, Wang Bin is not mentioned again, and no one knows what became of him. He has effectively exited the grand stage of the Qin Dynasty. Brother Fang, is there any way to save my father? Li Yu inquires of Fang Mu. Despite Li Si's rebellion, the animosity between Li Yu and his father is evident. Yet, Li Yu understands that Li Si has never intended to harm him. Every action taken was for the sake of the Li family, striving to elevate their standing, particularly as Li Yu is Li Si's son. Fang Mu comprehends the turmoil within Li Yu's heart. It is indeed a heavy burden for him, to be candid. Fang Mu harbors no resentment towards Li Si, for the actions of Li Yu render it impossible for him to despise Li Si. Knowing that Zhao Gao is the true instigator of their plight, Fang Mu fell silent, marking the end of Li Si's fate. Not everyone possesses the fortune to maneuver as Sima Yi did. Deftly ensnaring opportunities with empty hands, filled with sorrow, Li Yu inquired of Fang Mu, how then shall Zhao Gao be dealt with? Now that he wields such power? Patience, Fang Mu replied. Zhao Gao's ambitions extend far beyond the present. He shall ultimately perish by the very hubris he harbors. When that time arrives, I shall inform you, and we shall conspire to eliminate Zhao Gao together. For now, he is far too vigilant. Fang Mu, undeterred by hatred or grief, awaited the opportune moment to conclude Zhao Gao's life through the inexorable march of history, resolved to act personally, ensuring Zhao Gao would feel the chill of dread. Chapter 76. The fate of Li Si. Has the plan succeeded? Zhao Gao queried Zhao Long. Indeed, it has. General Meng Tian and Fu Su have perished, and Wang Bin has departed, his entire army vanquished. Zhao Long boasted to Zhao Gao. Excellent. We must act swiftly. With Li Si bereft of his greatest ally, we must extinguish him without delay. Zhao Gao rejoiced. All shall proceed as directed by Lord Zhao. Zhao Long affirmed that I shall seek out Hu Hai. We must devise a fitting charge against Li Si and not act recklessly. Zhao Gao sought to justify his actions against Li Si within the Chancellor's residence. Li Si closed his eyes, his expression one of despondency that we have lost. General Wang Bin's forces have been annihilated, and he himself has withdrawn, presumably to avoid further entanglement in this struggle for imperial power. Li Si lamented with a bitter smile. Zhang Han furrowed his brow. Then, my lord, we must depart post-haste. There is no time left. You must go, lest you accompany me to my demise. Li Si resigned himself to fate. Zhang Han remained silent, fully aware that the tide had turned in the palace. Zhao Gao arrived at the revelry where Hu Hai was indulging in pleasures, secretly amused by the young emperor's hedonistic pursuits. Wait for it. This throne shall inevitably be mine. Zhao Gao mused darkly. Master, what brings you here? Come, join in the festivities. Attendants, provide my esteemed teacher with a seat. Hu Hai greeted Zhao Gao with unwarranted courtesy. Harboring an innate fear of him, Zhao Gao accepted the invitation without modesty, settling down to exploit Hu Hai's naivety. Your Majesty, Li Yu and the rebel Fang Mu defy the imperial will that as Li Yu's father. Li Si cannot evade culpability. I suspect he conspired alongside Li Yu, and during our attempt to apprehend Fang Mu, Li Si ardently shielded his son, allowing them both to escape. Zhao Gao began to frame Li Si for treason. Master, what do you propose? I shall act according to your guidance. Hu Hai, devoid of independent thought, acquiesced completely. Zhao Gao, satisfied, urged, then let His Majesty issue an imperial decree. Li Si and his son Li Yu colluded with the rebel Fang Mu, deliberately facilitating their escape. Such treachery warrants death and the eradication of their lineage. Hu Hai appeared apprehensive. Master, this Li Si may resist. His connections within the court are intricate. If that is the case, then all preparations are in place. Let us proceed. Hu Hai dared not defy Zhao Gao. Then let the decree be issued. Zhao Gao smiled wickedly. Very well. Zhao Gao stormed into the chancellor's residence, finding Li Si there, indulging in solitary libations. Zhao Gao smiled, approaching without ceremony, and seated himself across from Li Si. Zhao Gao, you have brought so many people to my presence. Is everything prepared? Li Si spoke calmly. Ha! Li Si, the emperor has issued a decree. You should listen. Upon finishing, Zhao Gao gestured for Zhao Long to read the edict. Zhao Long took out the prepared imperial decree and proclaimed, to Li Si, the chancellor of the Great Qin, occupying a high position, colluding with factions, disrupting the court's order, conspiring with the rebel Fang Mu, openly defying the imperial will and inciting rebellion. Your crimes warrant the gravest punishment, death and the extermination of your entire lineage. Thus decreed. Li Si paid no attention, continuing to sip his wine. Zhao Gao pressed on. Li Si, will you not acknowledge the decree? Ha ha, an imperial decree. I fear it is a scheme devised solely by you. Zhao Gao, you are indeed a master strategist, and I, Li Si, have underestimated your cunning. Li Si felt a pang of bitterness. Zhao Gao, should you tremble, know that even if I possess but 20,000 troops, I can still take a vicious bite out of you, leaving you with a wound. Li Si mocked. Lic. I merely wish to avoid unnecessary bloodshed. Do not mistake my leniency for weakness. Force me to act. Zhao Gao enunciated, each word deliberate. The mention of Fang Mu instilled a sense of dread within Zhao Gao. The shadow he cast was indeed a formidable one. Alas, you, Li Si, will not witness that day. Come, seize Li Si and confine him to the dungeons. He shall face execution at noon tomorrow, Zhao Gao commanded. Though he feared Fang Mu, he would not allow it to manifest in his demeanor. Zhang Han furrowed his brow but ultimately retreated, while Zhao Long continued to advance. Wait, let us share one last drink, Zhao Gao, Li Si suddenly declared, raising a cup of wine and gesturing towards Zhao Gao. Zhao Gao glanced at the cup before him, momentarily tempted to raise it, but then set it down once more. What, Zhao Daren, are you so timid? Li Si taunted intentionally. You are but a prisoner. You lack the standing to drink with me. Zhao Gao? Zhao Gao remained unfazed by Li Si's derision. Lic shook his head, then tilted his head back, draining the contents of his cup as Zhao Long and the others moved to apprehend Li Si. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, there is no need for such trouble. I, Li Si, Chancellor of the Great Qin, second only to the Emperor, have fallen to such depths. How absurd. Ha! Li Si laughed heartily, but amidst his laughter, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and he collapsed to the ground. Zhao Gao frowned, while Zhao Long checked for Li Si's breath and looked to Zhao Gao, stating, my lord, he is dead. Zhao Gao gazed at the cup before him, contemplating the wine within, a wave of apprehension washing over him. Fortuitously, he had not let his guard down. Lic had indeed plotted well, attempting to take Zhao Gao down with him, but he had fallen just short. Zhao Gao, having momentarily relaxed his vigilance, had nearly taken a sip, yet something had compelled him to remain cautious. What a tenacious adversary Li Si was, attempting to poison me. Bring forth the executioners. Let Li Si's entire family be exterminated. Zhao Gao thundered. Yes, Zhao Long replied. My lord is astute. Zhao Long flattered. Zhao Gao smiled and departed. As thoughts of Fang Mu crossed his mind, he increasingly felt that he was destined to become the emperor. Thus, the entirety of the Great Qin would belong to him. What could Fang Mu possibly use to contend against him? The news of Li Si's demise swiftly spread. Chapter 77. The origin of the Grand Tutor. Within the palace, Various ministers were consumed by unease. For Zhao Gao now wielded great power, unsettling the court and ruthlessly eliminating dissenters. Those who were slightly closer to Li Si were all executed by Zhao Gao under various unfounded charges, with even their 9 clans implicated. This prompted some timid and fearful ministers to hastily distance themselves from Li Si, while others willingly became Zhao Gao's lackeys. However, many ministers chose to endure in silence. Although dissatisfaction with Zhao Gao lingered in the court, none dared to take the lead and speak out that Hu Hai was particularly debauched and tyrannical, imposing heavy corvée labor for the construction of the Apang Palace, causing the common people to lament in despair. Chun Sheng and Wu Guang had already raised the banner of revolt, leading a rebellion of laborers, which stirred the already restless factions to rise against the Qin. The entire Qin dynasty was beset by internal strife and external threats. Yet Hu Hai remained engrossed in indulgence, leaving court affairs to Zhao Gao, content to be a puppet emperor. Meanwhile, Zhao Gao's ambitions grew ever larger. Being merely a chancellor no longer sufficed for him. He aspired to be the true emperor. Zhao Gao was aware that many in the court still harbored dissent against him, but were too intimidated by the current circumstances to voice their discontent. He contemplated how to ensure the complete recognition of his authority among the ministers. Feeling no concern for the uprisings against Qin, swiftly take my uncle inside for treatment, Xiang Yu exclaimed in urgency. Fang Mu personally attended to Xiang Liang, employing acupuncture to rouse him from his stupor. Yet Fang Mu knew that Xiang Liang was nearing his end. I understand your intentions. You remain as impulsive as ever. My greatest worry is for you. Xiang Liang coughed violently, spewing blood. Uncle. Xiang Yu hastily supported Xiang Liang. Turning to Fang Mu, brother, my uncle. Fang Mu shook his head. I have done my utmost. Lord Xiang's internal organs are gravely damaged. It is remarkable that he has endured this long. It cannot be. Uncle, you will be fine. At this moment, the formidable Xiang Yu appeared helpless. Having lost his parents at a young age, Xiang Liang had raised him single-handedly, making him the most cherished figure in Xiang Yu's life. Every man must face death. I, Xiang Liang, believe I have lived well enough. The first emperor is dead. The cause against Qin is now entrusted to you. You must curb your impulsiveness. I am worried for you. In his final moments, Xiang Liang's concerns remained for Xiang Yu. Do not worry, my lord. I shall assist General Xiang Yu, Fanzeng reassured him. Originally, Fanzeng intended to support Fu Su in the event of his ascension, aiming to restore order to the Qin and show compassion to the common people. However, Fu Su's fate was sealed, leaving Fanzeng in sorrow for quite some time. He would not forget the kindness Fu Su had shown him. Both Xiang Liang and Xiang Yu held Fanzeng in high esteem, treating him with great honor, and Fanzeng was fond of the two. And now that Fu Su was gone, he felt at ease to remain by Xiang Yu's side and assist him. Mr. Fan, I am grateful for your help with our family has not bestowed upon you wealth and power, yet you have sheltered us while evading the pursuit of the Qin army. Xiang Liang expressed his deep gratitude. General Xiang, you jest that I am but a homeless wanderer, relying on no one. That your family has graciously taken me in and honored me so. My gratitude knows no bounds, Fanzeng replied. Fang Mu, I wish to request your assistance for I know you are a capable person, and Mr. Fan has spoken highly of you. Xiang Liang implored Fang Mu that I no longer wish to be entangled in this life of strife. Once Zhao Gao is slain, I shall depart with Jiang and never return. Fang Mu is truly weary. Despite my relentless efforts, I have been unable to alter the fates of Fu Su and Meng Tian. With Ying Zheng's unfortunate miscarriage, I have resolved to eliminate Zhao Gao, exact my vengeance, and then taking Jiang away to seek Su Fu, living a life of seclusion. Indeed, I understand that you too have suffered greatly. A peaceful world is the ultimate aspiration. You may go. Xiang Liang, too, does not wish to impose upon Fang Mu. Brother Han is a brilliant military leader. You may persuade him to remain and assist the overlord in achieving his grand ambitions. Fang Mu directly mentioned Han Xian. The few capable of aiding Xiang Yu are limited. If Xiang Yu were to treat Han Xian well and employ him wisely, it is not beyond possibility that he could triumph over Liu Bang and alter the course of history. Han Xian, dear brother, would you be willing to aid Xiang Liang is aware of Han Xian's proud nature, which cannot be coerced. Alas, I had promised Brother Fang to accompany him in supporting Fu Su. However, given the circumstances, if Brother Fang seeks to withdraw, I, Han Xian, shall remain. Han Xian consented, wishing to ease Xiang Liang's mind. Thank you, young brother Han Xian. You must treat young brother Han with utmost respect and diligence. Xiang Liang admonished Xiang Yu. Xiang Yu merely nodded, saying nothing. He harbored no fondness for Han Xian and felt no camaraderie with him. Yet he still heeded Xiang Liang's counsel and chose to retain Han Xian. Overlord, I propose a notion. Mr. Fan has been diligent and sincere in his service to you, akin to a second father. Why not acknowledge Mr. Fan as your adoptive father and together forge a powerful resistance against the Qin? Fang Mu recalled the history of Xiang Yu referring to Fan Zheng as his adoptive father. Such is splendid. I shall rest easy. Do not delay in bowing to your adoptive father. Xiang Liang eagerly echoed Fang Mu's words. Xiang Yu, in truth, held great respect for Fan Zheng. At this moment, he understood Xiang Liang's desire for a peaceful departure from this world, for he was nearing his limits. Adoptive father, allow me to pay my respects. Xiang Yu spoke earnestly, without pretense. Fan Zheng promptly assisted Xiang Yu to his feet. Very well, together we shall oppose the Qin and revive the Chu state. Ha! Yes, let us overthrow the great Qin and restore the Chu. Xiang Liang laughed heartily, then fell silent, his demeanor tranquil, having resolved his inner turmoil. Uncle, Xiang Yu stifled his tears. Safe travels, Fang Mu uttered as he took his leave. One by one, others departed, leaving Xiang Yu alone to accompany Xiang Liang. All understanding that Xiang Yu would find it difficult to accept, allowing him to spend precious moments with Xiang Liang. The figure of Yu Ji appeared, gazing at the formidable Xiang Yu, revealing a poignant side of herself. Her heart stirred by the scene. Chapter 80. The fate of Hu Hai Zhao Gao was no longer content with his current state. He believed that the ministers in court who opposed him had been effectively eliminated through the incident of pointing at a deer and calling it a horse. Zhao Long, do you think there remains anyone who poses a threat to me? Zhao Gao inquired of Zhao Long. My lord, you are astute and far-sighted, having preemptively eradicated those rebels. Now, no one in the court dares to show us disrespect. Zhao Long flattered. Indeed, you assert that everything in court lies within my control. Then what purpose does Hu Hai serve? Zhao Gao smirked ominously. Zhao Long was taken aback. Indeed, Zhao Gao had grown increasingly audacious. Ever since the demise of Emperor Qin Shi Huang, he had gradually tightened his grip on power, eliminating rivals, and now he was still not content, contemplating an assault on Hu Hai. Esteemed Prime Minister. I fail to grasp your intentions. Zhao Long feigned ignorance. What I mean is, I shall seize the throne. What do you think? Zhao Gao's audacity was remarkable. Had another uttered such words, they would undoubtedly meet their end. Zhao Long immediately knelt. Your foresight and wisdom, my Prime Minister, undoubtedly merit the title of Emperor, far surpassing that incompetent Hu Hai. Naturally, Zhao Long complied with Zhao Gao, daring not to offend him. Excellent, Zhao Long. I share this very ambition. I intend to eliminate Hu Hai and ascend as Emperor at that time. You shall be the founding general, Zhao Gao proclaimed, brimming with pride. Thank you, my Prime Minister. No, thank you, Your Majesty. For your generous favor. Zhao Long bowed, ingratiating himself. Thus, Zhao Gao and Zhao Long shamelessly plotted, one inflating his ambitions while the other fawned, preparing to conspire against Hu Hai, with Zhao Gao poised to claim the imperial throne. Meanwhile, Hu Hai, an emperor engrossed solely in indulgence and folly, remained blissfully unaware, frolicking with the palace maidens, oblivious to Zhao Gao's impending treachery aimed at usurping the great Qin Dynasty established by Ying Zheng. Zhao Gao led Zhao Long to Hu Hai's revelry, startling the latter. Teacher, what brings you here? Hu Hai inquired respectfully. Hu Hai, your days are spent in feasting and merriment, neglecting state affairs. I believe it is time for you to abdicate. Zhao Gao replied with a sinister smile. Chapter 78. The demise of the rebel army of Chun Sheng and Wu Guang. Xiang Yu solemnly conducted funeral rites for Xiang Liang, with the entire Xiang family army donning mourning attire for 3 full days. Once all was settled, Fang Mu and the others temporarily took refuge in Yu Ji's village, while the Qin army, preoccupied with its own troubles, lacked the resources to pursue them further. Zhao Gao busied himself with consolidating his position in the court, tightening his grasp on power, increasingly dissatisfied with Hu Hai. Xiang Yu sat alone by a stream in the village, undisturbed by anyone, until Yu Ji approached and seated herself beside him. I wish to be alone. Xiang Yu began, but upon seeing Yu Ji, his words faltered. Did you not wish for my presence? Yu Ji smiled, countering his statement. No, Xiang, you stammered, at a loss. Did you not desire me to be your woman? I, Yu seek a man of unparalleled heroism. She declared that I believe in you. I shall await you. Yu affirmed. Thus, Xiang Yu and Yu mutually established a bond, gradually leaning against one another, gazing at the flowing stream. Fang Mu took Ying Zheng for a stroll to breathe in the fresh air, fortuitously witnessing the tender moment between Xiang Yu and Yu. Reflecting on the scene, he inquired, "Is that lady named Yu?" Ying Zheng, surprised yet accustomed to Fang Mu's insights, responded, "Indeed, Mu. Do you truly possess the gift of foresight? Somewhat, but I cannot alter the fate of each individual," Fang Mu replied, a hint of melancholy in his voice as he reminisced about Fu Su and Meng Tian. "I know you have done your utmost. I believe my elder brother and General Meng also wish for your continued well-being." Ying Zheng consoled him. "Kill Zhao Gao to avenge our fallen brothers. And I shall take you away to seek Su Fu, to lead a life of seclusion," Fang Mu declared, for he could find no peace until Zhao Gao was dead. "But will there be danger?" Ying Zheng inquired, her worry evident. "Certainly, there will be peril. Yet, I must proceed. If I do not confront him, Zhao Gao will still perish, but I yearn to slay him with my own hands, avenging our brothers." Fang Mu expressed with fervor that "I wish you would refrain from this. Let go of these burdens, and we shall depart at once. Yet I know you will not, for this is your heart's entanglement. Those brothers sacrificed their lives to save us, hoping we would live on," Ying Zheng remarked. Fang Mu fell silent, aware that Ying Zheng wished to shield him from danger, to spare him the risks. However, he could not abandon her. Leaving with Ying Zheng while harboring such unrest was inconceivable. "Very well, go ahead, worry not. I shall await your return. If you do not go, you will not be the Fang Mu I cherish," Ying Zheng replied, not wishing to impose upon him. Indeed, Fang Mu felt gratitude for Ying Zheng's tender understanding, her insight into his soul, that he instinctively wrapped his arms around her, both gazing at the distant figures of Xiang Yu and Yu. They appeared blissful, destined for a harmonious conclusion. All lovers in the world deserved happiness, Ying Zheng wished. Fang Mu's heart wryly acknowledged that while Xiang Yu and Yu were indeed lovers who ultimately united, they did not live happily ever after. Instead, they tragically took their own lives, creating a legendary tale of the king and the concubine. Of course, there will be. Fang Mu refrained from revealing the harsh realities of this war-torn era to Ying Zheng. Indeed, he sincerely hoped history could be rewritten, allowing Xiang Yu and Yu to live happily together till the end. "You have already conspired with Su Fu." Ying Zheng suddenly recalled Fang Mu's mention of seeking Su Fu for a life of seclusion. Indeed, Su Fu never intended to search for the elixir of immortality. Such a thing does not exist, merely a tool to manipulate emperors. I instructed Su Fu to seek that hidden place. He should have found it by now, Fang Mu disclosed. "Will Su Fu take us in?" Ying Zheng inquired, a hint of concern in her voice. "Do not worry. I will ensure everything is taken care of. I shall not undertake uncertain endeavors." Fang Mu reassured her, urging her to remain calm. Ying Zheng nodded, filled with trust and reliance on Fang Mu, for he was all she had left, with no family to turn to. Liu approached Fang Mu once more. "Brother Fang, when shall we proceed to the palace to slay Zhao Gao?" Liu placed his faith in Fang Mu, confident that he possessed a means to infiltrate the palace. "The time is not yet ripe. We shall act once Hu Hai has been slain by Zhao Gao." Fang Mu awaited the opportune moment. That he knew that Zhao Gao had yet to enact a notorious historical incident, that of pointing a deer and calling it a horse. "Then we shall wait." Although Liu understood Fang Mu's reasoning, he grew increasingly impatient, reluctant to remain idle. Fang Mu wished to abandon the planning of unknown events. Despite his meticulous efforts, both Fu Su and Meng Tian had met their fates. He resolved to align with history and await the right moment to strike down Zhao Gao. "Very well, Brother Fang. I shall heed your counsel. I await your word." Liu conceded, feeling at a loss on how to confront Zhao Gao alone. This brought immense joy to Hu Hai, for what were the rebel armies compared to the might of the Qin forces? Even the most vigorous of uprisings, led by Chen Sheng and Wu Guang, could not withstand the relentless suppression of the Qin army, crumbling before their might. Hu Hai, emboldened, unabashedly intensified the conscription of labor, erected grand palaces, indulged in pleasures, and reveled in extravagance. The failure of the Chen Sheng and Wu Guang uprising also caused many other rebel factions to adopt a more low-key approach, developing quietly and with restraint. This served as a wake-up call for numerous insurgent groups, such as the army of Xiang and the smaller faction of Liu Bang. Indeed, Xiang heeded the counsel of Fan Zeng and began to discreetly recruit troops and train soldiers. However, Fan Zeng suggested that Xiang entrust the training to Han Xian, but Xiang insisted on personally leading the training, relegating Han Xian to the role of a mere subordinate. Han Xian remained silent, accepting Xiang decisions. While Fan Zeng could only sigh in resignation, Xiang was resolute in his approach to command, declaring that these troops belonged to the Xiang family and that he was born a general. The overlord of Western Shu, Fang Mu, chose to disregard the matter entirely. Xiang nature was such that he was combative and valiant, relishing the role of a general leading troops into battle. This disposition ultimately meant he would never win Han Xian's loyalty, inadvertently granting Liu Bang, a master of strategy, a significant advantage. Chapter 79. Calling a deer a horse within the imperial palace, Hu Hai frequently neglected to attend morning court, a routine that the ministers had grown accustomed to, with no one managing the affairs of state as they busied themselves with their own trivial matters. Zhao Gao made a rare visit to Hu Hai's palace of indulgence, much to Hu Hai's displeasure, for Zhao Gao was an unwelcome interruption to his leisure. Yet, Hu Hai dared not show his annoyance. "Master, what brings you here? Shouldn't you be resting?" Hu Hai greeted him with a smile. "You must attend morning court tomorrow," Zhao Gao stated bluntly, his tone devoid of the deference expected from a subject to his emperor, sounding more like a command. Although Hu Hai felt a growing irritation at Zhao Gao's manner, he refrained from expressing any discontent. "Master, why must I go to court? Everything is perfectly well here," he protested. "You will go because I command it. I have important matters to attend to," Zhao Gao replied impatiently. "Very well, master, I shall attend morning court tomorrow," Hu Hai said with a smile. All the while cursing Zhao Gao internally for disregarding him as emperor, Zhao Gao dismissed him with a wave of his hand. Clearly unconcerned about Hu Hai's authority, having realized that Hu Hai posed no threat to him as soon as Zhao Gao departed, Hu Hai's previously cheerful demeanor darkened. It was evident that Zhao Gao had used him and now viewed him with utter disdain. Yet, Hu Hai found himself powerless, for all authority lay firmly in Zhao Gao's hands, and no minister in the court recognized Hu Hai as emperor. On the following day, the ministers arrived promptly for morning court. While Hu Hai arrived fashionably late, the ministers were taken aback, momentarily forgetting to pay their respects to him. Hu Hai cleared his throat awkwardly. "The ministers pay their respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor." They finally responded, scrambling to acknowledge him. "All of you, please rise," Hu Hai said helplessly. "Thank you, your majesty. Your majesty, this old minister has arrived late. Please forgive me." Zhao Gao finally approached, feigning a plea for pardon. Yet, his tone and demeanor were anything but humble. As he approached Hu Hai's throne with an air of superiority, the ministers stood in silence, filled with indignation yet too fearful to voice their dissent. Even Hu Hai dared not express his anger, merely stating, "My esteemed chancellor, your hard work and contributions are commendable. What crime could there be? Bring forth a seat." Zhao Gao, satisfied with this, unceremoniously took a seat beside Hu Hai, sitting shoulder to shoulder with the emperor. "Chancellor, this that Hu Hai inquired of Zhao Gao, recalling the matter he had mentioned the previous night. How forgetful of me amidst the daily affairs. Bring forth the horse to present to his majesty," Zhao Gao exclaimed. Immediately, several soldiers carried a cage into the court. It was evident that Zhao Gao treated the imperial palace as his own domain, freely entering and arranging matters as he pleased. Inside the cage, what was presented was not a horse, but a deer. Many ministers were puzzled, contemplating the purpose behind Zhao Gao's antics. Hu Hai, already lacking in wisdom, did not possess much cunning either, directly stating, "Chancellor, this is clearly not a horse, but a deer." Zhao Gao chuckled and replied, "Esteemed colleagues, the emperor claims this is not a horse but a deer. However, this old minister believes it to be a horse. Now, I would like to invite you all to deliberate. What do you deem it to be? A horse or a deer?" Upon finishing, Zhao Gao smiled as he observed the ministers, who began to murmur among themselves, some shaking their heads in disbelief. That moment, Hu Hai, feeling quite confident, whispered to Zhao Gao, "Teacher, you are about to suffer great embarrassment. This is undoubtedly a deer. You must be fatigued, your eyesight failing, and you ought to rest well." "Is that so? That remains to be seen. Observe closely, and we shall discover whether it is my failing eyesight or your youthful ignorance," Zhao Gao retorted with great confidence. Exhibiting a brazen demeanor, Hu Hai's expression soured, and he awaited the minister's verdict. Very well. I trust you all have arrived at your conclusions. I shall boldly take the liberty to decide. Those who believe it to be a deer, please step to the left. Zhao Gao cheerfully declared that a few ministers promptly moved to the left, while the majority remained stationary. Those few who had stepped left soon realized their predicament. They could only stiffen their resolve and remain where they stood. Zhao Gao cast a satisfied glance at Hu Hai and continued. Now, those who believe it to be a horse, please step to the right. As soon as Zhao Gao uttered these words, numerous ministers hastily moved to the right, forming a substantial majority, leaving only a handful undecided in the center. Hu Hai's expression turned increasingly unnatural as he finally comprehended Zhao Gao's scheme, using a deer to claim it was a horse, testing how many ministers would endorse his absurd assertion. Ultimately, Zhao Gao emerged victorious, and for the first time, Hu Hai sensed a looming crisis. He was merely a puppet after all. Thank you all for clarifying for me and His Majesty whether this is a horse or a deer. Clearly, Your Majesty, I, Zhao Gao, do not suffer from failing eyesight. This is indeed a horse, and I present it to you as a token of my loyalty. Zhao Gao proclaimed with great pride. I thank you. My dear minister, Hu Hai chuckled awkwardly. Do any of you have further matters to discuss? He inquired. Silence enveloped the room, prompting Hu Hai to announce the court's dismissal. The court adjourned. Zhao Long swiftly approached, asking, Chancellor, what shall we do next? Do those who claimed it was a deer remember? Zhao Gao replied. Indeed, they do. Kill, Zhao Gao said with a sinister tone. Understood. Zhao Long replied before turning to leave. Wait, Zhao Gao called out to Zhao Long. Those standing in the middle, eliminate them all. As you command, Zhao Long responded. What followed was a scene of rivers of blood, a horrific spectacle as courtiers were slain. Those who spoke the truth and those who wavered in their loyalty were all targeted. Hu Hai, meanwhile, indulged in wine and revelry daily, attempting to numb himself with alcohol, fully aware that should he ever displease Zhao Gao, he would likely face dire consequences. Yet, Zhao Gao's ambition grew ever more insatiable. Following his meticulously orchestrated event of turning a deer into a horse, he could no longer contain himself and began plotting to eliminate Hu Hai, aspiring to ascend the throne himself. The infamous tale of pointing at a deer and calling it a horse quickly spread to Fang Mu's vicinity. With the world mocking Zhao Gao's absurdity, Hu Hai's incompetence, and the ineffectiveness of the ministers, in truth, not a single minister supported Zhao Gao. None dared to take the lead in opposing him. The time for pointing at a deer and calling it a horse was nearing. Li Yu, prepare yourself. Soon we shall enter the palace. The moment is ripe. Let Zhao Gao allow him a few more days of life. Fang Mu realized that Zhao Gao was ready to strike against Hu Hai, eager to claim the throne for himself. Very well, I shall attend to it at once, Li Yu exclaimed, exhilarated that Fang Mu had finally indicated readiness to take action, having awaited this moment with great impatience.